He was the calmest sniper on any battlefield, yet here on the scorching wasteland of Beast Planet, his life hung by a thread due to the cold-blooded surveillance of a venomous snake. In this nameless wasteland, under the blazing sun, the surface temperature reached 56.8 degrees Celsius. Li Jushu lay prone among the scattered rocks, his clothes already soaked through, sweat streaming down his cheeks, but his heart felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar, every hair standing on end. Just 3 centimeters away, an earth-yellow venomous snake slowly crawled past, its forked tongue flicking in and out with a menacing hiss. This was a wasteland copperhead, a highly venomous viper species with a triangular head, rust-colored patterns, and alternating yellow-green markings. Its back bore linear spots, its belly pressed against the ground, radiating deadly intent. A single drop of its venom could instantly kill 12 grown men, and anyone bitten would die within 10 seconds without question. This particular copperhead was nearly 3.8 meters long, massive and dangerous, capable of sending someone to their grave with just one breath. The snake's body silently glided over the NC-22 sniper rifle. Li Jushu dared not even breathe, sweat stinging his eyes, yet he remained perfectly still. The viper's belly lightly brushed against his cheek, sending a wave of icy coldness through him, raising goosebumps instantly. His heartbeat seemed to stop, then the next moment thundered like war drums. The wasteland copperhead seemed to sense something unusual and suddenly halted. Li Jushu's entire body tensed, his willpower desperately controlling every muscle, not even allowing his eyebrows to twitch. Those few seconds felt like years of torment, but at that very moment, his target appeared in the scope. A thunderous roar echoed as a 295 battlefield motorcycle sped toward him, blue body, helmeted rider, whose identity was irrelevant. Li Jushu had only one mission: kill the rider and seize the backpack. The contents of the bag and the rider's identity were of no concern, those were the rules. Among the countless routes back to the settlement, this was the smoothest. The motorcycle would have to slow down at the upcoming turn, making it the perfect opportunity for a sniper shot. But Li Jushu's entire attention was locked on the venomous snake beneath him. 8 seconds later, the motorcycle indeed decelerated. The rider took the curve at 50 kilometers per hour. Li Jushu's judgment was spot on. Angle, wind speed, air pressure, everything was under control, except for this one unexpected copperhead. His finger rested on the trigger. One pull would secure the 500,000 bounty, but he simply didn't dare move. Given the distance, position, and environment when facing a wasteland copperhead, even the most experienced had no chance of victory. The motorcycle had already accelerated and was about to disappear from view. Li Jushu's heart burned with anxiety, yet he was powerless. The thunderous noise startled the copperhead, which let out an agitated hiss, lowered its triangular head, slithered through the stones, and hid under a boulder dozens of meters away, coiling its body to rest. His muscles relaxed, and Li Jushu finally exhaled slowly, his entire body aching and nearly collapsing from exhaustion. But the mission remained incomplete, the bounty unclaimed, and his 20,000 deposit would be lost. The motorcycle had become a blacked, approximately 2,100 meters away. Li Jushu took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and like a hunting leopard locking onto its prey, he resolved to risk everything for one final shot. The NC-22 Red Guard sniper rifle weighed 13.1 kilograms, measured 1.55 meters in total length, with a 7.48mm barrel, 12.7mm caliber, 11-round magazine, K2 optical sight, and a maximum range far exceeding its effective range. The motorcycle was already well beyond 1,500 meters, but Li Jushu was confident. Blessed with superhuman vision, he was born to be a sniper. With intense concentration, his gaze extended infinitely, and the black duck gradually became clear. The rider's bright red leather pants were particularly striking. In that fleeting moment, Li Jushu's mind became as still as death, like moonlight reflecting on an ancient well, creating a mirror-like image. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his heart trembled, and the muzzle shifted slightly downward. Bang! The shot echoed across the wilderness. Li Jushu instantly sprang up, clutching his rifle and running frantically, not even bothering to collect the chocolate from his oil paper bag. Though usually frugal, he had no time for such concerns now. In his peripheral vision, a shadow shot toward him like an arrow from a bow at terrifying speed. It was the wasteland copperhead. Disturbed by the gunshot, the venomous snake launched itself forward. Had he been a second slower, he would have become prey in the serpent's jaws. The copperhead landed at his former sniping position, body taut, then launched another strike, fierce as a fully drawn bowstring. Li Jushu rolled to avoid it. The wasteland copperhead twisted midair, completely defying gravity, and lunged straight for his neck. In this life-or-death crisis, he became extremely calm. His right hand flicked out, and his card-throwing technique, perfected through years of practice, made a stunning appearance. A playing card shot out like lightning, actually severing one fork of the snake's tongue. The copperhead recoiled in pain, pulling back its triangular head. Li Jushu rolled again, sprang to his feet, and ran wildly. With a powerful push of his legs, he shot forward like a cannonball for 6 meters, leaped down a 3-meter drop, supported himself with his right hand, performed a complete flip, landed gracefully, and accelerated into a sprint faster than a galloping horse. Looking back, he saw the wasteland copperhead had slithered down the drop and was still in relentless pursuit. Li Jushu cursed silently. Damn it. Did the copperhead really have such a strong sense of revenge? However, in a straight sprint, he was confident that human limits surpassed those of snakes, and endurance was definitely his advantage. Once he created enough distance, the snake's pursuit would be nothing to worry about. Finally breathing easier, he had the luxury to focus once again on the distant battlefield motorcycle. His relentless marksmanship training had paid off, combined with that elusive, invisible touch of Lucca had precisely hit a moving target over 2,100 meters away. At such a distance, even elite snipers couldn't guarantee a 100% hit rate. Beyond skill, it was all left to fate. The combat motorcycle tumbled across the sand before finally rolling onto its side, the frame still trembling slightly. Deep and shallow gouges stretched over 50 meters across the ground, with shattered fenders, instrument glass, and metal fragments scattered everywhere, resembling the aftermath of a demolition experiment. Fortunately, the bike neither exploded nor caught fire, testament to its solid construction. The rider had been thrown 17 meters away, lying alone in the shadowy depression on the side of a sand dune. Li Jushu's heart tightened. Thrown such a distance, the chances of survival were slim. He had never met the rider before. This was just a job for money, and he didn't even know the target's name. He quickly reached the crash site, his eyes first falling on the motorcycle. The engine casing bore a finger-sized bullet hole, the front end was twisted, 2 of the 3 instrument panels were shattered, leaving only crooked needles trembling weakly. The headlight and turn signal glass were completely destroyed, except for the right turn signal still blinking, its circuit emitting faint clicking sounds. The front wheel was deformed like a violently squeezed metal ring, while the rear wheel remained intact. A pool of engine oil seeped beneath, its smell mixing with the heat waves. After confirming the vehicle's condition, he circled behind the rider, only to be shocked to discover the target was a woman, and one with an incredibly stunning figure. Even curled up in a ball, her voluptuous curves were clearly visible. Her hips, thighs, and back showed extensive abrasions, blood trailing along her snow-white skin like a sudden flare in the night sky. Her left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, her right hand pinned beneath her body, and her helmet visor had a fist-sized hole. Through the opening, Li Jushu glimpsed a face so exquisite it seemed almost unreal. Long lashes, a straight nose, elegant lips, absolutely flawless. A brief wave of guilt made his chest tighten. To have shot such a person? The next second, he felt secretly relieved. Her lashes fluttered slightly, her brow furrowed. She was still alive. Li Jushu quickly crouched down to check on her. But the moment his fingertips touched the helmet, a chill shot up his spine to the back of his skull, like a venomous snake slithering along his back, the scent of death. Without hesitation, in a split second, he grabbed the woman's broken left arm and twisted it hard. Her body convulsed violently as the gun barrel hidden beneath her rose an inch. Bang! The bullet grazed past his thigh, its scorching whistle like a line of fire tearing through his pants. He immediately pressed down to restrain her, using his body weight to pin her shoulders and back, while his free hand lightning fast locked onto her right wrist, causing the second shot to miss. Just as he moved to seize the gun and applied force, he witnessed something incredible. The woman's explosive strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Not only did he fail to take the pistol, but she had actually caught his left hand in her grip. He was a man in perfect condition, while the woman was weak, so seizing her gun should have been a sure thing for him. Yet he was overpowered instead, sending shockwaves through his mind as he realized he'd stirred up serious trouble. This woman was clearly someone of importance. After a brief test of strength, he judged that she had likely taken a level 2 strength enhancer. Only the wealthy and powerful could afford such drugs. It finally dawned on him why his employer had hired an outsider like him. Despite having top-tier snipers at their disposal, they never expected him to succeed from the start. He was merely a disposable pawn. Though his thoughts raced like lightning, his movements never ceased. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly yanked the woman's arm. Crack! The dull sound of breaking bone was particularly jarring in the mountain forest as her already deformed arm was twisted like a pretzel. She shuddered violently, unable to suppress a pained moan, nearly collapsing entirely. Taking advantage of her weakened right hand, Li Jushu seized the pistol and casually hurled it toward some bushes dozens of meters away. Feeling the weight in his palm, he also took the dagger and row of silver needles from her waist. Still not feeling secure enough, he thoroughly searched her entire body, and after confirming she had no hidden items, he removed her backpack, picked up the gun, and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. The woman's voice trembled with pain, yet remained melodiously pleasant. Li Jushu's steps faltered slightly. He admitted to being moved by that exquisite face. If she'd been hideous, he would have shot her dead long ago. You've become someone's disposable pawn. If you return like this, you'll surely die. Sweat beaded on the woman's forehead, yet she remained remarkably calm, for she possessed information he didn't know. Li Jushu remained noncommittal. He agreed with the first part, but didn't believe he would die having ventured onto the beast planet at 15 and worked as a hunter for nearly 3 years. He was confident in his survival skills. You're not a professional assassin, you're just in it for the money, right? Whatever your payment is, I'll double it. The woman finally showed signs of desperation, speaking incoherently. How would you pay me? He spun around suddenly, his gaze burning. The woman endured the pain to sit up, momentarily stunned before immediately responding. How can I trust that you won't go back on your word? Do you have any other choice? Li Jushu's expression remained impassive. Hesitation flickered in the woman's eyes as she struggled to make a decision. You don't have much time, he reminded her. Gritting her teeth, the woman struggled to her feet and limped toward the motorcycle. She pressed lightly somewhere on the vehicle's body, and the fuel tank's outer shell clicked open with a snap, revealing a hidden compartment. The tank was actually double-layered, with one layer packed full of gleaming gold coins. We're partners now. Li Jushu tossed the gun back to her and grabbed a canvas bag, efficiently sweeping the gold coins into over 200 pieces. What a wealthy person, carrying around a personal treasury. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The woman raised the gun toward his back, the barrel wavering several times before she finally lowered it in resignation. If I die, you'll just die faster, Li Jushu said flatly. Together, we two still have a fighting chance. My life isn't worth much, but yours is very valuable. Li Jushu stuffed the bag full of gold coins into his jacket and zipped it up before extending his right hand. He opened his palm, revealing a handful of gleaming golden bullets. She had already removed all the ammunition from the magazine. Tell me what you know first, he asked in a low voice. The woman calmly took all the bullets, her fingertips lightly rolling the casings as the metallic surface gleamed with cold light. No time run. Before Li Jushu could finish speaking, he bolted forward. The woman initially thought he was taking the money and abandoning honor, resentment flaring in her heart, but the next moment, she realized she had misjudged him. Thud dirt sprayed beneath their feet as a fresh bullet hole still smoked, heat waves brushing past her ankles. Without a word, she turned and sprinted after Li Jushu. The area around them was completely flat for 200 meters in every direction. No grass, no trees. The only cover was a pile of rocks 200 meters away. The enemy was positioned 2,500 meters out. Li Jushu knew clearly that if the employer wanted to silence them, they would have hired top-tier snipers. At this distance, hitting the target was pure luck. They were gambling, and so was he. 2 consecutive shots missed, but he felt no relief. Only growing anxiety. There were 2 snipers. The employer really thought highly of him. He turned to check on the woman when a figure swept past him, her tight combat pants outlining a breathtaking crimson arc. This woman's waist was impossibly slender, yet she unleashed shocking power. Earlier, when they had struggled for the gun, he had pinned her entire body beneath him. The contest wasn't just in their arms. He had clamped her with his legs while pressing close with his torso, feeling her strength transmit through the fabric. If he hadn't grabbed her broken left arm, he would have been thrown off long ago. 20 meters from the rocks, the woman's figure flashed and disappeared behind a boulder over a meter high. Crack! A bullet grazed the rock's edge, sending stone fragments scattering like rain. Immediately after, Li Jushu heard the whoosh whoosh of projectiles trailing behind him. Having lost the woman as a target, both snipers instantly concentrated all their firepower on him. Despite being injured and starting later, the woman's speed still left him behind. Li Jushu was both amazed and terrified, cursing himself for taking such a reckless side job and provoking the wrong people. If the woman were uninjured, he estimated he'd be dead within 3 seconds in a direct confrontation. Luck was on his side. This to me as a bullet grazed over his head. He dove behind the rocks. Though only half a meter high, the boulder was thick enough to temporarily block the sniper's line of sight. The woman held up a fragment of mirror glass, and within seconds had assessed the enemy formation. Currently spotted 8 hostiles. 2 snipers, positions unknown, 2 machine guns, 1 rocket launcher, 3 remaining with rifles, rapidly approaching. If we don't deal with that rocket launcher first, we'll be in serious trouble. Her tone was as calm as a weather report, displaying first-class combat skills. Rocket-propelled grenades have an effective range of 400 meters, maximum 1,000, Li Jushu said, leaning against the rock and closing his eyes to regulate his breathing while gripping his NC-22 sniper rifle. I'll take him out at 1,000 meters. How do you plan to handle the 2 snipers? The woman asked. Li Jushu countered. What kind of people did you cross? Or rather, who wants you dead so badly? You're better off not knowing. She refused without hesitation. But you came here alone, knowing someone wanted to kill you. Didn't you have backup? Don't get your hopes up. It's just me, the woman replied curtly. Li Jushu said grimly. If I were the one who hired your assassination and knew you well enough, I'd block both ends. Before he finished speaking, the woman's expression suddenly changed. A low rumbling came from ahead as an armored vehicle rapidly approached. The appearance of an armored vehicle at this moment, even an idiot could tell it wasn't just passing through. The woman was too stunned to even call him a jinx. With both escape routes blocked, they had no choice but to fight to the death. The rocky area spanned only a few dozen square meters, with the tallest rocks barely reaching head height, offering minimal cover. They didn't even have enough firepower for a mutual destruction scenario. Since the enemy was willing to deploy armored vehicles, there had to be a Gatling gun mounted on top, plus 2 rocket launchers. Once that metal storm unleashed, they'd have no chance of escape. Don't you carry any weapons when you go out? What's in that backpack? Li Jushu turned his attention to the only variable, the backpack. A few changes of clothes, the woman replied flatly. He grabbed the zipper, which hung frozen in midair for 3 full seconds before opening. Lingerie, little dresses, and stockings tumbled out in a cascade of vibrant colors and soft fabrics, all expensive brands. Nothing else. Li Jushu refused to give up and searched through it 3 times. Still just clothes, nothing but clothes. If there was anything special about them, it was only that they were expensive and felt nice. Are you a decoy too? He tossed the backpack back to her. Clearly, this bag was just meant to draw fire, while the truly important items had been sent along another route. We're different, the woman said, shouldering the backpack. As the strap settled, her entire aura seemed to shift color palettes. Without the pack, she was a sultry woman. With it, she became a rebellious young girl with an air of yearning for freedom. For the first time, Li Jushu realized that a simple backpack could completely change someone's presence. How are we different? He was furious and in no mood to appreciate the transformation. I chose this, the woman replied, still calm. 1,100 meters. Her gaze had been glued to the protruding periscope lens. Suddenly, she jerked her hand back. Almost simultaneously, a bullet struck the rock, chipping off a head-sized fragment. I need you to draw the sniper's attention, Li Jushu said coldly. Without hesitation, the woman removed her helmet and exposed it from the side of the rock. In less than 3 seconds, 2 bullet holes appeared in the helmet. Li Jushu instantly popped up, raised his rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger, then snapped back like a spring. Immediately after, 2 bullets whizzed past where he'd just been, slamming into the nearby boulder and leaving bullseye craters. One down. The woman could see clearly through the cracked lens the enemy carrying the rocket launcher had taken a headshot and collapsed. The shot was clean and precise, beyond the skill of an ordinary sniper. The snipers are closing in. I need you to keep finding their positions, Li Jushu said without a hint of self-praise. Until the snipers were eliminated, even if they killed all the other enemies, they could still be picked off at any moment. The woman continued using the helmet as a decoy. Even knowing it was a feint, the snipers couldn't resist taking shots. Li Jushu seized the opportunity to take down another submachine gunner. After that, the snipers wised up and stopped falling for the woman's tricks, focusing entirely on him. He risked another shot and killed one more enemy, but got wounded in the process. A bullet grazed his scalp, taking a large patch of hair and skin with it, instantly leaving him with a bald spot as blood streamed down his forehead. Are you okay? Seeing his blood-covered face, the woman gasped in shock. Do you want to take care of that arm? Li Jushu asked while pulling gauze and a tourniquet from his tactical backpack. He quickly wrapped his own forehead wound a few times, then tossed the remaining first aid supplies to the woman. You want me to go out and draw their fire? The woman understood instantly. They were pinned down by 2 elite snipers, and if her shattered arm wasn't secured, it would swing wildly when she ran, drastically reducing her speed and chances of survival. Let me know when you're ready, Li Jushu whispered back, while making his own preparations mental once. With 2 top-tier snipers flanking them, he'd have only 3 seconds each time he emerged to return fire. Observe, aim, shoot. Everything had to be completed within those 3 seconds, or he'd be dead. Ideally, the woman would need a splint and cast to stabilize the fracture, but she'd have to make do. With death looming, she gritted her teeth and used the gauze to bind her arm tightly against her chest. Beads of sweat rolled down her temples, but she never cried out in pain. Li Jushu lay behind the rocks, silently calculating the enemy's advance speed and positions. When he heard the woman whisper, "Ready," he threw a handful of grass mixed with pebbles into the air. The moment the grass broke cover, gunfire erupted. Run! He burst from cover with a roar, the black muzzle of his NC-22 locking onto the first enemy. The barrel paused for less than half a second before he pulled the trigger, and blood bloomed across the enemy's chest. A sharp whistle passed by his ear, but he remained motionless and aimed again. Muzzle flash erupted, and the second enemy's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, flying over a meter away. According to plan, he should have retreated behind the rocks, but halfway through the movement, he suddenly caught another deadly glint. One of the sniper's positions. In that instant, his gaze became razor-sharp, his mind ice-cold. Within 1 second, he completed the entire sequence from detection to trigger pull. Bang! He snapped back like lightning, dropping behind cover. Looking down, he saw a bloody graze across his shoulder, the muscle twitching involuntarily. Only then did the fear hit him. 7 or 8 meters away, the woman's foot was caught in a rock crevice. She'd expected to die, but no bullet came. She yanked her foot free and rolled into cover behind the nearest boulder. When she landed on her broken arm, the pain turned her face deathly pale. Li Jushu didn't look out again, but he was certain of the result. That sniper was dead. It felt like an experienced chef seasoning by instinct, knowing without tasting that it was perfect. The woman's safe return to cover confirmed his judgment. However, a new threat immediately entered his field of vision. The silhouette of an armored vehicle rapidly grew larger in the distance, like a steel-plated beast. The twin Gatling gun barrels on its roof radiated cold menace, sending chills down his spine even from 100 meters away. In front of the vehicle, a tall man's gaze was blade-sharp and emotionless. Beside him, another camouflage soldier slowly stood up, shouldering a rocket launcher. Li Jushu's hair stood on end, his knuckles white as he gripped the NC-22, growling under his breath. "We're on our own now." "Wait," the woman suddenly stopped him. He was about to make his run when her shout halted him, confusion written across his face. "Second sniper at 11 o'clock, 1,500 meters out," the woman said rapidly. "You take him, I'll handle the vehicle." "You'll handle the vehicle?" Li Jushu almost doubted his own ears. "I'm counting to 3. Above the woman's head, a small remote control had somehow appeared. Cold sweat suddenly broke out across Li Jushu's back. He had underestimated this woman. He'd thought he had her completely figured out, never imagining she was hiding an even deadlier ace up her sleeve. 3, 2, 1. Seeing that he understood, the woman wasted no time and pressed the red button directly. The armored vehicle happened to roar past the fallen battlefield motorcycle. At that moment, the Gatling gun on the roof was already raised. Rocket launchers locked onto the rocky pile, and the side gunners held their breath in anticipation. Everyone's eyes were glued to the rocky pile, but no one expected the explosion to come without warning. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the fireball hurled the armored vehicle several meters into the air. The steel monster rolled twice in midair before landing upside down. Even though Li Jushu was mentally prepared, the shockwave left his eardrums ringing. Before the debris had finished falling, he sprang from cover and immediately aimed toward 11 o'clock. His excellent vision saved him once again. He spotted the crouching sniper behind the rocks, with only half a head visible through the smoke and dust. The woman's killing two birds with one stone strategy worked perfectly. Just as the sniper's gaze returned from the explosion site, Li Jushu's crosshairs had already locked on target. Their eyes met in midair, the only difference being motivation and speed. Li Jushu pulled the trigger first. The NC-22 sniper round grazed the opponent's left temple by mere millimeters, but its terrifying kinetic energy tore apart half the head. Without even glancing at the fallen corpse, he rushed out of the rocky pile and took down the last enemy with another shot. Though he reached the armored vehicle 2 or 3 seconds after the woman, there were no targets left for him. All enemies outside and inside the vehicle had been eliminated by the woman with precise headshots. Even the fallen ones received finishing shots. Ruthless yet cautious. The moment all enemies were cleared, Li Jushu's heart tightened. With no external threats, would the woman turn her gun on him? As he pondered this, the woman holstered her pistol and shouted at him. "Help me!" Li Jushu pried open the deformed door with force, found a jack in the trunk, and flipped the armored vehicle back upright in a few moves. The woman climbed into the driver's seat to test if the engine could still roar, though all weapon systems were completely destroyed. "You drive." She patted the passenger seat. I don't have a license," Li Jushu mumbled quietly, his ears turning slightly red. "I'll teach you." The woman's mouth twitched. If not for her left arm being disabled, she would never give up the steering wheel. "Wait." Li Jushu suddenly turned back. The woman was stunned for 2 seconds, then nearly cursed aloud. This guy was actually going to collect weapons. Enemy rifles, magazines, rocket launchers, knives, even body armor, left nothing behind, loading everything onto himself. With gear strapped to his back, hanging from his feet, and cradled in his arms, he looked like a bloated bear. Still in the mood to scavenge at a time like this? The woman rolled her eyes. But Li Jushu was thoroughly enjoying himself, stuffing all the packages into the trunk before excitedly jumping into the driver's seat. Had long wanted to learn to drive, but never had the chance to handle such an expensive armored vehicle. "Where to?" The woman finally snapped back to reality. Li Jushu was gripping the steering wheel when the woman suddenly realized their destinations might not align. "Where are you going?" "Settlement number 11. Li Jushu pondered briefly. Settlement number 9 was out of the question. Now his employer was probably waiting there for him to walk into a trap. With the mission incomplete, going to settlement number 9 would be pointless. Moreover, now that his employer wanted him dead to silence him, any deposit was a lost cause. Staying alive was what mattered most. He made up his mind, bypass number 9 and head straight for settlement number 11 ahead. His team was there, and they could watch each other's backs. Besides, this route would take him through number 11 anyway. The woman traveling with him remained cautious, only giving directions without ever revealing her destination. Li Jushu was smart enough not to press her, and under her simple guidance, he quickly mastered the basics of driving the war vehicle. If you ignored traffic rules and focused purely on mechanical operation, Driving wasn't that difficult. The engine roared as the wheels kicked up dust across the wasteland. Inside the cabin, silence reigned except for the fierce wind battering the windows. Li Jushu quietly assessed the gains and losses of this venture. He had taken this private job behind his team's back, thinking that with his marksmanship, it would be a simple 2-day round trip requiring just one bullet. Who knew he'd get dragged into a conspiracy? His employer had treated him as a disposable pawn who had to die regardless of the outcome. The original script should have been: he would snipe the woman during the moment when the warm motorcycle slowed for a turn, then the gun monitoring him from the shadows would immediately eliminate him too clean and efficient. But the first unexpected event, a Kurita wasteland copperburner attacked, causing him to miss the optimal shooting window, leaving the watcher uncertain about the next move. The second surprise was even stranger. When everyone thought he had given up, he fired after the target was beyond effective range and impossibly scored a hit. Then he lightning-fast evacuated his sniper position, causing the sniper monitoring him to lose his lock and mistakenly think his cover was blown, not realizing Li Jushu was simply evading the wasteland copperburner. From his conversation with the woman, Li Jushu deduced the possibility that he was being watched. His alert instincts combined with subtle environmental changes helped him spot the telltale signs in time. Had he been any slower, once the enemy closed to a safe distance, he would have been trapped like a turtle in a jar. In just a few hours, he had already danced on the edge of death multiple times. Though temporarily safe now, he knew clearly this was far from over. The employer knew the woman wasn't dead and would likely continue the hunt. Knowing he was still alive, they would certainly try to silence him. To those in power, he was just a small ant that could be crushed underfoot without wasting a brain cell. The silence was broken by an abrupt voice. "You're a hunter?" The woman suddenly spoke. "Yes." "You need money badly?" Come with me. Whatever you were getting before, I'll pay double." The woman had taken notice of his sniping ability. Not interested. Li Jushu refused decisively, without a moment's hesitation. "Triple." The woman stared at him. He couldn't even be bothered to respond, focusing intently on gripping the steering wheel. Seeing this, the woman stopped raising the offer and didn't ask for reasons. The cabin fell silent once more. Boom. A blinding fireball exploded from beneath the vehicle, launching the war machine over 10 feet into the air. After spinning twice, it crashed down heavily, the entire windshield instantly shattering into blade-like crystal fragments. Though the metal shell was severely deformed, it remained intact, testament to the material's strength. On the horizon, a bear-like figure in camouflage suddenly accelerated, streaking forward like a cheetah descending a mountain. In the blink of an eye, he reached the war vehicle. Without hesitation, he unleashed a spray of bullets into the cabin. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets struck the cockpit, sending sparks flying in rapid succession as metal fragments peppered the dashboard with crackling sounds. The soldier in camouflage poked his head out to assess the enemy's position, then immediately ducked back as another bullet whistled past, grazing his scalp and leaving a white mark on his cap's brim. Bang, bang, bang. He rolled rapidly across the ground like a marble skimming the surface, with 6 bullets in hot pursuit, all missing by mere inches. This razor-thin margin between life and death gave him the opening he needed. He darted to the other side of the armored vehicle, reaching for his waist where a grenade now appeared in his hand. The moment the grenade was tossed into the vehicle, someone inside batted it back out with lightning-fast reflexes. Boom. The grenade exploded midair, its shockwave hitting like an invisible stone wall. The camouflaged soldier dove under the vehicle just in time, the pressure making his chest feel tight. Like a gecko, he emerged from the other side of the vehicle's undercarriage, grabbing a machine gun in each hand and unleashing relentless fire into the compartment. Ammunition belts fed rapidly as streams of bullets ricocheted wildly in the confined space, dense enough to pulverize a mouse. Even after emptying the magazines, he remained unsatisfied, discarding the machine guns while pulling out 2 grenades, pulling the pins with one hand, preparing for a second strike. At that moment, deafening gunfire erupted from inside the vehicle. Muzzle flash blazed, and the experienced soldier in camouflage immediately recognized the danger from that burst of flame. Without even completing his grenade-throwing motion, he threw himself sideways with every ounce of strength. Bang! The armor plating, capable of withstanding ordinary machine gun fire, was punched clean through. The bullet's remaining force was still terrifying, sending the camouflaged soldier flying over 10 meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, Li Jushu, covered in blood, burst from the armored vehicle, clutching a pistol. Just as he raised his weapon to aim, the camouflaged soldier had already rolled behind the earthen slope. Damn it! Li Jushu cursed under his breath. Though the heavy vehicle body had absorbed half the sniper rifle's power, his opponent had taken the hit, while wearing body armor, quickly gotten back up, and moved with inhuman speed. He regretted not keeping the sniper rifle, but when speed was crucial, the heavy long gun was far less maneuverable than a pistol. Regret was useless. Accelerated hard, determined to climb the slope. 2 short bursts left bullet holes in the dirt, but the camouflaged soldier had vanished without a trace. A chill instantly gripped Li Jushu. giving him no time to think as he instinctively threw himself to the side. Boom, boom. Grenades exploded in rapid succession where he had been about to step. If the camouflaged soldier could predict his evasive direction, this barrage would have been lethal. Large chunks of earth were blown from the slope as Li Jushu lay prone in the lower ground, perfectly positioned to avoid the kill zone. With his eardrums still ringing, every hair on his body stood on end as he immediately began rolling continuously across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets chased close behind him. The first 3 shots missed, but the fourth grazed his body, tearing a chunk of flesh from his arm. Li Jushu's body involuntarily stiffened, not from the wound on his arm, but because his thigh had struck a protruding rock. The excruciating pain nearly made him gasp for air, and his speed inevitably slowed. Sensing danger, he endured the agony and fired several shots behind him purely on instinct. Bang, 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 bang. The muzzle jerked with each shot. He didn't expect to hit anything, just wanted to disrupt the camouflaged figure's rhythm. Sure enough, the rapid gunfire from behind suddenly ceased as the camouflaged figure ducked into the shadows of the earthen slope. Li Jushu seized the opportunity to turn around, vigilantly watching the other side of the slope. He couldn't see anything there, but he was certain the camouflaged figure was crouched somewhere, waiting for him to show his head so they could blow his brains out. The enemy's marksmanship was terrifyingly precise. Even half a second of hesitation would get him killed instantly. Gravel dug into his palms as he lay low, inching toward the armored vehicle. Once again, he cursed himself for not bringing a sniper rifle. Suddenly, inspiration struck when he caught sight of the pile of rubble near the vehicle. He had an idea. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed a dark stone and hurled it high into the air. Damn! The moment the stone left his hand, he regretted it and wanted to curse the camouflaged figure had simultaneously thrown a dark green grenade. His deception had met the real deal, and it was a matter of life and death. Adrenaline surging, he used every ounce of strength to charge out of the low ground, diving forward before he even hit the ground as a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Flames and shockwaves mixed with debris slammed into his back, making his bulletproof vest feel numb and instantly deadening his entire spine. His scalp tingled as he fought off dizziness and raised his gun in his line of sight. The camouflaged figure's right hand holding the gun exploded in midair. A mangled pistol, chunks of flesh, bone fragments, and blood droplets scattered everywhere. The woman had arrived. She had seized the opening to fire a shot, though unfortunately it was slightly off target and failed to deliver a headshot. If that shot had been clean and decisive, this battle would have ended long ago. The camouflaged figure groaned in pain, but didn't lose control. With his professional training, he sprang up like a cheetah, zigzagging to dodge the woman's second shot, while also evading Li Jushu's follow-up burst of gunfire. Both sides' magazines ran empty almost simultaneously, clattering to the ground. With his right hand disabled, Li Jushu should theoretically have rushed in for close combat. But one look at their size difference made him immediately dismiss that idea and create distance instead. Unfortunately, at that moment the camouflaged figure suddenly exploded into action, forcibly closing the gap. His fist moved like lightning. Li Jushu threw a punch that connected with his opponent's forearm, but it felt like hitting solid steel pipe, sending numbing shocks through his knuckles. Before he could change tactics, his throat was already seized. That arm was like an Amazon anaconda, seemingly capable of instantly crushing tree trunks. He desperately gripped his opponent's arm with both hands, feeling like he was trying to push a truck at full throttle, completely immovable. As suffocation overwhelmed him, he wrapped his legs around the camouflaged figure's calves and arched his back, trying to use leverage to throw his opponent. Instead, he was rewarded with tearing pain through his bones as his legs were nearly snapped. His brain starved of oxygen and his vision turning gray, he felt around until he found the camouflaged figure's arm that had lost its hand, then squeezed hard. The intense pain made the camouflaged figure's entire body stiffen, but the next moment his grip became even more savage, nearly crushing Li Jushu's cervical vertebrae. At the critical moment, a sharp gunshot cut through the battlefield. The camouflaged figure staggered and fell, clearly shot in the foot. Li Jushu couldn't tell if it was the left or right. Fu only felt himself being dragged down as they rolled rapidly across the ground. The camouflaged figure was experienced and cunning, rolling continuously to completely block the woman's line of fire. Unless the woman didn't care about his survival, she couldn't possibly shoot again. Thinking about his unstable relationship with the woman, his heart suddenly clenched. From her perspective, shooting now would be the optimal choice. From the woman's perspective, if both he and the camouflaged soldier died simultaneously, it would eliminate all complications. In her position, even he wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. No gunshot rang out, but suddenly came the woman's muffled groan mixed with pain. The camouflaged soldier stopped rolling on the ground, and a faint fragrance drifted into Li Jushu's nostrils, the scent of a woman. Immediately after, the soldier's heavy breathing came to an abrupt halt, yet Li Jushu felt the man's heartbeat suddenly accelerate while the arm locked around his neck tightened further. Though his vision was pitch black, he could still assess the situation. The camouflage soldier was strangling him, while the woman was choking the soldier from behind. At this moment, all three had only one usable hand each. Yet ironically, he had both hands intact, but was in the worst predicament. A thought flashed through Li Jushu's mind: the soldier's severed hand might be gone, but the arm remained. Having undergone rigorous training, he could still fight even without his palm. Sure enough, just as this occurred to him, he felt that remaining stump suddenly exert force, tightening like an iron hoop. Do you really think I'm a pushover? The overwhelming humiliation triggered Li Jushu's explosive fury. A playing card suddenly appeared between his fingers. Under normal circumstances, it would be harmless, but once its speed broke through limits, it could pierce wooden boards. With his current skill level, penetrating boards was still difficult, but cutting through flesh and skin was sufficient. With a flick of his fingertips, the card transformed into a cold gleam, precisely slicing across the inner side of the soldier's severed arm. A thin yet extremely deep wound instantly split open, severing major arteries and nerves as blood spurted out with hissing sounds. The soldier let out a low roar, his muscles bulging like steel as he prepared for a desperate counterattack. But a second flash of white light arrived. Li Jushu's second card cut through both his eyes with deadly precision. The excruciating pain of sudden blindness instantly drained all the pent-up strength from the soldier's body. The woman seized the opportunity, combining her waist and arm in a violent twist. Crack! The soldier's cervical vertebrae shattered, killing him instantly. But that arm still gripped Li Jushu's throat in a death hold. It took considerable effort for him to pry it loose before collapsing to the ground, gasping for air like someone just pulled from drowning waters. After more than a full minute, he finally recovered enough to notice the woman still sitting motionless. Her thigh was a bloody mess, her crimson leather pants torn with a gaping hole, the wound pitted and uneven, clearly the dying soldier's final act of retaliation with his severed hand. Obviously, his own reaction had been a step too slow. The woman endured it all without making a sound, her face frighteningly pale. Are you all right? Li Jushu crouched down to examine her, confirming it was only a flesh wound that hadn't damaged the bone. Otherwise, they'd be in serious trouble. I won't die. The woman gritted her teeth, blood traces still visible at the corners of her mouth and ears, making her appear even more terrifying. Both understood that most of these bloodstains came from the shockwave when their armored vehicle hit the landmine. Even with the steel chassis as a buffer, the explosion's force far exceeded what human flesh could withstand. Li Jushu had both hands intact and managed to steady himself in time. The woman, with only one usable arm, suffered more severe injuries. Wait a moment. Li Jushu returned to the armored vehicle to search for medical supplies and attempted to start the engine. To his delight, the vehicle still ran, and it was only then that he noticed the tires were solid rubber. He first cleared the broken glass scattered across the driver's seat, the shards making a gritty sound as they scraped against his palms. Then he carefully carried the woman back to the cab, cleaned her wounds, applied hemostatic spray, and wrapped them tightly with clean gauze. The woman rested with her eyes closed in the passenger seat, while he took advantage of this brief respite to return to the battlefield. Smoke still lingered over the battlefield, the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Li Jushu quickly gathered the scattered camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, and firearms, stuffing them one by one into his backpack. He also precisely located the two playing cards he had thrown as projectiles and slipped them back into his sleeve. As a qualified sniper, he couldn't leave any traces behind. After finishing his cleanup, he hit the road again, gripping the steering wheel tightly while his eyes swept the desolate landscape. Drive faster. Don't worry, there are no more ambushes. The woman in the passenger seat suddenly spoke, her voice weak, as if the recent battle had drained all her strength. How do you know? Li Jushu glanced at her with confusion. After resting for a while, color had returned to her face, and the pain in her expression had lessened. The camouflage uniforms belong to Blue Scorpion members, the woman said flatly. What does that mean? You're a hunter, aren't you? How can you not know about Blue Scorpion? The woman opened her eyes with some surprise. Are they that impressive? Li Jushu nervously scratched his nose. Despite years in the hunter circle, he had always been something of an amateur. Blue Scorpion is one of the top hunter teams. Every member has a Blue Scorpion tattoo on their wrist. If you hadn't wounded him with that shot, we'd both be dead. I only saw the tattoo on his arm and thought he was some street thug, Li Jushu muttered. Blue Scorpion is confident and proud. Once they take a job, they don't allow anyone else to interfere, otherwise it's an insult to them. So no one else will come after us. But you should be careful. They're extremely vengeful and might come looking for you. I know you must be someone important. Could you take out Blue Scorpion first? Save me from future trouble, Li Jushu probed. The woman closed her eyes again without answering. If Blue Scorpion were that easy to deal with, they wouldn't be Blue Scorpion. The cabin fell silent except for the engine's dull rumble. Day turned to night. Then dawn broke again, and indeed, there were no more ambushes along the way. Li Jushu's driving skills improved dramatically, maintaining a steady speed of 95 kilometers per hour. By evening, The towering walls of settlement number 11 appeared on the horizon. Want to go in and rest? This was the first time he had spoken in 2 days, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation as he pulled over. Let's part ways here. I'll take the vehicle. Leaving it with you would only bring you trouble. The woman opened her bright eyes and gazed through the window at the distant walls. After 2 days of rest, her complexion had improved considerably, her eyes clear and alert. Li Jushu felt disappointed but understood her concern. Without the armored vehicle, he could still hide his identity. With it, employers could easily track him down. He went to the trunk and unloaded all the weapons and ammunition he had collected, closed the door, and gestured for the woman to leave. Though reluctant to part with the vehicle, the pile of equipment provided some psychological compensation. The armored vehicle started up, its steel treads creating deep vibrations on the ground. After traveling about 20 meters, the woman's stunningly beautiful face suddenly appeared at the window as she called out loudly. My name is Lu Weiyu. What's yours? Li Jushu, he blurted out. I'll remember you. The armored vehicle suddenly accelerated, kicking up a long trail of dust as it disappeared into the distance. Li Jushu watched the vehicle vanish into the night, feeling an unexpected sense of loss. About 180 kilometers west of settlement number 11 lay Bloodwolf Canyon. Withered grass stems stood upright like barbed spears, while the gray-black rock walls appeared as sharp as forged iron. 8 team members crept into this narrow canyon, their footsteps producing only faint scraping sounds against the loose stones. Team leader Chao Gang walked in the mid-late 30s. He would turn 40 in just 1 month, yet his frame remained robust and steady. The team's only female member, medic Wang Xiaoxin, stayed close by his side. At 25, she had an oval face, fair skin, and bright eyes, earning her the private nickname Team Flower among her companions. Chao Gang had pursued her for 3 years before winning her heart, often enduring his brother's teasing about being an old bull eating tender grass. But his affection for Wang Xiaoxin had penetrated to his very bones. The youngest member was Li Jushu, who had long served the organization that this nameless squad belonged to. 5 days ago, he had taken on a solo side job, and though he had been resting at the settlement for several days since his return, the hidden injuries still ached. With official orders now issued, he had to accompany the team, so he pulled down his baseball cap to cover the areas where hair was missing and concealed his injuries completely. Side jobs couldn't see the light of day, so he mentioned it to no one. While Chao Gang didn't explicitly forbid such activities, he certainly wouldn't encourage them. After about 10 minutes of stealthy movement, suddenly, an extremely faint moan drifted from between the scattered rocks. Monkey, the scout at the front, reflexively called out in a low voice. Contact. All 8 team members simultaneously dove behind nearby rocks, crouching with weapons raised. After a brief silence, no follow-up sounds came from ahead. Monkey. Chao Gang's gaze locked onto the pile of rocks. Monkey understood immediately, leaving his cover in a crouch and approaching the sound's source bit by bit along the stone crevices. The others maintained their watch. Li Jushu half-crouched behind a waist-high boulder, his sniper rifle's crosshairs tracking Monkey's movement. Was the team's only sniper, responsible for long-range suppression. On Beast Planet, hundreds of millions of wild creatures roamed day and night, vicious and cunning. Humans had to sleep with one eye open, as the slightest carelessness would make them prey. Countless predecessors had paid with blood and lives for one simple truth: caution ensures longevity. Monkey crawled through a row of meter-high boulders and found the source of the moaning in the gaps. A lone hunter. This person had clearly fallen while being chased by blood wolves, with both legs and one arm completely useless, and at least 4 broken ribs. Fortunately, his backpack had cushioned his head, preventing instant death. About 6 hours had passed since the fall, and he was at his life's limit. Monkey returned and reported the situation. Assault specialist Wild Boar was first to ask. A lone hunter, he was particularly interested in this detail. Monkey nodded, using his hands to indicate the pack size. Judging by the backpack's weight, definitely operating solo. His assessment made sense. When teams hunted, supplies were distributed to prevent any one person from carrying too much. Food, weapons, water, emergency kits, spare clothing. Only lone hunters would carry all these necessities themselves. In contrast, their 8-person team carried about 400 pounds total, averaging 50 pounds each if loaded onto one person. Even if they could bear it, mobility would be impossible. Everyone looked toward Chao Gang. A lone, severely injured hunter in this desolate canyon was like a gift from heaven. But actually robbing him would raise unavoidable moral questions, and discovery would mean legal consequences. The same assessment floated through everyone's minds. High reward, high risk. Chao Gang turned to look at Li Jushu not far away, his eyes questioning. Night Owl. No anomalies detected, but there are 2 blind spots that are hard to say. Li Jushu gestured with his hand. He was responsible for long-range fire suppression and served as a sentinel. Night Owl was his nickname. Hunters commonly used such code names, both mysterious and concealing their true identities. Monkey Hound. Chao Gang called out in a low voice. Monkey's eyes flashed, and he nodded in understanding with Hound as they set off toward the coordinates Night Owl had indicated. One target was halfway up the mountain, a dark cave. The other was located across the canyon, blocked by several massive rocks where someone could hide undetected. The team maintained silence. Heat waves rolled up from the stone crevices, and the air carried the stench of alien beasts. Anything could happen at any moment. On the beast planet, no situation was surprising. That injured lone wolf might be a windfall from heaven, or he could be deliberate bait. Everyone wanted to claim the prize, but none wanted to become prey themselves. Soon, Monkey and Hound each emerged from the blind spots with hand signals all clear. A fierce glint flashed in Chao Gang's eyes as he was about to give orders, when suddenly a questioning voice came from beside him. What do you think you're doing? Wang Xiaoxin suddenly spoke up, her voice ringing with authority. This violates interstellar treaties. He's human, one of our own kind. He's injured, and in mortal danger should help him. Li Jushu froze, the team members froze, and even Chao Gang couldn't help but stare at Wang Xiaoxin in bewilderment. Were these really words an adult should say? Or was she being sarcastic? Article 11 of the Interstellar Treaty states that when we encounter injured people who need help, we must provide assistance within our means. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Chao Gang, you promised me you'd be a law-abiding person. Wang Xiaoxin's gaze burned bright, each word crystal clear. Wild Boar opened his mouth to object, but was restrained by Drummer beside him, who signaled to watch how Chao Gang would respond. Their former medic had been a veteran who died during a mission. Later, Chao Gang's relentless pursuit and selfless devotion moved Wang Xiaoxin, a doctor, and she agreed to be his girlfriend and was subsequently invited to join the team. For a hunter squad lacking a medic, this was a godsend, so it passed unanimously. Over 3 months with few missions, they had only executed 2 operations, both with smooth cooperation. Who could have imagined that on their 3rd mission, they would have a disagreement over an injured stranger? Xiaoxin, this is the wilderness, where no one knows. Chao Gang's voice was hoarse, no longer carrying the decisive command he had shown moments before. So what if it's the wilderness? Does being in the wild mean we can break laws and violate regulations? Precisely because it's desolate, we must maintain our integrity. Only when everyone follows the law will the world become better. Wang Xiaoxin's face seemed to be touched by a sacred radiance. We're on this mission for profit. Chao Gang took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. If we don't go over there, he won't last much longer before dying. His equipment will be picked up by others. Why don't we? He's not dead yet. He's alive, so he can still be saved. Wang Xiaoxin raised her voice, her burning gaze making Chao Gang feel uncertain. In his condition, he'll die soon. Chao Gang emphasized, trying to make his tone sound sincere. We can save him. Wang Xiaoxin interrupted earnestly. He has no relationship with us whatsoever. We don't know him. Chao Gang suppressed his emotions. He's human, one of our kind. Even without the interstellar treaty, that's still a life. Wang Xiaoxin's attitude was firm, without the slightest retreat. The team members remained silent, but their expressions showed clear displeasure. You don't even know if he's good or bad. If we rashly save him, what if he repays our kindness with betrayal? Chao Gang suppressed his anger, but his displeasure still showed on his face. Chao Gang, how can you say such things? You feel like a stranger to me. Wang Xiaoxin's eyebrows shot up sharply, her voice filled with fury. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying we can't rule out that possibility. I didn't say he's definitely a bad person. We need to ensure our own safety first. Chao Gang's voice dropped lower. But someday, we might find ourselves in desperate straits too, hoping someone would lend a helping hand instead of watching coldly from the sidelines. Or worse, kicking us when we're down. A person with conscience should help at times like this. Chao Gang, I hope you have compassion, not selfishness, or I've truly misjudged you. Wang Xiaoxin's words rang out firm and resolute. Fine, I hope this choice isn't a mistake. Under her piercing gaze, Chao Gang finally conceded and nodded in agreement. Captain, this goes against protocol. The team member nicknamed Wild Boar frowned and immediately spoke up. Brothers, Xiaoxin is one of us too. This is her first request, so do me a favor and let it slide. Chao Gang turned around, his voice noticeably harder, displaying his captain's authority without reservation. Though the team members felt reluctant, they said nothing more. Only Li Jushu raised a new concern. With an injured person, we won't be able to complete the mission. Chao Gang's brow furrowed deeply. The mission was indeed paramount, but a wounded person with a broken leg would require manpower whether they brought him along or left him behind. I'll treat his wounds first. We'll figure out the rest later. Maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Wang Xiaoxin shouldered her medical kit, her tone determined. Li Jushu fell silent. Seeing no one stopping her, Wang Xiaoxin grabbed her kit and hurried over, with Chao Gang close behind. The others remained on high alert. Years of hunting had ingrained caution into their very bones. They couldn't afford to let their guard down for even half a second. Blood stained the scattered rocks. Clearly, the injured person had first crashed into the stones before falling into the crevice. Li Jushu looked up at the cliff, face 45 meters high. About 15 stories surviving a fall from there was nothing short of miraculous. The backpack had provided some cushioning, but this kind of luck was truly extraordinary. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and cold dread shot up his back. Li Jushu suddenly realized something. No longer caring about stealth protocols, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain, come back. It's a trap." The team usually communicated through hand signals, resorting to emergency calls that mimicked monkey cries or bird songs only when necessary. But now he was shouting outright, no longer concerned about exposing their position. The canyon was called Blood Wolf Canyon, teeming with vicious blood wolves whose noses were extraordinarily sensitive, capable of detecting the scent of blood from 10 kilometers away. They were currently positioned on the outskirts, still far from where the blood wolves roamed, but in Li Jushu's memory, it shouldn't exceed 10 kilometers. Given the blood wolves' nature, they would never let the bloodstains on the rocks go unnoticed, let alone when the injured person claimed to have been chased by blood wolves before falling. From a height of 45 meters, the blood wolves indeed wouldn't dare to jump down, but if they took a detour, with their speed, they could arrive within 3 hours at most. Yet the injured person claimed to have been hurt for 5 or 6 hours already. It simply didn't add up. Blood wolves don't get lost. All signs were screaming. This was a carefully orchestrated trap. Though he had no concrete evidence, Li Jushu's instincts were blaring alarm bells. "Retreat," he growled while rolling swiftly toward the pre-scouted sniper position number 2. As a qualified sniper, the first thing he did upon reaching any unfamiliar area was to identify 2 shooting positions, primary and backup. Staying in one spot too long was tantamount to digging one's own grave. Almost the instant he hit the ground, a puff of dust rose from where he had been lying prone. The ground now bore a bullet hole the diameter of a finger. Li Jushu's back ran cold. A 12.3 millimeters armor-piercing round. This was the kind of ammunition he'd always wanted to buy but couldn't afford, with killing power far exceeding the 10.6 millimeters solid rounds in his possession. His bullets could penetrate 10 millimeters alloy steel plates within 200 meters, but compared to armor-piercing rounds, they were still 2 grades inferior. Immediately after, screams and roars tore through the air. Li Jushu caught sight from his peripheral vision. 1. Monkey had been pierced through the back by a sharp blade, blood gushing forth as his life force rapidly dimmed. 2. Chao Gang had taken cover behind a boulder, roaring at the top of his lungs. 3. The injured person, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up like a healthy man, restraining the defenseless Wang Xiaoxin from behind with a sharp dagger pressed against her pale throat. "Nobody move. One more step, and she dies immediately." A towering figure stepped to the cliff's edge, a burly man, nearly 6 feet, 3 inches tall. Having just withdrawn his blade from Monkey's body, he efficiently stripped all equipment from the corpse before tossing the still-warm body down the ravine like a discarded rag. Thud! The body crashed against the jagged rocks below, flesh and blood splattering. That dull sound struck every team member's heart like a sledgehammer, their eyes turning bloodshot, jaws nearly grinding their teeth to powder. Monkey had always been the jokester, the team's source of levity, beloved by everyone. His sudden death was soul-crushing for each member, no different from losing family. "What exactly do you want?" Chao Gang made a restraining gesture, warning his teammates against rash action, while fixing his gaze on the giant atop the cliff, struggling to contain the rage burning in his chest. "That's an amateur question." The giant snorted dismissively, simultaneously raising a massive shield that concealed his entire body behind it while disposing of the corpse. The shield was jet black with a fist-sized observation window at its center, a polyethylene fiber reinforced shield, commonly called a 15mm shield. The meaning was simple. Bullets under 15mm caliber had no hope of penetration. Anything larger wouldn't be a gun, but a cannon, impossible for infantry to carry. Li Jushu took one glance at the shield and immediately abandoned any thought of sniping the giant from the front, focusing all his attention on locating the enemy's hidden sniper. That was the true sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. As for Wang Xiaoxin's fate, that was for Chao Gang and the other team members to worry about. This was both an understanding and a division of labor. Based on the direction of the gunshots and the angle of the bullet holes, Li Jushu determined that the enemy was positioned on the left cliff, holding the high ground a significant disadvantage for his team. The left cliff featured 2 massive boulders and a patch of grass, all potential hiding spots. Li Jushu immediately dismissed the grass and focused his search around the 2 rocks. The 2 giant boulders stood one behind the other, like natural stone shields angled at the cliff's edge, forming mutual support positions. The enemy could shift slightly and instantly change firing angles, making their position nearly impregnable. Li Jushu was certain the enemy sniper was hidden there, watching their every move through a scope. From his current position, he couldn't spot any figure unless the shooter pulled the trigger. He suppressed his growing anxiety, temporarily setting aside Chao Gang's negotiation with the burly man. Crouching, standing, then crouching again, he repeatedly adjusted his observation angle, trying to catch any anomaly in the rock crevices or shadows. If he couldn't pinpoint the sniper's exact location, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this desolate wasteland, interstellar treaties held no power. They had robbed others and been robbed themselves. At their peak, the team had grown to over 30 members, but constant casualties and splits had cycled through wave after wave of teammates. Even 4 captains had died. Li Jushu knew that his survival thus far depended not only on luck, but also on being ruthless and cautious enough. In raids like these, stealing goods was merely the first step, meant to lull opponents into complacency. The second step was usually killing to eliminate witnesses and prevent future trouble. Regardless of whatever agreement Chao Gang and the burly man reached, it would inevitably end in bloodshed, and that sniper's bullet would determine everything. Li Jushu searched back and forth several times with no results. Just as his patience reached its limit, he suddenly recalled a faint sound mixed in with the earlier gunshot fired from between the two boulders. The canyon terrain would create an echo, and that subtle rustling should be the sound of the bullet disturbing the air as it passed through dry grass stems. The thought had barely formed, and before he could verify it carefully, Chao Gang and the burly man's negotiation had reached a conclusion. For his girlfriend Wang Zixanthuff, of course, Chao Gang would never admit it aloud, only claiming it was for his team's safety, chose to lay down his weapon and surrender. The other team members immediately faced a choice: either obey their captain's order to disarm, or resist and defect. But in this treacherous wasteland, being weaponless was tantamount to a death sentence. Conversely, betraying team loyalty would make future survival impossible. After only a moment's silence, everyone loosened their grip and let their weapons fall to the ground. Interstellar treaties might be ignored, but underworld rules couldn't be broken. Thanks, the burly man chuckled. Immediately after, a shifty-eyed man emerged from behind him, waving as he tossed down a rope and slid down to face the group, beginning to systematically confiscate their weapons. He skillfully stuffed guns, magazines, and daggers into his backpack, not even sparing small personal knives. He thoroughly searched everyone's pockets and bags, sweeping away all their supplies. After finishing with each person, he would smile and say thanks, with a bashful expression, showing a hint of shyness. Anyone who didn't know him would surely think he was just naive, perhaps embarrassed about doing something like this for the first time. But Li Jushu knew this was merely the man's disguise deep down. He was itching to kill them all. The canyon was strewn with jagged rocks. Li Jushu and his companions hid behind the boulders. Though forced to surrender their weapons, these seasoned hunters still positioned themselves according to combat formations, ready to form an encirclement at any moment. Unless the shifty-eyed man was confident he could take down everyone instantly, he wouldn't dare make any rash moves. After all, the situation currently favored him, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Chao Gang and the others seethed with suppressed rage as the standoff continued. Both sides waited for an opening to break the deadlock, but no breakthrough presented itself. "We've done everything you asked. Now you can let her go, right?" Chao Gang said, his anger barely contained as he glared at the burly man hiding behind his shield. The burly man kept his word and nodded to his companion, who was disguising himself as a wounded man. The fake, wounded man grinned, his gaze sliding over Wang Xiaoxin like a venomous snake. "Beautiful lady, you're such a good person. I heard every word you said. If this were peacetime, you'd surely be a saint that everyone reveres. Unfortunately, in these chaotic times, kindness is born at the wrong time." With those words, he stuck out his tongue and licked Wang Xiaoxin's pale cheek viciously, his eyes flashing with greed and reluctance. Wang Xiaoxin squeezed her eyes shut in terror, her face turning deathly white. "Go!" The fake wounded man gave her a violent shove. Wang Xiaoxin lost her balance and tumbled toward the jagged rocks. In that instant, Chao Gang exploded from cover like a leopard pouncing on prey. Before his body even arrived, an excised stone shot from his palm like lightning crack, striking the fake wounded man squarely in the forehead. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered everywhere as the enemy collapsed straight down, lifeless. Chao Gang caught Wang Xiaoxin in his arms and rolled half a circle on the ground, diving into a crevice between two rocks. Almost simultaneously, two chunks of stone exploded from the cliff wall with sharp cracks, leaving ominous black bullet holes. His ability to lead the team was built on precisely this skill. After multiple doses of strength enhancers, his arms could easily lift 500 pounds, and within 30 meters, his thrown stones hit their mark every time with enough force to shatter 6-centimeter thick red bricks. Sudden gunfire tore through the canyon, accompanied by rapid muzzle flashes. A pained and desperate scream echoed from a ferret was Hound. He and Monkey had climbed the cliff face barehanded earlier to scout suspicious areas, and now had nowhere to take cover or dodge. The shifty-eyed man riddled Hound with a burst of bullets, turning him into a sieve before his corpse tumbled into the rocky debris below. Having the advantage, yet still losing a man, the burly man behind the shield flew into a rage. He raised his Type 38 submachine gun and unleashed a furious barrage at the rocks where Chao Gang and the others were hiding. Bullets rained down and stone fragments flew everywhere, forcing Chao Gang and his team to press themselves flat against the rocks, not daring to even peek out. At this moment, forget being unarmed. Even if they had weapons, they couldn't fight back against the enemy's high ground fire suppression. The Type 38 submachine gun was one of the most commonly used weapons among hunter groups, with an impressive rate of fire and cheap ammunition. Its drawbacks were extremely high bullet consumption and an effective range of only 150 meters, but it was originally designed for volume suppression fire anyway. Accuracy was never the point. In Chao Gang's team, Wild Boar's weapon was a Type 38 submachine gun. After emptying 2 magazines, the burly man's rage finally subsided considerably. He knew full well that the enemies were hiding in the gaps between cover, making them impossible to hit. The Type 38 rifle couldn't penetrate the thick rock, and unless he came down, this angle made it impossible to hit anyone. Below the cliff, a shifty-eyed man picked his way carefully over the rubble, equally wary of Chao Gang's deadly stone-throwing skills and never daring to approach Heaton. He had already shot the hunting dog dead and methodically stuffed all the captured weapons into his backpack before nimbly scaling the cliff face. Loot was their primary objective. Killing was just incidental. Li Jushu and the others could only glare helplessly from behind the rocks. Above them, the burly man's Type 38 rifle kept them pinned down. A sniper lurked somewhere in the shadows, and no one could be certain whether the enemy had additional hidden members. At that moment, Drummer signaled to Li Jushu, draw their fire while he retrieved the backup weapon. Everyone except Wang Xiaoxi knew that Li Jushu had originally brought 2 sniper rifles. The shifty-eyed man had only found one, while Li Jushu had hidden the other well in advance. After a moment's hesitation, Li Jushu nodded. This was their last chance to turn the tables. Without taking this risk, a whole year's work would be wasted. But he knew in his heart that the enemy sniper was no pushover. Whether Drummer survived would be pure luck, and if Monkey were still here, their odds would be much better. Drummer signaled again. Almost simultaneously, Wild Boar and Rat grabbed handfuls of debris and dust, hurling them into the air. A gray cloud instantly obscured half their field of vision. Without smoke grenades, they had to improvise. Chao Gang raised his arm, and 2 fingernail-sized but razor-sharp rock fragments shot through the air, one aimed directly at the burly man, the other at the shifty-eyed climber. Through the dust cloud, Drummer crouched low and burst from cover, sprinting in an S pattern toward the shifty-eyed man. Machine gun bullets sparked off the rocks just behind his back, each shot missing by mere inches. Chao Gang's 2 projectiles proved crucial. The one aimed at the shifty-eyed man was deflected by his rope swing, but the one targeting the burly man struck the Type 38 rifle dead. The burly man clearly hadn't expected such impact force from a thrown stone. The rifle flew from his hands and clattered down. His reflexes were lightning fast though. Instead of bending to retrieve the rifle, he whipped out his sidearm and fired rapidly, forcing Chao Gang back behind the rocks and cutting short his second volley of stones. But the burly man had overlooked the real threat. Li Jushu. The moment Drummer charged out, Li Jushu had locked onto the opposite cliff face. He had pinpointed where the sniper rifle had first fired, right in that clump of grass. Using the dust cloud as cover, he slithered through the rock crevices like a fish. The rocks varied in height. Some barely covered half a body, but any cover was better than none. Snipers always have strong sixth sense, and just as Li Jushu reached the location where he had buried the backup sniper rifle, the enemy sniper seemed to sense the danger. He abandoned his focus on Drummer and shifted his sights to Li Jushu. In an instant, Li Jushu felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. The breath of death surged toward him like a tide, and every hair on his body stood on end. Under the intense crisis, his nerves became extraordinarily sensitive and his mind crystal clear. In just a fraction of a second, he determined that the enemy sniper was still in aiming position. Still had time. Drawing his rifle, chambering around, and taking aim flowed together seamlessly. Never before had his movements been so lightning fast. The moment he squeezed the trigger, through his scope, he saw the sniper's eyes calm at first, then bewildered, then horrified. Bang! The sniper's head exploded in a spray of blood, the bullet striking right between his eyebrows. Even the most skilled doctor couldn't save him now. That single shot nearly drained all his strength. As the gunshot faded, he collapsed behind the rocks like a man whose bones had been removed, the heavy sniper rifle making his arms go numb. He knew this wasn't physical exhaustion, but the body's reaction to sudden mental relaxation after being stretched to the absolute limit for that brief second. But the battle wasn't over. His teammates were still exposed to enemy fire. He had no right to stop. Li Jushu took a deep breath, forcing down his pounding heartbeat, his hearing stretched to maximum sensitivity. He caught the brief moment when the burly man's pistol ran empty and he was reloading, then suddenly thrust out his rifle barrel for an impossibly quick precision shot. Thwip, the bullet struck the rope dead center. 40 meters up the rock face, the rat-faced man who was desperately climbing had no time to react, feeling only emptiness beneath his feet. Strapped to his body were looted weapons, equipment, and miscellaneous items weighing nearly 400 pounds, which instantly yanked him downward. Crash! His body smashed into the jagged rocks, twisting and deforming with the sickening sound of breaking bones. Blood foam poured from his mouth and nose as he let out intermittent groans. Clearly, he wouldn't last more than a few minutes. From the rocky summit, the burly man fired 3 shots toward Li Jushu's position. The bullets screamed past the rocks, sending debris flying, but couldn't touch. Li Jushu had pulled back his rifle and ducked the instant after pulling the trigger. The burly man had no time to pursue because wild boar and rat were already flanking toward the rat-faced man's position from left and right. They weren't going to rescue him, but to grab the dropped weapons. Meanwhile, Chao Gang hurled stones, forcing the burly man to constantly adjust his aim. Fighting 3 men while dodging flying stones, the burly man was overwhelmed, though his precise marksmanship still managed to hit the slower wild boar in the left shoulder, disabling one arm. But he knew that once Rat reached that pile of weapons, he was as good as dead. With his ammunition spent, he simply tossed aside his pistol, bent down to grab the Type 38 submachine gun that had fallen earlier, and just as he raised the barrel, a blood flower suddenly bloomed on his forehead. The massive impact of the sniper bullet sheared off half his skull, and the burly man fell straight down without even a grunt. Silence fell around them. The burly man's group had only 4 members total, and now none remained. If they had been greater in number, they wouldn't have needed ambushes and tricks. They could have crushed Li Jushu's group in a direct assault. Rat rushed to the rocky debris and efficiently snapped the still groaning rat-faced man's neck. Only the dead posed no threat. The battle was finally over, but victory tasted bitter. Monkey and Hound were dead. Drummer had taken a bullet to the abdomen and was hanging by a thread, while Boar's left shoulder was shot through. Rat had a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh by a bullet, and Chao Gang had half an ear sliced off by flying rock fragments, bleeding profusely though not life-threateningly. All told, only Li Jushu and Wang Xiaoxin remained completely unharmed. Li Jushu leaned against the rocks, breathing heavily, his arms clutching the sniper rifle with white-knuckled intensity. Wang Xiaoxin was shaken, her face pale, fists clenched tight, her delicate frame trembling slightly. While Li Jushu was resting, Wang Xiaoxin had already treated the wounds of Chao Gang and Mouse, whose injuries were relatively minor. After changing into clean bandages, the two immediately seized the time to inventory their spoils of war. With the enemies down, their supplies naturally became provisions for Li Jushu's squad, the only consolation the group could find. Wild Boar's gunshot graze was shallow, and Wang Xiaoxin skillfully dug out the bullet, applied medicine, bandaged the wound, and injected him with local anesthetic she carried. Wild Boar cried out in pain once before falling quiet. In comparison, Drummer's situation was far more dangerous. Shot in the abdomen, with no way to perform abdominal surgery in the wilderness, Wang Xiaoxin could only provide emergency hemostasis by the campfire and secure his bandages. Everyone understood that if they didn't return to the settlement soon, he might not make it. In this battle, Li Jushu had taken down the enemy sniper with a single shot, earning the greatest merit, so he received that highly accurate sniper rifle and several rounds of ammunition as his personal reward. The others received no additional rewards, yet no one objected. The distribution method had long been written into the team's rules. As for the remaining equipment and ammunition searched from the enemies, they would be sold later and the proceeds divided equally. A folding stretcher was found among the supplies, and everyone carefully lifted Drummer onto it, with Li Jushu and Chao Gang taking the front and rear handles. Mouse, Wild Boar, and the others gathered ammunition and rations nearby, then used dry wood to simply cremate the bodies of Monkey and Hunting Dog. As flames consumed the remains into ash and bone fragments, they shouldered their packs and quickly withdrew. This decision proved to save everyone's lives. Less than half an hour after the squad left, the scent of blood attracted over 50 blood wolves, which prowled and sniffed around the clearing, their fangs gleaming white. Had Li Jushu and his team delayed any longer, they would likely be nothing but bones by now. Settlement number 11. Massive walls stretched toward the sky, with cannons lined up one after another along the ramparts, their black iron muzzles aimed at the wasteland. Most striking were the 4 electromagnetic cannons, rumored capable of crushing tanks to scrap with a single volley. The city gates stood wide open, never closing except during alerts, with streams of people passing through hurriedly, everyone wanting to get inside before the next crisis struck. While waiting in line, Chao Gang was carrying his pack and helping with the stretcher when a hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. "Chao Gang, run into some trouble?" The speaker had dark skin and yellowed front teeth, his gaze constantly roving over everyone's wounds. It was Wild Dog, a member of the Black Spider team. Wild Dog, still not dead yet. Chao Gang's voice was flat, not bothering to look up. Here, Wild Dog wasn't an insult, but the man's chosen nickname. Unlike Chao Gang, who used his real name, most hunters went by aliases. Beside Wild Dog stood a taciturn middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. That was Black Spider's captain, Flower Spider. The two teams had briefly cooperated on a mission once, making them nodding acquaintances. "Heaven won't take me. What can I do about it?" Wild Dog shrugged self-mockingly, then looked down at the stretcher with a grin. "Drummer, if Little Red from the Red Chamber knew you got hurt, she'd probably worry for 2 months. Drummer opened his eyes to glance at him, snorted, then closed them again as sweat trickled down his temples. The hunter profession was a matter of life and death with enormous psychological pressure, so establishments like the Red Chamber always did booming business in the settlement, and Little Red was the girl Drummer frequently requested. These few teasing remarks served as their greeting, and neither side spoke further. Every team had its secrets, and unless they were life and death comrades, they generally wouldn't reveal too much. Although the Black Spider Group tried to conceal it well, Chao Gang and his team were seasoned veterans who could tell at a glance that they had made a substantial profit. In contrast, their own losses made them even less inclined to engage in conversation. Nobody wanted their happiness built on others' misery. Entering the settlement gate required a fee of 20 copper coins each time, and even if you stepped out for just a minute and returned, you'd have to feed money into the automatic payment slot again. To save costs, mercenaries who frequented the area would buy weekly, monthly, or even annual passes. Since Chao Gang's team spent most of their time on outdoor missions and only entered the city for supplies, they still paid per entry. After passing through the infrared scanner with a beep, the scene instantly transformed from wasteland to bustling marketplace. Signs lined both sides of the street, and the sounds of hawking, bargaining, and footsteps wove together into a steaming river of activity, making one feel as if they had just stepped from a primitive forest into human civilization. The first order of business was getting the drummer to the medical center. Once the doctor wheeled him into the operating room, Wild Boar led everyone to a cheap hotel with 3 standard rooms. The beds were old but clean. Nobody complained about the conditions. They had come to Beast Planet to make money, not vacation. After settling his companions, Chao Gang left alone to contact the city's middlemen. While finding in buyers directly could fetch better prices, it often took several days. Middlemen offered lower prices but provided immediate transactions. The spoils looted from the tough guy's team filled half a bed. Type 38 rifles, daggers, shields, bulletproof vests, electric batons, pistols, smoke grenades. Over 100 items in total. They kept what they could use and piled the rest before the middleman. The guy didn't even blink as he rattled off numbers. After 15 minutes of heated negotiation, they settled on 10.358 million copper coins. Profiteer. Rat cursed under his breath. According to market rates, this batch should have sold for at least 11.3 million. A middleman was pocketing nearly a million while they risked their lives in gunfire for money, with each person ultimately getting only around a million. Don't be upset. That's just how this world works, Wild Boar shrugged. Information is also a resource. He has it. We don't. So he deserves that money. With that, Chao Gang pulled out the level 1 strength potion he had taken from the tough guy leader. Brothers, I'd like to keep this for myself. Please give me face on this. I won't compete next time. Strength potions had a market value around 12 million, with even greater fluctuations on the black market. Taking one typically increased strength by 10 kilograms, with lucky users gaining up to 15 kilograms and unlucky ones only gaining 1 or 2. Everyone's eyes lit up, but nobody objected. Chao Gang was both team leader and first in this round's lottery order. At internal pricing, he paid 10 million copper coins and tucked the potion into his inner pocket. So the distributable amount became 10.358 million, 10 million, 21.358 million copper coins. First, they deducted the drummer's surgery fee of 258,000, then paid death benefits of 2 million each for monkey and hunting dog, totaling 4.258 million. The remaining 17.1 million was split traditionally half, went to team funds 8.55 million, and the other half 8.55 million was divided equally among 8 people, giving each person 1.06 million. All of Monkey and Hunting Dog's money would be transferred to their respective families' accounts, and their equipment would be put up for sale with proceeds also going to their families. Once the money was settled and personnel matters concluded, the 2 men would have no further connection to the team in Beast Planet. Death cleared all debts and extinguished all lights, as cruel as it had always been. After the distribution plan was announced, they should have dispersed, but Wild Boar suddenly stood up with a dark expression. I disagree. I disagree with equal distribution. Wild Boar stood under the dim work lights of the warehouse, arms crossed, his tone resolute. Wild Boar, what do you mean? Chao Gang frowned at him. We've always distributed things this way. The team had its rules, but Wild Boar's gaze was cold and hard, clearly unwilling to back down. This time is different. How is it different? Make yourself clear. Chao Gang's frown deepened. Ed despised anyone challenging his authority. Going on missions was like going to war. Life and death were matters of fate. Chao Gang firmly believed this: if you died, you could only blame your own bad luck. But Wild Boar countered. Were Monkey and Hunting Dog's deaths really just bad luck? No, they were killed by one of our own. As he spoke, his sharp gaze suddenly turned to Wang Xiaoxin. If you hadn't been so self-righteous, Monkey and Hunting Dog wouldn't have died. What kind of mercy were you showing? Playing the good guy? You got our own people killed. Are you satisfied now? Wang Xiaoxin's face turned deathly pale as she instinctively clutched her sleeves. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to save people. not get anyone killed. Guilt and self-blame flooded over her, and tears began streaming down her face uncontrollably. Wild boar, what are you getting at? Chao Gang immediately stepped in front of Wang Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin is part of our team. No one wanted our teammates to die. It was an accident. None of us wanted today's events to happen, but they did. There's no point in assigning blame. So you're saying mistakes don't require taking responsibility? Monkey and hunting dog died for nothing. Wild boar raised his voice. That's not what I mean. They're dead, we're alive, and we must move forward. We can't let anger lead to bigger mistakes. Chao Gang lowered his voice. But they shouldn't have died. Someone got them killed. Wild boar roared. Chao Gang took a deep breath. I understand how you feel. Their deaths pain me too. But the dead can't be brought back to life. We can only learn from this and avoid repeating the mistake. He knew Wang Xiaoxin was in the wrong, but she was his girlfriend, couldn't not protect her. Nice words, but wrong is wrong. There has to be some punishment. Wild boar sneered. What exactly do you want? Chao Gang's patience was wearing thin. The team had been through life and death together for years, and as long as there was no intentional harm, no one had ever been held accountable. I believe Wang Xiaoxin bears primary responsibility for monkey and hunting dogs' deaths. She shouldn't participate in this distribution, and she needs to contribute some money to compensate their families. Wild Boar stated his demands. Wild Boar, get this straight, saving those people was a unanimous decision at the time, not Xiaoxin acting alone. Chao Gang was displeased. Unanimous decision? Wild Boar scoffed. Ask Night Owl. Ask Mouse, did they really agree wholeheartedly? Of course, Chao Gang wouldn't be foolish enough to ask Li Jushu and Mouse. He had seen the reluctance on everyone's faces clearly at the time, but now he could only play the emotional card. I'm seeking justice for my fallen brothers, because if I don't, I might be next. Night Owl, Rat, what do you think? Should Wang Xiaoxin get a share of the distribution? Should Monkey and Hound receive compensation? Wild Boar's voice exploded in the temporary command room, his solid fist pounding the thick metal table until it rang with vibrations. His chest heaved violently, anger burning like red-hot tongs that made everyone unable to lift their heads. Yet he hadn't lost his Compagirito Challenge Team leader Chao Gang's ironclad distribution system. He alone wasn't enough. He needed to rally all the members. Rat, who had been called out, shrank his neck. This short weapons technician was usually quiet, but his thin, nimble hands could precisely disassemble and reassemble firearms, saving the team considerable maintenance costs. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, he glanced at the composed Chao Gang, then at the furious Wild Boar, his lips trembling but unable to utter a single word. In the corner of the room, Li Jushu sat alone under the dim hanging light, silently caressing his newly acquired sniper rifle. It was a heavy sniper rifle manufactured by Tiangong Company, model Exploder 002B, its cold metal receiver polished to a brilliant shine. In comparison, his primary sniper rifle was instantly downgraded, relegated to backup status, while his original backup was demoted to secondary backup. Others might sell surplus weapons for cash, but Li Jushu never did such things. A sniper must always leave himself an escape route. Used sniper rifles depreciated severely, and when you truly needed one but had none at hand, that would be complete despair. He disassembled and inspected the rifle mechanism while memorizing the new trigger travel and recoil characteristics, his movements as skilled as if he were caressing his own fingers. Suddenly sensing everyone's gaze upon him, Li Jushu continued his work without looking up, speaking in a tone so calm it bordered on indifference. Sister Wang, how do you think we should distribute this? Do Monkey and Hound need compensation? With that masterful deflection, he unexpectedly shifted all pressure onto Wang Xiaoxin. Rat silently applauded. Why hadn't he thought of that? This way, he didn't have to offend the volatile Wild Boar or anger the always dominant Chao Gang. While solving the problem entirely, Wang Xiaoxin had no way out. Regardless of her inner thoughts, she had to take a stance and pay for the mistake, or her credibility within the team would be completely finished. Sure enough, Wang Xiaoxin's face paled slightly, then shifted through several expressions as she struggled to suppress her emotions. After a moment, she took a deep breath, her voice carrying restrained self-mockery and guilt. I think Wild Boar is right. Monkey and Hound's deaths weren't my intention, but they did die because of my insistence on the rescue. This money would burn my hands if I took it. I request that the team leader not follow the usual distribution this time and exclude me. Moreover, even if Wild Boar hadn't brought it up, I would have contributed my entire share to compensate Monkey and Hound's families. Her words were both an admission of her rash decision and a declaration to everyone of her willingness to take responsibility. Seeing this, Chao Gang could only nod silently, clearly having no grounds left to insist otherwise. The dispute ended abruptly. With one fewer person in the distribution, Li Jushu and each of the others could receive an additional 160,000 copper coins. With Monkey and Hound dead, and the drummer needing at least half a month before he could walk again and a full month to regain combat effectiveness, the team had suddenly lost 3 key members, forcing them to suspend their mission. Fortunately, this particular contract had no strict deadline. Failing to complete it simply meant foregoing the reward. With each member now receiving over 500,000 copper coins, enough to sustain them for a while, no one felt particularly rushed. As team captain, Chao Gang took on the responsibility of recruiting new members, while the others were free to act independently for the time being. Before departing, he repeatedly warned his teammates not to wander recklessly. The settlement was far from peaceful these days. This settlement was humanity's precarious foothold on the beast planet, where most rules and regulations were hastily implemented and riddled with loopholes. Cross the wrong person, and you die without consequence. Even more troublesome was the place's chaotic mix of inhabitants, with scammers and con artists lurking everywhere. Many newcomers to the beast planet either had their savings completely swindled or lost their lives entirely. Even Chao Gang, an experienced veteran, had to tread carefully here. No sooner had he left the inn than Li Jushu headed out as well, making straight for the settlement's only bank, Sunbank. The bank's slogan blazed boldly: "Wherever sunlight shines, Sunbank serves." From his savings, he kept only a small amount for living expenses and transferred the rest back to his home planet, depositing it into Zhao Huir's account at Shina Hospital. Zhao Huir was his girlfriend, afflicted with the rare neural central fission cancer that had only a 0.05 cure rate. Unwilling to abandon that 0.05 hope, he had traveled thousands of miles to the beast planet, believing rumors that anyone willing to risk their life could make money. Only after arriving did he realize he'd been deceived. While life-threatening opportunities were indeed plentiful, those who actually made money were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. After being duped repeatedly, he finally grasped the survival rules here. From nearly starving to death to becoming a competent sniper, he had finally achieved a stable income. He knew this money was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the enormous medical costs, but it was the absolute limit of what he could manage. His greatest wish was to buy a super serum to enhance his physical capabilities, but even the cheapest one cost 120 gold coins. Having sent all his money to Zhao Huir, he could only gaze longingly at such medicine. Sunbank charged transaction fees with 3 tiers based on amount: 0.6, 1.1, and 2.3. Li Jushu's modest sum fell into the 0.6 bracket, the lowest rate, yet it still pained him considerably. Unfortunately, aside from Sunbank, he had no alternatives. After completing the transaction and leaving the bank, he wandered aimlessly along the streets. The settlement had few proper shops, but roadside stalls crowded together densely. Most were temporary setups where vendors displayed firearms, ammunition, and military knives of questionable origin, items that couldn't enter official channels, but whose owners didn't want to be ruthlessly exploited by middlemen. So they tried their luck here instead. Logically, such stalls rarely offered genuinely valuable goods. Anything truly worth money would have been privately hoarded. Ho would be willing to sell it openly? He understood the chances of finding a bargain were virtually zero, yet as he passed each stall, he couldn't help but bend down for a closer look, his gaze sweeping inch by inch across the merchandise with exceptional care. Bullets, all kinds of bullets for pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns. The ammunition at these street stalls was much cheaper than in the shops, but it came with serious risks, as many of the bullets had quality issues. Vendors would dump expired rounds, factory rejects, and even defective ammunition with deformed casings that had been crudely polished with simple tools onto their tables. To find anything worthwhile in places like this, you needed not only a keen eye for quality goods, but also incredible luck. Li Jushu had once witnessed a half-skilled amateur who had manufactured a batch of ultra-cheap bullets that bargain hunters snatched up immediately. When it came time for actual combat, the rounds either jammed or caused barrel explosions, leaving casualties everywhere. Afterward, angry survivors cornered the incompetent manufacturer in an alley and beat him to death. But when only a few scattered individuals suffered misfortune, vendors would stubbornly insist on all sales final, profits and losses at your own risk, and no one could do anything about it afterward. Li Jushu himself had been burned once. Years ago, he bought cheap sniper rounds from a stall, and the very first shot caused a barrel explosion. His first sniper rifle was destroyed, metal fragments cut his face, 3 finger bones were fractured, and it took over a month to fully recover. Since then, while he still occasionally browsed the stalls, he absolutely refused to touch ammunition. By the same logic, he steered clear of grenades, landmines, and flare guns. Today he lingered longest at the military knife stalls. A cuts-through fire enlightenment dagger could serve both daily use and life-saving purposes, but truly exceptional daggers were rare finds. Either someone else got there first, or the prices were driven beyond his reach, so he could only wait patiently. On Beast Planet, cold weapons like bows and crossbows were popular because they were quiet and perfect for ambushes. In comparison, even sniper rifles with silencers couldn't completely mask their thunderous noise and muzzle flash. While Li Jushu had no interest in bows, he was fascinated by the miniature crossbows that could be strapped to the wrist. They held a maximum of 5 bolts, minimum of 1, could pierce through red brick within 10 meters, and could save your life in critical moments. But when he glanced at the price tag, even the cheapest secondhand model cost 60 gold coins, and even after haggling, it would still be 65 to 68 coins. She could only quietly leave the stall. In the bustling crowd, someone suddenly bumped into him. He quickly checked his money pouch intact. The person who had bumped into him was a thin boy of about 12 or 13. Got some good merchandise. Interested? The little boy said with practiced ease, using the code word merchandise to indicate treasure. Not interested. Li Jushu replied coldly and turned to leave. He'd been fooled before, lured to a secluded corner where several burly men with daggers surrounded him, offering only two choices: voluntarily hand over money or get beaten and then robbed. If the mark had no backing, naturally they'd just get fleeced. But if they encountered an important client with status, these gangs could actually produce good stuff, though such customers were few and far between. He thought that was the end of it, but the next moment, a tremendous explosion tore through the entire street. The blast originated right at the alley entrance the boy had pointed to earlier. Flames surged upward as buildings on both sides of the alley instantly collapsed. Before the crowd could react, a second, even more violent explosion followed, sending fire shooting skyward, shockwaves sweeping in all directions, and smoke billowing up to the clouds. The thunderous noise left everyone nearby with ringing ears. Brick fragments and debris were hurled into the air by the blast wave, then rained down like a storm. Li Jushu, like the people around him, covered his head and dodged frantically. Just as he crouched low, preparing to rush away from this dangerous area, his peripheral vision caught a strange glimmer of light, and his steps involuntarily faltered. It was a red vial, about the size of an adult's ring finger, contained in tempered glass. Plastic containers weren't used because they lacked stability under high temperatures. They would release substances that could contaminate the serum. Through the dust and smoke at the street corner, Li Jushu caught just a glimpse, but immediately recognized the power serum he had dreamed of possessing. Almost by reflex, he accelerated sharply, his figure cutting through the crowd like a shadow. Just as the vial was about to hit the ground, he reached out and caught it, the glass bottle landing securely in his palm. Without time to think, he tucked the serum into his jacket and, taking advantage of the post-explosion chaos, crossed the bustling street and quickly ducked into a secluded alley, heading straight for the inn. With the door closed behind him, his heart was still pounding wildly. Whether the explosion was related to the power serum, he had no clue. Given the value of such a serum, it wouldn't be surprising if someone had tried to steal it. But this was a settlement, and using bombs here broke the rules. If it were just a few hotheads getting blown up, that would be one thing, but if people with status and connections were involved, there would surely be consequences. With this thought, he didn't dare linger. After calming himself briefly, he slipped out of the inn again, choosing to shop in the district opposite to where the explosion had occurred. 1 roasted chicken, 1 leg of lamb, 10 pounds of cooked beef in just a few minutes. Li Jushu had spent a third of his living expenses. Carrying the heavy provisions, he hurried back to his lodging, locked the door, and retrieved the power serum he had hidden close to his body. The fine cracks on the glass surface were now clearly visible, obviously damaged by the explosion's impact. If he hadn't caught it in time, this precious serum would likely have become nothing but shards. At this thought, Li Jushu felt secretly relieved, the sweat in his palm growing even hotter. After the apocalyptic war, humanity's research into its own potential had advanced frantically, with creating superhumans becoming an obsession. Through countless scientists' day and night experiments, super serums finally came into existence, with the power serum being one of the prime examples. Anyone who consumed it could gain tremendous strength enhancement in a short time. Strength was a desire carved into one's very bones, and on the beast-infested planet where death could come at any moment, this desire was magnified to the extreme. Even Chao Gang, who was always fair and principled, always letting his teammates choose from the spoils first, had once abandoned his principles and shamelessly competed for a power serum because strength meant the probability of survival. This was Li Jushu's first time truly possessing a power serum, but he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Over the years, he had heard countless stories about it from other hunters. Its effects, usage methods, side effects, even its taste were all deeply ingrained in his memory. Now he filled a water basin with cold well water, steadied his breathing, raised his hand to pull out the cork, and poured the crimson liquid into his mouth. Warm and slightly sweet. After 1 minute, his body began to warm slightly. After 3 minutes, scorching heat surged through his blood vessels, and his skin started burning up. After 5 minutes, his skin flushed red, his breathing became rapid, and his heart pounded so hard it seemed ready to burst from his chest. After 10 minutes, every breath he exhaled carried searing heat. 15 minutes in, he felt as if a furnace had been stuffed inside his body, his throat parched and smoking with thirst, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. 18 minutes passed, his vision blurred with double images, his ears rang with buzzing sounds, but still he held on. At 25 minutes, he practically crawled on his knees into the bathtub, the icy water shocking him into a violent shudder and bringing slight clarity to his consciousness. He grabbed the beef he had prepared earlier, tearing into it with his teeth and devouring it ravenously. The strength potion didn't create power from nothing, it frantically stimulated cellular potential, a process that burned tremendous energy. Without timely replenishment, the potion's effects would weaken. The ideal supplement was nutrient solution, but it cost as much as the potion itself. Li Jushu had no chance of accessing it, and even if he encountered some, he couldn't afford it. Most people could only eat meat, but the excruciating pain during the potion's activation often caused people to lose consciousness, unable to even open their mouths, let alone eat for energy. Before taking the potion, Li Jushu had always believed his willpower was strong enough, but only after experiencing it firsthand did he understand that strength didn't come cheap. Thank goodness he had filled the tub with cold water beforehand, otherwise he wasn't sure he could have stayed conscious. The beef disappeared quickly, yet he remained ravenously hungry, forcing himself to swallow an entire leg of lamb bite by bite. When he reached for the roasted chicken, his stomach was bloated like a balloon, and he worried that opening his mouth would cause the meat to come right back up. The ice water in the tub had been warmed by his blazing body temperature, so he gritted his teeth and refilled it with fresh cold water, struggling to stay alert, while carefully observing the changes in his body. The sensation was extremely subtle, like a tiny leak in a water pipe that takes ages to produce a single drop, yet it genuinely accumulated into threads of cool relief. After an hour, the excruciating pain reached its peak, then slowly began to recede. The burning heat subsided, and his stomach was no longer distended. He finished the remaining roasted chicken bit by bit. After another half hour, his skin returned to its normal color, his breathing was no longer labored, and the fog in his mind gradually cleared. After a full 2 hours, all adverse reactions completely disappeared. He stood up from the bathtub, feeling an indescribable lightness throughout his body, like waking up after sleeping soundly for 3 days and nights following 7 sleepless days, with the world appearing more beautiful than ever before. Though no external changes were visible, he could feel his muscles were more solid and his strength more abundant. The specific improvement would need testing, but the progress was real. He tidied up the room briefly and stepped outside, just as Wild Boar and Rat were quietly discussing the explosion on the street in the hallway. Without any official announcement, they could only speculate wildly. Seeing him return early, both were surprised, so he casually explained that the explosion had disrupted his plans, and they asked no further questions. Though Li Jushu was the youngest in the team, he had always been steady, never causing trouble or seeking out excitement. Excitement often came with risk, and avoiding trouble suited his nature perfectly. He said nothing about the strength potion. Though they were teammates, no one could say for certain whether they might turn against each other in the future. The fewer people who knew a secret, the safer it was. Wang Xiaoxin wasn't at the inn at the moment, and Xiao Gang hadn't returned either, so he went to the front desk to get several new decks of playing cards before heading back to his room. Wild Boar and Rat were long accustomed to this. Ever since witnessing Chao Gang's stone-throwing skills, Li Jushu had been filled with envy. Chao Gang was generous with his knowledge, teaching him everything without reservation, but limited by his strength. Li Jushu's stone throws had limited power. So Chao Gang suggested he practice with playing cards, instead taking the technical route could still slice throats and kill. Thus, practicing with playing cards became Li Jushu's other major hobby, besides maintaining his weapons. The playing card shot out from between his fingers, tracing a white arc through the air as it sliced cleanly through the first and second lit candles before embedding itself 2/3 deep into the third candle. Li Jushu stared at the still quivering card, a long-absent smile spreading across his face. In the past, even with all his strength, he could only manage to leave a shallow cut on the second candle. Now he could cleanly slice through the first two and drive the card deep into the third. His power had improved dramatically. More importantly, this was just his first attempt. He knew that once he perfected the coordination of strength, angle, and technique, all 3 candles would be severed at their bases. This wasn't mere confidence, it was objective assessment. In the days that followed, he practically locked himself in his room, beginning his relentless practice the moment he lit the lamp. He broke down every element of force from his fingers, the subtle wrist rotation, his breathing rhythm, analyzing and correcting each component repeatedly. On the third day, as the playing card left a brief silver flash in the air, the first, second, and third candles fell in succession with smooth, clean cuts. The card's momentum carried it about a finger's depth into the fourth candle, where it wobbled twice before clattering to the floor. Finally, he had done it. The moment he achieved his goal, a surge of accomplishment flooded his chest. He understood that for a master like Chao Gang, cutting through 3 candles might be trivial, but for him it represented a significant breakthrough. More importantly, this success finally showed him the gap he needed to bridge in the direction forward. Card throwing had always been a skill he valued highly, and he'd been even more dedicated since that battle with the camouflage uniform. Chao Gang had mentioned that even ordinary people could cut through 3 candles, and his inability to do so had made him doubt his natural talent. Now those doubts were dispelled, and courage filled his chest once more. If ordinary people could cut 3 candles, then having taken the strength serum, He should set 4 candles as his new target. That evening, Chao Gang entered with a troubled expression. The settlement was packed with people, with a steady stream wanting to join their team, but truly suitable candidates were few and far between. First, they need real capability, don't support deadweight, much less useless baggage, Chao Gang said as he hung up his jacket. Incompetent teammates will get you killed. Second, they need to share our values. If I tell you to cover your teammates' retreat, you need to actually stay behind, not run off first. Third, they must have discipline and be willing to sacrifice. When we find good equipment and everyone wants it, we can't have internal conflicts. Just like how I want that strength serum, if nobody's willing to compromise, the team will eventually fall apart. He paused, then added another point. Also, selection goes both ways. We choose them, but they also choose us. Cooperation only works if there's mutual respect. Soon after, the investigation results from that explosion came back, confirming what many had suspected. A group of outsiders had used a strength serum as bait to rob people of their money and belongings. Unfortunately, they encountered someone ruthless who pulled the pin on a grenade without hesitation, resulting in mutual destruction. Sadly, the serum was never found. Whether it was blown away, destroyed, or ended up in some lucky person's pocket, nobody could say. In the settlement, such incidents were typically classified as cold cases. No one called the police, and those injured in the explosion could only chalk it up to bad luck. Whether they felt resentful or angry, they had to keep it to themselves. The settlement's administrators wouldn't take responsibility for any losses. A week later, Chao Gang brought the drummer back to the hotel to recover after his surgery. This would save on hospital fees, and injuries were common for hunters anyway. Where they recuperated didn't really matter. For bottom-tier hunters, hotel recovery offered the best value, so the drummer wouldn't think Chao Gang was being stingy. Less than half a day after returning to the hotel, Chao Gang hurried off again to handle other business, leaving the drummer alone in his room on an 4 drip. Wang Xiaoxin hadn't shown her face since that argument with Wild Boar, and everyone suspected she might have developed grievances against the team after that exchange. Since she was Chao Gang's girlfriend after all, he was the one who should comfort her, so the others tactfully avoided bringing it up. The drummer hadn't been idle during his hospital stay. His roommate was a sniper who'd lost his right arm in a high amputation, the sole survivor of a newly formed team that had lost several members during a mission, now unable to ever hold a sniper rifle again. The team had already recruited replacements for other positions and only needed a sniper. The drummer saw an opportunity and immediately recommended this private job to Li Jushu. Li Jushu's background remained a blank slate within the team, but his need for money was an open secret. While others relaxed during leave, he was either practicing his marksmanship or taking on private jobs everyone understood without saying. Chao Gang always turned a blind eye as long as it didn't harm team interests. Members could do whatever they wanted during off-duty periods. If several people died, this mission definitely isn't simple. Wild Boar immediately waved his hand in opposition upon hearing about it. We'd need to discuss the specifics in person. The drummer shook his head, then added, but that team leader is very wealthy. Even though the mission failed, the injured sniper not only received full payment, but also got an additional 5 million copper coins in compensation, with all medical expenses covered. Normally, full payment only came with mission success. Failure at most warranted 10 to 20% for expenses. As for injury compensation, that depended entirely on the team leader's mood. Some people got sent off with just 2 fruit baskets. But 5 million copper coins was practically the industry ceiling, showing just how financially powerful that team leader was. After hearing the numbers, Wild Boar fell silent. Li Jushu hesitated no further, directly asked for the contact information, and headed out. The settlement's top-tier Longyeared Rabbit Hotel offered comprehensive lodging and dining, even laundry service, at 8,000 copper coins per night. Monkey's greatest dream while alive had been to stay there for 10 days to 2 weeks, but he'd never have the chance to fulfill it. Li Jushu entered the marble-floored lobby and was immediately stopped by 2 security guards. After he explained his purpose, the guards verified by phone and politely escorted him to the 7th floor. When the door opened, a young man in his mid-20s was already waiting in the living room. This was Li Jushu's first time in a high-end hotel, and he felt uncertain, only noticing that this reception room was at least 8 times larger than his hotel room. Refrigerator, wine cabinet, coffee machine, everything was available, and the light gray carpet underfoot was so thick it covered his shoe tops, making his steps completely silent. He unconsciously slowed his pace, afraid of dirtying it. The security guard confirmed the guest's identity and quietly closed the door before leaving. The young man stared at him, eyebrows slightly raised. You're not even 18 yet, are you? 98.9 accuracy at 500 meters, 92.6 accuracy at 1,000 meters. Li Jushu replied calmly, long accustomed to crushing doubts with data. Upon hearing this, the young man stood up and extended his hand. I'm Pu Xiaoyan. Everyone calls me Young Master Pu. Night Owl. The mission pays 3 million copper coins if successful, 500,000 if it fails. During the operation, don't worry about ammunition costs, fire away as needed. I'll cover all your expenses during the mission. Here's the contract. Take a look, and if everything seems fine, sign it. Pu Xiaoyun pushed a stack of pristine white contracts to the center of the table, his tone and expression radiating the confidence of someone with money to burn. Li Jushu took the documents and scrutinized them word by word, from the cover and clauses to the signature lines. For him, this step was crucial. Too many newcomers had fallen victim to contracts that seemed airtight but contained hidden traps, completing missions only to receive nothing because the fine print had already sealed their fate. However, this contract appeared properly formatted, with payment terms, compensation, and expense reimbursements clearly outlined, leaving no room for ambiguity. When do we leave? He asked, closing the contract and looking up. 8 tonight. We gather here at 7. Pu Xiaoyan replied without hesitation. I'll be here at 6:30. Li Jushu nodded. Need to buy anything? I have connections 20% off, Pu Xiaoyan offered. 12.3mm sniper rounds and 10 boxes of chocolate, Li Jushu said as he reached the door, pausing for half a second before stating his requirements. Since his employer was being generous, he saw no reason to hold back. A sniper's routine was often tediously prone for hours or even days. Having something to chew helped relax the body and ease mental tension. He usually chewed cheap candy. Chocolate, while high in energy and better tasting, was expensive and beyond his usual budget. Now that someone else was paying, he naturally included it. Night fell, and at exactly 8 o'clock, the team departed on schedule. 5 heavily modified armored vehicles sat in the assembly area, their black bodies and exaggerated lines making them look like 5 steel beasts crouched side by side. This was Li Jushu's first close encounter with such expensive vehicles, and the sight hit him hard. He immediately understood why Pu Xiaoyan had chosen to move at night with these 5 monsters as escort. They could dare to charge into the wilderness even in darkness. The strange magnetic fields and unknown energy of Beast Planet rendered high-tech equipment virtually useless here. Radios, communicators, and radar all failed. Only within settlements, protected by specially designed shielding devices, could limited high-tech equipment function. As for the vehicles, all components that conflicted with Beast Planet's magnetic field had to be removed and replaced with mechanical parts to operate normally. What truly stopped most people was the cost. Beast Planet lay 50 light years from the home world, and whether shipping complete vehicles or transporting materials for local assembly, freight costs alone could multiply expenses by more than 10 times. Without substantial wealth, even considering it was a luxury. With each vehicle seating 10 people, this team numbered at least 50. In settlement number 11, this qualified as a massive force. Most exploration teams here had only about 10 members, and given the settlement's limited scale, supporting such a large group wasn't easy. The others had already boarded. Li Jushu climbed into the last vehicle, and as soon as his feet found their footing, the convoy rumbled to life. The interior was surprisingly spacious and didn't feel cramped, accommodating 10 people, including Li Jushu. Adding the driver and co-driver, this vehicle carried exactly 12 people. If all vehicles followed this configuration, each would have 12 people. Li Jushu was quietly sizing up the others, and their reactions were much the same. Everyone was observing each other. From this alone, he could already tell that this 10-man squad was hastily assembled, with members unfamiliar with one another. Such a team would inevitably fall into chaos when coordinating during emergencies, and a single small mistake could prove fatal. The encounter between the drummer and the sniper from the same ward further convinced him that this mission would be no easy task. But the vehicle was already on the road, and regret was useless. Believed most people in the car, like himself, were here for the high pay Pu Xiaoyan had offered. He had only visited settlement number 11 twice and wasn't familiar with this base. In the cabin, he didn't recognize a single face and could only guess his teammates' specialties based on their builds and expressions. The big guy in the front right had bulging muscles and sat there like a steel wall, most likely the heavy weapons specialist. A Type 38 submachine gun would be the minimum configuration, and Pu Xiaoyan's financial resources might even equip him with a Vulcan cannon. The lean, tall fellow on the left with alert eyes should handle reconnaissance and scouting. The one by the window had thick calluses on his knuckles, clearly from years of close combat. The guy across from him with a bulging backpack who knew what special equipment he was carrying. No one spoke. Only the engine's deep rumble filled the cabin. The young man in the passenger seat, apparently one of Pu Xiaoyan's trusted associates, turned back and shouted, "Long road ahead. We won't arrive until dawn, so close your eyes and rest." The veterans understood immediately and leaned back against their seats with closed eyes. They all knew the importance of conserving energy before a mission. Li Jushu also closed his eyes, but felt no drowsiness. Perhaps it was the after effects of the strength serum, or maybe he had rested enough these past few days. His energy was excessively abundant. The armored vehicle's defensive capabilities were impeccable, but its comfort was virtually zero. The Beast Planet lacked proper roads, relying entirely on these off-road combat vehicles to force their way through, and even so, they could only maintain speeds of around 50 kilometers per hour. Regarding the mission details, Pu Xiaoyan hadn't mentioned a word. This wasn't an oversight but protocol. To prevent leaks, specifics would be revealed at the destination. Li Jushu stopped speculating wildly. He had long passed the stage of rookie anxiety. During idle moments, a face as enchanting as a fairy's floated into his mind. Zhao Huier, his only family in this life. Zhao Huier wasn't truly an orphan, yet she might as well have been. Born with a strange illness, she was abandoned by her biological parents. Fortunately, her adoptive parents spent their entire fortune to cure her. But at 15, her adoptive parents died in a car accident. Only then did her biological parents reappear, giving her a brief period of stability before abandoning her again when she was diagnosed with neural central fission cancer. To this day, Li Jushu couldn't understand how such heartless parents could exist in the world, capable of abandoning their own flesh and blood twice. Lost in these wandering thoughts, he dozed off. After an unknown amount of time, a strong sense of unease suddenly gripped him. He snapped his eyes open and simultaneously caught sight of another equally alert pair of eyes, those of the most robust big guy in the vehicle, who sat like an iron tower and had awakened at the same instant. Danger! Li Jushu instinctively turned his head toward the outside. In the rearview mirror, a piercing red light was rapidly approaching. Every hair on his body stood on end as he roared, "Rocket! We're under attack!" Li Jushu was the last to board the vehicle, yet found himself seated in the innermost position. The compartment was filled with seasoned veterans, each positioned near the doors, ready to bail out at the first sign of trouble. Realizing escape through the door would be impossible, Li Jushu acted swiftly as everyone rushed toward the exit. He flipped open the roof hatch with one hand, planted his feet against the seat back, and with a powerful push of his arms, launched himself onto the roof. Night wind hit his face as he threw himself toward the roadside. Ignoring his comrade's fate just as his back touched the ground, the rocket struck the armored vehicle. Boom! The explosion nearly flipped the entire vehicle, sending needle-sharp flames blazing through the darkness, turning night into crimson day. Scorching shockwaves rolled toward him as Li Jushu tumbled repeatedly, barely dodging the blast, then curled up behind a waist-high boulder. Sharp stones dug painfully into his body, but he had no time to care. His fingers flew over his backpack, assembling the segmented components of the Devastator 002B. The Devastator 002B measured 1.35 meters in full length and was stored in sections for portability. Carrying the complete rifle would be impossibly cumbersome whether slung or carried. Continuous roaring erupted behind him. The enemy had fired at least 12 rockets. Only the second armored vehicle survived, thanks to its driver's instinctive serpentine maneuver, while the others took varying degrees of direct hits. No matter how well built, no vehicle could withstand such punishment. Two were immediately disabled, their crews' fates unknown. Rifle but against his shoulder, Li Jushu scanned through his scope. Half a kilometer away, a shadowy figure carrying a rocket launcher was preparing to relocate. His exceptional natural vision, enhanced by optical magnification, made night seem like day. Without hesitation, bang! The enemy's head exploded instantly under the kinetic impact of the 8.6mm sniper round, bursting like an overripe watermelon hitting the ground, scattering flesh as the body was thrown back over half a meter by the recoil. The shot was half luck. Hadn't had time to measure wind speed, humidity, or barometric pressure, relying purely on instinct for correction. Shifting his aim slightly, at 150 meters out, a Type 38 submachine gun entered his field of view. The wielder, face twisted with malice, ran while spraying bullets with brazen arrogance. Li Jushu adjusted his breathing and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The Type 38 fell silent as the bullet tore a bullseye hole through the target's chest. While headshots were satisfying, chest shots offered better accuracy. Against moving targets, he preferred reliable precision. Gunfire now erupted from all directions. Initial assessment: at least 30 enemy gun barrels, meaning 30-plus hostiles distributed along both sides of the road. Pu Xiaoyun's group finally organized a counterattack, unleashing torrents of fire toward both flanks. Except for a few who managed to take cover behind rocks, the rest could only use the vehicle wreckage for minimal protection. The enemy had chosen this ambush site strategically flat terrain in all directions with sparse rocks and no defensible positions, leaving anyone slow to react exposed to enemy fire. Fortunately, Li Jushu had reacted quickly enough to jump from the vehicle immediately. Had he been even a second or two slower, allowing the vehicle to advance another 5 or 6 meters, he never would have had the chance to hide behind this waist-high boulder. Screams echoed continuously as the enemy unleashed fierce firepower, with rocket launchers being the most troublesome threat. Li Jushu could only pray silently that the rockets wouldn't notice him, or the consequences would be unpredictable. He spotted multiple enemies in his field of vision, but none where his target snipers weren't meant for taking out foot soldiers. The rocket launcher operator was his primary target, yet he dared not pull the trigger rashly. With such thorough enemy preparation, the battlefield would certainly have snipers. Once locked on a by one, it was like having death's grip on your neck. Statistics showed a 90% fatality rate for those targeted by snipers. Bang! The machine gun on the left suddenly went silent. Li Jushu ducked with lightning speed as a searing shockwave grazed his temple and burrowed into the earth, punching a blackened hole in the rock with wisps of white smoke rising from it. Every hair on his body stood on end. His heart pounding wildly knew he'd been marked by an enemy sniper. The rock beneath his feet was palm-sized, only blocking frontal trajectories, while enemies pressed in from both flanks. He couldn't move nor hide for long. His mind raced for solutions, but found none, leaving him to pin his hopes on his teammates. In his peripheral vision, he saw a big guy, who had also sensed the danger, pulling out a Gatling gun, preparing to charge out and break the deadlock by force. This monster, with a theoretical firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, was virtually unstoppable in small-scale combat. For portability, this particular model had been reduced to about 2,500 rounds, but it remained catastrophic against human reaction speeds. Logically, he could wait and watch. Big Guy's charge would inevitably draw all attention, and the sniper would turn his barrel toward that direction, giving Li Jushu a chance to counterattack. The thought flashed and vanished as he suddenly shouted, "Sniper, don't go out." Big Guy had already stepped 1 foot out of the armored vehicle, but reflexively pulled back upon hearing the warning, turning to give Li Jushu a grateful look. As a veteran, he understood. Dense fire from rifles and submachine guns still offered a chance of survival, but a sniper's bullet only needed 1 shot. Charging with a 100-pound weapon would be like pinning himself to a target. Flashbangs and smoke grenades, he yelled toward Pu Xiaoyun's direction. His teammates reacted swiftly, hurling 7 or 8 flashbangs and smoke grenades in succession. Li Jushu quickly closed his eyes, cursing himself for being too poor to afford proper protective eyewear. Thunderous explosions erupted in sequence, his eardrums swelling from the concussion, accompanied by dense gunfire and screams. Bullets tore through the air, whistling past his ears as he feared a stray round might find its way into his body. Those few seconds felt like centuries. When he opened his eyes, his side was launching a full counterattack with the enemy pinned down hard. This was a good sign, yet he remained motionless until he saw a teammate's chest suddenly bloom with blood mist, leaving a cup-sized cavity. He immediately shouted, "Enemy sniper at 10 o'clock, 1,000 meters out." One teammate rushed to the tank, where a heavy machine gun was mounted on top. He unleashed a barrage of gunfire in the sniper's direction, while another teammate pulled out a rocket launcher and fired a shell. In the explosion's fiery glow, Li Jushu spotted the tumbling sniper quite professional, still clutching his rifle. But even the most skilled sniper couldn't withstand a coordinated assault. The moment the sniper's movement slowed, Li Jushu pulled the trigger. Bang! The first shot tore the sniper's right shoulder into a bloody mist, sending him crashing to the ground with a scream of pain. Before the man could react, Li Jushu fired a second shot without hesitation, delivering a clean headshot that ended his life instantly. With the threat eliminated, Pu Xiaoyun's team immediately went on the offensive. The squad members sprang from cover like released bowstrings, raising their weapons and unleashing suppressive fire on enemy positions. Muzzle flashes lit up the night as their firepower wove an impenetrable wall of death. Li Jushu remained steady behind the rocks, picking targets for precise shots, as if he were shooting paper targets at a firing range. Within minutes, all enemies were down. The teammates jogged forward, checking each fallen body for pulse and weapons. Li Jushu stayed crouched in position until he heard, "All confirmed dead," before slowly rising and stepping out from the rocky shadows. The final count, 36 enemy casualties. In the deep night, some might have escaped undetected. There was no way to be certain. But their own side had paid a heavy price. 14 killed in action, 3 critically wounded, and 18 with minor injuries. Li Jushu had thought himself unscathed, but as his taut nerves relaxed, a burning pain shot through his outer thigh. Looking down, he saw his pants soaked with blood. A gash about 5 centimeters long, whether from shrapnel or stone fragments, was bleeding profusely. He grimaced and called for a medic to bandage and stop the bleeding. The smoke of battle had barely cleared when Pu Xiaoyun huddled with several trusted men for a hushed discussion. Given the casualties, Li Jushu expected the team to retreat immediately. But after their conference, Pu Xiaoyun announced they would continue forward. "Boss, are you hiding something from us? Not sharing intel puts us at a serious disadvantage." A bearded hunter blocked their path, his voice tight with anger. The other members' gazes also fixed on Pu Xiaoyun. Clearly, they all suspected this ambush had been targeting him specifically. If he had given them advance warning, perhaps so many wouldn't have died. Pu Xiaoyun took a deep breath. "There are details I can't share freely. I can only reveal that I'm not the only one pursuing this mission. Another party is using underhanded tactics, setting ambushes along the route. I had no knowledge of this." No one responded. They were weighing the credibility of his explanation and considering whether the risks of continuing the mission were worthwhile. After a moment of silence, Pu Xiaoyun spoke again, his voice lowered. "Regardless, I'll bear responsibility for the losses. Compensation for fallen brothers will be increased 5-fold. If we complete the mission, everyone's payment will be tripled." With such substantial incentives on the table, the team members' expressions visibly softened. For them, when danger and profit were proportional, they'd charge through hell itself. The tension in the air seemed to dissipate instantly, and the strained atmosphere relaxed once more. The mechanics worked quickly to repair the damaged tanks. Sparks flew as severed circuits were re-welded and broken tracks rapidly replaced. After some tinkering, the two disabled tanks roared back to life. The deep rumble of their engines stirred the blood. Of course, it could also be that the armored vehicles were simply built tough and hadn't sustained serious damage. While the mechanical soldiers carried out repairs, Pu Xiaoyan approached Li Jushu. "I owe you one for back there." Pu Xiaoyan stopped in front of him, his expression serious. "Without you pinning down and taking out their sniper, our casualties would have been at least double." Li Jushu didn't respond, just gave a slight nod. It wasn't until they finished counting the casualties that Pu Xiaoyan truly grasped his worth 9 bodies lay fallen to the Devastator's 0.2B sniper rifle. In other words, Li Jushu had single-handedly eliminated a quarter of the enemy force, including both snipers and several rocket launcher operators. The achievement left Pu Xiaoyan stunned. Truth be told, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Initially, he'd recruited Li Jushu simply because settlement number 11 was short on snipers, and the 3 veterans had flatly refused the mission. He'd had to pick the best of a bad bunch. He'd looked down on this hastily recruited sniper somewhat. Now he realized he'd struck gold, and his mood brightened more than the armored convoy itself. "Don't mention it," Li Jushu replied flatly. "I'm just doing what the contract says." Over the years, he'd taken on a dozen or so private jobs annually, encountering all types of employers: enthusiastic but stingy ones, bad-tempered but generous ones, stone-faced but strictly honorable ones. He'd heard enough pleasantries to know only one standard mattered: mission complete, payment on time, no deductions. That made a good employer. Pu Xiaoyan laughed heartily. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to make empty promises. You'll get exactly what the contract states, not a penny less. Plus, given your outstanding performance, here's an extra 900,000 copper coins actually. Let's make it an even million." Li Jushu studied him for several seconds, confirmed he wasn't joking, then nodded readily. "Then I won't refuse." Pu Xiaoyan seized the moment, turning around and raising his voice. "Everyone, for each enemy killed in that fight, there's an extra 100,000 copper coins. I've kept records, stick with me, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Cold hard cash instantly dispelled the lingering gloom of the battlefield. Hunters always loved hearing 2 words above all: throwing money. Afterward, Pu Xiaoyan selected the most heavily damaged vehicle to transport the fallen and seriously wounded back to the settlement. Though this team had long grown accustomed to leaving corpses in the wasteland and treating life and death as routine, given the choice, everyone preferred a proper burial. This gesture once again earned goodwill from all members. The remaining 4 vehicles resumed their journey. With 1 less vehicle and fewer people, the compartments felt considerably more spacious. "Thank you." The big man Li Jushu had warned was still riding in the same vehicle, his voice honest and sincere. "Think nothing of it." Li Jushu waved dismissively. In his view, mutual rescue within a team was only natural. Sincere cooperation was the only way to make it to the end, requiring no special thanks. The big man thumped his chest. "If not for you, I'd be lying in that return vehicle. I'm Du Shangfeng, but everyone calls me Black Hornet. Night Owl." Li Jushu gave his own code name. Unable to help taking another look at Du Shangfeng, so this was the famous Black Hornet. Hunters had no formal lineage, yet teams maintained master-apprentice relationships. When Chao Gang started out, he'd trained under Black Hornet, learning many of the survival skills that later made his reputation. After Chao Gang went solo and formed his own team, gradually building a name in the settlement, he'd said that Black Hornet was the person who'd shown him the greatest kindness in his life. Blackhead Wasp hadn't just brought out Chao Gang alone. Quite a few people in the settlement called him Master when they saw him, and several others like Chao Gang had become team leaders under his guidance. In this hierarchical system, even Li Jushu would have to respectfully address Blackhead Wasp as Grand Master if they met. At this moment, Li Jushu was in desperate need of night vision equipment. Blackhead Wasp seemed prepared for this, pulling out a pair of sunglasses-style goggles and handing them over. The overlapping triangular logo on the temples was particularly striking. Jingsan Manufacturing, the absolute leader in the eyewear industry, with even their cheapest models costing 450,000 copper coins. The pair Blackhead Wasp was offering had dark green temples made from a new composite material with nearly perfect elasticity and recovery properties, resistant to corrosion from sweat, blood, and tears, and wouldn't slip even when wet with rain. Li Jushu recognized them. Retail price 1.28 million copper coins. "This is too expensive." He instinctively shook his head. Though tempted, he didn't dare reach for them. "Take them. I really do have 2 pairs, otherwise I wouldn't be willing to part with one." Blackhead Wasp pressed the goggles into his hands without argument, then pulled out an identical pair from his pocket. Li Jushu's hand, which had been pushing them away, froze in midair. "The boss has money," Blackhead Wasp chuckled. "Last time I did a mission with the boss, He rewarded me with 2 pairs. If it had been anything else, Li Jushu might have continued to decline, but night vision goggles could save his life. Being overly polite now would just be pretentious. Thinking of how helplessly he'd been blinded by the flash grenade tonight, he simply accepted them. If enemies threw flash grenades next time, 3 or 4 seconds of blindness would be enough to kill him dozens of times over. In the vehicle, Blackhead Wasp lowered his voice to tell him that the team originally had 3 other snipers. All killed in the recent battle. 2 died in the rocket explosion. 1 was hit in the head by a stray bullet. Now Li Jushu was the only sniper left. This news carried significant weight. Being one of many versus the only one represented completely different levels of importance. Perhaps the battle had delayed their schedule, because the vehicle actually sped up in the latter half of the night. Li Jushu glanced at the speedometer, 58 kilometers per hour. With poor night roads and the constant possibility of ambush, this speed was truly risky, but Pu Xiaoyan seemed unwilling to waste a single second. Blackhead Wasp remained tight-lipped about it, his professional hunter instincts keeping him silent. Everyone spent the night on edge, but fortunately the journey was peaceful. When dawn broke, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Daylight meant better visibility, and any ambushes could be spotted earlier. Breakfast was eaten directly in the vehicle without stopping. At 9:48 a.m., the armored vehicle finally stopped. Ahead lay a strange forest with mixed and unfamiliar tree species of varying thickness and height. The vehicle could go no further once it reached the forest edge. Everyone disembarked, and only then did Pu Xiaoyan announce the mission. This forest is home to gray-spotted crown spiders. Recently, someone discovered a king among Thema red-spotted crown spider. Our objective is to capture it. Remember, it must be taken alive. If the red-spotted crown spider dies, the mission is a failure. Pu Xiaoyan's trusted aide pulled out a photograph showing 2 spiders printed on eye-tone gray, 1 red. The red one was the red-spotted crown spider, their target for this expedition. Everyone's gaze focused on the thin photograph. The crimson shell gleamed coldly under the light, almost evoking the image of a poisoned blade. Pu Xiaoyan got straight to the point. The sooner we find the red-spotted crown spider, the sooner we can return. If anyone captures it alive within 3 days, I'll give each person an additional 200,000 copper coins. He paused, lowering his voice. But don't forget, there may be other teams searching for it too. They are our enemies, so everyone must be careful. A second aide carried a wooden box around, distributing equipment. The glass bottles were larger than ordinary potion vials, with double wax seals around the stoppers, clearly custom-made for containing highly venomous creatures. Pu Xiaoyan continued his briefing. While numbers provide safety, splitting up for searches would be more efficient. I suggest forming teams freely, but that's just a suggestion. You decide how to proceed. Any questions? He stated that he wouldn't accompany the teams into the forest, but would wait on the perimeter for settlement. No one objected to this arrangement. He was the financier, and if he died in there, the rewards would become worthless promises. Moreover, if he came along, they'd have to complete 2 tasks simultaneously: capture the red-spotted crown spider and protect Pu Xiaoyan, doubling the difficulty. One member raised his hand. Can you tell us about the red-spotted crown spider's behavior? Pu Xiaoyan touched his nose bridge, admitting his limited knowledge. It's roughly the size shown in the photo. Adult red-spotted crown spiders are about the size of goose eggs and prefer hiding on the undersides of leaves. They're highly venomous and aggressive. Don't let them near your skin. Another person asked, do you have antidotes? Sorry, Pu Xiaoyan spread his hands. I've searched the entire settlement and couldn't find any medicine that neutralizes their venom. You'll just have to avoid getting bitten. With the information clear, everyone regrouped in 2s and 3s. Familiar faces sought each other out, while tactical combinations became secondary considerations. Li Jushu was the team's only sniper, but aside from a man codenamed Black Wasp, who approached him, no one else paid him attention. Black Wasp became the popular choice, with several people wanting to join his team, but he politely declined them all, only nodding to accept one additional person. The 3-man team entered the forest first, followed by other groups gradually disappearing into the dense woodland. Some lone wolves ventured in solo. The ground was covered with half-inch thick rotting leaves, and the air was damp and cold. As soon as Li Jushu crossed the tree line, he felt a chill creep into his collar. Light was instantly fragmented by interlacing branches and leaves, reducing visibility to barely 10 meters. Years of hunting experience told him this place harbored far more threats than open wilderness. Mosquitoes, venomous snakes, toxic pollen. Miasmany of these could bring someone down silently. He'd once nearly perished during a forest mission and had avoided woodlands ever since. Had he known this mission would take place in a forest, he might have hesitated repeatedly. The team paused briefly as Black Wasp lowered his voice to introduce his companions. This is Night Owl, our sniper. He pointed to Li Jushu, then patted the shoulder of the silent, burly man beside him. This is Mountain Cat, my longtime partner and close combat specialist. Once, when surrounded by 5 or 6 blood wolves, he killed 3 with just a dagger before breaking free. Black Wasp's tone clearly conveyed his respect for Mountain Cat's abilities. Please take care of me. Li Jushu felt a surge of respect. Having undertaken blood wolf elimination missions before, he knew all too well how terrifying these creatures were. Even with a team of 8, they would only dare to take on 3 blood wolves simultaneously. If they spotted 5 or 6 blood wolves, they would typically retreat. At this moment, looking at the man nicknamed Lynx before him, Li Jushu couldn't help but feel Shaken Lynx had not only escaped from a blood wolf encirclement, but had also killed 3 of them in return. Such prowess was truly formidable. Don't let Hornet fool you. He's just flattering me. Lynx waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. That time I nearly lost my life, spent half a year in the hospital, and almost went to meet my ancestors. If only I'd had a sniper with me back then. Last night, Lynx had witnessed Li Jushu's shooting firsthand, and that composure had left a deep impression on him. The 2 men shook hands and exchanged pleasantries, officially making each other's acquaintance. Hornet's expression grew serious as his voice turned grave. There were things I couldn't say before, but at this point, there's no need for secrecy anymore. Our wealthy patron has already issued the red-spotted crown spider mission twice. The first time, 15 people went in, only 2 came back. The patron himself went along that time too. The second time, 26 people went in, and I was part of that group. Only 8 of us made it back alive. He pointed to himself. I was lucky. Of those 8, only myself and 2 others escaped without serious injury. The other 5 ended up in the hospital, and I never saw them again after that. Those 2 took their payment and refused to continue. I was planning to leave too, but something happened at home, and the patron helped me sort it out, so I stayed. He paused, his gaze sweeping across both men's faces. I'm telling you this just so you understand how dangerous this mission is. What exactly is the danger? Lynx voiced the question that was on Li Jushu's mind. Mosquitoes. Hornet gave an unexpected answer. Mosquitoes. Lynx's eyes widened in disbelief, and Li Jushu couldn't help but frown. Without further explanation, Hornet pulled 3 egg-sized metal spheres from his backpack and pressed their buttons with a series of soft clicks. The spheres unfolded and transformed in an instant into lightweight helmets. He put one on himself and handed the other 2 to Li Jushu and Lynx. Don't underestimate these things, he warned. They filter air, automatically regulate temperature and humidity, and won't interfere with sound transmission. Each one costs over 200,000. The 3 men quickly covered all exposed skin thoroughly. Hornet carefully checked his clothing for gaps, and once satisfied, led the way with Li Jushu and Lynx following close behind. The forest was silent when a piercing scream suddenly tore through the night. Ah! Li Jushu shuddered. The sound came from somewhere ahead, not far away. The 3 men exchanged glances and immediately quickened their pace through the dense woods. When they reached the location, 3 figures were already standing beneath the tree shadows, looking down at an injured person on the ground, completely motionless. Save me, please. The man lying on the ground clawed desperately at the air around him, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Li Jushu noticed that his entire face had turned an eerie pale blue, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably with fine spasms. The man had 2 pinprick-sized wounds, each on his neck and the back of his hands, from which blood was slowly seeping, but this blood wasn't bright red, rather a chilling pale yellow color. Next to them lay the mangled bodies of 2 gray-spotted crown spiders, crushed beyond recognition. In just a few seconds, the man's face had grown noticeably darker, shifting from blue to almost black. Li Jushu glanced at Blackhead Wasp, who shook his head gently. There was no saving him. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby as several people rushed over, drawn by the screams. Their shock was evident when they saw the scene. The voice of the man bitten by the gray-spotted crown spider was growing weaker by the minute. Within a few moments, he slipped into a coma, his life force fading rapidly. Let's go, Blackhead Wasp sighed. Although they hadn't known him well, he was still part of their team. It was a shame to see him die like this. How can this venom be so potent? Even the deadliest snakes are nothing compared to it, Wildcat thought, deeply unsettled. It had taken less than 10 minutes for the man to go from screaming to unconsciousness. Whatever you do, don't get bitten by a gray-spotted crown spider, Blackhead Wasp warned gravely. What if it happens by accident? Wildcat asked. If it's your hand or foot, don't hesitate, cut it off. Better to lose a limb than your life. But if you're bitten on the neck, just make it quick for yourself, Blackhead Wasp replied. I noticed some small red dots on his face. Those aren't from the spider, right? Li Jushu suddenly spoke up. You've got a sharp eye, Night Owl. You're right, those weren't from the spider. They're mosquito bites. The mosquitoes here aren't fatal, but they do carry neurotoxic venom that slows down your reflexes. Worse still, they make you give off a scent that attracts the gray-spotted spiders. Once you get bitten by a mosquito, it's only a matter of time before the spiders come after you. So while you're watching out for the spiders, be even more careful with the mosquitoes, Blackhead Wasp emphasized. We're wrapped up like mummies right now, so we should be fine, right? Wildcat joked. Who knows? Blackhead Wasp thought to himself, uneasy. The known threats were the insects and spiders, but it was the unknown dangers that truly terrified him. Something's up, Li Jushu suddenly whispered, keeping his voice low. Blackhead Wasp and Wildcat froze instantly, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as their bodies tensed, ready to spring into action. 10 o'clock, about 110 meters out, third branch on the giant tree, Li Jushu reported. Quietly, he took the Burster 002B sniper rifle from his back. There was a dark shape up in the tree. The forest was dim, making it impossible to tell what it was, but judging by its size, it could be a leopard or a tiger. Too much noise. Blackhead Wasp stopped him. If the Burster 002B went off, it would alert everything within 2 or 3 kilometers. He signaled to Wildcat, who immediately understood, and the two split left and right, quietly approaching the shadow. Wildcat was slim and agile, so his silent movements made sense. But for someone of Blackhead Wasp's size to move so quietly, impressed Li Juxui's reputation was well earned. 30 meters. 20. 10. When Blackhead Wasp and Wildcat were within 3 meters of the shadow, both of them suddenly froze. Li Jux's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Before he could react, the shadow shot down from the branch like lightning. Even from over 100 meters away, the impact made Li Jux's ears ring. Blackhead Wasp was flung more than 20 meters, smashing through several plants along the way. Bang! The gunshot was deafening. The dark shadow was hit by bullets while spinning in midair, its massive body pausing momentarily as its momentum suddenly dropped, yet it still managed to swing out a palm strike, sending Bobcat flying like a stone hurled from a catapult, sailing 5 or 6 meters away. As his dagger flew from his grip, Bobcat drew his pistol from his waist while still airborne, the muzzle flashing repeatedly. As he frantically emptied the entire magazine, the dense tongues of flame made the handgun fire with the rhythm of a submachine gun. The bullets buried into the shadow's fur as if sinking into a swamp, not drawing a single drop of blood, but instead provoking it into deep, menacing roars. Bang! Another thunderous sound as the shadow's forehead exploded in a spray of blood. It turned in fury, its limbs pounding the ground as it charged straight toward Li Jushu. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots. The bullets tore through its hide, slightly slowing the shadow's speed, but it continued its rampage, crushing all vegetation in its path like an armored tank, creating a dragon of flying debris. When the distance closed to 30 meters, Li Jushu finally saw clearly. It wasn't a leopard or a tiger, but a black bear. Why a bear could run like a cheetah was beyond his concern now. The crushing momentum made his adrenaline surge and his heart race wildly. Continue shooting or turn and run? He quickly calculated. If he turned around, he'd be caught within 3 meters, and even if he dropped the Devastator 002B sniper rifle, he'd only gain one more step. Better to fight than flee in vain. The black bear was massive, as a mountain aiming for the torso would guarantee a hit, but hardly deliver a fatal blow. He forced his heartbeat steady and fixed the scope on the bear's head. Bang! 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 3 more shots. One tore through its cheek, one pierced its nose bridge, and the last grazed empty air. The bear's entire face was a mess of torn flesh, revealing white bone beneath, yet still not fatal. 5 meters. Only 1 bullet left. In that split second, Li Jushu seemed to hear his own heart stop as the entire world narrowed to the bear's burning eyes. As the bear's paw rose high, he pulled the trigger. Bunga! Tremendous impact as blood mist sprayed from the bear's skull. It let out a roar that shook the entire forest, its remaining momentum carrying it forward in a final lunge, pinning Li Jushu beneath its weight before he could dodge. 800 pounds plus the charging force. If the sniper bullet hadn't weakened its momentum, he could almost hear his bones shattering. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled desperately to crawl out from under the bear's carcass. Hornet staggered over to help him up, his alloy shield severely deformed. Bobcat still lay motionless on the ground. Got careless. Hornet tossed the mangled shield aside, touching his chest. Thank God he'd put on body armor before departure, or that impact would have finished him. Even with double protection, the collision had blacked out his vision momentarily, taking a long time to recover. Li Jushu approached Bobcat and crouched down to help, but Bobcat groaned in pain. Don't move, my ribs are broken. How many? Hornet limped over. Don't know, at least 5. Bobcat gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it. Running into a black bear of all things, what rotten luck. Blackhead Wasp winced from a toothache, while Wildcat was also wearing a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, with his build, he definitely couldn't have withstood that bear paw strike. Careless of me. Wildcat grimaced as he clutched his ribs. He had expected to encounter something like a leopard heathen, never imagining it would be a black bear. Black bears do climb trees, but that usually happens when they're chasing prey. Under normal circumstances, they don't leap into trees. At the thought of prey, his expression suddenly changed, and he flicked his wrist, sending a flash of cold steel through the air. Whoosh! A black shadow burst from the treetops, nearly grazing Li Jushu's scalp as it passed, but the throwing knife struck it hard, eliciting a piercing shriek. The shadow froze midair, and Blackhead Wasp seized the opportunity to step forward, his iron fist thundering out and sending it flying several meters. The moment it hit the ground, Li Jushu drew his dagger and threw it backhand. Clang! The dagger embedded deeply into the tree trunk, but missed its target. The black shadow twisted and dove back into the dense canopy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Jushu immediately drew his pistol, released the safety, and slowly raised the barrel. Blackhead Wasp gripped his curved blade, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. After a moment of silence in the forest, the first to enter their field of vision were two of Pu Xiaoyun's trusted men. What happened? The two men gasped in shock when they saw the massive black bear carcass, then gave them a thumbs up. Three men taking down a black bear was truly rare. Wildcat had broken ribs and was drenched in cold sweat from the pain when throwing his knife, making it impossible for him to continue the mission, so he had to return with them first. They also carried the bear carcass away with them. Only Li Jushu and Blackhead Wasp remained to venture deeper into the forest. Although installing a silencer adds some weight and can't completely eliminate the gunshot sound, I still recommend you use one, Blackhead Wasp whispered. I'll keep that in mind next time, Li Jushu nodded. During open missions, the volume of gunshots didn't matter, but for safety-focused operations like this, keeping a low profile was indeed better. The deeper they went, the dimmer the light became. The intertwining branches and leaves of the towering ancient trees almost completely blocked out the sunlight, and in the humid air, mosquitoes multiplied rapidly, their buzzing incessant. It was then that Li Jushu finally saw a living gray-spotted crown spider. Pu Xiaoyan had said it was only the size of a goose egg, but now, seeing it with its 8 long legs spread out, it was wider than Li Jushu's entire palm. It crouched in a hollow of the tree trunk, its shell patterns blending seamlessly with the rough bark, making it nearly impossible to distinguish without careful observation. Li Jushu raised his palm to strike. Don't touch it. Blackhead Wasp raised his hand to stop him. There are too many of them, you can't kill them all. Only then did Li Jushu notice that dozens of gray-spotted crown spiders were scattered across the bark of that tree. Some curled up as if napping, others moving sluggishly, and there were surely many more higher up where the insufficient light made them invisible. Isn't this mission too reckless? Li Jushu frowned. Forget about the entire forest, just one tree 50 to 60 meters tall harbored swarms of gray-spotted crown spiders. Finding a red-spotted crown spider in this environment would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's only the most foolish method. Blackhead Wasp smiled bitterly, having discovered this problem during his last visit. Even if 100 or 1,000 people came, it wouldn't help. Li Jushu shook his head. It would take half a day just to carefully search one tree. The red-spotted crown spider is alevite, moves around, and won't just wait obediently to be found. If it runs back to a place that's already been searched, he looked up at the impenetrable canopy, his tone heavy. If the red-spotted crown spider returns to an area we've already searched, we'll never find it in our lifetime. It all comes down to luck, but don't lose hope. The red-crowned spider is the king among billions of spiders, and kings are always different. If we can find something unusual, we might just discover the red-crowned spider. Since someone spotted it once, it can be found again. Blackhead Wasp consoled him. Li Jushu didn't respond, silently encouraging himself. People need dreams, and what if they actually come true? The forest floor beneath their feet was covered with 2 thick layers of fallen leaves. The upper layer bright and fresh, recently fallen from the branches. The lower layer already rotted, feeling like stepping into wet sponge when walked on, making one worry about sinking in completely. Swarms of small insects crawled through the dead leaves, causing Li Jushu to tighten his shoelaces, fearing they might crawl in through the gaps. Wait, don't move, Blackhead Wasp suddenly whispered sharply. Li Jushu startled and froze in place with his foot half raised, looking around alertly, but finding nothing unusual. Blackhead Wasp crouched down, slowly brushing away the fallen leaves and digging out a yellowish-brown, egg-sized mushroom from beneath his foot. Its color almost blended perfectly with the dead leaves. No wonder no one had noticed it before. Don't let its harmless appearance fool you. Blackhead Wasp took out a glass bottle and carefully sealed the mushroom inside. If you step on it and crush it, it releases an odorless gas that can knock a person out in seconds. Li Jushu felt secretly ashamed. A veteran was indeed a veteran, had only been looking up for spider webs while ignoring the more dangerous ground. Even if he had seen the mushroom, he might not have avoided it. Who would have thought such a thing could be so deadly? While pressing the bottle cap tight, Blackhead Wasp casually mentioned a past incident. The forest has not only poisonous insects and snakes, but plants to watch out for too. I once led a team into the forest to catch snakes. 13 people, and 7 were knocked out cold by a single Paris plant. It was devastating. At this point, he shook his head gently, his tone heavy. That loss wasn't his fault, but as the team leader, taking people out but not being able to bring them all back was a guilt that always weighed on his heart. Before they knew it, the already dim light in the forest had completely darkened. Li Jushu wanted to light a torch, but Blackhead Wasp raised his hand to stop him. Mosquitoes are attracted to light. Everyone staying in the dark is fine, but if you light a torch, you'll break the balance and create unpredictable risks. Let's just eat dry rations for now. Li Jushu took out his dry rations and chewed on them while Blackhead Wasp climbed up a thick old tree, lowered 2 ropes, and tied sleeping bags into hammocks. Seeing Li Jushu looking up in confusion, He smiled and said, "Too many insects on the ground, and the trees aren't completely safe either. Hanging in midair is the most secure. You take the first watch while I sleep, then we'll switch for the second half of the night." Night fell completely, and the mosquitoes were so dense they looked like a black fog. Li Jushu felt like he could catch a dozen with one swipe. To eat something, he had to lift his face mask, stuff the dry rations into his mouth, then quickly fasten the protection back on. In just those 2 seconds, several mosquitoes managed to get in. Thinking about what his fate would be spending the night in the forest without Blackhead Wasp's sealed helmet, he felt especially grateful. Just as this thought crossed his mind, intense gunfire erupted in the distance, and he shot to his feet. About 1.5 kilometers away, too late to make it. Blackhead first shot up with a whoosh, then immediately sat back down, and Li Jushu followed suit. The man was right in flat ground. A full sprint would only take a few minutes, but this was deep forest at night. Tangled trees, venomous insects everywhere. Forget 1,500 meters, even 150 would be impossibly far. Besides, the gunfire over there was so intense it sounded like the entire mountain was ablaze. By the time they got there, it would all be over, so better to conserve their strength. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the air, followed by only sporadic gunshots, then complete silence. The two men exchanged glances, both knowing the answer, likely total annihilation. Blackhead didn't mention it, and Li Jushu wisely kept quiet. After eating, Blackhead drew his knife and carved off a section of branch, constructing a simple platform about a meter high. You take watch. After 8 o'clock, the gray-spotted crown spiders come out to hunt. If we really have to climb trees, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. With that, he crawled into his sleeping bag, and soon his snoring drowned out the forest's insect chorus. Mosquitoes buzzed like distant thunder. Li Jushu popped a chocolate for energy, his gaze sweeping alertly through the darkness watching for danger, while hoping the red-spotted crown spider might suddenly appear so the mission could end and he could go home immediately. But heaven clearly wasn't listening to his prayers. Instead, gray-spotted spiders emerged from who knows where. On leaves, between branches, along tree trunks, dark shadows everywhere. Though Li Jushu didn't have a phobia of clusters, his scalp crawled at the sight. Spider silk gleamed coldly in the night, weaving webs at visible speed, quickly ensnaring swarms of mosquitoes. This was the feeding Blackhead had mentioned. After watching for a while, he could barely make out shapes within 2 or 3 meters. Beyond that, only vague shadows. He resisted the urge to turn on his flashlight, remembering Blackhead's warning. Break the balance, and everything goes out of control. He wondered how the others were doing, occasionally looking up at the sky. If someone found the red-spotted crown spider first, they'd fire a signal flare, and then everyone could pack up. But the night sky of Beast Planet had few stars, and with thick clouds, there was only layered blackness. Darkness, mosquito swarms, gray-spotted spiders. Under this pressure, Li Jushu suddenly thought of Zhao Huier, far away on their home planet. When she recovered, he swore he'd spend every night watching stars with Hera sight almost impossible to see on Beast Planet. As the temperature plummeted and mosquitoes decreased, his drowsiness grew heavier. His eyelids felt leaden, and his left-right scanning became noticeably less frequent. He checked his wrist 21:58. Usually he didn't sleep until 2300 hours, but now he was desperately tired. Yet he knew clearly, this was absolutely not the time to close his eyes. He carried the safety of 2 people on his shoulders. In his dazed state, a bone-chilling alarm suddenly rose from deep within. He snapped awake. Eyes flying open, a gaping maw was lunging straight at his face, 2 curved, snow-white fangs gleaming coldly in the dim light. A snake. No time to draw his gun or knife. Lightning fast, he clamped both hands around the snake's head, pressing down hard on that massive mouth. Excruciating pain instantly spread through his body. The snake's coils had wrapped around him, with strength like contracting steel cables, nearly snapping his neck. His helmet severely deformed with a crack, the face shield shattering into pieces. Li Jushu couldn't spare a thought for his damaged equipment as his breathing was squeezed to the absolute limit. He wanted to shout for Blackhead but couldn't force out a single sound. As the snake's body tightened, he clearly felt his fingers gripping the snake's head. Losing strength, was about to lose his hold. What could he do? Li Jushu could almost hear his bones creaking as death closed in. Desperation surged through him, and he suddenly opened his mouth wide, biting down hard on the snake's body. That bite nearly tore his jaw apart, sending excruciating pain shooting through his teeth and gums. The snake writhed frantically from the pain, its strength suddenly exploding as it coiled tighter around him, making his vision go black and nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Stimulated by the agony, a second surge of strength erupted within him, and he bit down even harder. Suddenly, his mouth filled with warmth had broken through the snake's skin, and hot blood poured in. He couldn't care whether it was poisonous or not. He swallowed it down, desperate for the snake to loosen its grip, willing to devour flesh and all if necessary. Man and serpent locked in mortal combat. The snake sought to strangle him. He sought to bite through a battle of endurance. The snake remained expressionless, but he knew he was reaching his limit. His neck was being squeezed so tightly he could barely breathe, and his ribcage felt like it was being crushed. Fortunately, to ward off insects, he wore thick clothing and a bulletproof vest, which somewhat cushioned the constricting force. Otherwise, his body would have already twisted like a pretzel. As his consciousness began to fade, he keenly detected the snake's strength weakening. His mind suddenly cleared. The snake was also nearing its limit. Hope rekindled, and he gritted his teeth, holding on. His chest thundered like rolling thunder. Time stretched endlessly through suffocation and stabbing pain, each second feeling like a knife cutting flesh. Finally, the snake's strength grew weaker and weaker. He managed to gasp a breath of air, his heart filled with wild joy. He had won. Blood no longer flowed into his mouth, but he still dared not release his bite. Only when the snake's body hung limp and powerless did he finally unclench his jaw and gasp for air. His entire body ached terribly, but the joy of survival overshadowed all suffering. He tried to throw off the snake, but discovered his hands had become rigid as iron clamps from overexertion and wouldn't obey his commands. He had no choice but to first steady his breathing, leaning against the tree trunk with his eyes closed. In his daze, he fell into a deep sleep. He jolted awake to daylight, hearing Haitefeng's relieved voice nearby. "You're finally awake. What happened?" Li Jushu asked in confusion, his head still foggy. Haitefeng approached and carefully examined his complexion before relaxing. "Good. You're not poisoned." "How long was I asleep?" Li Jushu gradually came to his senses. "It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. I slept for nearly 20 hours. He was startled. Haitefeng pressed. "Do you remember what happened last night?" A snake suddenly attacked. Li Jushu looked down and was shocked to discover he was still clutching the snake tightly in his hands. The snake had long since grown cold, and only now could he clearly see its appearance. 2 markings on its back resembled a pair of eyes, while the rest looked no different from common venomous snakes. It was as thick as an arm and nearly 3 meters long. This thing was incredibly strong and wrapped around me in an instant. I had no choice but to bite it with my teeth, and luckily I managed to kill it first. Otherwise, you'd be looking at my corpse right now. What kind of snake is this? It's not that big, but it's seriously powerful. Li Jushu's fingers were still trembling slightly as he spoke, his heart still racing from the deadly struggle. "I don't know, never seen one like it, but it's definitely venomous and highly toxic at that." Haitefeng crouched nearby, carefully examining the headless snake carcass. "Was I unconscious?" Li Jushu recalled a blank period in his memory. "When I woke up, I couldn't rouse you no matter how hard I tried. At first I thought you'd been bitten." Haitefeng pointed to Li Jushu's arm. "But after checking, I found no wounds on your body. I figure it was from drinking the snake's blood. If you hadn't woken up, I would have had to carry you back. How do you feel now?" "I should be fine." Li Jushu moved his arms and legs. The soreness had faded, though unfortunately his helmet had been crushed. "When we left last night, I was too embarrassed to take Shan Mao's spare helmet. I guess I'm not thick-skinned enough. Good thing you're okay, or I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life." Haitefeng smiled bitterly. Usually alert, he had slept like the dead last night and hadn't noticed Li Jushu's prolonged battle with the snake. If the snake had won, both of them would have died here. "How are the others?" Li Jushu looked toward the depths of the forest, where dense tree shadows formed a dark wall that blocked his view. "This morning I heard gunfire and explosions from the southeast. They probably ran into danger." Haitefeng frowned. "I hope they're safe." Li Jushu understood that if he hadn't held Haitefeng back, the latter would likely have already gone to provide support. "Let's eat something first." Haitefeng handed over some rations. Li Jushu brought the food to his mouth, but was surprised to realize he wasn't hungry after being unconscious for over 20 hours. His metabolism should have slowed, but this complete lack of hunger still startled him. Haitefeng caught his expression. "What's wrong?" "I'm thinking about whether there's another way to search. This needle-in-a-haystack approach has too low a success rate." Li Jushu redirected his thoughts back to the matter at hand. "Everyone thinks the same thing." Haitefeng's tone carried helplessness. If there were a better method, they would have used it already. "The mosquitoes seem fewer today." Li Jushu chewed his rations, but didn't hear the usual buzzing sounds. "It's because of that." Haitefeng nodded toward the snake carcass. Li Jushu was stunned. Snakes emit a scent that mosquitoes fear. Humans can't smell it, but mosquitoes are extremely sensitive to it. The more venomous the snake, the stronger the scent. Ancient hunters would hang python skin in their homes to keep mosquitoes away all summer. Haitefeng explained. "You haven't been bitten. It's all thanks to this thing. It has that effect." Li Jushu was delighted and bent down to pick up the snake carcass. This was like a walking insect repellent. "Your helmet is broken, and we still have a day and a half until the rendezvous. Why don't you wear the snake carcass for protection? It won't rot in just a day or two," Haitefeng suggested. Li Jushu quickly finished eating and wrapped the snake carcass around his neck, then around his waist, and tied it off, making it look like a thick belt ornament. Weighing about 25 pounds, it didn't significantly impede his movement. The two then continued deeper into the forest, searching for the red-spotted crowned spider. The effect was immediate. Wherever Li Jushu went, mosquitoes scattered, and even the gray-spotted crown spiders gave him a wide berth. Hai Tufeng marveled. Spiders hunt by vibration, they shouldn't be afraid of scents. But regardless of the principle, anything that reduced threats was a good thing. Li Jushu suddenly paused mid-step. What's wrong? Black Wasp startled and immediately stopped as well, lowering his voice while his hand moved to his waist where a dagger was sheathed. Nothing. I thought I stepped on another mushroom. Li Jushu shook his head rather awkwardly. We should slow down to be safe, Black Wasp reminded him. They had been using the snake's carcass to repel mosquitoes earlier and had unconsciously picked up their pace. But the forest held dangers far beyond insects, poisonous plants, and large predators lurked everywhere. Li Jushu nodded and deliberately slowed his steps, but secretly surveyed his surroundings. Those shadowy corners blocked by branches and leaves, where even sunlight couldn't penetrate, were no longer blurry masses. To his eyes every detail was crystal clear. What's happening? Has my vision mutated? He wondered in alarm. His golden pupils flickered as he could see the fine veins on leaves atop trees 150 meters high, the gray-spotted crown spiders crawling beneath the leaf undersides, even their individual hairs distinct and clear. Darkness seemed to have no effect on him. Li Jushu quickly concluded this was likely an after-effector, perhaps a gift from drinking the snake's blood. He felt both elated and uncertain, worried this strange ability might vanish suddenly, like a final burst of energy before death. He wanted to test it somehow, but couldn't find a suitable target. Black Wasp walked ahead, unaware of his constantly changing expressions. Otherwise, he would have suspected something was wrong with the snake's blood. The sky gradually darkened. His watch showed 1745, and the ordinary world had become dim and indistinct. But Li Jushu's vision remained crystal clear. Black Wasp began selecting a campsite for the night, when suddenly a gunshot tore through the silence, accompanied by screams that startled flocks of birds into flight. That's Painted Face. Black Wasp turned to lock eyes with Li Jushu. Let's go check it out. Li Jushu immediately understood. They were on the same team as Painted Face, and with the distance being so close, they couldn't ignore this. I'll take Point Yuri the sniper, cover me, Black Wasp said, his body already melting into the dark forest. His decision to lead showed his character since it was someone they knew. He was willing to face the danger first and minimize Li Jushu's risk. Hey, Li Jushu started to call out, but Black Wasp had already vanished. He quickly retrieved his sniper rifle, unpacking, assembling, and loading it behind a tree root in one fluid motion. Unlike a handgun that only required flicking off the safety to fire, a sniper rifle demanded this complete preparation sequence, and he didn't waste a single second. Boom boom. 2 fireballs bloomed consecutively in the night, the thunderous explosions sending dead leaves flying as the area within several hundred meters lit up like daylight rocket launchers. The 2 explosions were spaced about 500 or 600 meters apart. Li Jushu's heart sank. This was 2 armed forces engaged in combat. Since one side included his own people, the other must be the competitors Pu Xiaoyin had mentioned. He had barely taken a few steps when rockets streaked across the night sky, and violent explosions erupted on both sides. The sound of machine guns spraying bullets made his blood surge with adrenaline. The forest path twisted and turned with no straight passages, forcing him to weave through gaps between massive tree trunks that blocked his way. Though Li Jushu could see clearly in the darkness as if it were daylight, moving forward remained laborious. After about 200 meters, he stopped, initially planning to climb a tree for reconnaissance, but abandoned the idea upon seeing the dense canopy overhead. He was close to the battlefield now, yet the thick foliage obscured everything, could only hear the sporadic gunfire without seeing any figures. He continued crawling forward stealthily. Darkness served as his natural shield, limiting his opponent's vision while leaving his own unaffected. Still, he couldn't afford to be careless. Tactical night vision goggles were available on the market that, while inferior to his current night vision capabilities, could still detect him at close range. Fortunately, thermal imaging equipment was unusable on Beast Planet, where he would have needed to exercise even greater caution. Suddenly, he spotted muzzle flashes from a position. After careful observation, he realized it was a friendly position had veered off course. He quickly and quietly circled toward the other side. Choosing a towering tree thick enough to stop bullets, he crouched down. Forest combat had its advantages and disadvantages. Trees so massive that several people couldn't wrap their arms around them could block armor-piercing rounds, providing excellent protection, but killing enemies was equally challenging. It all came down to utilizing the terrain effectively. His original plan was to climb high for a better vantage point, but looking up, he saw gray-spotted crown spiders covering every branch and immediately abandoned the idea. Night was naturally when spiders were most active, and the artillery fire had agitated the gray-spotted crown spiders, making them restless. Even mosquitoes had emerged early from their hiding spots, buzzing among the leaves. His gaze swept back and forth between enemy and friendly firing positions. The enemies were clearly experienced veterans, exposing only their gun barrels while keeping their bodies firmly behind tree trunks, yet maintaining continuous suppressive fire on his comrades' positions. Even the most composed veteran hunters had to occasionally peek out to confirm the situation and prevent opponents from flanking them. Finally, an eye cautiously appeared. In that instant, Li Jushu's nerves tensed. The moment a strand of hair became visible, he had already locked onto his target. The instant he saw the opponent's pupil, he pulled the trigger bang. Through his scope, he watched the enemy's skull cap fly off as blood and brain matter splattered, and the machine gun fire ceased abruptly. He immediately changed positions. Just as he left his previous spot, bullets riddled the area where he had been crouching. Sniper rifles made too much noise, and at such close range, veteran hunters could pinpoint locations by sound alone. After the second enemy fell, he stopped firing consecutively and packed up his rifle. After relocating, he risked climbing a large tree. Fortunately, a snake carcass lay among the branches, causing the gray-spotted crowned spiders and mosquitoes to retreat automatically, allowing him to lie comfortably in the elevated position. After confirming no insects were bothering him, he fixed his gaze intently on the enemy's direction. The moment he killed the second target, he felt a bone-chilling coldness scent of death. He understood that an enemy sniper had him in their sights. Had he not immediately ducked behind the tree trunk after firing, his opponent would have already pulled the trigger. Without the enemy firing, he couldn't pinpoint their location, but he wasn't in a hurry. With his superior vision advantage, he could afford to search methodically. He was confident that his opponent's eyesight ultimately couldn't match his own. In other terrains, you could identify potential sniper hiding spots by locating the best vantage points. But this tactic was useless in the current environment. The forest offered too many hiding places, rendering the first rule ineffective. The second rule, wait for the enemy to fire first, then pinpoint their location, was equally useless since the enemy sniper remained extremely cautious, not firing a single shot. Li Jushu was left with the most primitive yet reliable method, lying flat on the ground and searching inch by inch. As for the space above the tree trunks, he simply ignored it, refusing to believe anyone would go as far as he did hanging a dead snake around their neck for camouflage. The enemy already had superior numbers, keeping our forces constantly suppressed. After Li Jushu arrived and eliminated 2 targets, their offensive finally slowed, giving our side a brief moment to catch our breath. The battle remained evenly matched, but the moment he ceased fire, the enemy's barrage intensified again, bullets sweeping through the dense forest as if ammunition cost nothing. While bullets could be anticipated, the real threat came from grenades that scattered thousands of steel pellets in unpredictable angles, impossible to defend against. Li Jushu felt grateful for choosing such a thick tree for cover, yet his heart still raced. Steel pellets were indiscriminate, capable of penetrating from the most unexpected directions. The 2 sides were too close to risk using flash grenades, as doing so would instantly destroy his night vision advantage. High explosive and fragmentation grenades fell one after another, with casualties mounting on both sides. The enemy sniper remained patient, refusing to fire, likely suspecting that Li Jushu had him in his sights. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was Li Jushu's night vision goggles. During his second sweep, Li Jushu detected a subtle ridge in the ground that was trembling evidence of the sniper slightly shifting his calf. Experience told him that elite snipers possessed extraordinary endurance, remaining motionless even when bitten by insects. But this was nighttime. The enemy assumed that small movements in darkness would go unnoticed, never expecting to encounter someone as unconventional as Li Jushu. Li Jushu steadied his crosshairs on the trembling ridge, but held his trigger finger still. Only when a grenade hit the ground and exploded did he pull the trigger, his muzzle flash lasting barely an instant. The ridge jerked violently before falling silent. The explosion perfectly masked his gunshot, leaving the enemy unaware that their sniper had been eliminated. Just as he prepared to go on the offensive, his entire body tensed. He quickly pulled his rifle barrel back behind the tree, cold sweat streaming down his spine. The enemy had more than one sniper. There was a second one. The grenade's shockwave had briefly lifted a cluster of leaves, revealing a section of dark gun Barella Devastator 002B, the same model as his own. Careless, Li Jushu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Had he not used the explosion to mask his gunshot, the enemy would have pinpointed his location. With that perfect camouflage, 2 seconds would have been enough for the sniper to aim directly at his forehead. As his heartbeat gradually slowed, he peered out again. The gun barrel had vanished, whether concealed once more by leaves or because the sniper had changed positions. Snipers have keen instincts for danger, and Li Jushu suspected his target had sensed something and relocated. He didn't dare underestimate the situation, crouching low as he moved to another thick ancient tree and selected a sturdy branch to reposition his rifle. When a sniper is determined to stay hidden and hold fire, even allies might struggle to flush them out. Li Jushu scanned the surroundings, his vision enhanced by the darkness, yet he had completely lost track of his target. Unwilling to give up, he systematically checked every possible hiding spot: high ground, tree hollows, rock crevices, but came up empty-handed. After frowning for a few seconds, inspiration suddenly struck, and his eyes gleamed with cold light. Several grenades arced toward the canopy. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted midair, shaking the branches violently. Enemies skilled in concealment wouldn't be directly hit by such tactics, but Li Jushu's real target wasn't them, it was the gray-spotted crown spiders that emerged at night to haunt. Countless spiders were shaken loose, cascading down from the foliage like rainfall, hundreds upon hundreds of them. The enemies below were caught completely off guard, their screams echoing as they frantically swatted at the venomous spiders covering their bodies. Several unlucky ones simply stood up from their cover. Our soldiers weren't about to miss such an opportunity. Sharp gunfire cracked like tearing fabric, riddling them with bullets. The remaining enemies found themselves trapped. Stay prone and face the venomous spiders crawling everywhere, or stand up and become moving targets. Their team leader urgently signaled for the sniper to provide suppressive fire any longer, and they'd be killed by spider bites before bullets could finish them. Li Jushu had been waiting for exactly this moment. In the depths of darkness, a faint muzzle flash suddenly erupted, and he caught the bright point of the gun's flame, quickly adjusting his crosshairs. Bang! The bullet struck the enemy sniper square in the chest, sending him flying over a meter before he hit the ground, convulsed twice, and went still. With enemy sniper suppression eliminated, Li Jushu was free to operate at full capacity. From his elevated position, he took advantage of the enemy's constant repositioning to avoid the spiders, picking them off with steady precision. Unlike others who relied on spray and pray tactics, each of his shots was carefully aimed, his night vision advantage now fully apparent. In less than 2 minutes, 8 enemy soldiers had fallen. The enemy team leader realized the situation was spiraling out of control and signaled again. Retreat. Bang. Another enemies had exploded. Li Jushu rolled down from the tree and pursued the fleeing enemies through the jungle shadows. While running, he noticed a woman among the group. Female hunters weren't unusual. Wang Xiaoxin was also a female hunter, but this one was different. Her equipment was exceptionally high grade, and her every movement radiated an extraordinary presence that made him instinctively sense she was high-ranking, probably on par with Pu Xiaoying. The female hunter moved with feline grace, weaving through the forest like a wildcat. Without Li Jushu's naturally superior vision, he would have lost her in the blink of an eye. Seemingly aware of pursuit, she suddenly stopped and planted a mine in just 6 seconds before sprinting off again. Li Jushu was secretly amazed his fastest mine deployment took 2.5 minutes, a staggering difference. Ahead, a massive tree nearly 4 meters in diameter blocked the path directly. Dense thorns on the left made passage impossible, forcing a right turn. At that moment, a bullet grazed past the female hunter's nose and embedded in the trunk, sending wood chips flying. I surrender. The female hunter raised both hands high, her voice clear and melodious, without the slightest hesitation. Li Jushu, who had been about to pull the trigger, stopped. Here's the item, now let me go. The female hunter leaned against the large tree, her voice calm and clear. Of course, you could also kill me, but then you'd get nothing at all. The bomb on my body is powerful enough to level everything within 100 meters in an instant. It's connected to my pulse. The moment my heart stops, it explodes. Li Jushu held his rifle steady, offering no response. The darkness split his face in half, one side illuminated by the cold reflection from his scope, the other lost in shadow. He weighed his options. This woman bore him no grudge, and her threat didn't sound like a bluff. Kill her, and he might be left with nothing but flames. Spare her, and he could walk away with valuable spoils. After several seconds of silence, he raised his gun barrel slightly. Leave everything you have on you, then go. The female hunter said nothing more and began efficiently unloading her gear. 1. 6 grenades, their metal shells gleaming coldly in the moonlight. 2. 2 boxes of microbombs, each no larger than a pill capsule, yet capable of destroying a tank. Never seen in regular stores, they only occasionally appeared in black markets. 3. 1 spring-loaded dagger with a narrow, razor-sharp blade. 4. A box of medical supplies marked with a rare silver insignia lifesaver in critical moments. 5. 2 pistols, both fully loaded. 6. Various other tools and items, and finally a heavy pouch of gold coins. That's everything. She removed the mini crossbow from her arm as well, spread her hands wide, and raised an eyebrow. Want to search me? Li Jushu lowered his weapon. You can go now. After another few seconds of eye contact, he was certain she still had hidden items, but didn't want to risk it. Those 2 boxes of microbombs alone were enough to satisfy his greed. When he'd set out, he'd only had a sniper rifle. Now he was loaded with equipment. The conspicuous gear would have to be reported, but hiding an extra pistol or dagger was something his employer typically overlooked. According to the rules, spoils were split 50-50, first turned in to the boss, then half the assessed value returned. From a profit maximization standpoint, not killing was clearly the better choice. The female hunter had a stunning figure, her curves almost like a sculptor's masterpiece in the darkness, every movement radiating the dangerous allure of a rose. Li Jushu knew that getting even 1 step closer would give him a 99 chance of being finished. He watched that graceful silhouette disappear into the dense forest, quickly swallowed by the night. While collecting the spoils, a glass vial made him freeze inside was a lively spider with red markings all over its body. It was exactly their mission target, the red-spotted crown spider. He immediately returned to the battlefield. Fighting continued at the front lines, with their forces pursuing while the enemy fled and fired back blindly. The darkness obscured vision, and though gunfire thundered from both sides, it was difficult to actually hit targets. Li Jushu appeared like a sudden God save you, setting up his Devastator 002B. With just 6 shots, he killed 5 men. The enemy was terrified and no longer dared look back, focusing only on their desperate escape. His own soldiers wanted to continue the pursuit, but he waved them off. We've got the red-spotted crown spider. Let's head back first. When their team heard that the red-spotted crown spider had been secured, they immediately lost all motivation to continue the pursuit and unanimously decided to return that very night. Regardless of whether others wanted to scavenge the battlefield, Li Jushu rushed back to the combat zone first and shouldered both high-quality sniper rifles along with their complete equipment, since such fine weapons would be wasted on the dead. The others, busy with their own tasks, saw his efficiency and said nothing. Though everyone was eager to return home, they had to endure the torment of navigating through the forest in darkness, especially with several wounded members. Left with no choice, they selected a relatively open highland area in the woods to set up camp and rest, deciding to resume their journey at daybreak. Sitting around the campfire chatting, Li Jushu finally pieced together the whole story. Except for Black Wasp, almost everyone was taking on this type of job for the first time and had underestimated its difficulty. After entering the forest, small teams of 2 or 3 people encountered obstacles one after another, forcing them to band together for survival. Black Wasp and Li Jushu, ironically, had fallen behind precisely because of their fast pace. A few hours earlier, the Night Watch had detected movement when that other force, mentioned by Pu Xiaoyan, reached the red-spotted crown spider first. The firefight revealed that the enemy had superior numbers and firepower, instantly suppressing their side. The enemy sniper was particularly vicious, shooting Flowerface in the leg and attempting to use the tactic of besieging reinforcements to wipe them out completely. Fortunately, Black Wasp and Li Jushu arrived just in time to turn the tide. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. After the battle, everyone's attitude toward Li Jushu had clearly changed. The indifference faded, replaced by genuine warmth. Though he wasn't much of a talker, Black Wasp was eloquent, engaging everyone in animated conversation as the firelight illuminated their tired but excited faces. By morning, several wounded members were in poor condition. With limited resources in the forest, they could only stop bleeding and bandage wounds before the injured forced themselves to set out with the team. Once they broke through the tree line, the group picked up the pace. Pu Xiaoyun was leisurely enjoying morning tea at a tea house when he learned the red-spotted crown spider had been secured, his face lighting up with joy. The convoy immediately raced back at full speed. While the journey there had taken all night in darkness, the return trip under bright sunshine took half the time with no further troubles. Upon reaching the gathering point, everyone dispersed to their hotels to rest while Pu Xiaoyan disappeared with the red-spotted crown spider. Li Jushu was just thinking about his payment when he heard 2 knocks at the door, and Pu Xiaoyan's trusted aide entered. The contract specified 3 million copper coins for completing the mission, but the boss later said he'd triple it to 9 million. You were ambushed en route and killed 9 people, earning a 1 million bonus. You killed another 14 in the forest, and the boss rounded it up to 1,500,000. For the black bear, you should get 2,500,000 by standard rates. But the boss generously gave 3 million, finding the red-spotted crown spider within. 3 days earned a 200,000 bonus. War spoils average 800,000 per person, but you get 1 million. For ammunition and equipment consumed during the mission, the boss provides a one-time compensation of 3 million. Finally, since you found the red-spotted crown spider, there's a special reward of 2 million totaling 20,700,000 copper coins, which the boss has rounded up to 21 million. The aide placed a detailed pay slip and a bank card on the table, adding, "In the entire team, only you receive this treatment. Check if there are any issues, and if not, please sign." It had to be said, this employer was generous. How could there be any problems? Li Jushu signed without hesitation. "Pleasure doing business. Could you leave your contact information? The boss would like to reach out to you for future jobs," the aide said, looking at Li Jushu. "I don't have a phone." Li Jushu spread his hands, explaining helplessly. The importance of phones was debatably. In one hand, they allowed constant contact and location tracking. On the other hand, signals only covered settlements, and once you left those safe zones, phones were reduced to mere timepieces, and even that function was often disrupted by the intense radiation of Beast Planet. With humanity's current technology, they could barely maintain a relatively safe communication zone within settlements, which could fail at any moment, but it was still better than nothing. Of course, the more realistic reason was that phones were too expensive. He couldn't afford one. "The boss thinks highly of you and wants to make friends," the confidant said with a smile, seemingly having anticipated this response. as he handed over a brand new phone. What if I don't want to take the next mission? Li Jushu glanced at it. It was the latest model from the premium brand Big Shrimp, dubbed the fighter jet of phones, priced at over 200,000 copper coins. He didn't reach for it. Our boss is very generous, the confidant said, forcing the phone into his palm with a slight smile before politely taking his leave. After the door closed, Li Jushu weighed the phone in his hand, marveling. This was the world of the wealthy. Being rich was truly wonderful. He'd encountered wealthy bosses before, but had never seen anyone as generous as Pu Xiaoyun. With such magnanimity alone, he'd find it hard to refuse future missions from Pu Xiaoyun. 21 million copper coins. Looking back on his time on Beast Planet, he'd never earned this much combined. The mission had not only filled his pockets, but also granted him night vision abilities. Everything seemed to be heading in the right direction. He'd originally planned to transfer the money to his home planet immediately. His girlfriend Zhao Huier would have an excellent chance of recovery once she started her second treatment course. If his luck held, he could gather all the medical expenses this year. By then, with Zhao Huier cured, he could end his life-risking career on Beast Planet and return home to live a peaceful, happy life together. But now, he was exhausted and drowsy. Thinking it wouldn't matter to wait one more day, he simply collapsed onto his bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep within seconds. He slept until after 11 the next morning. His first priority upon waking was food. Hunters had high energy demand. She usually started with 2 servings of fried rice. But today he was particularly hungry, devouring 4 servings and still feeling empty, capable of eating another. However, remembering the urgent money transfer, he resisted ordering more, paid his bill, and headed out. Just as he reached the corridor, Black Wasp blocked his path. Going to the bank? Planning to send money home? Don't bother, you can't transfer anything. Why not? Today isn't a holiday, Li Jushu said, stunned. You don't know yet? Around 4 this morning, a mysterious ray grazed Beast Planet and struck the communication satellite. All networks are down. Forget transferring money. Phones are just bricks now. Beast Planet is essentially abandoned, completely cut off from the outside world. Black Wasp shrugged. How could this happen? What a coincidence. How long until it's fixed? Li Jushu's temple veins throbbed. With money within reach, but unable to send it to Zhao Huier, he felt as restless as a caged beast. Black Wasp spread his hands. Who knows? Blackhead Wasp shrugged. The universe was mysterious and unpredictable. Although humanity was considered an advanced civilization, their understanding of the cosmos didn't even amount to 1/10 trillionth of what there was to know. There were far too many uncontrollable factors, and signal interruptions were commonplace. However, most previous incidents had been caused by particle stream interference and were quickly resolved. This time, the satellite was directly damaged, which could prove troublesome. By the way, did you need something from me? Li Jushu suddenly remembered that Blackhead Wasp had come specifically to find him. I'd like to ask for your help, Blackhead Wasp said straightforwardly. It turned out that his sworn brother, Shark's team, had taken on a mission to capture desert scorpions. Desert scorpions were highly venomous and only emerged at night. They were extremely sensitive to light. Any illumination would keep them hidden, but without any lights, humans could barely see anything. Shark's team had already lost 3 members while trying to figure out a method, and in desperation, they had turned to the well-experienced Blackhead Wasp for help. Knowing he had no good solutions, Blackhead Wasp had thought of Li Juxith guy, who could hit his target with perfect accuracy, even in complete darkness. Li Jushu shook his head. I've never done a mission in the desert. I have no understanding of that environment at all. His last forest mission had nearly cost him his life, and he still felt shaken by it, let alone attempting something in the even harsher conditions of the desert. Experienced hunters typically avoided such jobs. Besides, he had just received a substantial payment and wasn't eager to take more risks. Blackhead Wasp didn't like to pressure people, but for his brother's sake, he pressed on reluctantly. The scorpions are the only real challenge, brother. You're the only one who can help. If we can't complete this, Shark will have to pay a huge penalty. Li Jushu looked puzzled. How much would he have to pay? At most, they'd just forfeit the deposit right. To prevent people from accepting missions without following through, the mission hall required a 10 deposit of the reward money, which wouldn't be refunded if overdue. While that amount was substantial, it wouldn't be enough to devastate a team. He signed a betting agreement. Blackhead Wasp smiled bitterly. I suspect someone set him up. A betting agreement meant adding clauses to the original reward structure. If completed in a shorter time frame, the reward would multiply several times over. If failed, the compensation would also skyrocket. These typically only appeared in troublesome missions that ordinary hunters might never encounter in their lifetime. After a moment of silence, Blackhead Wasp looked up and added, Shark said if you're willing to help, there's a guaranteed 500,000 copper coins, plus he'll cover all ammunition and supplies. Also, it's 2,000 copper coins per scorpion. You can kill as many as you want. 500,000, plus commission based on the number killed, was a fortune for any hunter. Li Jushu felt his heart stir. Money was never unwelcome, and he owed Blackhead Wasp a favor anyway. All right, he nodded in agreement. Although his account already held 21 million copper coins, while his mouth said no, his body was on stiff. Pu Xiaoyin hadn't raised his standards so high. 500,000 would have been an astronomical sum. After all, despite all his experience, he was still just a junior hunter. An hour later, Li Jushu met Shark. Had expected someone with such a nickname to be as tall and imposing as Hornet, but the man standing before him was only about 5'7". Though not particularly tall, he was lean and wiry like tempered steel, radiating an unyielding, razor-sharp intensity. Hornet has filled me in on the situation. Thank you for agreeing to help, Shark said with his usual stern expression, forcing what passed for a smile, but still looked stiff. Don't mention it. I'm honored that Hornet recommended me, Li Jushu replied, shaking his hand. The grip was firm and powerful, as if it could crush bones with just a little more pressure. What do you need? I'll get it ready right away, Shark cut straight to the point. 12.3mm sniper rounds, however many you think appropriate, and 5 boxes of chocolate, Li Jushu rattled off. Desert nights were brutally cold, and high-energy chocolate could be a lifesaver. He'd never been to the desert, but he knew this basic survival fact. In less than 20 minutes, everything was ready. Besides the sniper rounds and chocolate, Shark also handed him a thick leather coat and a pair of gloves. When do we leave? He asked. This thoughtfulness made Li Jushu warm up to Shark a bit more. The leather coat was expensive and something he should have brought himself, but it hadn't even crossed his mind. Shark didn't owe him this favor, yet here he was offering it anyway. Li Jushu would remember this kindness. If you're free, we leave now, Shark said with unwavering determination. I'm ready to go anytime. Li Jushu had wanted to say goodbye to Chao Gang, but he could see Shark was anxious beneath his calm exterior, so he decided to save the farewell for when he returned. With Hornet vouching for him, Chao Gang wouldn't mind. Shark's team consisted of 14 people, quite large for a small outfit, which spoke to their financial resources, 1 modified battle truck, and 3 motorcycles. The pickup-sized war vehicle couldn't compare to Pu Xiaoyin's luxury ride, but it still impressed Li Juxui's own team. Couldn't even afford a motorcycle. The convoy hit the highway at over 60 miles per hour. Li Jushu glanced at the speedometer and thought they had a death wish. Though this stretch of road outside the settlement was paved, it was still bumpy, and the pickup suspension was limited. Felt like he was on a roller coaster in the truck bed. Hornet hadn't come along. Li Jushu didn't ask, and Shark didn't explain. Shark sat in the passenger seat while the team members in the truck bed all stared curiously at the newcomer. How old are you, little brother? There were 2 women on the team, one cute and petite, the other a mature beauty. The one speaking was the latter, with a stunning figure and curves in all the right places. Li Jushu glanced up at her briefly, then immediately looked away without answering. The woman wore tight leather that perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure. Her jacket was only half zipped, and as she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, radiating an intoxicating, mature allure. Oh my, getting all shy now? Do you have a girlfriend? Don't tell me you still have your first kiss. The mature woman giggled charmingly, her whole body shaking with laughter. Lin Lu, tone it down a bit. You're going to scare him. The muscular man glared at her, then patted Li Jushu on the shoulder. Don't mind her, brother. That's just how she is. My surname is Sure. Everyone calls me Stone. Night Owl. Normally, Shark should have formally introduced the new member, but hunter groups were always cautious, and many people preferred not to reveal personal information. Shark wasn't sure about Li Jushu's attitude, so he simply mentioned him as external support we brought in. Whether to reveal his background was entirely up to Li Jushu himself. He could share during the mission if he wanted to, and no one would press him if he didn't. I'm Lin Lu. Remember, it's Lu as in do, not Lu as in exposed. Don't mix them up. Lin Lu extended her delicate hand. Li Jushu hesitated for a moment, but still shook it back. However, Lin Lu lightly scratched his palm with her fingernail, startling him so much that he jerked his hand away, which made her burst into giggles again. Stone shook his head helplessly while the other members watched the scene with amusement. In the front of the vehicle, Shark didn't participate in the teasing. He held a paper map, studying it intently. The beast planet was vast, capable of accommodating dozens of home planets. With varied terrain and complex climate, the saying, weather changes every 10 miles, could be heard everywhere. For those unafraid of danger, this was undoubtedly an explorer's paradise. The only major complaint was the transportation system, which was so poor it was practically non-existent. Large road construction machinery from the home planets couldn't be transported here, and relying purely on manual labor wasn't realistic. The government wouldn't do it, and corporations certainly wouldn't either. Only a few dozen kilometers around settlements could barely be considered roads. Everything else was wilderness. The driver for this trip was called Wrench, a former mechanic who loved modifications. The ugly-looking pickup truck he drove had first-class performance, with a top speed record of 160.88 kilometers per hour. After leaving the settlement and traveling over 200 kilometers, the road surface became so rough and potholed that they had to reduce speed to 55 kilometers per hour or risk flipping over at any moment. During the first few hours, Lin Lu was still enthusiastically teasing Li Jushu, but after 5 or 6 hours, Everyone was jolted to the point of aching backs and sore waists, and they all became listless. They wanted to nap, but couldn't sleep at all. Both hands had to constantly grip the handholds, or they'd be bounced around. Throughout the bumpy journey, except for necessary bathroom stops, they even ate their meals in the moving vehicle. On the third afternoon, they finally reached their destination. Li Jushu saw a real desert for the first time, endless yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see, creating an enormous visual impact. Standing at the desert's edge, he felt as small as a drop in the ocean. The pickup stopped at the desert's edge. The rest of the journey had to be on foot. Quicksand in the desert was a major threat. People who fell in could still be rescued, but vehicles that got stuck were done for. Fortunately, Shark confirmed that their destination wasn't too far, about a 3-hour walk. Li Jushu felt relieved upon hearing this. When doing missions with Chao Gang, since they had no vehicle, they often spent 7 to 8 hours, or even 1 to 2 days just traveling, so 3 hours seemed like a short trip. But when his feet actually stepped into the sea of sand, he understood the weight of those 3 hours and realized why Shark had left most of their supplies in the truck. Walking in the desert was comparable to torture. The sand in the desert was nothing like what he had imagined, fine and soft. When he pinched a handful and rubbed it gently, his fingertips could feel a silky smoothness. The moment his foot touched the ground, the sand surface seemed to give way like a vacuum, and his entire body immediately began to sink in. This was while wearing specially designed camel shoes. With ordinary footwear, the situation would have been far worse. Camel shoes were developed based on studies of camel hooves, with wide, soft soles that provided both warmth and moisture absorption, though their bulky size made walking inevitably clumsy. The advantage was that in the vast desert, they remained the most suitable footwear for traversing such terrain. These shoes weren't Li Jushu's own choice. Shark had prepared them for him well in advance. After just 3 minutes of walking, the scorching sun had drenched Li Jushu in sweat. Perspiration poured out frantically, soaking into his undergarments until they clung to his skin, wet and sticky, making him utterly miserable. Yet he had to keep himself wrapped in thick clothing, or his skin would soon be burned and peeling. Hot winds swept in, carrying fine particles of sand, and despite wearing a dust mask, breathing felt like inhaling sand directly into his lungs. Though the desert surface appeared terrifyingly still, its danger level was no less than that of the ocean. Beneath every grain of sand could lurk unknown threats, with quicksand being the most deadly. In their formation, Lin Lu walked behind Li Jushu, while Shi was ahead of him. Li Jushu merely nodded, not daring to squeeze out a single word through his clenched teeth. One open mouth, and he'd likely get a mouthful of sand. After just 10 minutes, he felt as though he'd been walking for half a day. Looking at the other members of Shark's team, they moved with light steps and steady rhythm, as if strolling on flat ground. Though his pack was the lightest, his breathing was the most labored. He knew clearly that it wasn't because this was his first time in the desert, but because his companions were all first-class hunters whose physical strength, endurance, power, and agility far surpassed his own, which made them appear so effortless. After half an hour, he looked as though he'd been pulled from water, his clothes clinging to his skin, his throat so dry it felt like smoke was rising from it. Lin Lu whispered a reminder. When you've lost too much water, you can't gulp it down. Sudden rehydration could actually cause problems. Climbing over a small sand dune, those few steps sliding from the crest to the bottom finally felt somewhat easier. Just as Li Jushu breathed a sigh of relief, the yellow sand suddenly exploded upward, and a black shadow struck toward his neck with lightning speed. The incident came without warning, didn't even have time to blink. Reflected in his pupils was the image of a snake with yellowish-brown spots, thick as a thumb, its forked tongue flicking coldly, its 2 hooked fangs gleaming with the cold light of death. Watch out, Lin Lu instinctively shoved him hard, but was ultimately a half-beat too slow. The viper's tip had already grazed his collar when a flash of cold light appeared, severing the snake's body in two. It fell to the sand with a thud. The creature didn't die immediately. Both segments of its body writhed frantically, and the head still emitted threatening hisses. Li Jushu stumbled backward from Lin Lu's push, nearly tumbling down the sand dune. He turned to look at the dagger that had fallen nearby, the very thing that had saved his life. Shark walked over, picked up the dagger, and slipped it into his boot. As he passed Li Jushu, he patted his shoulder and said, "That was a desert rock snake. They're masters of camouflage, one of the most common venomous snakes in the desert. They usually hide beneath the sand and strike without warning, making them nearly impossible to defend against. But don't worry, too, mucintivenom has already been developed." What he didn't mention was that they had left in such haste that they hadn't had time to purchase that precious antivenom. Heat waves rolled across the dunes, and Li Jushu could still feel the cold touch of snake scales against his ankle, as if death's shadow was sliding across his skin. He drew in a sharp breath. "How should we protect ourselves?" "Try to follow in our footsteps," Shark said flatly, returning to his position as second in the formation. The point man was a small figure whom Stone called Dandelion. Only then did Li Jushu notice that everyone except him was stepping precisely in the footprints of the person ahead, matching their stride and rhythm almost perfectly. He instinctively looked toward Lin Lu, wanting to complain about why she hadn't warned him, but the words died in his throat. No one here was anyone else's babysitter, and certainly no one wanted to drag along a careless newcomer on a death march. For Li Jushu, the desert rock snake had taken him on a tour of death's doorstep. For the team, it was just another routine episode in their journey. As they resumed their trek, he didn't dare let his mind wander again. The desert's scorching heat seemed to have been dispelled by that moment of terror. Was still thirsty, but it was more bearable now. The deeper they ventured, the more frequent the dangers became. Desert rock snakes, desert scorpions, geckos, chameleons, sand spiders. These small, silent creatures could dart out from underfoot at any moment. Sharks throwing knives flashed coldly in the sunlight, quick as lightning arcs. Each blade found its mark with deadly precision, often claiming lives before the prey could even bare their fangs. Without him, not only Li Jushu but at least 3 others in the team would have fallen. About 20 more minutes to go? Let's take a break, Shark signaled with his hand. Stone quickly pulled a tent from his backpack, and everyone worked together to set it up in moments. They laid thermal blankets on the ground first, both to block the heat and to keep out the venomous insects hiding in the sand. Li Jushu was already exhausted and collapsed heavily as soon as he crawled into the tent, pulling off his dust mask and gasping for air. Though the others were equally tired, they were clearly in much better shape. Lin Lu and another female team member crouched in a corner, building a fire with flames kept low by the wind. At first, Li Jushu thought they were preparing fresh food. Do they really go to such lengths in the wilderness? But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he saw that what was boiling in the small pot wasn't ingredients, but a handful of green leaves mugwort. Mugwort could ward off cold, warm the body, and protect the heart. The desert's temperature swings were extreme, like an oven during the day, but an ice cave at night. Lin Lu was clearly preparing for the evening ahead. Li Jushu silently marveled. This wasn't their first time in this desert, and their timing was flawless. After drinking the herbal tea and eating some dried rations, Shark went over the mission details again, giving Li Jushu a particular nod. Desert scorpions move extremely fast. Shoot on sight. Don't conserve ammunition. Even if you miss, keep them suppressed. Li Jushu still had many questions, but kept them to himself. Shark had obviously thought through everything he could think of, and what didn't make sense now would become clear once they actually faced the desert scorpions. Half an hour later, they lifted the tent flap. When they had entered, the sunset was still blazing. When they emerged, the dunes were completely shrouded in darkness, with bone-chilling wind hitting them heat-in and temperatures plummeting below freezing. The dramatic contrast made Li Jushu shiver, and he was even more grateful for that cup of mugwort tea. Visibility is poor at night. Stay focused. Shark's words were cut short as he suddenly raised his voice. Dandelion. He lunged forward but grasped only air. Dandelion, who had been the first to exit the tent and was still leading the way, suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet. With a soft whoosh, he sank into the sand, disappearing into the yellow grains before he could even cry for help. Everything happened too fast. Li Jushu watched helplessly, unable to do anything. Lin Lu's rope landed precisely on the yellow sand where Dandelion had vanished, but there was no one left to grab it. Shark rolled on the spot, pulling his half-buried foot out of the sand, then retreated several steps, staring grimly at the spot that had swallowed Dandelion. His face was dark as thunder, and everyone else looked equally grim. They'd encountered no trouble the entire journey, only to lose someone just as they neared their destination. This sudden, jarring loss of control left everyone feeling suffocated. Li Jushu wanted to offer comfort, but couldn't find the words. A living person had sunk into the sand right before their eyes, neither alive nor dead, leaving not even a trace behind. That patch of sand was pure quicksand, through and through. Move out. After a long silence, Shark barked the order, pulling himself together. As the scout, he took the first step, one end of a thick rope tied around his waist, the other held firmly by Stone, ensuring they could drag him back if he hit quicksand. No one spoke. Even Lin Lu, usually quick with jokes, remained silent. The team seemed to have had their voices sealed by the night. The desert night wasn't pitch black. Dim moonlight allowed them to make out the sand beneath their feet, though they couldn't see far. No matter how hard they strained their eyes, everything remained blurry, and their sense of security evaporated bit by bit. Li Jushu understood why Shark forbade any lights. Eyes adjusted to darkness would create blind spots when suddenly exposed to bright light, and with only the final stretch to their target remaining, they needed to keep their vision adapted to the dark. So Shark slowed his pace, testing each step carefully. Wolves behind us, about 200 meters. Li Jushu suddenly whispered. The team immediately froze. How many? Shark asked. Li Jushu concentrated for 2 seconds, but heard Shark casually take another step forward. Just one. A scout wolf. Once we stop, it'll go back to report. Can you take the shot? Preferably a clean kill. Shark's voice was barely audible. I need a shoulder, Li Jushu said. I'll do it. Lin Lu didn't hesitate. Li Jushu turned and smoothly unslung the Devastator 002B from his back. The rifle had been assembled back in the tent now. He just needed to steady the heavy barrel on Lin Lu's right shoulder. 2 seconds to aim. It was a gray wolf, large as a small calf, its gray fur appearing lead-colored in the moonlight. The creature was terrifyingly alert, sensing the killing intent and starting to flee, but there was only a muffled thump. The sniper round pierced the wolf's neck, the massive impact twisting its head at a 90-degree angle. The huge body slammed into the sand, twitched twice, then fell still. The barrel was fitted with shark silencer, and while much quieter than the deafening original sound, it still rang clearly in the night air. Excellent, Shark whispered. A marksman who could lock onto a target in 3 seconds was elite. Li Jushu had done it in 2. Though Black Wasp's recommendation had already earned this young man some trust, this shot completely dispelled Shark's remaining doubts. Li Jushu also noticed that after this shot, the oppressive atmosphere had cracked open slightly, and the team's nerves relaxed a bit. But he looked at Lin Lu with concern. The 002B's recoil kicked, not just backward but downward, enough to make many grown men wince. To his surprise, Lin Lu seemed completely unfazed, showing no sign of pain on her face. The team halted, waiting for Stone to dispose of the gray wolf's carcass before continuing their journey. Wolves were intelligent creatures even in death. Their scent and wounds would tell their pack what had happened. Stone's cleanup methods could only delay the tracking, but it would buy them precious time. The rest of the journey proceeded without incident, and they safely reached their destination. Li Jushu had always imagined the desert as nothing but endless yellow sand, until clusters of blue-green plants appeared before his eyes. Blue enchantresses. Only then did he realize that even the desert could nurture such abundant life. Shark explained in a low voice. The blue enchantresses we usually talk about are flowers, but these desert blue enchantresses are a type of grass that only grows in the desert. Desert scorpions, scientifically known as desert blue-striped thick-tailed scorpions, are attracted by their scent. Where the grass grows, the scorpions gather. Once the grass is destroyed, the adult scorpions will scatter and we'll never find them again. That's why heavy firepower won't work. The desert blue-striped thick-tailed scorpions had hard shells that ordinary handguns couldn't penetrate. Sniper rifles could pierce through, but they couldn't use lights, so they had to rely on Li Jushu's ability to shoot in darkness. It's up to you. Shark patted his shoulder. Try to take out as many adults as possible. When enough adults are dead, the juveniles will be forced to relocate, and the moment they surface, we'll close the net. I'll do my best. Li Jushu set down his backpack and checked his weapon. The others simultaneously deployed. 14 members took positions at the corners for surveillance, while the rest held fishing rods with mice as bait only. Then did Li Jushu notice these guys had actually carried live mice all this way. Lin Lu crouched beside him, setting up binoculars to provide support. The mice scurried back and forth across the sand surface, their subtle vibrations quickly traveling underground. The adult scorpions were patient, waiting silently. Li Jushu lay motionless, his only movement the steady chewing of chocolate. Shark had bought rich, creamy sweetness filling his mouth. Lin Lu remained perfectly still like a sculpture, her subtle fragrance drifting into Li Jushu's nostrils with the wind. Everyone fell silent. Only the sound of wind and occasional mouse squeaks remained in the desert. As night deepened, the temperature plummeted below freezing. Li Jushu glanced at the thermometer on her chest, 27°C. His gloves couldn't ward off the cold, and his knuckles were growing stiff. Had he not taken the mugwort beforehand, his legs would likely be numb by now. The night grew darker, and Shark and the others felt uncertain. Gray wolves were large targets, even blurry shapes could be hit. But adult scorpions were only the size of 2 fists. Visibility was even worse than before, and the cold was slowing their reactions. Even they couldn't guarantee success. Suddenly, the sand beneath a blue enchantress plant bulged violently, and a blue shadow burst for the desert blue-striped thick-tailed scorpion. It instantly clamped onto the mouse, its tail stinger piercing the prey like an arrow. Within a second, the mouse went rigid and died. Just as the adult scorpion began dragging its prey back into the sand, a gunshot exploded through the air. Pop! The blue shadow shattered into fragments, fluids and shell pieces scattering everywhere. Shark and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Lu dropped her binoculars and pounced over, planting a kiss on Li Jushu's cheek with a moi. Little handsome, you really came through. You didn't disappoint your big sister. She then casually picked up her binoculars and resumed her support role, while Li Jushu found his mind wandering due to the warmth lingering on his cheek. In all his years, this was the first time a woman had kissed him. His relationship with Zhao Huier had been purely emotional and respectful. They had only held hands, with no other physical contact. The desert blue-striped fat-tailed scorpion strikes with lightning speed, launching explosive attacks on its prey, darting out suddenly for a lethal blow. However, it has one fatal weakness: a few seconds of delay when dragging prey back into the sand. Li Jushu's aiming window fell precisely within this vulnerable moment. Normally, he needed over 3 seconds to complete his aim, but now he compressed it to 2.5 seconds. Thanks to the optimal field conditions, the target's movement was confined to a limited area, The distance was close enough, and with no risk of retaliation, he could focus entirely on the trigger and crosshairs. These advantages combined to create what seemed like an impossible feat. The desert blue-striped fat-tailed scorpions appeared in unpredictable patterns, sometimes emerging alone, other times bursting from the sand in groups. Shark came well prepared with plenty of rats as bait. The rats instinctively tried to flee the danger zone, but each time they attempted to escape, the fishing line yanked them back, giving Li Jiushu the sensation of playing whack-a-mole. Wherever a scorpion showed its head, his gun barrel pointed there without hesitation. Lin Lu was originally assigned to observation and support, but after several rounds, she realized her reaction speed couldn't keep up with his. She switched to logistics duty, crouching beside him to unwrap chocolate bars and feed him directly. As night deepened, the temperature plummeted to -42 degrees. Despite the thick blanket under his abdomen, the cold still seeped through the metal stock into his bones. Li Jiushu gritted his teeth to suppress his shivering, but couldn't prevent his hands from stiffening. 3 bullets had already missed due to sluggish fingers. Even so, his accuracy rate left Shark's team stunned. Their own sniper watched from the sidelines, too intimidated to even touch his trigger. Suddenly, a desert blue-striped fat-tailed scorpion, significantly larger than the others, slowly emerged from the sand, moving noticeably slower than its predecessors. Li Jiushu was about to pull the trigger when he immediately released his finger. Dozens of crystal-clear baby scorpions covered the creature's back, their pale blue blood visible through translucent bodies. This was exactly what Shark had come for. He could hear Lin Lu's breathing suddenly quicken beside him. After fine-tuning his aim, he fired decisively. Bang! The thunderous shot rolled across the night sky, instantly shattering one of the adult scorpion's pincers. The massive body tumbled 7 or 8 times across the sand, flinging most of the baby scorpions from its back to scatter around. Shark's team rushed forward at sprint speed. Shark grabbed an iron cage and scooped up sand and scorpions together, while the other members efficiently collected the young ones. The newborns had virtually no fighting ability, and the entire operation took only 10 seconds. The moment the group cleared the blue enchantress's coverage area, over 20 adult desert blue-striped fat-tailed scorpions burst from the sand in furious pursuit. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Shark casually tossed a grenade, sending them flying through the air. Li Jiushu was amazed to discover that most scorpions landed intact. Aside from a few missing limbs, the vast majority could still crawl. Their resilience was absurdly strong. But this delay allowed Shark's team to escape their pursuers completely. Let's go. Lin Lu grabbed the equipment bag as Li Jiushu clutched his sniper rifle and caught up with Shark's group. These crystal-like little scorpions were the mission targets, and now that the task was complete, there was no need to continue. The team members were so excited they could barely contain themselves. The mission had gone so smoothly. Seeing everyone in high spirits and figuring they wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Plus, with dawn approaching, Shark made the call. Let's keep moving. The temperature will be perfect between 8:30 and 10:30, and we can rest for 2 hours then. Li Jiushu understood clearly. They had killed a gray wolf along the way, and since these creatures were pack animals, its companions were definitely searching for it. If they were tracked down, they'd be in serious trouble. They had to put some distance between themselves and the pack first. A shorter team member took over scouting duties, having learned from Dandelion's mistake and proceeding with extreme caution. Lin Lu quietly explained to Li Jiushu that Dandelion hadn't tied a rope around himself last time because during an earlier desert crossing, someone had fallen into quicksand, and the rope had dragged a second person down with him. If the third person hadn't cut the rope in time, he would have been pulled to his death too. Sometimes lifelines become death traps. Night travel was difficult, but everyone was in good spirits, making their steps feel lighter. Some were already fantasizing about where they'd go to celebrate once they collected their payment, not noticing how Li Jiushu's expression suddenly tensed. Contact, he whispered, and the team instantly fell silent. The scout stopped in his tracks, everyone searched alertly, and Shark fixed his gaze on Li Jiushu. Behind us, wolves, many of them. Li Jiushu's words were few, but made everyone's heart skip a beat. Everyone raised their binoculars. At least 50. Stone sucked in a sharp breath. They've come for revenge, Shark said grimly. Spread out formation, take them down. 3 team members charged forward with ammunition, clips, and mines, including the baby-faced female hunter. Turns out she was the demolitions expert. The rest fell back to set up sandbags and folding shields, mounted machine guns, and stacked bullets and grenades. As soon as the mining team returned, the gray wolves entered firing range. Save your ammo. Shark reminded them. A third of their submachine gun clips were still in Dandelion's backpack, lost in the quicksand, which left everyone feeling uneasy. Night Owl, you operate independently, Shark added after a moment's thought. Having witnessed Li Jiushu's marksmanship, no one worried about him wasting ammunition. Through a muffled sound, and a gray wolf's head exploded like a burst water balloon. The pack instantly erupted into chaos, launching forward like fighter jets taking off, shooting 7 or 8 meters in a flash. Li Jiushu tensed his finger but forced himself to hold back. They were moving too fast to aim accurately. Bang! A mine exploded thunderously, sending yellow sand flying. The lead wolf was hurled 2 meters into the air, several companions were torn apart by the shockwave, and the wolves behind them skidded to a halt. In the gap, Li Jushu raised his rifle. Thud, another one dropped, its neck blown open with a cup-sized hole, blood spurting in a stream. The pack proved intelligent, immediately fanning out to avoid the minefield once they detected the explosives. Li Jushu squeezed the trigger. A Gainthadone wolf took a palm-sized hole to the abdomen, its intestines spilling out, yet it continued howling and charging forward. Fire! Shark roared. Instantly gunfire erupted like thunder, bullets tearing through the night. The bullets struck the gray wolves like hitting tree trunks, causing little damage but only enraging them further, making them run even faster through the darkness like streaking shadows. In the thick night, the team's firepower seemed inadequate. 2 snipers repeatedly searched for angles. Their rifles could indeed severely wound the wolves, but their terrifying speed made aiming nearly impossible. Unless they scored headshots or heart shots, the wolves wouldn't go down. Beyond 2 deafening explosions kicked up clouds of dust, disemboweling 3 or 4 gray wolves. Wolves were still wolves after all. No matter how intelligent, they couldn't match human cunning. While they could think to take detours, humans had anticipated their routes and planted landmines accordingly. Li Jushu seized the gap created by the explosions, raised his rifle with rock-steady aim, and took down another wolf with a single shot. Now the wolves were less than 30 meters away. Even without night vision, everyone could clearly see their massive muscles rivaling those of oxen and their glowing green eyes, with cold, cruel light dancing in their pupils. Throw grenades, Shark commanded in a deep voice. Over a dozen hand grenades arced through the air in rapid succession, their explosions sending shockwaves that hurled 7 or 8 wolves into the air. The blast left them with various injuries, but only one was actually killed on the spot. Their bodies were simply too robust. Incendiary bombs, accompanied by explosive roars, flames shot skyward, instantly turning a 10-meter radius into a sea of fire. Several wolves, startled, immediately halted their charge, while 3 others caught fire and ran about wildly with flames trailing behind them. The team seized the opportunity and opened fire in unison. Stone gripped his assault rifle, pulling the trigger without sparing ammunition. The bullet chain fed frantically through the weapon. Wished he had a Gatling gun instead, so he wouldn't feel so overwhelmed. The fire-fearing wolves were forced to detour again, and these crucial 10-plus seconds became the difference between life and death. Li Jushu took advantage of the close range, firing shot after shot and killing 4 wolves in succession. He also crippled another's hind leg. Though not fatal, it greatly reduced the threat. Bang! The folding shield suddenly shuddered with the force of a truck collision. The shield held, but the person behind it was sent flying over 10 feet, tumbling across the sand. A gray wolf flashed through the breach like lightning and bit off half of a team member's torso in one savage bite. CRSK, the sound of breaking bones made everyone's teeth ache as agonized screams pierced the night sky. Stone! Shark roared. Stone dropped his gun and leaped high, cold steel flashing as a heavy machete materialized in his hands. His arm muscles bulged as he brought the blade down hard toward the wolf's neck. The blade cut halfway through before lodging in the hard bone. The wolf howled in pain and whipped its head around to bite. At the same moment, another brilliant flash of steel streaked past Shark had struck. Though his frame was much smaller than Stone's, everyone knew his brute strength was every bit Stone's equal. The wolf's head rolled away as its massive body stiffened for a moment before crashing to the ground, hot blood gushing from the severed neck. More gray wolves smashed through sandbags and shields, swarming in. The barriers remained intact, but the team members behind them were hurled aside by the tremendous force. Against the wolves' crushing impact, human strength meant nothing. Bang bang bang. Li Jushu fired shot after shot, dropping 3 gray wolves instantly, while 2 others howled in agony from their wounds. The distance had closed to arm's reach, forcing his teammates to abandon their guns and draw machetes and daggers to avoid friendly fire. A piercing scream suddenly erupted as the short scout was torn in half by a wolf's jaws, the metallic scent of blood filling the air, while the crushing bite force made everyone's skin crawl. Watch out! Shark roared. A fierce wind rushed toward him, and before Li Jushu could react, a gray wolf 4 meters away leaped through the air, its gaping maw large enough to swallow his entire head. Despair seized him instantly, then a powerful force slammed into his Backlund Lu. She charged like a wild deer, sending him flying. Li Jushu tumbled through the snow and looked up to see 2 gray wolves flanking Lin Lu from both sides. Rage surged through him as he dropped to one knee, raised his gun barrel, and unleashed a burst of fire. The wolf behind Lin Lu had its head exploded. The wolf in front that should have been attacking him was caught mid-leap by Lin Lu's bare hands, suspended in midair by sheer strength. Without pausing to marvel at her power, Li Jushu swiveled his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. The bullet pierced the wolf's throat, extinguishing its killing intent instantly. Suddenly, a massive force slammed into his back, sending him stumbling and rolling before he regained his footing. just in time to see another female team member launched into the air by a wolf's claw, blood droplets scattering. Li Jushu instantly understood. That claw had been meant for him, and the woman had pushed him away only to take the devastating blow herself. After swatting her aside, the wolf maintained its momentum and came howling toward him. Every team member was now locked in combat with the wolves, each fighting for their own survival. Li Jushu knew his disadvantages clearly lacked both strength and agility, with only his Exploder 002B as his lifeline. Without time to proper his stance, he pressed the gun barrel close and pulled the trigger just as wolf claws grazed his scalp. Bang! The bullet drilled through the wolf's lower jaw, penetrating its mouth and reaching the brain stem, the impact lifting it half a meter into the air. Before he could catch his breath, he fired again, the bullet sailing over Lin Lu's shoulder to shatter the front leg of a wolf ambushing Shark, allowing Shark to slide out from beneath the beast. His gun barrel swiveled again, but the tall, thin teammate had already lost half his head to a wolf's bite, blood and brain matter splattering across the snow. The man had always been quiet, and Li Jushu realized he'd never even had a proper conversation with him. Warm liquid trickled down Li Jushu's temple, quickly chilled by the bitter wind, and he realized his scalp had been torn open, burning with pain. With each dodge, he desperately searched for shooting opportunities while Shark, Stone, and the others deliberately positioned themselves in front of him, buying him chances they had already recognized his physical limitations. Bang bang bang. Gunfire mingled with the howling wind, and any misfire could hit their own people. The pressure on Li Jushu was crushing, yet he dared not let his concentration waver for even a moment. The night vision equipment became his lifeline, clearly revealing wolf claws, teammates, and flying snow dust. All of them were experienced hunters, and through their seamless coordination, wolf after wolf fell dead in the snow. Wounds accumulated on their bodies, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. The final gunshot claimed the last wolf's head, and everyone collapsed from exhaustion. Though they forced themselves to struggle back to their feet, within seconds the bone-piercing cold was rapidly draining their body heat. Worse still, the sound of dense footsteps approached from the distance as the second wave of gray wolves closed in. Everyone's faces were paler than the frigid night, their strength completely depleted. Fighting was out of the question, they could barely stand. Only Shark remained calm, reaching into his backpack to pull out a small pouch of scorpions and hand it to Lin Lu, uttering just 3 words. Split up. The mission required 10 desert blue-striped thick-tailed scorpion juveniles, but they had captured over 20 enough for 2 missions. The scorching sun baked the dunes, and the air itself seemed to shimmer and twist. Shark gathered everyone in a sandy depression about waist-high and quickly divided them into groups. Lin Lu, Night Owl, and Xiao Mei, you 3 are one team. The rest of us, 5, form another. Lin Lu, you go first. We'll finish burying the remaining mines. His tone brooked no argument. Make sure you come back alive. Shark added. Lin Lu gave him a long, meaningful look, then shouted to Li Jushu. We're leaving. Forget everything else, just bring guns and ammunition. If we're going, we should all go together. There's strength in numbers. Li Jushu gripped his rifle, but he already understood Shark's intention. They were staying behind to hold off the gray wolves and buy the others a chance to escape. The talk of splitting up was just an excuse. He wasn't an official member of this unit, and Shark probably didn't want him to die alongside them, nor did he want to disappoint Black Wasp. But Li Jushu couldn't bring himself to abandon his teammates on the battlefield. If he left, those who stayed would die even faster, and the Exploder 002B was currently the only weapon that could effectively kill gray wolves. You have the worst stamina and speed. Without you slowing us down, everyone else has a chance to escape. Lin Lu suddenly grabbed the front of his combat uniform, her voice low but sharp as a blade. Don't get everyone Colegio now. Every second we delay brings us all one step closer to death. Go. Li Jushu's face flushed red then pale, knowing she was using reverse psychology, yet still feeling deeply ashamed. The facts were undeniable. Even Xiao Mei, who seemed the weakest, had better physical conditioning than him. Earlier, when the gray wolf had sent Xiao Mei flying with a single swipe, she got up as if nothing had happened. If it had been him, he would have had 7 or 8 broken ribs. Take care, he said quietly, then turned and rushed out of the sandy hollow, his heart heavy with self-loathing at his own weakness. Lin Lu had told him to carry only weapons, but she and Xiao Mei shouldered full equipment packs weighing at least 40 kilograms. Their formation quickly spread out, Xiao Mei in front, Lin Lu in the middle, Li Jushu bringing up the rear. He gritted his teeth and picked up the pace, but could never close the distance. After about 4 or 5 minutes, dense gunfire suddenly erupted behind them, followed by continuous explosions. Shark's group had engaged the gray wolves. Clearly, bullets had limited effect. They were throwing out all their bombs and grenades, which made sense since there was no point saving them now. Sand particles shook loose and trickled down, and the smell of gunpowder drifted on the wind. Lin Lu and Xiao Mei showed no sign of stopping, their pace quickening even more. Li Jushu didn't dare speak, afraid that talking would break his rhythm, so he just kept his head down and ran frantically. More than 10 minutes passed, and the gunfire grew distant, as if swallowed by the dunes. Just then, a long, low howl echoed from behind them. Awo, the gray wolf's cry carried a mournful quality that struck directly at one's nerves. Lin Lu stopped abruptly and shoved the bag containing the desert blue-striped thick-tailed scorpion juveniles into Xiao Mei's arms. Xiao Mei, you take Night Owl and go ahead. With that, she turned to face the direction of the wolf's howl. If we're going, we go together. Li Jushu grabbed her. You won't last a minute on your own, it's suicide. Are you questioning my abilities? Lin Lu's eyes were like knives, radiating cold menace. Li Jushu panted heavily. Haven't you noticed we've strayed from our route? What do you mean? Lin Lu was startled. I think I see a mountain up ahead, Li Jushu said. That's nonsense, how could there be a mountain in the desert? Lin Lu immediately retorted. Don't forget, I'm the sniper. I can see things you can't. In about 500 meters, you'll be able to see it too. Are we really going to waste more time here? Li Jushu asked. Let's go. Lin Lu didn't hesitate, she trusted that Li Jushu wouldn't lie to her. Any minds left? Li Jushu asked before they started running. Lin Lu and Xiao Mei fell silent simultaneously, and he immediately understood they'd saved everything for the sharks behind them. The three of them tore through the desert at nearly sprint speed. Those 500 meters felt like a red-hot iron plate, and Li Jushu was nearly collapsing by the time he reached the end. Just then, an abrupt mountain formation came into view, over 100 meters high, composed entirely of rock, like a sword driven into the sea of sand. I need a minute to rest. Li Jushu's legs felt like lead. He turned and dropped prone, his sniper rifle's bipod hitting the ground and stabilizing instantly. Bang. The first bullet shattered the skull of a gray wolf less than 100 meters away. Blood splattered on sand, and the pack hesitated for just a moment before over 100 gray shadows continued their frenzied charge. Bang bang. Two more gray wolves tumbled to the ground. The gunshots slowed the pack's advance, but they remained fearless. Xiao Mei, give me the backpack. You get him out of here, Lin Lu said while raising her submachine gun, firing controlled bursts like rain. The front line of gray wolves skidded to an emergency stop. The kicked-up sand turned to mist by the bullets. Li Jushu was still puzzling over what "get him out" meant when his body suddenly felt weightless. Xiao Mei had hoisted him onto her shoulder. She barely reached his chin, yet she was carrying his 120 pounds plus 40 pounds of gear, moving faster than he could run himself. Put me down. I can run myself. Li Jushu was both embarrassed and amazed. He wanted to struggle but feared bringing Xiao Mei down, so he could only listen to her labored breathing exploding in his ears. In that moment, he desperately craved strength and hated his own weakness. When they were less than 50 meters from the mountain's base, he called out again, I can handle the rest. Lin Lu can't hold out much longer, put me down. Sensing Lin Lu's peril, Xiao Mei finally set him down. The instant his feet hit the ground, Li Jushu was already kneeling with his rifle raised. Bang. The bullet grazed Lin Lu's cheek, drawing blood, then exploded from the back of a lunging wolf's skull in a spray of gore. The wolf's corpse crashed down in front of its packmates. Bang bang bang. The sniper rifle fired continuously. The crisis squeezed out unprecedented firing speed and accuracy as he killed 16 gray wolves in one burst, their corpses forming a barrier that bought Lin Lu precious seconds. Lin Lu rushed past him without even a glance, diving straight for the mountain's base. Li Jushu looked up to see Xiao Mei already scaling the rock face, leaning down to drop two ropes. Lin Lu tied up the backpack first, then raised her gun and shouted to Li Jushu. That's good enough, fall back. Li Jushu stumbled through the final 50 meters, nearly falling twice. Lin Lu's submachine gun never stopped firing until he had the rope secured around his waist, the barrel glowing red-hot from continuous shooting. Xiao Mei hauled him up the cliff face. Lin Lu brought up the rear, and as she leaped to grab the rope, a gray wolf lunged at her, tearing off half her shoe and instantly bloodying her pale toes. The pain didn't slow her down. She climbed like an ape or swallow, scrambling up in quick movements. Below, the wolf pack leaped repeatedly but couldn't reach the rock face, left to pace frantically at the mountain's base. The rocky slope exceeded 75 degrees, making it extremely difficult to climb, virtually impossible for wolves to ascend. Li Jushu, Xiao Mei, and Lin Lu leaned shoulder to shoulder against the rock wall, gasping heavily, their chests thundering like drums. Thump, 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 thump. After 10 minutes, Xiao Mei and Lin Lu were the first to stand, splitting up to survey this protruding rocky mountain. Li Jushu needed a full 20 minutes of rest before his limbs slowly regained some strength, immediately revealing the gap in their physical capabilities. At the base of the mountain, the gray wolves circled on the yellow sand, refusing to leave. Li Jushu raised his sniper rifle, fury surging toward the barrel, but Lin Lu pressed it down. Check how many bullets you have left, she whispered. 63 rounds. Li Jushu quickly counted, his heart sinking. The gray wolves below clearly numbered more than 63. 86 gray wolves total, with 2 severely injured that barely count as threats, Xiao Mei added, as if reading his thoughts. Lin Lu continued taking inventory. The submachine gun has only 2 magazines left, over 30 pistol rounds, plus 2 signal flares. Should we fire a signal flare first? Li Jushu asked. Do you think there's anyone nearby? Lin Lu countered. Li Jushu fell silent. He actually wanted to ask about Shark and the other's condition, but Lin Lu chose to avoid the topic, clearly believing Shark's group faced dire prospects. There's another problem: we didn't bring any food. Lin Lu delivered the final blow. What about the wolves' behavior? Will they keep surrounding us indefinitely? Li Jushu clung to his last thread of hope. Unless they see us die with their own eyes, they'll never leave, Lin Lu stated bluntly, extinguishing his wishful thinking. It's dawn. Xiaomei looked up. Only then did Li Jushu notice the sky growing light, instinctively hunching his shoulders whether from the altitude or the sudden stillness. When the cold wind hit his sweat, he shivered uncontrollably. Let's sleep first and recover our strength. Lin Lu had no better solution for now. She knew very well that without physical strength, even the best plans were just empty talk. In their desperate escape, they had discarded all their cold weather gear. The three found a sheltered spot and huddled together with closed eyes. For the first 30 seconds, Li Jushu still worried about those glowing green wolf eyes below, secretly vowing that if he survived this ordeal, he would sell everything to buy enhancement serums. Remembering how Xiaomei had carried him on her shoulders during last night's frantic escape still made his face burn with embarrassment. As his thoughts scattered, drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when Lin Lu shook him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw the blazing sun overhead, heat waves rolling, his cheeks burning from the sun. At the mountain's base, the gray wolves lay neatly arranged on the scorching yellow sand, yet still maintained their stubborn vigil. Xiaomei had circled the rocky mountain before returning. The poor lighting at night had prevented her from seeing clearly. Now with abundant sunlight, the situation was crystal clear, yet her mood grew increasingly heavy. The entire Rocky Mountain resembled a scholar's brush rest, standing alone and isolated, neither tall nor large, more like a single massive boulder polished by wind and sand, so clean that not even a grain of dust could cling to it. We have to risk leaving. Lin Lu's voice remained calm, though the worry in her expression couldn't be suppressed. Why? Li Jushu had just woken up, his mind still foggy. He looked around and saw a dark, imposing stone mountain looming before them, its surface blackened as if charred by fire. Why is this mountain so black? Is there some significance to it? Bad feng shui? He asked naively. Lin Lu leaned against her rifle, gazing up at the peak. In 2 hours, when the sun reaches its peak intensity, the rocks could hit over 200 degrees Fahrenheit. 200 degrees. Li Jushu's face went rigid, as if he could already smell flesh being seared. In 10 minutes, I'll start shooting from here while you and Xiaomei go down the back of the mountain. Lin Lu explained the battle plan matter-of-factly. If you two can escape, you'll draw away some or maybe most of the wolf pack, giving me a chance to break through. Li Jushu frowned. Do you have to act so heroic in front of me? That way you'll remember me. Lin Lu winked. Maybe you'll be so moved you'll agree to be my boyfriend. You don't have a boyfriend? Nope. I don't believe it. With your looks, the line of guys chasing you would stretch from the south gate of heaven to Penglai East Road longer than the entire population of the settlement. Lin Lu's eyes crinkled with amusement. Li Jushu fumbled around his body and pulled out a crushed box of chocolates. Here, have some candy. 9 pieces in the box, exactly 3 each. The 3 of them chewed slowly, as if trying to make that bit of sweetness last forever. As the last piece went into her mouth, Lin Lu's expression instantly hardened. She positioned the assault rifle against her shoulder, clipped a full magazine to her belt, and fixed her gaze on the surging wolf pack at the foot of the mountain. Xiaomei, don't get caught up in fighting. The moment you see a chance, run, save whoever you can. Xiaomei's bright eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded firmly. Lin Lu turned to Li Jushu. Pretty boy, any last words? If we make it out alive, and you can't find a boyfriend later, I'll take care of you, food and shelter included. I thought you were going to say you'd marry me. You're really bad at comforting people. Lin Lu pouted, her voice turning cold. Zayamai, let's go. Xiaomei grabbed Li Jushu and quickly circled around to the other side of the stone mountain. Wait, something's happening. Li Jushu suddenly stopped. Both Lin Lu and Xiaomei looked at him. What is that? He pointed north. In the cloudless sky, an inky blackness appeared out of nowhere, rapidly spreading and approaching. A storm, a sandstorm. Lin Lu's beautiful eyes widened, as if she'd seen salvation. We're saved. Xiaomei clasped her hands together, quietly thanking whatever gods might be listening. Heaven never seals off all exits. Li Jushu's heart also surged with hope. Under the original plan, he and Xiaomei had less than a 10% chance of survival. Even if they escaped, they couldn't shake the wolf pack. In the desert, they could never outrun them. Lin Lu understood this perfectly, but at the time, it was their only desperate gamble. Now with the sandstorm's sudden arrival, perhaps they wouldn't have to risk their lives after all. The three instinctively pinned their hopes on the storm, until the sandstorm approached at an alarming speed, and all 3 faces changed. The yellow sand, swept up by howling winds, soared into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. From a distance, it looked like a massive wall rolling forward. Though the sand was yellow, what appeared before their eyes was black, a suffocating darkness that brought despair, causing the wolf pack at the mountain's base to flee silently with their tails between their legs. The sand wall roared closer, pelting their skin like raindrops. Li Juxiu, Lin Lu, and Xiaomei exchanged glances, their eyes filled with panic. There was no time to run. Xiaomei, get the rope. Lin Lu's voice was torn apart by the wind, yet still clear and strong. They could descend from this rocky outcrop in moments, but the storm was advancing even more ferociously. They would be swallowed after escaping only 100 or 200 meters at most. Xiaomei understood immediately and quickly untied the long rope they had prepared for climbing down. Lin Lu scanned their surroundings and spotted a natural crevice, barely enough space for one person, possibly two if squeezed together, but three would have to huddle tightly. She tied one end of the rope securely to a protruding rock and wrapped the other end around all three of them, binding them together firmly. I'll take the outside. As a man, how could Li Jushu let women shield him from the wind? Stop talking nonsense, you can't even kill a chicken. Lin Lu had no time for arguments. She pushed him and Xiaomei into the innermost part of the crevice and positioned herself on the outside. She pulled down her sand mask just as the sky turned completely black, sand pelting down like water, and the fierce wind nearly strong enough to lift a person off their feet. Li Jushu had no time to argue further. He hooked his left arm around the rock wall and wrapped his right arm tightly around Lin Lu's slender waist. This was his first time touching a woman other than Zhao Hui'er, yet he felt no romantic thoughts, only the desperate need to press his body into the crevice to reduce their wind resistance. The howling exploded in their eardrums like thunder or beast roars, whether from wind compressing air or sand particles cutting through it, or perhaps both. Heaven and earth instantly became endless darkness, leaving only a world of flying sand and rolling stones. Though all three wore sand masks, they could still feel fine dust rushing into their nostrils, making breathing difficult, but they had to endure it. The wind force continued to escalate, leaving nothing but wild shrieking in their ears. Sand pelted their thick clothing like whips. While Li Jushu had only one arm exposed, Lin Lu's entire back faced the wind. He felt both guilty and heartbroken, silently praying for the storm to end soon. But he had underestimated the desert's ferocity. Half an hour passed, and not only did the sandstorm fail to weaken, it became even more vicious. Li Jushu felt even the rocky mountain beneath their feet trembling, as if it might be uprooted at any moment, while the three of them were just tiny ants hanging by a thread. The brutal sand particles rubbed against their clothing for so long that Li Jushu's arm began to burn with stinging pain. The fabric had worn through, and his exposed skin was being directly scraped by the sand and stones. His heart jumped as he immediately thought of Lin Lu on the outside. Reaching out to touch her, he found several holes had already appeared in her ice-cold back. He wanted to pull Lin Lu completely into his embrace, but the narrow crevice left no room to move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shift even an inch. Just as he was desperately thinking of a solution, an extremely faint yet eerie sound penetrated through the wind. Before he could identify it, Lin Lu was suddenly yanked out by an enormous force. Li Jushu suddenly realized what had happened. The rope had snapped, and Lin Lu was being swept away by the fierce wind. In a flash, he reached out and caught her outstretched hand just in time, their fingers interlocking. "I've got you," he roared, but the howling wind and sand drowned out even his own voice. Lin Lu's entire body was suspended in the air by the wind, like a kite with a broken string, held only by Li Jushu's desperate grip. In an instant, he felt his own feet leaving the ground. His other hand instinctively clawed at the rock wall, but the grip was unstable. The rough surface felt like knife edges, yet still couldn't resist the force trying to drag them both into the abyss. Just as they were about to be swept away, Xiaomei lunged forward from behind and grabbed his waist. "Gun!" Li Jushu croaked hoarsely, his voice swallowed by the sand column. He fixed his gaze on the sniper rifle on Xiaomei's back. Understanding immediately, Xiaomei quickly removed the rifle stock and wedged it horizontally into a crevice in the rock wall. Within 2 seconds, her body was also lifted off the ground by the violent wind, nearly flying against the cliff face. The sniper rifle became a makeshift anchor point, but the irregular rock wall provided poor support. Li Jushu felt as if his arm bones were being torn from their sockets. His skin was cut by the wind and sand, tiny droplets of blood seeping out only to be immediately buried by dust. He could feel the sharp pain of tearing tendons. Xiaomei's face was flushed red from strain, her knuckles buried deep in the rock cracks, blood from her fingertips trickling down her palms. The rifle, pressed between the rock wall and the wind pressure, began to slowly deform, its curve expanding continuously. Crack! A bolt of lightning tore through the heavy clouds, illuminating the world in harsh white light for less than half a second. In that brief moment of clarity, Lin Lu and Xiaomei finally saw each other clearly. Sand swirled around them in a vortex, and Lin Lu's eyes were filled with terror. The light vanished abruptly, plunging the earth back into pitch-black darkness. "No!" Li Jushu screamed with all his might. Just as he cried out, Lin Lu let go. The moment their fingers separated, she was swept into the yellow sand by the massive wind, her figure disappearing in an instant. Without Lin Lu's weight as counterbalance, the rifle bent to its limit and snapped out of the groove with a sharp crack, swallowed by the hurricane before it could hit the ground. Xiaomei's body jerked violently, nearly being uprooted entirely. Li Jushu, ignoring the tearing pain in his heart, gripped the rock wall with both hands. Even as his fingertips were scraped raw and bone showed through, he dared not relax. Together, they barely managed to stay pressed against the cliff face, avoiding being blown away. Every second of the storm felt like a year. Li Jushu ached everywhere. He knew that if he let go, he would be torn apart in the sea of sand. A sandstorm of this magnitude offered almost no chance of survival, even if one reached the ground. Xiaomei still had one hand wedged in the rock crack and the other gripping his arm. Silent, but resolute if necessary, she would abandon him to save herself. Strangely, Li Jushu vaguely sensed a familiar spirit of sacrifice. Shark, Lin Lu, Xiaomei and teammate, after another willing to risk their lives for him. Perhaps it was this very spirit that had once made even Black Wasp swallow his pride to ask for help. If he were in Black Wasp's position, he would probably do the same without hesitation. After another grueling half hour, the wind finally began to subside. But Li Jushu's strength had reached its limit. The bones of his hands gripping the rock wall showed white through torn flesh, blood, and sand mixing together. His vision darkened, and he could no longer hold on as consciousness plunged into the abyss. In his unconsciousness, he had a nightmare. Lin Lu stood radiantly in the swirling yellow sand, coldly demanding to know why he hadn't held on tight, why he had let her die in the storm. He kept his head down, not even daring to meet her gaze. Li Jushu's eyes snapped open, and he found himself in the vehicle. Inside the pickup truck, his entire body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Without time to ponder how he'd escaped the desert and ended up in this vehicle, he poked his head out of the truck bed. The scene before him instantly made his eyes bloodshot with rage that exploded through his entire being. His bloodied little sister was being restrained by a large man who had her arms pinned behind her back, while another brute held a dagger, slicing through her clothes layer by layer like peeling an onion. With each cut, another piece of fabric fell away. Her left shoulder was already exposed, the smooth, tender skin gleaming like white jade. 7 or 8 fierce-looking thugs surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with greed as they shouted obscenities. Li Jushu didn't need to understand the full situation to grasp what was happening. After years as a hunter, he'd witnessed such scenes more than once or twice. However, previously he'd remained uninvolved, never meddling in others' affairs. This time, it was happening to him. A bandit wearing a baseball cap stood guard by the truck, supposedly watching him, but his attention was also fixed on the girl, drool practically spilling from his mouth. Who knew how long it had been since he'd seen such a young beauty? Li Jushu retreated into the truck bed and looked around completely empty. No need to guess. The pickup had already been searched by the bandits. Only because he was injured had they bothered not to waste a bullet on him. Otherwise, he'd likely already be a corpse. He knew his combat skills were mediocre, and without even a dagger, charging out would be suicide. Just as he prepared to risk entering the driver's seat for a kamikaze attack, he suddenly remembered the sniper rifle. He lifted the mat beneath his feet, carefully moved aside a metal plate, revealing a rectangular hidden compartment. Inside lay a Koei 23 sniper rifle, with slightly shorter range than the exploder, but superior accuracy and firing rate. This was the Shark Team Sniper's backup rifle. Due to weight constraints, it couldn't be carried at all times, so Shark had specifically designed this compartment during the pickup's modification as a contingency for emergencies. Shark trusted Li Jushu enough to share this secret with him. The Shark team was well-funded. Devon their backup weapons lacked nothing essential. 45 rounds would be more than enough. The straps. Cut the straps. Hurry up, you bastard. Stop dragging it out and teasing us. The watching bandits cursed and jeered. Both of the girl's shoulders were now exposed, with only her camisole protecting her final modesty. Once the straps were cut, the most beautiful sight would be revealed to all. The leering bandit licked his dagger and slowly reached toward the shoulder strap. When he was just a centimeter away, all the bandits suddenly fell silent, holding their breath with eyes wider than saucers. Suddenly the bandit's arm was severed in two, his forearm and the dagger flying away. Then the head of the thug restraining the girl exploded in a spray of blood. Only then did the sound of the shot reach the bandits' ears. Pop pop. 2 more bandits fell as the others scattered, seeking cover. The guard by the pickup truck had just turned around when he saw the dark muzzle flash with sparks. His body shuddered once, and then he knew nothing more. Li Jushu's face was ice cold as he positioned his sniper rifle at the window, pulling the trigger in rapid succession. 1 shot, 1 kill. At less than 50 meters, even when the bandits rolled frantically across the ground, they couldn't escape his aim. He didn't need to target vital spots at such close range. A hit to the hand would sever it. A shot to the foot would take it clean off, and a bullet anywhere on the body would tear a bullseye's hole. If even gray wolves couldn't withstand such damage, Humans certainly couldn't. The pickup truck immediately rang with the ding-ding clang of impacts as the panicked bandits returned fire, bullets striking the doors and bed, sending sparks flying. Li Jushu didn't even lift an eyelid, his rifle muzzle moving steadily between windows. With each recoil, another bandit collapsed into the yellow sand. This bandit group had only a dozen or so members, and more than half were dead in the blink of an eye. The remaining four scrambled and crawled behind a rock formation, thinking they were safe behind cover. Suddenly, short bursts of gunfire erupted from behind them. Xiaomei, having regained mobility, had picked up a submachine gun from the ground and fired in controlled bursts. Two bandits were instantly shredded by bullets, and she finished off the third as he tried to return fire in panic. The last man attempted to flee in terror, but as soon as he emerged from behind the rocks, a deep gunshot rang out from the distance, and his head exploded like an overripe watermelon, his body thrown more than 6 feet away. The gunfire ceased. Li Jushu didn't rush to exit the vehicle, coldly scanning the surroundings while keeping his rifle at the ready. Xiaomei also held her submachine gun, checking blind spots. After several minutes, once they confirmed no hidden bandits remained, Li Jushu finally exhaled a long breath. Xiaomei dove into the driver's seat, her back pressed against the chair. Finally unable to hold it together any longer, her shoulders shook violently, but no sound emerged like a child with nowhere to turn for comfort. Li Jushu put away his rifle, moved closer to pull her into his arms, and whispered soothingly, "It's okay. It's okay. It's all over. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." About half an hour later, Xiaomei had finished venting her emotions. There were no spare clothes in the vehicle, and she absolutely refused to touch the bandits' clothing. Li Jushu simply removed his own jacket and draped it over her, then jumped out of the truck and selected a bandit with a similar build from among the corpses, stripping off a shirt to put on. After changing clothes, he leaned against the car door and asked, "What happened after I passed out?" Xiaomei turned her head toward the window, her voice barely audible. "Not long after you lost consciousness, the sandstorm stopped. You suddenly developed a high fever and wouldn't wake up no matter how I called. I had no choice but to carry you out. Luckily, I chose the right direction once we left the desert. I spotted this pickup. I was in such a hurry to get moving that I didn't notice the bandit ambush, and they captured me. You know the rest. Thank you if you hadn't woken up in time." The bandits weren't particularly skilled, and their ambush was crude. Under normal circumstances, Xiaomei would never have been caught. But this time, dragged down by hunger and exhaustion, she'd nearly been violated by a few amateurs. The thought made her cheeks burn even hotter. "You carried me through 3 hours of desert." Li Jushu stared directly at her. He'd experienced that stretch of terrain himself. Every step felt like walking through lead. He, a grown man, had collapsed with fever, yet this slender figure had carried him through it all. "When I couldn't carry you anymore, I dragged you for a while." Xiaomei's voice dropped to barely a whisper, unable to meet his gaze. Only then did Li Jushu remember the 2 bullet holes in his backside scratches left from when she dragged him. He didn't probe further, patting the car door. "Rest up, I'll go scavenge some food." He moved among the corpses, tossing scattered weapons, ammunition, and valuable trinkets into the truck bed, then pulled compressed biscuits and dried meat from several bodies' pockets. His fever-weakened body desperately needed calories, and Xiaomei hadn't eaten a single bite since leaving the desert. Her physical exhaustion was why she'd fallen into the bandits' hands. The two leaned against the truck bed, wolfing down the dry rations and gulping water, quickly regaining their strength. Xiaomei crawled under the vehicle to remove the tire damaged by the earlier trap and replace it with the spare. After briefly cleaning up the scene, they returned to the road. Li Jushu closed his eyes for a short rest, and when he woke, his energy had recovered to about 70 or 80%. He took over the steering wheel, letting Xiaomei catch up on sleep in the passenger seat. Yellow sand and barren hills retreated past the windows as day and night alternated. 2 days later, the settlement appeared on the horizon. Back at settlement number 11, Li Jushu and his younger sister parted ways. She went to turn in their mission while he headed straight to the intelligence office to check on the satellite repair progress. The answer remained the same: negative. Beast Planet was still cut off from the outside world. This persistent, no-contact status solidified his next course of action. He returned to the inn first. The lobby was deserted, with Chao Gang sitting idly at the bar counter, bored out of his mind. Recruitment efforts had stalled. The team had no plans to take on new missions in the near future. Li Jushu didn't linger. He shouldered the large bag of weapons confiscated from the bandits and headed toward the settlement's only arms dealer, who would buy entire lots wholesale. The portly merchant behind the counter barely glanced at the goods before naming his price: 1 million copper coins. Li Jushu silently cursed the man's greed but had no choice but to accept. Other shops only bought rifles, shotguns, or pistols individually. No one else would take the entire batch. With the payment in hand, he was still far from his target amount. Gritting his teeth, he also pulled out the tactical gear he'd taken from the female hunter in the forest. Though fewer in number and smaller in size, these were premium items that netted him another 2.5 million copper coins. He actually had an even more valuable stash, the complete equipment set from that camouflage squad. But those items were too conspicuous. He didn't dare sell them yet, and would have to wait for things to cool down. While sudden wealth was tempting, attracting trouble was definitely not part of his plan. After counting his money, he headed straight to the settlement's most prestigious establishment, White Mouse Biotechnology. It was one of the three major pharmaceutical companies, not offering the most potent effects, but certainly the most affordable prices among the three, though affordable here meant for the wealthy class. Level 1 serums were uniformly priced at 12 million copper coins, non-negotiable. Li Jushu's first choice was the fastest-acting strength serum. For his second, he lingered before the display case for a long time before finally selecting the more foundational bone serum. The former provided immediate strength enhancement, while the latter slowly restructured bone density, showing no immediate visible changes, but fundamentally raising one's potential ceiling. The price reflected this accordingly, 12.5 million copper coins per vial. With both serums in hand, his account was instantly drained, nearly back to square one financially. As he returned to the entrance, Blackhead Wasp suddenly intercepted him. It turned out his sister had finished settling their mission rewards, and unable to find him, had asked Blackhead Wasp to deliver his commission, 1 million copper coins. That's too much. Li Jushu instinctively tried to push the payment back. The mission reward was 1 million total, with a 2,000 coin bonus per desert scorpion killed. He couldn't even remember how many he'd shot down, but it certainly shouldn't amount to 500,000 coins for his share. Take it, Blackhead Wasp said firmly, pressing the card into his hand and simply stating, I have other business, before turning and walking away. This unexpected windfall left Li Jushu both grateful and ashamed, but it certainly solved his immediate financial crisis. He returned to White Mouse Biotechnology and purchased 3 nutrition supplements at 200,000 coins each. Then, carrying half a roasted ironhide pig and various chicken, duck, and fish meats from the food store, he hurried back to the inn. The inn was empty. He had no idea where his companions had gone. He instructed the front desk that he was not to be disturbed, locked his room door, casually tossed the food onto the table, and began taking the bone serum. With his previous experience taking the strength potion, this time felt much more manageable. The difference was that he took the bone enhancement potion first. The painful process was similar, but after the agony subsided, he didn't feel any physical changes, just hunger. After consuming a nutrition supplement, the hunger disappeared and he felt nothing else. That nutrition supplement was priced at 200,000 copper coins. It went down like warm liquid flowing through his esophagus, dispelling his body's hunger within seconds. No wonder it cost so much. He rested for a full 24 hours before swallowing the strength potion again. Because the interval was too short, the pain multiplied this time. Heat flooded his bloodstream like a torrent, and he rolled from the bed onto the floor. Sweat instantly soaked through his clothes as if he'd been pulled from a pool. The excruciating pain lasted a full hour before finally receding like a tide. Exhausted, he took a deep breath as if reborn, injecting 2 nutrition supplements in succession before the weakness finally eased. While his body was still in the enhancement phase, he added a proper meat meal: chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all brought out at once. Though nutrition supplements were good, certain components in meat remained irreplaceable, and the two complemented each other. Halfway through eating, drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Waking the next morning, he lit 5 candles and drew out a fresh deck of playing cards. Power flowed from his arm, wrist, and fingers as one card shot through the air in a graceful arc, severing the first candle before striking the lime wall and leaving a thin queue that used slightly too much force. Before throwing the second card, he adjusted his wrist strength. A silver-white arc flashed, cutting the first through 4th candles clean through, while the 5th candle only had the card embedded 1/3 of the way, motionless. A wave of joy swept through Li Jushu's heart, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Those 20 million copper coins were well spent. He now understood more deeply the saying, the poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. If he hadn't taken Pu Xiaoyan's mission and unexpectedly received generous compensation, he non-mutated small-time hunter would still be stuck at the beginner level. He thought again of how that young master had dared to venture alone into the forest on his first mission and return unscathed. He must have already consumed countless potions, his physique strengthened beyond imagination. That wasn't rich and foolish, it was confidence in one's abilities. Lost in thought, he finished off the remaining chicken, duck, fish, and meat, patted his stomach, and left his quarters. First he looked for Blackhead, no luck. Then he searched for little sister, also nowhere to be found. Uncertain what to do, he pulled out his phone but discovered no signal. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the Long-Eared Rabbit Hotel. Pu Xiaoyan had rented an entire floor of the hotel, paying the annual rent in advance. After Li Jushu explained his purpose, the young master's aide nodded politely. Please wait, I'll ask the boss. 10 minutes later he returned. The boss agreed. The vehicle is in the basement, I'll take you there. Thank you so much. Li Jushu was genuinely grateful. He'd only tried on a whim. since he was just a small hunter, while Pu Xiaoyan clearly came from extraordinary background. Their statuses were worlds apart. He hadn't expected the other party to still remember him and readily agree. This kindness warmed his heart. With transportation secured, next came supplies. He needed to return to the desert to find Lin Lu, Shark, and the other. She had to see them alive or find their bodies, or he'd never have peace. Food was easy to buy anywhere. Weapons were the real concern. The exploder was lost in the desert with little hope of recovery, so he took out his backup Koei 23 sniper rifle, stocked up on ammunition at the weapons shop, and purchased several other essential supplies. The payment from little sister was nearly exhausted. Hunters made money fast, but spent it even faster. Equipment, ammunition, and potions all cost money, and being stingy with investment meant waiting for disaster. So whenever possible, he only chose the best. He searched again for Blackhead B and little sister, but still no one knew where they'd gone. Without further delay, he drove the borrowed war vehicle out of Settlement 11. Though both were war vehicles, Pu Xiaoyan's ride completely outclassed Shark's pickup truck in both handling and comfort. Having money really was nice. A true man of honor knows when to act and when to refrain. Li Jushu couldn't articulate such philosophical wisdom, but he understood that some things must be done regardless of the cost, while others must never be done no matter how great the reward. He had only worked with the Shark team once and had never even met them face to face, yet he felt an inexplicable compulsion to return and find them. His armored vehicle boasted excellent off-road performance, capable of handling any terrain. He floored the accelerator, and the vehicle roared like a frenzied beast. What should have been a 3-day journey was compressed into 2.5 days without a single mishap. Little sister. Upon reaching the desert's edge, the first thing he spotted was that familiar pickup truck, the Shark team's vehicle. No wonder he couldn't find little sister back at the settlement. She had already made her way here with the same intention, to return and search for their companions. As for why she hadn't brought him along, perhaps it was because he had been holed up in his room those past few days, drinking potions in what amounted to a self-imposed retreat, causing him to miss her departure. The pickup sat empty. Little sister had clearly ventured into the desert alone. Li Jushu wasted no time. He donned his protective gear, shouldered his heavy equipment, and stepped into the yellow sand. Compared to his first journey, his load had doubled, yet his steps felt lighter. Beyond his growing adaptation to the desert climate, 2 vials of potion worth over 20 million copper coins had made the decisive difference. Such obvious improvement made him privately celebrate that the expense had been worthwhile. He couldn't recall the route to Stone Mountain, had been unconscious during the return trip, but the path to the Blue Enchantress remained etched in his memory. He planned to search near the Blue Enchantress first, then try his luck on the return journey to see if he could find his way to Stone Mountain. Walking alone in the desert was an entirely different experience. The yellow sand stretched endlessly, with only the monotonous echo of footsteps for company. The blazing sun scorched down, making his body feel trapped in a steamer. Without strong willpower, it would be difficult to resist the overwhelming loneliness. He gripped a bamboo pole to probe the path ahead, guarding against quicksand. The pole was too light and sometimes failed to detect danger, and more often than not, the quicksand itself was constantly shifting. Come 1 second, potentially opening beneath his feet the next. But it was better than nothing, providing at least an extra layer of security. Evening approached, and his luck Helda encountered no quicksand or other dangers. Just as he estimated he was nearing the position where the Shark team had once ambushed the gray wolves, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he dropped low. About 1,000 meters away, a gray wolf moved stealthily, as if stalking prey. His first thought was of little sister. Wolves were extremely alert creatures. He dared not approach rashly and risk startling it. He immediately drew his sniper rifle, preparing for a long-range kill. A 1,000-meter shot would challenge even professional snipers. But in that moment, perhaps driven by his urgent concern for little sister, felt a surge of powerful confidence. Wind speed, temperature, pressure. He calculated everything at lightning speed. When his gaze locked onto the target, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet cut through the air faster than sound itself, and by the time the gunshot echoed across the desert, the round had already drilled through the wolf's ear and burst out diagonally through its skull. The gray wolf's body was flung onto the yellow sandone. Shot, 1 kill. Li Jushu holstered his weapon and moved forward in a low crouch, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Being surrounded by a wolf pack would be catastrophic. Fortunately, this gray wolf was clearly a scout, and he detected no second beast in the area. Cresting a small sand dune, he spotted a familiar figure, his little sister. She had fallen into quicksand, with only her head and hands visible above the surface. Her body was rigid with fear as she watched herself sink inch by inch. Catch! Li Jushu threw a coiled rope that landed precisely in her palm. The moment the rope went taut, it felt like he was trying to drag a parked truck. If that vehicle accelerated, he'd be pulled right in. He drove his feet into the sand like stakes, yet still felt himself sliding forward. Every muscle in his body strained to its limit as he finally managed to reverse her downward momentum into an upward pull, still agonizingly slow, inch by inch. Desert quicksand was like a swamp rescue had to be done at steady speed. A sudden jerk would create opposing forces strong enough to tear a person apart instantly. Li Jushu remembered someone once using a tank to pull a comrade from a swamp, but stepping too hard on the gas had literally ripped the person in half-an image that still made his scalp crawl. His face flushed red with exertion, his arm muscles bulging like inflated balloons. The thick rope cut deep into his flesh, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, eyes fixed solely on his sister. She could only grip the rope passively, her wrists bearing the same brutal tension, perhaps even worse. Thankfully, the suction wasn't impossibly strong. Once her waist cleared the quicksand, the resistance dropped dramatically. Her hips, thighs, and calves broke free in succession. The instant her last foot pulled clear, Li Jushu yanked backward, dragging her several meters to safety. Both collapsed onto the sand, completely drained, their limbs so weak they couldn't even move their fingers. In the darkness, only their heavy, labored breathing filled the air. After about 10 minutes, Li Jushu spoke first. "You came here without calling me. I was afraid something would happen to you," she whispered. "What if I hadn't come?" She had no answer. "We've been through life and death together. How could you leave me out of something like this?" Li Jushu's tone was calm. "Thank you." Her gratitude was heartfelt. Technically, his mission was complete. What happened next wasn't his responsibility. He could have stayed away without anyone questioning him. Yet here he was, having come on his own initiative without her even asking for help. Without his intervention, she would have died today, let alone have any chance of finding Lin Lu, Shark, and the others. "It's too early to thank me. Save it for when we find them." Li Jushu pushed himself up, retrieved the rope, and shouldered his pack. Seeing no extra equipment around, he immediately understood that her backpack had been swallowed by the quicksand. To slow her descent, she'd had to abandon it. Now she had only the pistol at her waist and a small dagger. As they resumed their journey, Li Jushu noticed she was limping, her left calf streaked with blood. His expression darkened as he demanded, "What happened?" Xiaomei glanced at the gray wolf's corpse nearby, without saying a word. "You didn't mention your injury earlier, though. You think you have blood to spare?" Li Jushu frowned and scolded her in a low voice. "It's just a minor wound, nothing serious," she replied weakly. "Tell that to the wolf pack when they come hunting for us," Li Jushu snorted. Xiaomei lowered her head and fell silent, like a child who had done something wrong. Li Jushu wasted no more words. He pressed her down to sit on the yellow sand, and used his dagger to slice open her pant leg with a sharp hiss. The bite marks were deep enough to expose bone, and the rotting flesh had turned black and putrid from the heat and trapped sweat. And she called this nothing serious? He cursed silently, amazed by Xiaomei's incredible pain tolerance. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly before departure. He first gave her an anesthetic injection, then repeatedly sterilized the surgical knife with alcohol before patiently cutting away each piece of necrotic tissue. He applied medicinal powder and wrapped the wound tightly with bandages, his movements as swift and skilled as an emergency room nurse, techniques honed through years of hunting. Throughout the entire process, Xiaomei remained completely silent, as if the leg belonged to someone else. After finishing the treatment, he took out cotton swabs and carefully wiped away the remaining blood from her leg. Then he casually tossed the blood-soaked swabs into the wind, letting the gusts carry the scent far away. This would confuse the wolf pack's sense of smell. Finally, he handed her 2 pills. "What are these for?" Xiaomei asked quietly. "One for inflammation, one to prevent rabies." "You're so thorough," she said with genuine admiration. She had thought herself well prepared before coming here, yet had overlooked the most crucial rabies medication. "Put on the backpack," Li Jushu said, handing her the pack. "I can walk by myself." Xiaomei immediately understood his intention. "We need to hurry and find them," he said, crouching down. "You carried me before. Now it's your turn on Topan, eye for an Iano, returning the favor." Xiaomei blushed as she climbed onto his back, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. The weight of about 95 pounds pressed down on his back, but Li Jushu could still manage it, thanks to the 2 enhancement drugs. In the past, he would have had to abandon the backpack. The desert's day-night temperature difference was extreme, and the safest approach would have been to return to the vehicle to treat her wounds. However, with their destination so close, turning back now meant another trip with unpredictable complications. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to continue forward with Xiaomei on his back. The storm had erased all traces. When they reached the gravel slope where they had initially ambushed the wolf pack, only bare ground remained. Even the wolf carcasses had vanished, seemingly buried by sand or dragged away by other beasts. Unwilling to give up, Li Jushu pressed on through the soft dunes for another half-hour until they reached the hollow where the blue enchantresses had once bloomed. Now the entire flower bed had withered, not a trace of green remaining, all life swallowed by the yellow sand, leaving only deathly silence. He searched every inch of ground but found nothing, finally forced to turn back in defeat. Throughout the journey, Xiaomei remained as silent as dried flower petals. Although they had anticipated this outcome before departure, confirming it still filled their hearts with overwhelming sadness. As long as no body is found, anything remains possible. Li Jiushu was half comforting his little sister, half comforting himself. Disappointment was written all over his face, but he was a man after all, and he had to step up when it mattered most. On the return journey, he deliberately slowed his pace, walking a few dozen meters before stopping to catch his breath. First, he wanted to retrace the escape route from that night, but after the storm, all traces had been erased by the yellow sand, making identification extremely difficult. Second, he needed to conserve his strength. The lone wolf that had been scouting was already dead, and according to wolf pack behavior, the main pack should be following the scent by now. They might find the two of them, or they might not, but he had to prepare for the worst. From deep night until dawn, he encountered neither wolves nor found the rocky mountain. He covered the route 3 times back and forth, still coming up empty-handed. The rocky mountain couldn't have run away by itself, which could only mean he had gotten the direction wrong. To make matters worse, his little sister began running a high fever, and he was so exhausted his vision was going black. He could only grit his teeth and carry her out of the desert. Upon reaching the vehicle, he gave her fever-reducing medicine, then completely collapsed, falling asleep with his head on her chest. When he woke again, night had already fallen. His little sister had been awake for some time, her large eyes gleaming in the darkness, yet she had quietly let him rest against her. Li Jiushu discreetly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, turned on the overhead light, and felt her forehead. Her temperature had returned to normal. The vehicle was equipped with simple cooking gear, so he prepared a pot of noodles, and they both devoured it hungrily. You actually know Pu Xiaonan. After eating her fill, his little sister took a serious look around the vehicle for the first time and exclaimed in surprise. I wouldn't say we're close. Li Jiushu put down his chopsticks. He came to me for help with a mission. I lent a hand. That's about the extent of our relationship. You've heard of him, of course. His little sister smiled self-deprecatingly. The rich kid. Everyone calls him Sugar Daddy. His vehicle made quite a splash at the settlement. I've only heard his name. He definitely doesn't know me. He's certainly generous with his money. Li Jiushu nodded. I didn't have a vehicle, so I tried asking to borrow one on a whim, and surprisingly he actually lent it to me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known how to get here. This vehicle covers in 3 days what would take half a month on foot. His little sister hunched her shoulders, her voice growing quieter. If I'd known you could borrow a vehicle, I would have come with you instead. Don't be so impulsive anymore. Leave the physical work to the men. Bear with me. I need to change your bandages. He didn't use anesthetic, and his little sister broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. Your stamina seems to have improved quite a bit, she finally managed to say. I have Pu Xiaoyan to thank for that. That mission he gave me earned me some money, so I bought enhancement drugs when I got back and strengthened my body. Li Jiushu explained while examining the wound. No inflammation, and the healing was surprisingly good. His little sister really did have excellent constitution. Starting the next day, he ventured into the desert alone, returning before dawn. This continued for 3 days. Once his little sister's wounds had healed, she joined him. The two of them searched for a full half-month before finally finding that rocky mountain again. But aside from the mangled sniper rifle, Exploder 002B, they discovered nothing else. Disappointment crashed over them like a tide. His little sister's steps became unsteady, and when they returned to the vehicle, she finally broke down in tears. Li Jiushu silently embraced her, his throat tight, unable to find words of comfort. In truth, he had known all along that this might be the outcome, but he had refused to accept it until now, when he finally gave up hope. When Li Jiushu returned to the settlement, he had planned to spend a few days with his little sister. However, Wild Boar came looking for him, saying the captain had found new members and wanted to hold a meeting to prepare for a mission. They had already been waiting for him for a day. I'll come back to see you after I finish this mission, he said to his sister before hurrying out of the room. Fortunately, he had returned the tank to Pu Xiaoyun as soon as he got back, or he would have been delayed even longer. When he arrived at the inn, familiar faces came into view. Captain Chao Gang, Chao Gang's girlfriend Wang Xiaoxin, Wild Boar, and Drummer, who had recovered from his injuries. Besides them, 3 unfamiliar faces were also sitting in the room. Since everyone was present, Chao Gang didn't waste time. Let's have a quick meeting. He glanced at Li Jiushu without scolding him, but with a hint of reproach. Taking private jobs was fine, but it absolutely couldn't interfere with team missions. Li Jiushu understood perfectly, but offered no explanation, quietly taking a seat in the corner. First, let me introduce the personnel. Night Owl. Everyone else has met the new members except you. Chao Gang pointed to the 3 newcomers. Machine Gunner Cannon, Demolitions Expert Blondie, and Sniper Mantis. Cannon was built like a tank, his bulging muscles seeming ready to explode with power at any moment. Blondie sported bright yellow hair and cold gleaming earrings, giving him a somewhat rebellious look. Mantis was average in build and appearance, which made him seem more composed. Hello, I'm Night Owl. Li Jiushu stood up, intending to shake hands, but saw the 3 sitting motionless, waiting for him to approach them first. As a veteran member, he should have received greetings from the newcomers, but this situation clearly showed they were taking advantage of his young age. Displeased, he sat back down. Now that everyone knows each other, let's discuss the mission, Chao Gang said, as if he hadn't noticed the awkward moment. Hunt 20 blood wolves in Blood Wolf Canyon. The bodies must be intact, plus one live blood wolf. What exactly do you mean by intact bodies? Wild Boar asked. No missing limbs, Chao Gang replied. 20 blood wolves, we can't carry all those back ourselves. Drummer frowned. I've already rented a truck. We leave at 8 tomorrow morning. Chao Gang waved his hand. What about ammunition, medical supplies, and injury compensation? Mantis inquired. The team covers everything. Then there's no problem, Mantis nodded. Don't go out today. Rest up and conserve your energy. Meeting adjourned. With his final words, Chao Gang deliberately glanced at Li Jushu again. After the meeting, Li Jushu didn't return to his own room, but went to Drummer's instead. Are you fully recovered? I'm just a rough guy, I'm not that delicate. I've been fine for a while now. Drummer seemed to have expected his visit and tossed him a drink. His room didn't even have tea, and he was too lazy to boil water. Does the captain seem to have a problem with me? Li Jushu twisted off the bottle cap and asked casually. Though naturally aloof and maintaining a somewhat distant relationship with the team, he still distinguished between closer and more distant relationships, and Drummer was among his closest teammates. You took a private job and delayed us by a day. Anyone would frown at that, Drummer shrugged. Li Jushu remained non-committal, simply setting the drink a city. In previous missions, he had saved Drummer's life multiple times. On a daily basis, the Drummer took good care of him, which was why the hospital immediately pulled strings for him when they heard the news. How did it go? The job I introduced you to went pretty smoothly, right? The Drummer shifted his windbreaker to his arm and asked casually. Li Jushu shook his head without giving a direct answer. There were some complications, but the mission was completed. The Drummer leaned against the hospital room doorframe, his tone softening. That sniper Mantis is an old acquaintance of Chao Gang's. They used to be partners. You might not have heard of him, but he's actually quite famous. Holds the record for taking out a target from 2,000 meters away. He's also a team leader, and both his machine gunner and demolitions expert are veteran members. Team leader? Li Jushu frowned. Then why is he coming to our team? Something must have happened, though I don't know the specifics. But you can imagine that once he arrives, everyone's position in the team will change to some degree. The Drummer spread his hands. Li Jushu let out a gentle sigh. As long as the pay stays the same, I'm fine. I'm in this for the money, not the reputation. If this had been a few days ago, he would probably have been worried sick, but recent experiences had rapidly matured him, making him indifferent to such vanities. Even if he actually took Chao Gang's position, Chao Gang probably wouldn't even have the right to speak in front of Pu Shaoing. Seeing his stable mindset, the Drummer chuckled. It's best that you think this way. I was worried you'd be upset. Not worth it. Li Jushu waved his hand dismissively. After chatting about this and that for a while longer, he returned to his room for an uneventful night. The next morning after breakfast, the team assembled and departed at 8 sharp. The benefits of having a team became apparent now. Li Jushu only needed to carry his KA-23 sniper rifle, while everything else was taken care of by others. Although the exploder had been found, there wasn't time to repair it, so he had to temporarily use this KA-23. Strictly speaking, it still belonged to the Shark team, as he had forgotten to return it when discharged from the hospital. Medicine, ammunition, food, supplies, transportation, maps, everything had already been loaded into the vehicle, and team members only needed to show up on time. They were using a Dongfeng heavy truck that had been retrofitted with steel plates and reinforced framework. Its defensive capabilities were barely adequate, but it had no offensive power whatsoever. The rental company had positioned it as a transport vehicle from the start. Li Jushu examined the vehicle body in his eyes. The modifications were elementary school level at best. Not only couldn't it compare to Pu Shaoing's heavily armored war machine, it wasn't even as good as Shark's pickup truck. But something was better than nothing. He collected his thoughts and, after boarding, began cleaning his rifle. Rest with his eyes closed? The truck's suspension wasn't up to handling the road conditions. He knew that once the vehicle started moving, trying to sleep would be wishful thinking. He'd be lucky if he could keep his breakfast down. The facts proved him right. After 8.5 hours of jolting, they reached their destination. Actually, another route would have been shorter, but that road had a section so potholed that even motorcycles couldn't get through, forcing them to take a detour that cost several extra hours. Everyone looked a bit pale, though fortunately no one vomited. The group sat on the rocky ground for more than 10 minutes, gasping until their internal organs were properly repositioned. Next came ammunition distribution, communication frequency confirmation, and tactical review. Once everything was ready, the team members shouldered their equipment and slowly entered Blood Wolf Canyon, stepping over rocks and shrubs. Blood wolves rarely appeared during the day. Nighttime was their primary hunting period, so the best time to hunt blood wolves was at night. The night was dark with a gentle breeze, but the temperature was brutally cold. Thick leather jackets lined with fur clung to their bodies, yet still couldn't ward off the bone-chilling cold. Below their feet, a rugged valley wound downward, densely packed with loose stones and jagged rocks. Everyone had to keep their heads down to identify safe footing. A single misstep, or twisted ankle would spell disaster for any squad. Li Jushu, serving as the sniper, was positioned second from the Riara spot traditionally reserved for the team's firepower core or medic, making it one of the safest positions in the formation. No one spoke as they moved through the valley, leaving only the soft scraping sounds of boots against scattered rocks. After nearly an hour of continuous movement, they finally stopped to catch their breath for 10 minutes before resuming their steady advance for another 20. According to the mission briefing, they should have encountered blood wolf activity by now, but the valley remained eerily empty. After another 10 minutes of walking, still no blood wolves appeared. The team exchanged uncertain glances. Pushing deeper would bring them dangerously close to the blood wolf den, where gunfire would trigger a full pack assault with no retreat possible. Li Jushu immediately suggested sending 2 people to lure the blood wolves while the main force set up an ambush from both sides. Disa, standard tactic every frontline mercenary knew by heart. Chao Gang was about to nod in agreement when Mantis interjected. This terrain isn't suitable for an ambush. Push forward another 500 meters where the canyon narrows, easier to defend, harder to attack. Then we advance half a kilometer. Chao Gang readily agreed. Li Jushu glanced back at Wild Boar bringing up the rear, who remained silent. They had hunted blood wolves before, but never ventured this deep into the valley, leaving them uncertain about the terrain ahead. Moving forward again, they reached the ambush point Mantis had described. The valley walls suddenly narrowed by a third, with jagged rocks forming natural fortifications. The rock surfaces were riddled with bullet holes, claw marks, and bloodstains long since dried to a rusty brown, clear evidence that many others had ambushed blood wolves here before. Hunting blood wolves was routine work in the mercenary world. Rumor had it that blood wolf meat tasted like premium steak, commanding high prices among wealthy enthusiasts. Though Li Jushu had killed several, he never brought himself to taste the meat like a charcoal seller who couldn't afford to burn his own coal for warmth. The irony wasn't lost on him. The team had no complete rookies, and everyone understood their positions without needing orders from Chao Gang. The demolitions expert quietly planted mines while Wild Boar set up 2 machine guns, crouching behind cover and repeatedly working the action. The worst nightmare for any machine gun was jamming at the moment of engagement. Mouse and Drummer were assigned to draw the wolves out, stripping down to essential gear with only the lightest tactical packs, double-checking that their boot laces were secure. Loose laces during combat could be deadlier than running out of ammunition. Such absurd yet bloody accidents weren't uncommon, and veterans had learned from these harsh lessons, though few ever survived long enough to become veterans. Mantis moved quickly, or perhaps he was familiar with the terrain. While Li Jushu was still surveying the area, Mantis had already scaled the left cliff face and claimed the best sniper position. Even though they were a team, Li Jushu couldn't say anything about his actions. If anyone was to blame, it was himself for not reading the situation better. He wasn't angry or anxious. Mantis had the advantage of knowing the terrain, but Li Jux's edge was his night vision. No matter how good Mantis' memory was, he couldn't remember every detail of the landscape. Li Jushu, on the other hand, could take it all in at a glance. His eyes quickly settled on a spot halfway up the right slope, the ideal sniper position. He climbed up and was just about to set up his gear when a strange thought crossed his mind. Tonight felt unusually quiet. He couldn't explain the feeling, but he trusted his instincts. After a few seconds' hesitation, he moved to a second sniper spot. This one was narrower, tricky to reach from above or below. No one came here during the day, let alone at night. Chao Gang shot him a glance, but said nothing. Even though Li Jushu was a junior hunter, he had a real talent for sniping, and after 2 years of working together, had never made a mistake. Li Jushu didn't need the Koei 23 sniper rifle, extra ammo, chocolate, or any of the other gear like the night vision goggles or binoculars. He even switched off his headlamp, which had kept on before, just to hide the fact he could see in the dark. Once everything was ready, Mouse and Drummer quietly slipped deeper into the canyon, quickly disappearing from view. The canyon was so silent it was unsettling, broken only by the sound of wind. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and still no sign of Mouse or Drummer. After 25 minutes, Chao Gang stood up from behind a rock and signaled to the group. Everyone stay in position, I'll go take a look. He had just reached the turn when a flood of footsteps sounded, followed by the shrill voices of Mouse and Drummer. Watch out. There are hundreds of blood wolves. Howls rose one after another, low and eerie. The faces of everyone hiding changed instantly. What was going on? How did so many get drawn here at once? Both Drummer and Mouse were experienced hunters. There was no way they'd attract this many blood wolves on purpose. A sense of dread swept over the group. Something had gone wrong. There was no time to figure out what. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. It was Chao Gang. The wolves hadn't yet reached the ambush spot, but he had no choice. One was about to bite Mouse. Drummer and Mouse sprinted at full speed, with no time to look back, let alone fire their own weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Chao Gang emptied a magazine in 3 seconds, reloaded in half a second, and emptied another in 3. As he turned, he tossed a grenade into the pack. The explosion echoed through half the canyon, scattering the wolves and buying Mouse and Drummer precious seconds. As soon as they crossed the turn, Mantis and Li Jushu opened fire without needing any orders. Thud-thud to blood wolves were flung aside. Both shot clean through the head. Blood wolves were much larger than desert gray wolves, almost the size of adult buffalo. A regular handgun could barely draw blood. Only a shot to a vital point could bring one down. Li Jushu shifted his aim. As his bullet struck a wolf's head, another round punched a bloody hole through its neck. Suddenly, his face changed and Mantis had targeted the same wolf. He adjusted his aim and fired again. But just as the bullet drilled through the wolf's ear, it sank its jaws into Mouse's arm. With a sickening crunch, the wolf's bite crushed Mouse's arm as easily as snapping a carrot. Mouse let out a scream, collapsing as he lost his balance. Li Jushu fired rapidly, killing 3 wolves in a row, while Mantis dropped 2 more. But more wolves kept coming. Just then, Golden Mane rushed from cover, tossing a cluster of 7 or 8 grenades tied together into the pack. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire canyon, sending shattered rocks whistling down from the cliffs like arrows, crashing into the valley floor with deafening impacts. The wolf pack was instantly scattered, with over a dozen killed or wounded in the blast. The drummer hoisted Mouse onto his shoulders and sprinted away in a crouch. Chao Gang spun around on the spot, steadied his pistol with both hands, and rapidly squeezed the trigger at machine gun speed, targeting the blood wolf's eye specifically. The pistol rounds had limited penetration power. While they could shatter wolf eyes, they couldn't kill the beasts outright, but they drove the wolves into a frenzy, causing them to turn and savage their own pack mates. The drummer dove into cover as his submachine gun erupted in response. With their firepower suddenly absent from the front line, Wild Boar stepped up with a roar, sweeping his rifle in wide arcs. He didn't bother confirming what parts of the blood wolves he hit. His only goal was to empty magazines as fast as possible, reload, and empty them again in endless cycles. The other team members held their triggers down until the very end, finally driving the wolf pack back toward the canyon mouth. Chao Gang seized the opportunity to roll back into cover. Golden Hair, Mantis called out sharply. Golden Hair immediately lit the fuse. 10 seconds later, the second explosion nearly flipped the entire canyon, with scorching shockwaves carrying debris in all directions as a smoke column shot 30 meters into the air. Dust completely blocked all visibility, forcing everyone to cease fire except Wild Boar and Cannon, who continued pouring machine gun round. Suppressive fire didn't require precision, just the duty to expend ammunition. As the dust settled, the carnage at Ground Zero became visible. Chunks of flesh and severed limbs carpeted the rocky ground. At least 20 blood wolves had been killed instantly, with an equal number severely wounded and even more lightly injured. The once impenetrable wolf tide had suddenly thinned, but no one dared relax. The scent of blood drove the remaining wolves into an even greater frenzy as they howled and charged forward once more. Everyone's faces turned ashen. No one had expected the wolf tide to reach such overwhelming proportions. It was too late to flee now. 2 legs could never outrun 4, especially on this treacherous canyon terrain where they'd be caught within 100 meters. Conserve your ammunition. Chao Gang knew this reminder was nearly futile, but he had to say it. The mission had originally called for hunting 20 blood wolves, and they'd brought enough ammunition for 100. Now they faced at least 300 or more. As long as their bullets held out, they still had a fighting chance. Once they ran dry, only death awaited. Thup thup thup. Despite their massive size, the blood wolves moved with shocking speed. Li Jushu maintained roughly 130 meters between himself and the front ranks of the pack. The wolves' crowded formation temporarily prevented them from utilizing their full sprinting advantage. Using his night vision scope, aiming wasn't difficult, but he couldn't afford to lose focus for even a second. Following Chao Gang's advice not to waste a single bullet, completely abandoned heart shots, calmly targeting heads and necks instead. These areas guaranteed kills with single hits, while heart shots offered no such certainty. Mantis employed the same tactics, 1 shot per kill, maximizing ammunition conservation. Behind cover, Wang Xiaoxin was bandaging Mouse's wounds. Mouse bit down hard on a towel, and despite the morphine injection, he still trembled from head to toe with pain, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. In field operations, morphine could only be administered in minimal doses. Unlike hospitals, where precise dosages could be calculated, they dared not use too much and could only use too little. Too little meant enduring pain. Too much could mean death. Between agony and dying, everyone knew which to choose. The drummer's left leg was slashed open by a jagged rock edge, leaving a gash nearly 8 inches long with blood streaming down his pants. He hastily wrapped a tourniquet around it and grabbed his shotgun, unleashing a barrage at the wolf pack. The buckshot exploded into clouds of dust across the valley floor. The others abandoned all tactical discipline. Rifles, machine guns, and pistols roared in unison. At this moment, no one cared about mission success or failure. The only goal was survival. Before departure, everyone had treated this operation as just another routine sweep. Even if they failed, the worst outcome would be returning empty-handed. No one had anticipated risking their lives. Now with the situation completely collapsed, even escape seemed like a luxury. How many blood wolves were actually hidden in Bloodwolf Canyon? No one could count them all. In the past, they occasionally encountered a dozen or 20, with the most extreme cases involving 50 or 60, but no one had ever reported seeing hundreds at once. Those who knew were probably already wolf food. Bullets depleted rapidly from magazines. Li Jushu was still attempting to kill two birds with one stone. With his bowhead shots were unrealistic, but severing necks might work. Just as he held his breath to aim, a piercing scream erupted from behind their cover. He instinctively turned. Nearly jumping off the rock face, a blood wolf had somehow silently circled behind them and torn away half of the machine gunner cannon's torso in one bite. Li Jushu's gaze swept over just in time to see those fangs descending a second time. Crack. The skull shattered, and the screaming stopped abruptly. Worse yet, this wasn't the only blood wolf behind them. Within moments, over a dozen had charged out, while on the opposite cliff face, 7 or 8 more blood wolves were slowly descending along a hidden narrow path. Though their pace was slow, it was enough to trap everyone in the middle. The team felt like they'd been thrown into an ice cave as their predetermined firing formation instantly collapsed. Everyone instinctively turned their weapons to block the rear route, then immediately realized that turning their backs to the canyon would only allow the front wolf pack to swarm them. Li Jushu turned his head and was shocked to discover blood wolf silhouettes had also appeared on his ridge, with one less than 3 feet from his originally chosen primary sniper position. At this moment, he finally understood the source of his earlier unease. While wolves weren't as intelligent as humans, they ranked in the top 5 among many creatures. This high ground had been used by countless squads to ambush wolf packs. Mantis himself had used it 3 times. After being outmaneuvered repeatedly, they were bound to learn. The blood wolves had learned human ambush tactics and turned them around, while Li Jushu's team had walked straight into the trap. Trying to ambush blood wolves only to be surrounded by them was absurd enough to be almost comical. Fortunately, he had ultimately chosen the backup sniper position. Movement was restricted here, but the rocks extended outward like a massive eave, blocking attacks from above. If blood wolves wanted to get close, they could only crawl through a narrow gap from the side. Li Jushu swung his rifle around and gave the blood wolf trying to occupy the primary sniper position a bullet. The shot went through its brain, and the wolf carcass tumbled into the deep valley with stones and debris cascading down. The battle in the canyon had completely devolved into chaos, with no one remembering Chao Gang's earlier reminder to conserve ammunition. On the opposite cliff face, Mantis was being flanked by 2 blood wolves. Had only focused on targeting the canyon below and never considered what might be behind him. Now he was reaping what he had sown. Li Jushu felt conflicted. In a sense, he should thank Mantis. If Mantis hadn't claimed that position first, the one dying there might have been him. However, belated relief couldn't bring back his comrades. He decided to rescue the drummer first, aiming his sniper rifle into the canyon and firing repeatedly. One blood wolf after another fell, yet more kept surging forward. The feeling of being attacked from both front and rear was unbearable. Attention couldn't be focused, and they were constantly caught off guard. The Mantis, who should have been providing long-range suppression, was too overwhelmed to help himself. Li Jushu alone couldn't suppress so many blood wolves. The one-armed mouse was the first to falter, his thigh bitten through by a blood wolf, followed by his throat, making him the second casualty. As the sharp scream faded, another blood wolf tore a large chunk of flesh from Wang Xiaoxin's back, instantly exposing bone. She staggered forward, blood gushing down her spine. Chao Gang, ignoring his own safety, roared and charged over, shielding Wang Xiaoxin behind him, only to have half his face bitten off by a lunging blood wolf. His left eye and socket were torn away, leaving a bloody mess. Even with Li Jushu firing at full capacity, he couldn't stabilize the battle line. Above on the rock wall, several blood wolves prowled along the narrow stone ridge, roaring in frustration but unable to find footing to descend. One blood wolf had already passed the first sniper position and was lunging toward him from less than a meter away. Li Jushu swung his rifle barrel. Bang! Muzzle flash erupted as the bullet struck the blood wolf's throat, entering through the mouth and exploding out through the skull. The beast was sent flying over a meter backward, crashing to the bottom of the cliff. In that split second, inspiration struck. Li Jushu grabbed his rope, securing one end firmly to a rocky outcrop and the other to his waist. Pushing off hard against the rock wall, he launched himself off the cliff, swinging like a pendulum toward the ridge. His view suddenly opened up. The ridge was narrow, with not many blood wolves, about 11 or 12 clustered together. Before the rope had finished its swing, he had already pulled the trigger 3 times. Pop, pop, pop. Of the 3 nearest blood wolves, 2 had their heads blown off, and 1 had its neck pierced through, collapsing limply. He repeatedly swung out from the cliff, using the rope's rebound to pick off targets one by one, efficiently clearing the ridge. Landing without time to catch his breath, he untied the slip knot at his waist and threw the rope down to his comrades below, shouting hoarsely, "Grab the rope! Come up!" Bracing his sniper rifle stock against the rock, he continued raining fire down below without pause. Chao Gang's eyes were only on Wang Xiaoxin. He immediately helped her grab the rope, letting her climb first, followed by the nearest drummer. If the others had brought ropes, this rescue would have been much faster. Wild boar, come up, Li Jushu shouted again, confirming the rope's strength could support 3 people before continuing to suppress the blood wolves below. Night owl, see you in the next life. Wild boar, still firing in sweeping bursts, looked up and gave Li Jushu a bitter, helpless smile. His right leg was completely gone from the knee down, and blood had stained the ground beneath him deep red, but he had no time to stop the bleeding. Both submachine gun barrels glowed red-hot. His pale face was twisted and fierce, yet he kept squeezing the trigger desperately, buying his teammates a thread of hope. He was about 7 meters from the rope normally. This distance would be nothing, but now, several blood wolves stood between him and safety. Boss! A desperate cry caught Li Jushu's attention. He looked toward the sound and saw Gold Mane, the demolitions expert, being torn apart by 2 blood wolves. One had its jaws clamped around his arm, while the other gripped his ankle. One more pull, and he'd be ripped in half. Goldmane was hoarsely screaming boss, but the man called Mantis had somehow already slipped down from the opposite cliff face, past Chao Gang, grabbed the dangling rope, and was frantically climbing upward. Mantis was covered in blood but moved with deadly precision, far more agile than the drummer, seemingly deaf to Goldmane's cries for help. Li Jushu hadn't noticed when Mantis had broken free from the blood wolf vest, even abandoned his sniper rifle. In this situation, no one had the right to blame him for abandoning his comrades to survive. Everyone was fighting for their lives now. Whoever could escape, would. As team leader, Chao Gang could only hold the rear guard. The rest of the team members were all climbing the rope, leaving only Chao Gang and Wild Boar surrounded by dozens of blood wolves. From the formation, Chao Gang had almost no way out. Li Jushu's sniper rifle was smoking hot from continuous firing, yet the blood wolves kept gathering in greater numbers. Wild Boar was the first to fall. A blood wolf tore off half his head, and both machine guns fell silent instantly. Just when everyone thought this was the end for Chao Gang, an earth-shattering explosion thundered through the air. The shockwave swept all around, turning dozens of blood wolves into bloody mist. It was Gold Mane, who had detonated the explosives on his body before dying, blasting open a lifeline for Chao Gang. Chao Gang was also knocked down by the blast wave. Despite wearing body armor, he still coughed up blood, but ignoring the intense pain, he charged through the gap to the base of the cliff. With a single leap, he jumped over 10 feet high to grab the rope, climbing 2 meters using only arm strength. One had to admit, his abilities were truly terrifying. By this time, Wang Xiaoxin and the drummer had reached the protruding rocks above. Working together from left and right, they pulled Mantis and Chao Gang up. The blood wolves at the bottom of the cliff couldn't climb and could only circle below, howling furiously. Without time to catch their breath, everyone continued retreating along the mountain ridge. Blood wolves were still pouring out from deep within the canyon. The rugged ridge made their footing uncertain, but even slowed down, they were still faster than the humans. Li Jushu was the only one uninjured and volunteered to cover the rear. Before leaving, he untied the rope. With his marksmanship, holding the rear here shouldn't have been difficult, but the problem was he only had a dozen rounds left in his magazine, while there were over 20 blood wolves on the ridge. Not to mention the wolf packs lurking in the dark depths of the canyon, shadowing their every move. As long as they didn't stay on the ridge forever, they would eventually be hunted down. Pop! A blood wolf's head exploded, its body tumbling into the deep valley. Li Jushu had no time to think, retreating while shooting. Whenever blood wolves approached the danger zone, he would take them out with a single shot. When only 2 bullets remained, Mantis suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. I have a good idea. What? Chao Gang's voice was dry. He was tense and pale from blood loss, with no time to bandage his wounds. I still have a glory grenade on me. If we blast a gap, the blood wolves won't be able to cross. Mantis quickly explained. Good. Wait for Nighthawk. He pointed to Li Jushu. To get over here, then immediately blast the ridge. Chao Gang responded. The blood wolves are too close, can't wait. He has rope on him, he'll be fine. Mantis refused to delay. Nighthawk, hold them for 10 seconds. Chao Gang roared. Li Jushu immediately dropped prone, minimizing his exposed surface to avoid being hit by flying debris. Mantis rapidly set the explosive. After Chao Gang and the others retreated to a safe radius, he slammed down the detonator. Boom. Rocks flew everywhere as the narrow ridge was torn open with a gap over 30 feet long. Li Jushu had just pulled out his rope, but hadn't had time to throw it when the ground gave way beneath his feet. His entire body plummeted into the deep valley, and he couldn't help but shout. Holy crap! No one could have anticipated that the crack would spread sideways, reaching right beneath Li Jushu's feet. Whether it was the explosive's overwhelming power or the ridge's fragility, Li Jushu plummeted toward the other side of the ridge away from the canyon. This side was perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds, with depths so black they seemed ink-stained. Even the bloodthirsty wolves avoided this place. Li Jushu instinctively reached out to grab something, but his hands met only cold air. As his body tumbled downward, he faintly heard the drummer, Chao Gang, and Wang Xiaoxin shouting his name, then silence engulfed his ears. After a brief moment of blankness, his survival instincts exploded into action. His hands frantically searched the cliff face, finding only loose stones. These fragments not only failed to stop his fall, but also sliced bloody gashes across his palms. Spinning through the air, he braced himself for being shattered to pieces. Suddenly, a tremendous force yanked at his waist. The rope tied around him had caught on something. The momentum of his fall and the rope's tension erupted simultaneously at his waist. Pain so excruciating it felt like his flesh and bones were being torn apart, nearly blacking out his vision. Even so, he gripped the rope with desperate strength. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a rocky outcrop protruding half a meter from the cliff face, just a few steps away. Using the rope's rebound as a buffer, he rolled sideways and threw himself onto the stone, embracing it with all his might. Once he steadied himself, he finally saw the source of that saving for Saya. Severely deformed Kuei 23 sniper rifle was sliding down the rope. Apparently, the rope had somehow tangled around the weapon, and the rifle had been wedged in a crevice, saving his life. But the massive downward force had pried the gun loose, and the rope came free. Li Jushu watched helplessly as the sniper rifle disappeared into the darkness, shrinking to a pinpoint before vanishing without even an echo. He leaned against the rock for a long while, waiting for his heart to stop pounding like war drums before carefully climbing to the top of the outcrop. First, he rewound the scattered rope around his waist. This thing had just saved his life and must never leave his side. Second, he unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth. The sweetness calmed his nerves and replenished his body's sugar levels. He knew that survival meant climbing out on his own, and without energy, that would be impossible. Looking up, he saw only pitch-black night sky. Either the angle was too steep or he had fallen too deep. The ridge was completely invisible. No sounds came from above either, whether because Chao Gang and the others had abandoned rescue efforts, or their calls simply couldn't reach this depth. Every muscle ached like molten lead, but he had no choice except to endure. He carefully examined his entire body. Aside from multiple scrapes, his bones were intact and his organs seemed unharmed. His hands had suffered the worst damage, sliced by dozens of stone fragments into a network of cuts that burned with pain. Should have worn leather gloves. Once again, he marveled at the power of the enhancement serums. Without the strength and bone-strengthening drugs he had taken, his condition wouldn't be nearly this good. Might already be a corpse at the bottom of the cliff. He chose not to climb immediately, knowing that even if he made it up, escape would be impossible. Given the blood wolf's nature, it would keep watch until dawn at least. Since he couldn't leave anyway, the time between midnight and daybreak would be perfect for recovering his strength. He began untying the spare rope from his gear, planning to secure himself to the protruding rocks to prevent falling while dozing. Just then, a faint, unusual fragrance drifted into his nostrils on the mountain breeze. What was that scent? Sweet and refreshing, it instantly dispelled his fatigue. Li Jushu's heart stirred as he quickly scanned the cliff face with his night vision. About 20 meters away, he spotted a shadow. It looked like a cave entrance, or perhaps a wind-carved alcove, but large enough to shelter 2 or 3 people and far safer than the precarious rocks beneath his feet that could crumble at any moment. He wasn't a professional rock climber, but cliff work was familiar territory. Snipers entering unfamiliar terrain always needed to secure high ground. Scaling mountains and cliffs was routine. Li Jushu pulled out medical gauze and wrapped all 10 fingers tightly, then checked his equipment positions once more before beginning his traverse. The rough stone surface provided adequate handholds, and his night vision helped him avoid loose rocks and sharp cracks. 7 or 8 minutes later, he reached the cave entrance safely. The cave was about a meter wide, extending roughly a meter and a half inward in an irregular semicircle. The moment he squeezed inside, a dark streak shot from the depths. Cold terror exploded through his body, and before his mind could process what was happening, his hands instinctively drew a playing card and flicked it out. The card flashed like lightning, striking the dark projectile and deflecting it into the loose soil overhead. Thud! The dark object hit the ground, broken in two but still writhing. It was a chopstick-thick black snake. Without starlight in the cave, only his night vision had made detection possible. Li Jushu shuddered, certain that a bite from this creature would have meant serious trouble. He retrieved the playing card and bedded in the dirt, feeling a surge of satisfaction. His long-practiced technique had finally saved his life. Yet he also realized his instincts had been faster than his conscious mind. Lucky this time, but next time might be different. To eliminate future threats, he severed the snake's head and tossed it over the cliff. Snakeheads remained dangerous for some time after death. With the danger cleared, he turned his attention to the fragrant plant in the corner. The grass resembled pink coral, about 3 inches tall, with 7 or 8 orchid-like leaves. The sweet aroma emanated slowly from the leaf veins, clearing his mind and refreshing his spirit. Guarded by a venomous creature, it was likely something valuable. Though he couldn't identify it, he didn't hesitate to pull out a vacuum bag and pack the entire plant, roots and soil included. His gaze returned to the snake's corpse. Last time, drinking snake blood had given him night vision. This one looked equally extraordinary and might yield similar benefits. He grasped the still warm body and drank deeply several times, though the blood was thin and he regretted not acting immediately after the kill. He skinned the snake and chewed the meat thoroughly, finding it surprisingly tender like chicken, with bones that crunched like chips. He waited quietly for any changes, but his body showed no unusual reactions, leaving him disappointed. After confirming no other threats remained inside or outside the cave, he leaned against the rock wall and gradually drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes, dawn had already broken. Li Jushu stretched his limbs slightly on the rock and scanned his body once more, detecting not even the slightest abnormality. Disappointment washed over him. The mysterious black snake seemed to have had no effect whatsoever. He stuffed the remaining chocolate bars into his mouth all at once, chewed and swallowed them, then flexed his stiff wrists. After confirming his body was fine, he began to climb. The rock face before him tilted nearly 80 degrees, almost vertical, like a merciless gray wall that imposed tremendous psychological pressure. Fortunately, the surface was rough, with uneven textures providing numerous handholds. He could only rely on his knuckles and the tips of his shoes, inching upward bit by bit. Each time he raised his arm, it felt like lifting his entire body weight. During last night's fall, he had roughly calculated the descent time and estimated the valley's depth to be between 300 and 350 meters. However, when he actually began climbing upward, he discovered that reality was far more terrifying than numbers. After sunrise, the scorching heat caused sweat to pour continuously from his pores, and his energy depleted several times faster than on level ground. Each finger was wrapped in gauze, and sweat mixed with blood seeping from his wounds formed a dark red that soaked through the fabric. His fingertips could slip at any moment when gripping the rock, but he had no time to re-bandage them now. After climbing for an hour and a half, he still couldn't see the end when he looked up. The unknown made his heart sink. Sweat rolled down his forehead into his eyes, stinging with saltiness. He wanted to wipe it away multiple times, but feared losing focus. Li Jushu knew he wasn't a professional rock climber and couldn't possibly hang his entire body weight from a single finger, so he was extra cautious, taking detours when possible and never taking risks when he could play it safe. Though the roundabout routes consumed more energy, they minimized the risk of falling. His thick clothing was now soaked with sweat. Originally meant to protect his skin from scrapes during slips, it now clung tightly to his body, heavy and sticky, restricting his movements. But he had no other choice. The sun climbed higher, baking the rock face until it was scorching hot. He had started climbing at 7 o'clock. It had been exactly 5 hours now. Something's not right. He suddenly noticed something unusual. Normally, after 5 hours of intense climbing, or even just 2 hours, he should have been gasping for breath with trembling arms. Yet he still had strength left in his body. Though his breathing was rapid, he was far from his limit. It couldn't possibly be residual effects from the bone medication. He immediately thought of the black snake, a wild species that might have been highly nutritious, and that strange herb with its intense fragrance, which he hadn't used yet. If he truly couldn't hold on, he would chew the grass. Logically speaking, such a fragrant plant was probably non-toxic. After enduring another 2 hours, the mountain ridge finally appeared in his line of sight, like a grayish-brown blade cutting across the sky. By now, his fingertips were completely numb, stiff as if they had been frozen in ice water for too long. Whether gripping or releasing, he had lost all sensation. He could only be even more careful. Any mistake would render all his previous efforts worthless. Less than 5 meters from the top, a protruding rock made a sharp crack and crumbled away. His foot had just left its support point, and his entire weight instantly pressed down on that fracturing stone. Li Jushu's chest tightened, his soul nearly leaving his body as he plummeted. The nearby rock wall was smooth and vertical, without even a crack for his fingers to wedge into. No handholds existed anywhere. It's over. In that moment, he truly felt despair. Catch it. A melodious, slightly soft voice rang out, followed by a rope descending from above, appearing before his eyes. Li Jushu grabbed the rope like a drowning man clutching his last straw. His downward momentum hadn't fully unleashed when his arms tensed, and his body hung steadily in midair. The next second, a powerful pulling force traveled up the hemp rope, and he was dragged upward with almost no effort on his part. Rolling and scrambling onto the rugged ridge, he looked up and found himself face-to-face with a familiar, beautiful face Xiaomei. Li Jushu never would have expected that his rescuer would be Xiaomei. If he had to guess, it should have been Wang Xiaoxin. After all, over the years, the women he'd dealt with who could be called familiar could be counted on one hand. Wang Xiaoxin, Xiaomei, and Lin Lu, who had disappeared in the desert. More importantly, only Wang Xiaoxin knew about his fall from the cliff and might have joined forces with Chao Gang and others to rescue him. How did you get here? How did you know I was here? He was full of questions. I took on a mission. Xiaomei crouched beside him, coiling up the rope as she spoke. I ran into Chao Gang on the way and casually asked him about it, so he told me. You know my captain? Li Jushu was genuinely surprised. Years ago, when he was working with Black Wasp, he collaborated with our team a few times. We're not that close, just exchange greetings when we meet. Xiaomei paused slightly, but didn't mention the real Ryosan if it weren't for Li Jushu. She wouldn't have bothered to chat at all. It's a small world. Li Jushu smiled bitterly. The settlement is only so big. All the teams know each other, but we rarely interact since we're competitors. Xiaomei helped him sit properly. If it weren't for you this time, our next meeting would have to wait 18 years. Li Jushu leaned against the rock, breathing heavily, his heart still pounding from dancing on the edge between life and death. Xiaomei frowned. Chao Gang appears generous on the surface, but he's selfish at heart. You'd better stop following him. Li Jushu didn't want to gossip behind the back of the captain who had saved him, so he changed the subject. What's your mission? Collect 100 bloodwolf flowers. Xiaomei said while skillfully remedicating and bandaging his hands, then treating his other wounds one by one. I heard bloodwolf flowers grow deep in Bloodwolf Canyon, where danger lurks everywhere. Are you alone? Li Jushu only now noticed that there were just the two of them on the ridge. Our team has done this mission before. We know of a secluded flower valley with no bloodwolf presence. Xiaomei's tone was confident. Did you bring food? Li Jushu touched his stomach, which was practically touching his spine. Only rations. Xiaomei opened her backpack. Li Jushu was already starving, and he devoured the dry compressed biscuits like they were delicacies. With warmth filling his belly again, he seemed to come back to life, snatched Xiaomei's semi-automatic rifle, slapped the gun body, and declared boldly, Let's go. Time to complete the mission. I'll be your escort. Xiaomei nodded without refusing. Indeed, as she had said, that area deep in Bloodwolf Canyon was surprisingly quiet. Not even a single wolf howl could be heard. Behind a hidden stone crevice, the flower valley opened up dramatically, with vast patches of bloodwolf flowers blooming freely on the dark red rocky soil, their petals looking as if they were painted with fresh blood. Xiaomei only picked exactly 100 flowers, not one more. Bloodwolf flowers were the main ingredient for refining certain antidotes, and people frequently posted missions for them. Thanks to this secret location, their team had earned quite a bit of money, and Xiaomei's tone carried unmistakable pride. This kind of treasure trove wasn't something even second or third-tier teams necessarily possessed. Li Jushu held the rifle and maintained watch throughout, like a silent shadow behind her, until the last flower was collected. Back at settlement number 11, Xiaomei immediately went to turn in the mission, earning a hefty reward of 5.8 million copper coins, which made Li Jushu incredibly envious. The market price for bloodwolf flowers fluctuated wildly, sometimes as low as 10 or 20,000, other times soaring to 80,000. The captain had established a rule: never accept missions paying less than 50,000. Xiaomei had seized this opportunity because the price was still high and the quantity substantial, making the solo trip worthwhile. With the team now reduced to just her essentially disbanded, she had originally planned to take a break. But the reward was simply too generous, and the mission difficulty wasn't too challenging, so she gritted her teeth and took it on. She naturally had to seize such a golden opportunity. After hearing this explanation, Li Jushu could only nod in understanding. Dinner's on me. With the successful mission completion, Xiaomei was in high spirits. Over 5 million copper coins was a long-awaited windfall for her too. I should head back to the inn first to let everyone know I'm safe. Li Jushu scratched the back of his neck, suddenly remembering something. Oh, by the way, I lost the Kuei 23 sniper rifle. I'm planning to try my luck at the black market. If I find one, I'll buy it back for you. With no team left, what's the point of keeping the gun? Xiaomei shook her head, her tone casual. The gun's yours now. If it's lost, it's lost. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. She understood that if the team were still intact, losing the sniper rifle would normally require compensation. But now, with only her remaining, she called the shots. Besides, she knew Li Jushu's financial situation all too well. Even if he could find a Kuei 23 on the black market, which was unlikely, he couldn't afford the hundreds of thousands of copper coins it would cost. Where should we meet later? Li Jushu didn't argue further, but privately resolved that he absolutely had to replace that gun. Previously, he would have considered getting another Kuei 23 an impossible dream, but recent experiences had boosted his confidence tremendously. Felt certain he could earn the money somehow. Liuxiang Garden. Xiaomei blurted out. Perfect. Li Jushu returned to the inn where Chao Gang and the others were waiting. Exhaustion was written across everyone's faces, especially Chao Gang's, whose head was wrapped in bandages, leaving only one eye visible. The drummer was both delighted and guilt-ridden to see him return. Li Jushu offered a few words of comfort without lingering, then casually picked up the frighteningly heavy exploder 002B and left. The settlement had a well-developed weapon repair industry. From pistols to Vulcan cannons, as long as you were willing to pay, someone would take the job. Li Jushu brought the exploder 002B to Xiao Gao's repairs. Xiao Gao was in his late 20s, with eyes behind thick glasses that gleamed like welding torch flames. 80,000. Xiao Gao examined the bloodstained gun barrel and quoted his price. Li Jushu's mouth twitched, but he didn't haggle. Xiao Gao might not be the cheapest, but his craftsmanship was solid and worth the price. This weapon had saved his life. He absolutely couldn't cut corners now. When will it be ready? Tomorrow at noon. I'll pick it up at 12 then. Li Jushu left a 10,000 copper coin deposit and walked away. That evening, when he pushed open the wooden door of Liuxiang Garden, the oil paper lanterns had just been lit, casting pale yellow light across the stone floor. Xiaomei had already ordered food and was twirling her chopsticks while waiting for him. Want some wine? She looked up. Don't be so extravagant. Li Jushu shook his head with a smile. He had always believed that alcohol only harmed the body and was ridiculously expensive, so he never spent money on drinks. It was pure waste. What are your plans for the future? Xiaomei asked, propping her chin on her hand. Her bright black eyes held a hint of anticipation, though her tone sounded like a supervisor evaluating a subordinate. I'm just curious, she said with a playful pout when he remained silent. Chao Gang was probably too embarrassed to ask, how did you make it up here? Sharp as ever. Li Jushu gave her a thumbs up. With your skills, you could easily jump to a first-tier or even second-tier team and earn much more. If you need it, I can make some introductions. Xiaomei generously extended an olive branch. Don't just talk about me. Had about you? Have you thought about your future plans? Li Jushu asked in return. I don't know either. I'll just take it one step at a time. When the future came up, Xiaomei's expression dimmed. Shark had been a good captain, always like a father figure, while Lin Lu had been like a caring older sister. Now that both had perished, she had suddenly lost all her support. Li Jushu silently cursed himself for being tactless and quickly changed the subject. Isn't that the Black Spider team over there? Coming here to eat. Looks like they've completed another big mission. They were dining at Liuxiang Garden. While it wasn't the settlement's top restaurant, it certainly wasn't cheap. In the 2+ years Li Jushu had followed Chao Gang, he'd only eaten here once. The Black Spider team was slightly stronger than theirs, but not strong enough to splurge here regularly unless they had just received a massive payout. That was exactly the case. Black Spider had found a severely injured silver-horned rhinoceros on their return journey, which happened to be the target of the Red Dragonfly team. Red Dragonfly had been wiped out, but Black Spider had reaped the benefits of bounty worth 30 million copper coins. Xiaomei, always well-informed, explained the whole story clearly. 30 million. Li Jushu gasped. Isn't the highest bounty on the current mission board only 50 million? It was 50 million before, but yesterday a new mission appeared with an 80 million bounty. Xiaomei casually rattled off the numbers. As the team's mission selector and intelligence gatherer, monitoring the board had become second nature. 80 million. Li Jushu was stunned. What kind of mission is that? Hunting a titan python? No, it's to find a plant. Xiaomei held up her slender fingers to indicate a small size. The entire plant is coral red, with orchid-like leaves and a distinctive fragrance. A plant. Are there pictures? Li Jushu's expression suddenly turned strange. The description matched almost exactly with the unusual plant he had stumbled upon earlier. No pictures. Xiaomei shook her head. This kind of thing only appears in rare terrains and is usually guarded by exotic beasts. Ordinary people like us would never even see one, so I didn't bother printing any photos. Li Jushu immediately lost his appetite. He wolfed down the rest of his meal, said goodbye to Xiaomei, and hurried to the mission hall. On the hall's giant screen, the original 50 million mission had dropped to second place, replaced by the 80 million bounty for Crimson Coral Orchid. When the image appeared, it was identical to the plant he had found. A fortune of epic proportions was falling right into his lap. He immediately submitted an application, only to be told by the front desk that he couldn't accept the mission, wasn't a team leader, had no authorization from one, and couldn't afford the deposit. How could I forget about that? Li Jushu slapped his forehead in frustration. After a moment's thought, he turned around to seek help from Xiaomei. The young woman, kind-hearted by nature, accepted the task without a moment's hesitation. Later, Li Jushu arrived at the employer's location as agreed. People called her boss, or simply the owner. The woman before him was so beautiful, she seemed otherworldly, her face like a bright moon, her figure graceful as willow catkins, draped in luxurious silk that made her skin appear whiter than snow. Li Jushu was stunned by this breathtaking beauty. In all his years, he had never encountered such perfection. Her appearance, temperament, and attire were flawless, leaving him wondering if he had stepped into a dream. Jiang Yuehu noticed his dazed expression and frowned slightly. Though she showed no anger, such reactions were all too familiar to her. Taking on this task suggests you have some confidence. Have you actually seen the herb mentioned in the assignment, or do you merely recognize it? Her voice was soft and clear, like a mountain stream flowing straight into one's heart. The task description wasn't very detailed. I'd like to confirm, is there a time limit? Li Jushu took a quiet breath to steady himself. Beautiful women were certainly captivating, but he was here for the money. He knew clearly that such a woman was beyond his reach. They belonged to different worlds. If you complete it within a week, I'll give you an additional 5 million, Jiang Yuehu said, looking up. What about 3 days? Li Jushu pondered briefly before suddenly asking. If you deliver the herb to me within 3 days, I'll add another 10 million. Her gaze was cool, but her tone was resolute. Is the contract ready? Li Jushu continued to confirm. Give me your account number. Jiang Yuehu raised an eyebrow, emanating an irresistible authority. Li Jushu instinctively handed over his bank card. Transfer the money. She didn't reach for it herself. Her assistant behind her took the card. About 5 minutes later, the assistant returned it. 10 million has been deposited. Turn left outside, and you'll find a bank where you can verify it. Li Jushu rushed out without caring about his appearance. If it had been Pu Xiaoyan, he wouldn't have checked, but this woman was so extraordinarily beautiful that it made him nervous. His mother's words echoed in his ears. The prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. Miss, could he be a fraud? The assistant looked down on Li Jushu's behavior with disdain. His eyes don't lie. He's seen that herb and knows exactly where it is. Jiang Yuehu's tone was certain. His entire outfit doesn't cost more than 1,000 copper coins. Besides, is it really possible for that herb to appear in this place? The assistant still found it strange this wasn't any ordinary plant. Never underestimate anyone. Fate can be fair sometimes. Jiang Yuehu remained composed and untroubled. The assistant fell silent, lowered her head to check her watch, and began timing secretly. In the bank lobby, the teller was indifferent. Under the staff member's impatient gaze, Li Jushu confirmed that his account had indeed increased by 10 million. Ignoring the suddenly enthusiastic bank employees, he quickly returned. The amount was correct, wasn't it? The assistant asked with a hint of mockery. Li Jushu didn't respond, instead producing a vacuum-sealed bag. Inside the transparent pouch lay a pale green herb, burning incense grass. The assistant blurted out her response, so shocked that she didn't even notice the pin slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the vacuum bag, breathing rapidly. As a young lady from a prestigious family, Jiang Yuehu was equally excited but maintained her proper composure. She took the vacuum bag from Li Jushu, her pale fingers gently stroking the surface as she examined it carefully for a full half-minute before a faint smile finally graced her lips. The heavy weight in Li Jushu's heart dropped with a thud. The money was secured. Though he had been 90% certain that the incense grass was what the buyer sought, botanical plants often looked similar, and he wasn't an expert, so he couldn't help worrying about misidentifying the goods. Once they confirmed it, he could truly grasp this incredible fortune. Now, with all anxiety gone, he was already sketching out his wonderful future life in his mind. This is exactly the grass I was looking for. Thank you. Jiang Yuehu handed the vacuum bag to her assistant, her tone sincere. Good to know it's right. Li Jushu's throat felt dry, and facing those clear eyes that seemed to see through to one's soul, he felt somewhat flustered. My name is Jiang Yuehu. May I ask what you're called? Her breath was like fragrant orchids. Li Jushu. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted giving his real name to a stranger, instinctively lowering his gaze, not daring to meet her eyes directly. Jiang Yuehu shifted to a more comfortable sitting position, her tone gentle yet purposeful. Could you tell me about the process of collecting the incense grass? Did you encounter any strange beasts or insects along the way? As soon as she finished speaking, the assistant had already locked the vacuum bag in a safe and returned with 2 cups of hot tea. Li Jushu picked up his teacup to steady his emotions and recalled. There was a chopstick-thick black snake. Where is that snake now? Jiang Yuehu's gaze immediately sharpened. Li Jushu kept his cards close to his chest, not revealing the truth, only saying that he had killed the snake and casually thrown it into the river where it was washed away. Jiang Yuehu nodded after hearing this, seeming to sense his reservation. Our company specializes in purchasing rare and exotic insects and beasts. If you catch any in the future or can provide leads, you'll receive rewards. Li Jushu's heart stirred as he thought of the snake he had secretly hidden in the forest, the one that had bitten him to death after he absorbed its blood. Since Pu Xiaoyin only cared about the red-spotted crown spider and never asked about other findings, the snake's corpse had been kept frozen in his hotel refrigerator. After a moment's consideration, he decided to reveal his trump card. Hearing that the snake was dead, Jiang Yuehu showed slight disappointment but maintained her cooperative stance. Bring the snake's corpse over. If it proves valuable after appraisal, I'll purchase it at fair price. A snake that can grant humans night vision abilities will definitely be worth a lot, Li Jushu thought to himself, immediately returning to the hotel to fetch the insulated box containing the snake. In the conference room, a white-bearded elderly man wearing reading glasses had joined Jiang Yuehu's side. The moment Li Jushu opened the insulated box, the old man glanced at the snake's corpse and suddenly stood up, almost snatching the snake into his hands. He squinted and examined it closely for about 10 seconds before his face showed an expression of heartbreak. How could it be dead? Such a waste. All the blood has drained out. What a loss. Elder son, what kind of snake is this? Does it still have value? The assistant asked quietly. Elder son didn't answer her, only speaking to Jiang Yuehu. I'm taking this snake with me. I don't know the market price, but it's definitely worth several million. You negotiate the price yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he hurried out the back door, clutching the snake's corpse. Only 3 people remained in the hallway, with the assistant's mouth still agape. Jiang Yuehu looked up at Li Jushu. 10 million. The assistant's jaw nearly hit the floor. Deal. Li Jushu showed no hesitation. This price completely exceeded his expectations. The mission reward was 80 million, plus a 10 million bonus and another 10 million from selling the snake carcass, totaling 100 million copper coins. However, when Li Jushu checked his bank account, the balance showed 120 million copper coins. In the luxury suite, dazzling neon lights flickered beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The assistant stared at the statement, frowning. Miss, why did you give him an extra 20 million? Our offer was already generous. There was no need for additional payment. Jiang Yuehu reclined against the sofa, her fingertip tracing the holographic map spread before her. Her tone was casual. Without Li Jushu, how long would it have taken us to find the burning incense grass, by your estimate? Well, maybe half a month, or a month, possibly even several months. The assistant's voice wavered, as if forced to admit incompetence. Searching for something without any leads is like finding a needle in a haystack, impossible to predict. Jiang Yuehu's gaze shifted from the map. Now we have the burning incense grass. How much time did that save us? Time is invaluable. But we already gave him a 10 million bonus. The assistant remained reluctant. Li Jushu obtained a snake carcass that even Elder Sun valued highly, and he found the burning incense grass. This man is extraordinary. Jiang Yuehu looked up, her eyes calm and distant. The assistant suddenly understood. Miss, are you investing in Li Jushu's future potential? Exactly. Someone like him is destined for greatness. He needs money now, and I don't lack it. Jiang Yuehu smiled slightly. Building goodwill might bring unexpected returns later. Even if our paths never cross again, 20 million spent is just money spent though. I lack such a small amount. Your foresight is remarkable, Mississippi. The assistant bowed apologetically. Jiang Yuehu's demeanor shifted as she pointed to a red dot on the map. Notify the convoy. We depart tonight. Yes. The assistant felt a chill and hurried away. Money is wonderful. Leaving the bank, Li Jushu understood Jiang Yuehu's intention. She was investing in his potential. To her, 20 million was a drop in the ocean, but to him, it was salvation in desperate times. This money solved Zhao Huiyer's medical expenses. He longed to return to his home planet immediately and share the good news with her. But the damned communication satellites remained unrepaired, the interstellar routes were useless, and he could only wait patiently. The street outside the inn blazed with lights. As Li Jushu was about to turn into the alley, he bumped into Black Wasp, who was rushing past. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for days. Black Wasp grabbed him and pulled him along, lowering his voice. My business can wait first. We need to hit the weapons shop and stock up on supplies. Something big is about to happen. Something big. Li Jushu had never seen him this tense. Some rich brat came out of nowhere and decided to mess around at Lingyun Cave. Dropped a pangolin missile. Black Wasp gritted his teeth. Knowing the fire scorpion's nature, they'll definitely retaliate. I raced back here with the pedal to the metal. In an hour at most, this news will explode everywhere. Is this guy brain dead? Of all the things to provoke, why pick a fight with the fire scorpions? Now we're in deep trouble. Li Jushu couldn't help but curse after hearing this. Newcomers knew nothing about Lingyun Cave, but the veterans understood its terrifying nature all too well. Inside the cave dwelled hundreds of millions of volcanic scorpions. These creatures were ferocious and vindictive, capable of relentless pursuit for 100 miles once disturbed, with a tenacity rivaling that of honey badgers. What truly worried the old hunters, however, was their seemingly endless numbers. No one knew exactly how many volcanic scorpions lurked in the bottomless depths of Lingyun Cave. Originally, settlement number 10 should have been located next to settlement number 11, but the map now showed only number 9 and number 12. The numbering system never skipped. Settlement number 10 had once existed, but was swallowed by volcanic scorpions overnight. Back then, humans had foolishly believed they understood Lingyun Cave's secrets and recklessly provoked it, resulting in hundreds of millions of volcanic scorpions pouring out from the underground world, reducing settlement number 10 to rubble. Since then, no one dared to rebuild there. Now, some arrogant rich kid was shouting about dropping armor-piercing missiles, which he also called pangolin missiles, into Lingyun Cave, each costing over 3 billion copper coins. It sounded impressive, but he had no understanding of the complex underground labyrinth. The volcanic scorpion's lair extended thousands of meters deep, with an activity radius spanning over 80 kilometers. One missile, even 10 or 8, could never completely eradicate the scorpion swarm. If they retaliated again, the nearest settlement number 11 would bear the brunt. Once war broke out, prices would skyrocket to absurd levels within minutes, and with communications now cut off, the settlement had become an isolated island, making the price surge even more severe. At this thought, Li Jushu's heart tightened, and he suddenly quickened his pace to almost a sprint, calling back to Black Bee. You go ahead, I'll be right there. He rushed straight to his quarters to find his little sister. She had always been obedient and hadn't wandered off. Li Jushu explained the situation in the most concise terms possible. His sister trusted her brother completely and asked no questions. The two immediately headed for the commercial district, then split up. His sister would handle ammunition while he took care of the potions. His physical weaknesses needed immediate remedy. At the potion counter, he swept up everything at once. Bone enhancement potions, 2 vials, 12.5 million copper coins each. Strength potions, 2 vials, 12 million copper coins each. Speed potions, 2 vials, 12 million copper coins each. Agility potions, 2 vials, 12 million copper coins each. Skin enhancement potion, 1 vial, 12 million copper coins. Speed potions enhanced maximum sprinting speed essential for escape. Agility potions improved reaction time, particularly useful for close combat in confined spaces. Skin enhancement potions increased skin density, providing resistance to cold, heat, and physical impact. If he had taken this earlier, his hands wouldn't have suffered so badly during the climb in Bloodwolf Canyon. But these were only first-tier potions. Second-tier potions cost 10 times as much, and with what remained in his coffers, he couldn't even afford a single second-tier bone enhancement potion. The total came to 109 million copper coins. The staff wouldn't budge on the price, and he didn't dare argue. Next, he purchased 35 nutrition supplements at 200,000 copper coins each, totaling 7 million. These supplements had high energy density, small volume, and rapid absorption. If combat dragged on and food prices soared, they would be the top choice. At this point, the 120 million copper coins he'd earned from Jian Yuehu had dwindled to just 4 million, which seemed like a lot, but was far from sufficient. He had to budget carefully. Then came various standard medical supplies, 1 million. Chocolate and other high-calorie foods plus water, the source of life, 300,000. Various bullets, grenades, landmines, and bombs, 1.7 million. After settling the accounts, he had 2 million left. He picked out some miscellaneous tools that might prove useful, spending another 1 million, leaving only 1 million for contingencies. Having finished his shopping, he entered the second-ranked hotel in settlement number 11 Peach Blossom Spring. The building stood 11 stories tall, only 2 floors shorter than the top-ranked Oriental Hotel. He checked in for a monthly stay. The Peach Blossom Inn rivaled the Oriental Hotel in quality, but cost 20 less. Since it wasn't a holiday season, the inn was running a promotion offering 32 off for monthly stays. Even so, Li Jushu paid 580,000 copper coins, roughly 20,000 per night, definitely high-end spending. As he entered the lobby, the spacious crystal chandelier blazed at full brightness, and the polished pillars gleamed so brightly they reflected his silhouette. If not for the hotel's height, location, and stellar reputation, he would never have spent such a fortune. The elevator rose to the top floor, and when the doors opened, a duplex suite greeted him. After hauling his luggage inside and confirming the unobstructed view from the windows, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, news of rich kid bombs Lingyun Cave spread like amplified thunder throughout settlement number 11. People's curses, gasps, and demands mixed together. Which family's spoiled brat? What a disaster. Fine if he wants to kill himself, but why drag us down with him? He dared bomb Lingyun Cave? Even the king of hell wouldn't want to go there. When was the missile thrown in? Do we still have time to evacuate? A veteran hunter raised his hand to silence the chaos. Stop cursing. Get your gear ready. Want to flee? With volcanic scorpions outside, you won't even have a place to hide. Warning lights flashed in the command center as loudspeakers repeatedly broadcast alerts. The streets instantly descended into chaos. 1. Long lines formed outside supermarkets as people carried away cases of food and water. 2. Fallout shelter entrances packed with people searching for family and friends, names being called out constantly. 3. Veteran hunters clutched supply lists, wishing they could split themselves in two as they stuffed provisions into their backpacks item by item. 4. Newcomers looked completely bewildered. They knew nothing about Lingyun Cave or volcanic scorpions, only watching prices spiral upward like Titan screws, their hearts filled with dread. Bullets that cost 20 copper coins a minute ago now had price tags reading 30. Standard bandages jumped from 50 copper coins per roll straight to 100. Level 1 strength potions displayed on the counter screen leaped from 12 million to 13 million copper coins, a full million more. Store clerks constantly tore off and replaced price tags on binoculars, daggers, and gloves, while food, water, and even hotel rates all doubled or tripled. Though danger hadn't yet arrived, the air felt scorched as everyone's actions expressed their terror of the end of the world. Li Jushu didn't return to his original team. After what happened at Bloodwolf Canyon, when Xiao Gang chose to abandon him, both sides knew this rift couldn't be mended. If desperate, he might go back and everyone would remain superficially polite. But since he now had a better option, he naturally chose the superior path. He first found his younger sister, confirmed her safety, then searched the entire settlement for Black Wasp, that powerful, well-known assault specialist every team was fighting to recruit. If Black Wasp could join them, he'd feel secure. But after searching round after round without finding him, he could only assume another team had already recruited him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the settlement's alarm system cranked to maximum volume. Whoa, with piercing sound not only echoed throughout the entire settlement, but carried far beyond, audible within a 10-kilometer radius, warning anyone outside to hurry back. The settlement's administrator issued a martial law order, forbidding anyone from lingering on the streets and demanding immediate return to their residences. Li Jushu had been hoping to check the mission hall for any tasks related to volcanic scorpions, but seeing enforcement officers already appearing on the streets, he quickly pulled his little sister back to the Peach Blossom Spring Inn. During wartime, enforcement officers' authority reached its peak. They could shoot on sight and report later. The moment the alarm sounded, these armed figures appeared at street corners, their cold gun barrels silently reminding everyone it was best to go home obediently. Even a lingering glance could bring unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, settlement number 11 was surrounded by a massive wall, its dark alloy structure crouching like a stubborn beast at the city's edge. As long as this wall stood firm, those within would be safe. Once it collapsed, they could only leave their fate to heaven. Li Jushu had once ventured through Lingyun Cave and witnessed volcanic scorpions firsthand. In terms of individual strength, they were within manageable limits. What truly brought despair was their numbers, like grains of sand on a beach or stars in the night sky, overwhelming in their multitude. By his estimation, settlement number 11's walls could hold for at least a week. By then, all hunters within the city would unite to face the enemy, with only endurance and courage left to determine the outcome. Though volcanic scorpions held grudges, they understood cost and benefit. When casualties exceeded their tolerance, they would retreat. This, at least 1 week, time frame was the window Li Jushu had prepared for himself to take the serums. 9 vials of serum, which he had originally planned to consume over 10 days, had already been compressed to the limit. But with war approaching, he couldn't afford to follow conventional wisdom. If he died with half the serums remaining, that would be the real tragedy. Little sister was responsible for standing guard against unexpected situations. Li Jushu arranged his syringe and tourniquet, picked up the first bone enhancement serum, and downed it in one gulp. The pain from serums varied by individual. Some felt nothing, as if they'd drunk a cup of coffee. His first 2 experiences had nearly caused him to faint from agony, yet this time went unusually smoothly. Only a thread of burning heat surged through his body, without the excruciating torment. Amid his surprise, he thought of that small black snake. It was likely the little creature's doing, though unfortunately the snake's head had been discarded, or he could have taken a few more bites. After resting for 3 hours, he actually took the second vial directly. Little sister's eyes widened. Shark was the person with the best constitution she'd ever seen. Yet even he needed intervals of over 24 hours between doses, otherwise the painful backlash would make one wish for death. Yet Li Jushu treated the serums like oral supplements, taking another dose after just 3 hours. She suspected he simply didn't understand the basics and didn't dare look away for a moment, ready to provide emergency aid at any time. But his complexion remained calm throughout, and she even began to wonder, had this guy bought fake medicine? Over the next 2.5 days, her worldview completely collapsed. Li Jushu practically drank the serums like water, consuming all 9 vials in less than 3 days without any adverse reactions. Bang, bang, bang. Violent knocking simultaneously awakened the siblings. They looked at each other, both realizing something was wrong. Peach Blossom Spring was a high-end hotel with silent doorbells on room doors. Unless it was an emergency, no one would be so rude. Footsteps echoed chaotically in the corridor, yet the hotel staff weren't stopping them, making the visitor's identity obvious. When Li Jushu and his younger sister reached the city wall, they were stunned by the sight before them. Beyond the wall stretched a crimson tide, dense and layered like an endless sea of volcanic scorpions. They spread from the base of the wall all the way to the horizon, leaving not a trace of any other color in sight. From above, it would look like a vast red ocean crashing against the wall in relentless waves. Judging by the wall's height, the scorpions pressed against the front had already formed a living wall, over 6 feet high. Anyone who fell would be instantly buried beneath them. Someone tried throwing a grenade, but the flash was immediately swallowed, the explosion muffled as if wrapped in cotton, with no echo reaching back up. Li Jushu glanced down at the Hubin 74 in his Palma 7.62mm medium-range sniper rifle. The gun wasn't his, it was standard issue from the settlement's administrators. Hunters provided firepower while the administrators fed the grass. The Hubin 74 had an effective range of 800 meters, was cheap and reliable, making it the go-to starter weapon for most novice sniper hunters. The ammunition was affordable too, giving it unmatched value in its class. His sister had been given a Locust 21 machine gun. Only now did Li Jushu understand why the staff member had looked at him like he was asking, "Are you sure you're not an idiot?" When he chose his weapon facing scorpions as dense as an ant colony, how could a sniper rifle possibly handle such numbers? His sister was clearly seeing this scale for the first time too, standing frozen in place. The man who brought them up was Mountain Eagle, the deputy captain responsible for this section of wall. Bare-chested with muscles like steel cables, he wore crossed ammunition belts across his chest, cradled a Thunder 88 heavy machine gun in his arms, and had 2 Desert Eagles at his waist. He looked like a predator ready to strike. Besides regular soldiers, the wall was crowded with volunteer hunters, nearly all carrying machine guns. Li Jushu glanced at his sniper rifle and asked Mountain Eagle quietly, "Can I go back and switch weapons?" Mountain Eagle squinted. "You're a sniper?" "Yes." For the first time, Li Jushu found admitting this identity surprisingly difficult. "How's your skill level?" There wasn't a trace of contempt in Mountain Eagle's tone. "Pretty good." Li Jushu couldn't gauge the man's intentions and answered vaguely. Mountain Eagle nodded toward the horde. "See the scorpions with blue tails?" "I see them." Li Jushu nodded. Volcanic scorpions came in 2 types, the common variety that was entirely crimson, and the evolved species with pale blue tails. The blue tail's venom can corrode the city wall. Focus on those. Mountain Eagle's tone was as matter-of-fact as assigning routine work. "Got it," Li Jushu replied just as decisively. Finally, he'd found targets where he could make a difference. If he wasted his limited ammunition on common scorpions, he'd burn through everything in an hour. He and his sister chose a corner position on the outer edge, quickly taking up firing positions and opening fire on the volcanic scorpions. The scorpions were about the size of adult human heads, making them relatively easy to aim at close range, but they moved incredibly fast and would suddenly leap, without warning, nothing like stationary paper targets. If that were all, the settlement wouldn't be facing such dire circumstances. What made them truly terrifying were their venom-spraying tails. The bluetail evolved species were especially dangerous, capable of spraying venom 4 to 5 meters high, enough to create a deadly zone on the city wall. The most terrifying aspect of the volcanic scorpions was their venom-spraying tails. The most formidable ones could shoot their poison up to 4.5 meters, absolutely horrifying. Volcanic scorpions have long inhabited the Lingyun caverns, evolving specialized claws that allow them to scale walls with ease. Li Jushu and his younger sister initially paid little attention until a hunter's sharp warning made them peer down. Several volcanic scorpions were less than half a meter from the parapet. The two immediately drew their guns and fired repeatedly at point-blank range, each shot blowing off a scorpion's head. Over a dozen scorpion carcasses lost their grip and tumbled down the wall, instantly swallowed by the rolling red tide below without leaving a trace. Nearby, a piercing scream cut through the gunfire and wind. Li Jushu and his sister turned toward the sound to see a hunter clutching his face with both hands, white smoke rising between his fingers. The next second, bang. A stone-faced veteran leaning against the wall, Merlin, pulled his trigger without hesitation, ending the hunter's prolonged agony with a headshot. Those around them felt a chill, but no one intervened, remaining focused on shooting the volcanic scorpions. If the venom splashes other body parts, you can still live if you cut them off immediately. The face? You're dead before reaching the hospital. Better a quick bullet than that suffering, the old hunter whispered to a young recruit beside him. "What if I get splashed?" The young man's face went pale, his gun hand trembling slightly. "Pray. Volcanic scorpion venom can corrode city walls. Think flesh can withstand it." The veteran's tone was indifferent. Boom boom explosions thundered endlessly. Bombs proved most effective against volcanic scorpions, and the blasts hadn't ceased since the tide-like swarm reached the city's base. 3 days had passed, yet the scorpion horde only grew larger. Administrators began rationing explosives. No one knew how long this siege would last, and ammunition couldn't be squandered. Satellites remained down, cutting off all hope for reinforcements. The artillery on the walls also reduced their firing rate, only unleashing volleys when the scorpion tide exceeded warning levels. Each cannon blast shook entire wall sections, numbing eardrums, but could crush over 10,000 volcanic scorpions instantly. 8 laser cannons had proven invaluable. They could switch between 2 modes: energy blasts and focused beams powered entirely by electricity. These weapons had kept the settlement rock solid through 3 days of fierce assault. But 8 was still too few, leaving gaps that only hunters could fill. When the Vulcan cannons roared, golden ammunition chains traced visible lines through the air, carving straight wounds through the red waves that were instantly filled again with crimson. Bullets continuously friction heated the air, creating rolling heat waves. Compared to such devastating firepower, Li Jushu felt like mere support despite landing nearly every headshot. His half-day's work had only killed about 1,000 scorpions, while a single Vulcan burst could take down hundreds. Time slipped by as volcanic scorpions endlessly scaled the battlements, spraying venom everywhere. Soldiers hit by the toxin either died instantly or decisively severed their corroded limbs. Li Jushu and his sister worked in perfect coordination, repeatedly dodging or destroying the sprayed venom. Crisis finally materialized. A laser cannon on the left flank went dark for unknown reasons, while a closed defense gun on the right was corroded by venom, its barrel collapsing. Within minutes, 2 heavy weapons were destroyed, causing pressure across the entire sector to skyrocket. Even worse, darkness was gradually falling, reducing visibility. Volcanic scorpions are typically dark red in color, appearing like burning coal during the day, though they don't actually emit light. Once night falls, they blend completely into the darkness, becoming nearly invisible to the naked eye. High-powered searchlights are mounted atop the city walls, but even the brightest lights have blind spots. And as people's vision switches repeatedly between intense light and darkness, brief visual gaps and delayed reactions, our inevitable one moment of carelessness could mean death. Boundless surface missiles streaked across the night sky with a blazing red trail, and the next second, flames tore through the heavens as a deafening explosion shook the very ground beneath their feet. Each blast carved out a vacuum zone a kilometer in diameter across the surface, briefly slowing the tide of volcanic scorpions. But as endless waves of dark red figures surged forward from behind, these pauses grew shorter and weaker. The missile's power was undeniable, but they couldn't withstand the seemingly infinite waves of creatures, and missiles couldn't be deployed to close the volcanic scorpions clinging to the base of the walls had to be dealt with by the defenders themselves. Grenades, grenades, over here, hurry. The volcanic scorpions are about to climb you, everyone, give it your all. Don't be afraid. The more you fear, the faster you'll die. We absolutely cannot retreat. No, if we fall back, everyone else will suffer. An experienced veteran hunter shouted in a hoarse voice as everyone formed a line, using hands and feet to hurl grenades downward. Though the defense line was ragged, it barely held. If anyone retreated even a step, the gap would instantly collapse, allowing the volcanic scorpions to surge over the wall, and then no one would escape. Running meant death. Fighting at least offered a sliver of hope. What you fear most is what you're most likely to encounter. The young man in the beret responsible for suppressive fire had run out of ammunition, and supplies were nowhere to be seen. In that gap, two volcanic scorpions emerged, their stinger tails raised high. Less than 5 feet away from him normally, he could simply draw his sidearm and handle them, even with just half a month of shooting practice. But he made the worst possible choice, dropping his machine gun and turning to flee, covering 15 to 20 feet in the blink of an eye. Splat! Dark red venom sprayed like mist. The nearest hunter was hit immediately, white smoke rising from his face as screams pierced the night. 3 men clutched their heads and rolled frantically, but to no avail. 2 hunters slightly farther away were also splashed by the venom. One reacted lightning fast, throwing off his jacket as his knife flashed coldly, slicing away the poisoned flesh with a sharp slice. Blood flowed freely, but he saved his life. The other also tore off his jacket but couldn't bring himself to use the blade. Within seconds, the corrosion spread across half his chest, eating into his organs as those around him looked on with regret. By now, it was too late to save him. Bang! Bang! 2 sharp cracks cut through the screams as the 2 volcanic scorpions preparing their second venom spray exploded into bloody mistly Jushu had fired. As a sniper, he was accustomed to maintaining an elevated overview of the entire situation, and while others were still processing what had happened, he had already swung his rifle around and taken aim. He rushed forward a few steps, switching his Huben 74 rifle for a pistol, firing continuously at the creatures outside the wall. After emptying 1 magazine, he immediately reloaded. During this time, Xiaomei also charged up, spraying the area outside with her submachine gun for over 10 seconds until all the volcanic scorpions clinging to the wall were finally eliminated. After the brief but deadly struggle lasting mere dozens of seconds, the hunters on the city wall collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their grateful gazes fell upon Li Jushu and Xiaomei. With volcanic scorpions as their target, most hunters carried heavy weapons that were powerful but cumbersome, making immediate rescue impossible. Only these 2 had been able to rush out and clear the threats near the wall. A crisp gunshot rang out. The beret-wearing young man who had just turned to flee collapsed instantly, a black hole appearing at his temple as blood gushed out. Deputy Captain Shannying stepped forward slowly, his voice cold as steel. Desertion in battle summary, execution. Silence fell over the wall. While everyone despised the betrayal of the beret-wearer, witnessing his death stirred complex emotions of sympathy for a fellow soldier's fate. Shannying then raised his gun again, firing several more shots to put the wounded soldiers who were writhing in agony from scorpion venom out of their misery. They couldn't be saved anyway. Better to end it quickly, he said flatly, his tone sending chills down everyone's spine. Ammunition finally arrived. The supply personnel were drenched in sweat, not from laziness, but because the wall's ammunition consumption devoured supplies like an ocean. Shannying reassigned 5 hunters from this section of the defense line, barely managing to stabilize the situation. Yet everyone understood that without super heavy firepower equivalent to surface missiles, this defense line wouldn't hold much longer. Even setting aside ammunition and weapon wear, human stamina had limits, and once reactions slowed, mistakes became inevitable. The command center clearly recognized this reality. Whenever the situation became critical, the Closian weapon systems roared to life. Their deep, engine-like rumbling made blood tremble in veins. Dozens of metal bullet streams swept across the ocean like scorpion tide, brutally carving the waves into fragments. Li Jushu roughly estimated that at least 5,000 volcanic scorpions were being shredded every second. After exactly 180 seconds, the Closian weapons fell silent. The barrels needed cooling, and the ammunition chains required replenishment. Their roar wasn't infinite. Each gun fired 25,000 rounds per minute, with each round costing 80 copper coins. With 20 guns thundering simultaneously for 3 minutes, the financial cost was incalculable. Even so, the Scorpion Tide only slightly slowed its assault, with overall numbers showing barely any visible reduction. Rocket launchers were brought up in batches, immediately firing into enemy clusters and creating massive fireworks explosions. The hunters who had come at the invitation initially thought themselves heroes who would turn the tide, but upon reaching the wall and seeing the black mass of the Scorpion Sea, all their bold declarations instantly died. Once they actually gripped their machine guns, they only hoped to avoid being overwhelmed by the volcanic scorpions, to hold out one more second, with surviving until the next shift change counting as victory. Li Jushu and Xiaomei worked in perfect coordination, repeatedly turning dangerous situations to their advantage. However, other hunters weren't so fortunate, with figures falling one after another. Before shift change time arrived, half their surrounding comrades had already been replaced. Suddenly, the massive gun turret atop the wall blazed like a light bulb, its blinding white radiance making everyone's chest tighten. The next moment, all lighting throughout the settlement dimmed noticeably as a brilliant blue ripple swept across the ground. Everyone felt as if the earth beneath their feet had dropped an inch. It wasn't that the ground had lowered, but rather that the topmost layer of volcanic scorpions had been sheared away entirely. At least 100 million instantly turned to ash. Electromagnetic cannon, someone cried out in shock. The hunters and soldiers on the wall all breathed a sigh of relief. Shift change time had finally arrived. After coming down from the city wall, Li Jushu and his younger sister returned their firearms and ammunition, each collected a food ration, and headed back to the hotel to rest. In their view, the hunters and the settlement's administrators were now in the same boat. Even without supplies, the hunters would have to grit their teeth and defend the wall. Fortunately, the administrators weren't completely heartless. As long as they extended an invitation, almost no hunter would refuse to support the wall defense. The war had been raging for 3 days and nights, and prices in the settlement had skyrocketed to shocking levels. Those who had stockpiled goods in advance could sleep soundly, while those who were slow to react were suffering terribly. Capable hunters could at least make it to the front lines to trade for food, but the worst off were the newcomers who lacked both skill and supplies, and had no money either. On their way back to the hotel, the two passed through a dark alley where several scantily clad women timidly solicited business, their shy expressions and evasive gazes revealing this was their first time doing such work. The settlement was already a microcosm of society, and once war broke out, all sorts of problems instantly surfaced. Entering the hotel lobby, Li Jushu casually asked about room rates, and the desk clerk replied they had risen to 5 times the original price. His sister glanced at Li Jushu, suddenly realizing she had forgotten about the accommodation issue. Just as they were about to take the elevator, Li Jushu suddenly remembered that the Burster 002B was still at Xiao Gao's shop, so he immediately returned to the repair shop. Xiao Gao had a good reputation and wasn't taking advantage of the crisis to price gouge. Back in their room, the two quickly finished their rations, took showers, and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep within 5 seconds, both thinking about getting to their shift change early the next morning. Who would have expected that in the middle of the night, an earth-shattering explosion would wake half the settlement, making even the floor shake 3 times? What's happening? Li Jushu and his sister both sprang up simultaneously, rushing barefoot to the window and pushing open the glass. Night wind carried chaos inside, and distant, fragmented shouts drifted over. It's collapsed. The wall has collapsed. Volcanic scorpions are breaking through. Everyone be careful. Run. The entrance area was already in complete chaos, with gunfire and explosions scattered like sporadic sparks. The two looked at each other, both seeing confusion and unease in the other's eyes. When they had finished their shift, the defense line had been perfectly intact. Ammunition was tight, but sufficient to last several more days. The electromagnetic cannons, close defense guns, and heavy artillery were all operational, and there was no shortage of defenders. How could the wall have collapsed in just a few hours? Due to their limited viewing angle, they couldn't tell if it was a localized breach or if the entire defense line had collapsed. If it was just one gap, it might still be manageable, but if the entire line had crumbled, the consequences would be unthinkable. Based on the scattered gunfire and explosion frequency, Li Jushu judged that the collapse was localized. It's just one breach, though I don't know how big it is. Thinking of the flood-like volcanic scorpions, his spine went cold even if the gap was only 1 meter wide. Who knew how many would squeeze through in a minute? It's not necessarily a bad thing if the area is larger, the volcanic scorpions will be more spread out. His sister tried to think positively. As a sniper, Li Jushu was best at point-to-point target elimination, but clearly there was no room for optimism now. Sleep was out of the question. Li Jushu glanced at the time, 3:30 a.m. The city's alarm sirens continued to wail as he hurried with his younger sister to the temporary defense command post. Having fought earlier that day, the guards recognized them and handed over registration forms without much questioning. With just a few quick strokes, equipment was laid out on the table. A Cuban 74 sniper rifle, pistol, ammunition, and body armor. You're a sniper? As they stood to leave, a composed middle-aged man entered, his gaze settling on the Cuban 74 in Li Jushu's arms. Yes. Li Jushu immediately stopped, sensing the man's understated but commanding presence. The city walls are too cramped for snipers to be effective. Better to head to the urban combat zone. Some volcanic scorpions have already breached the settlement. Clear them out, and the merit won't be any less than defending the walls. The man's tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Li Jushu considered briefly, then nodded, glancing toward the registration desk. Change it. With one word from the middle-aged man, the staff immediately switched the forms. Yes, sir. The clerk didn't dare question or recognize this leader, though the Li siblings did not. The man turned to leave, then seemed to remember something. There are silver-tailed variants mixed in with this wave. They're the ones responsible for those collapsed wall sections. Be extremely careful. Thank you for the warning. Li Jushu and his sister thanked him in unison before rushing toward the collapsed area. One street over, intense gunfire and explosions echoed back and forth, when suddenly a piercing scream cut through the night. Li Jushu stopped abruptly. His sister didn't react in time, so he yanked her backward with his left hand. A glob of venom flew past her sleeve and hit the ground, causing the stone pavement to instantly emit acrid white smoke. Bang! He fired a shot, and the volcanic scorpion hiding behind a trash can had its head blown off. Sneaky ambush. His sister broke out in a cold sweat. Stay behind me. The narrow alley didn't favor his long-barreled sniper rifle, so Li Jushu switched to his pistol, gripping it with both hands as he advanced step by step. His sister followed closely, vigilantly scanning corners and shadows. Bang! Another shot, and a scorpion tumbled from above, its head shell shattered, pincers still twitching reflexively. His sister's back went cold again in such a short time. She'd already brushed with death twice. Li Jushu ahead holstered his weapon and looked up at the eaves, seemingly deep in thought. The gunfire's on the next street over. From the footsteps, they're retreating. We won't take the direct route. We'll go over the rooftops. He didn't want to fight it out on ground level. Night vision gave him sight, but couldn't provide 360-degree awareness, and the scorpions could climb walls vertically. His sister had no objections. They climbed through a window onto the roof, and just as they steadied themselves, they saw a team of hunters stumbling in retreat on the adjacent street, frantically shooting backward as they ran, their panicked shots mostly missing. Behind them, a dense swarm of volcanic scorpions surged forward like a tide. Boom! A grenade exploded at the rear of the group, only slightly slowing the scorpion swarm's advance. Put on night vision. Li Jushu twisted open night vision goggles and handed them to his sister, then pulled out an illumination round. Once the lenses were in place, he immediately fired diagonally into the long street, not skyward, but directly into the street center. A brilliant white orb burst into blazing light, tearing the night into daylight. All the volcanic scorpions reflexively lunged toward the brightest spot. Even the cluster pursuing the hunters instantly turned around. Seizing the split-second opportunity, Li Jushu and his sister each grabbed 4 grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them together. Boom boom boom. The volcanic scorpions have lived in Lingyun Cave for so long that their eyes haven't degenerated, because the cave's depths are volcanic rather than pitch black. The prolonged volcanic environment has made these scorpions less sensitive to light, but the dazzling glare of the flares triggered their irrepressible instinct to approach. Most insects are drawn to light, and volcanic scorpions, despite being several times larger than ordinary scorpions, are still essentially insects. The first round of explosions thundered forth, sending flames and debris spiraling into the air, but didn't kill many volcanic scorpions. Grenades are designed to kill humans, with blast impacts angled upward and outward, so the crouching scorpions suffered little damage if they were even slightly distant. Even so, the explosions forced the charging swarm to pause momentarily, buying the fleeing hunters precious time and giving those in other directions a chance to catch their breath. You handle the ones on the ground. I'll take care of the volcanic scorpions on the walls. Li Jushu leaned out, raised his rifle, and shouted to the retreating hunters. A short, stocky, dark-skinned man looked up and responded. He thought it was a good idea, but remained skeptical. Can you handle it? With only 6 of them left, defending a single front was manageable. They'd been forced to flee earlier because they had to split their firepower across multiple directions. Having a sniper dedicated to the walls would be a lifesaver. I'll have to. Do we have any other choice? Li Jushu replied curtly, then rapidly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets pierced through shells with precision, and several volcanic scorpion corpses tumbled from the walls. The hunters below witnessed this firsthand, and their confidence was instantly rekindled. Let's do this. After a quick discussion, they decided to go all in. The scorpion swarm spread was still limited, making concentrated elimination possible. If they chose to flee, the volcanic scorpions would scatter throughout the area, leaving the entire settlement defenseless. The veteran hunter's sense of responsibility drove them to regroup, establishing overlapping fields of fire as rifle muzzles flashed continuously. Team members took turns throwing explosives in perfect coordination. The night wind wasn't strong, but it carried a bone-chilling cold. Li Jushu wore ultra-thin thermal gloves that kept his fingertips nimble without any stiffness. Money really did make a difference if not for this crisis. He wouldn't have spent 128,000 copper coins on such high-end gear. Back in the day, he could only expose his bare hands to the freezing wind, relying purely on willpower to endure. The sparse streetlights were spaced far apart, their dim yellow pools unable to dispel the overall darkness. But for Li Jushu, with his night vision abilities, the 100-meter distance was crystal clear. Through his scope, every volcanic scorpion's outline was sharp down to the individual shell segments. Each trigger pull was a guaranteed kill. Once he had them in his sights, they wouldn't crawl away alive. Xiaomei became his spotter. One person's attention could only cover one wall, making it easy to miss threats from other sides. Professional snipers are paired with observers for good reason. More importantly, Li Jushu was still holding back. No one knew where the greatest danger would emerge from, and when the critical moment came, Xiaomei could take a hit for him. The hunters on the ground were cooperating with him for now, but this temporary alliance could crumble at any moment. When it truly came down to life and death, in the end, he could only rely on himself. Both Li Jushu and his younger sister were people who had experienced the harsh realities of society, and they knew well that one must always keep something in reserve. The city streets crisscrossed like jagged teeth, and the alley where they were positioned worked in perfect coordination, barely managing to block the frontal assault of the volcanic scorpions. Their entire team had only retreated 5 meters, with their position virtually unchanged. But other directions were far more brutal. Continuous screams mixed with the hissing corrosion of volcanic scorpion venom rose and fell in waves. Explosions and gunfire rang out chaotically and briefly, with almost every scream marking the end of a life. In comparison, the gunfire on Li Jushu's side remained steady, while the hunters in the distance had already been forced from one end of the street to the other, their firepower growing increasingly sparse. The adjacent street suddenly fell into deathly silence, and then the chubby guy shouted at the top of his lungs toward them. "Brothers, things are getting hot. Time to bail." With that, his team turned and ran, their footsteps chaotic but swift, disappearing through the alley entrance in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, volcanic scorpions surged from the neighboring street and poured into this one. Li Jushu and his sister didn't move. They were standing on the rooftop, and there simply wasn't enough time to get downstairs and rush out of the alley. The volcanic scorpions were limited by their size, with most focusing on ground level, while only a few climbed up the walls. Li Jushu carried a grappling gun and rope, ready to leap between buildings and retreat at any moment. He had secured his escape route. The real problem was that his confidence was rapidly crumbling. With the current offensive, trying to eliminate this swarm of monsters was nothing but a pipe dream. The number of volcanic scorpions far exceeded all the ammunition in the settlement. Even if he stayed on the rooftop and killed 10,000, 100,000 of them, it would be just a drop in the ocean, having no impact on the bigger picture. That sense of futility gripped him like a shadow. His sister saw through his dejection and watched him with concern, several times wanting to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. Just then, a deep rumbling tore through the night. A golden heavy armored vehicle came crashing through the darkness from the street behind them. Its front was covered with thick iron plates bristling with spikes, fierce and terrifying. A Gatling gun was mounted on top, with 2 machine gunners positioned on either side. 2 piercing beams of light carved out corridors through the night. The war vehicle charged into the alley entrance, and the Gatling gun immediately unleashed a thunderous roar. Golden bullet chains traced scorching trajectories across the ground, and wherever they passed, volcanic scorpions exploded instantly. The heavy machine guns on both sides joined in, frantically pouring down a rain of bullets. Just when Li Jushu thought the vehicle would stop, it suddenly accelerated violently, ramming into the scorpion tide like a cannonball. The steel behemoth weighed at least 30 tons, and with its roaring engine, it plowed through 50 meters before slightly slowing down. Wherever it passed, there were sounds of agony and destruction as scorpion shells and limbs were crushed to powder. Before the volcanic scorpions could even react, the vehicle's top hatch opened, and a leather-clad woman emerged, gripping a particle gun in each hand. Boom! 2 pale blue particle beams swept across, and swaths of volcanic scorpions were reduced to ash, immediately clearing 2 blank spaces on the dark red street surface. 5 seconds later, 2 more shots, another 5 seconds, 2 more shots. In just a few rounds, half the main street's scorpion tide was cleared, leaving only scattered stragglers in corners and shadows. The woman ducked back into the vehicle, and the war machine made a sharp turn before roaring away. Throughout this time, the Gatling gun never ceased firing until the vehicle charged out of the street entrance. When the gunfire finally stopped abruptly, the war vehicle disappeared into the depths of the night, and the street fell into brief silence once again. Li Jushu stared at the vehicle's retreating figure for a long time without looking away, his heart surging with renewed confidence. That's the Golden War chariot belonging to the eldest son of the Li family from Shintanguan, and this vehicle still has its most powerful weapon unused. Li Jushu and his companions stood at the edge of the ruins, immediately recognizing that dazzling golden paint job. Under the blazing sun, the chariot's armor gleamed like molten gold, its massive treads carving deep tracks into the scorched ground with an intimidating presence. Little sister is well informed, something Li Jushu can't match. The girl beside him gently adjusted the goggles on her nose bridge, her tone confident. What weapon? Li Jushu couldn't help but ask. Shock-wave cannon. A flash of envy crossed the girl's beautiful eyes. So it's a shock-wave cannon. Li Jushu's interest was immediately piqued. Shock-wave cannons had always been hailed as the ultimate land warfare weapon, but then he wondered, why wasn't it used just now? The girl sighed, speaking rapidly. It's broken. A few days ago, young Master Li encountered a fierce beast during a mission and the barrel was snapped clean off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven the chariot to settlement number 11 for repairs. The girl's information was clearly much better than Li Jushu. She'd never heard these inside details before, and even the name, Li family of Shintanguan, was completely new to him. What a shame, he murmured. Such a large settlement without a single shockwave cannon doesn't make sense. Too expensive to build. The girl shrugged. The administrators are reluctant to spend the money. They discussed it when constructing the settlement, but decided electromagnetic cannons offered better value for money. Li Jushu received a strange look from her, making him realize how ignorant he was about this common knowledge. He scratched his head sheepishly for a long time. He'd just been a rookie, busy making ends meet, and had visited settlement number 11 only a handful of times. Regarding shockwave cannons, he only knew they were expensive, but had no idea exactly how expensive. Not as expensive as electromagnetic cannons, the girl added. Electromagnetic cannons can fire continuously as long as there's sufficient power. Shockwave cannons take too long to charge after firing once. You have to wait at least 10 minutes for the second shot. Unless you're incredibly wealthy, no one wants to install them. She changed direction, her eyes gleaming with admiration. I heard that young Master Li had a custom miniature shockwave cannon specially made for his war chariot. The entire project took 8 months, with shipping costs alone exceeding 600 million, and the total investment reaching over 23 billion. So rich. Li Jushu was stunned by these figures. There are plenty of wealthy young masters, but he seems to be the only one willing to spend this much on a war chariot. The girl sighed. So what's the total cost of this golden war chariot? Li Jushu asked curiously. Nobody knows. The girl shook her head. All we know is that it's packed with cutting-edge technology. Seeing the chariot is equivalent to seeing young Master Li himself. At this point, Li Jushu suddenly thought of something. Does settlement number 11 sell electromagnetic guns? No. The girl denied it flatly. The black market occasionally has one or two, but the prices are astronomical. Ordinary people simply can't afford them. Getting hold of one would be worth it. Li Jushu looked wistful. The girl nodded perfunctorily. There's a chance. Even she felt unconvinced by her own words. When technology develops to a certain level, it should theoretically become accessible to civilians, but what actually trickles down is limited. High-end equipment remains firmly in the hands of the elite, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Electromagnetic guns being a prime example. Everyone knows electromagnetic guns are incredibly powerful, but ordinary people rarely even get to see them, let alone obtain one. Whether it was the settlement's administrators who had called in skilled hunters, or the hunters themselves who sensed the danger and took action, deafening gunfire echoed through the streets. Some wielded roaring Gatling guns, others shouldered rocket launchers, and still others hung with grenades that they hurled one after another. The firepower was fierce, but it came with unexpected teammates from hell. A burly young man in his 20s splashed an entire barrel of gasoline across the street, lit it, and bolted. The hunters cursed as they scattered, while behind him, a volcanic scorpion wreathed in flames screeched in pursuit. The fire had absolutely no effect on it. Everyone silently cursed. Didn't this guy even understand how the volcanic scorpion got its name? Activating flame damage was like asking for a death wish. The young man was certainly fully armed. Muscles bulged beneath his vest, an AK hung from his chest, a thunder-heavy machine gun and shotgun crossed his back, 2 pistols were tucked in his belt, along with 4 grenades and 4 hand grenades, and a dagger at his thigh. Everything except basic knowledge about volcanic scorpions. Surrounded by his companions' curses, his face flushed red as he hung his head, not daring to talk back. The fire proved harder to control than expected. The flame-stimulated volcanic scorpion rampaged everywhere, igniting trash, flammable materials, and wooden houses in succession. Most buildings in the settlement were wooden and naturally fire-prone. While their usual fire prevention measures were adequate, with everyone busy avoiding the scorpion, no one had time to fight the fires, and they could only watch as building after building was consumed by flames. Li Jushu and his younger sister stood atop a 3-story wooden building that hadn't yet been affected surrounded by the crackling of firelight. Several neighboring buildings caught fire one after another, with flames and heat waves blocking their escape route. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. They had to leave. The nearest building only had its ground floor on fire, with flames not yet reaching the top, making this their last window for escape. Li Jushu pulled out a rope and was about to look for an anchor point when his sister had already sprinted several steps and leaped powerfully. She crossed the roughly 90.5 meter gap, landed on the opposite rooftop, rolled to absorb the impact, stood up steadily, and gestured back to him. Li Jushu steeled himself. Time to gamble on the potions. He backed up, accelerated, and jumped. The moment his body became airborne, he felt his soul being pulled away, light and unreal. Almost simultaneously, his feet touched ground, and he rolled twice before standing up. Looking up, his toes were already at the edge of the eaves, nearly falling off. His sister stared at him like he was an alien. The two buildings were 9.5 meters apart, but from his takeoff to landing covered about 16 meters. Even accounting for the two-story height difference, the distance was still astonishing. Normally, his limit was about 7 meters. The extra 2.5 meters came entirely from the 9 potions he'd swallowed in one go. The effect exceeded expectations, shocking even himself. After the initial surprise came unstoppable euphoria. He was so damn thrilled. His chances of escaping alive had just improved significantly. The scrawny young man in the baseball cap was shocked to discover that bullets simply bounced off the silver-tailed volcanic scorpion. The 9mm round ricocheted like it had hit a steel plate, sparks flying before vanishing without a trace. The scorpion's shell remained completely intact, and now it was enraged. Its 8 clawed legs suddenly kicked off the ground, sending debris and dust flying as it lunged toward the young man at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, reaching his chest in an instant. Click. Empty chamber. The young man's face went deathly pale as his hands instinctively pulled back, watching the silver tail arch high above him, its venom sac swollen and glistening with deadly green fluid at the tip. Just as the stinger was about to strike, a deafening gunshot exploded from above, the massive shockwave hammering against his eardrums like a sledgehammer. The silver-tailed scorpion's head armor shattered into fragments, its massive corpse crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. The young man didn't have time to look for his savior. Clutching his empty gun, he bolted, running over 30 meters before stopping to catch his breath, reload a fresh magazine, and scan the area, but he couldn't spot a single soul. At the rooftop's edge, a smoking sniper rifle retreated behind cover. Li Jushu leaned against the low wall, his throat heaving violently as sweat dripped from his chin onto the sticky antitoxin cloak. This was his third sleepless night. Settlement number 11 was now 70% overrun by volcanic scorpions, with the creatures lurking in every remaining area. Any alley, storm drain, or abandoned car chassis could hide a deadly stinger. When the walls were still intact, humans could take shifts standing guard. Now that the walls had fallen, even a moment's rest could mean death. Volcanic scorpions were masters of concealment, able to blend seamlessly into any shadow, waiting until people approached before spraying their venom. Over the past 3 days, Li Jushu and his younger sister had been constantly moving between rooftops, leaping from one building to another. The number of viable high points was dwindling while pressure mounted like a rising tide. Not only had the scorpion swarm failed to diminish, but it was growing larger, with more and more silver-tailed fire scorpions appearing. These silver-tailed fire scorpions were a full size larger than their common cousins, with doubled strength, speed, venom toxicity, and range. A single spray from their venom sacs could corrode through 2 centimeters of steel plate. While ordinary volcanic scorpions would shatter under a single pistol shot, silver-tailed fire scorpions would only sustain a small hole from sniper rounds and keep charging. Young Master Li's golden battle tank, famous for its polyethylene polymer shell that could withstand the venom of ordinary volcanic scorpions and blue-tailed fire scorpions, proved useless against the silver-tailed variants. Yesterday afternoon, the tank had forced its way into the district, its cannons sweeping several streets before encountering silver-tailed fire scorpions. Within just 1 minute, 2 accompanying gunners were lost, the driver died from venom poisoning, and the vehicle's hull was corroded with multiple holes, forcing a hasty retreat. More than 20 hours had passed since then, and the golden battle tank hadn't shown itself again. The temporary command post had also run out of ammunition and stopped distributing supplies, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. Li Jushu and his sister roamed the area, scavenging weapons and ammunition from fallen outposts and corpse piles. Looting the dead might not sound honorable, but if they didn't take what they could find, someone else would. Li Jushu felt no guilt about it whatsoever. The settlement had plenty of wealthy residents, and occasionally the rumble of battle tank engines could be heard, but these tanks mostly fired from long range before turning tail and fleeing. Without the protective shell of the golden battle tank, they didn't dare venture within the volcanic scorpion's firing range. Pu Xiaoyin himself hadn't appeared at settlement number 11, but his battle tank occasionally entered the urban area, likely controlled by one of his trusted subordinates. Li Jushu had spotted it several times over the past 3 days. Having armored vehicles provided significant advantages, and his partner also wanted to bring out the pickup truck, but Li Jushu stopped her. He wasn't a fire suppression type of soldier. Having a sniper on a vehicle would only reduce sniping efficiency. Moreover, given the pickup's performance, it would likely be corroded and destroyed by the venom after just a few trips. The pickup ultimately belonged to Shark, and Li Jushu was unwilling to risk damaging it. He was better suited to maintain his current infantry combat stance. Over half the settlement's districts had lost power, with darkness covering overhead like thick ink. All electricity had been diverted to the city walls. The electromagnetic cannons consumed enormous power, forcing residential areas to sacrifice lighting. Yesterday afternoon, another section of the wall had collapsed. A 5-meter-wide breach had been torn open to over 9 meters by the volcano scorpions, and the scalding insect swarm had poured through, killing many on the spot. Since then, whether willing or not, all survivors in the settlement had been forced to join the resistance. Fighting might mean death, but not fighting meant certain death. Better to kill a few more volcano scorpions. Li Jushu had saved many people thanks to his high ground advantage, but many who had just escaped danger fell in the next wave of attacks. He also spotted other snipers, each lying in ambush with virtually no communication between them. During a magazine change, his partner handed him a bottle of purified water. Li Jushu tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp, refreshing both his throat and mind. He looked up at her. Her long hair, uncombed for days, stuck to her temples, and her once bright eyes were bloodshot. He knew they were both at their limit, yet had no right to rest. If only we were at base number 1, he sighed softly. Base number 1 was humanity's first permanent fortress, well equipped with ample firepower, more than capable of handling volcano scorpions. The current number 11 was merely a temporary settlement. Management was reluctant to invest heavily, which was why the breaches kept expanding. We're already luckier than many people. His partner remained content. No one could count how many had died these past few days, but at least they were still alive. Hey, Li Jushu suddenly spoke up. She looked at him puzzled. I still don't know your name. For some reason, an inexplicable unease rose in his heart. Remember this, I'm Yi Chinru. She blinked with a hint of playfulness. That's beautiful, he smiled. This was the first time he had actively asked a girl her name. It felt both fresh and strange. Boom! 3 streets away, a thunderous explosion tore their conversation apart. Fire pierced the night sky as a small mushroom cloud bloomed overhead. The shockwave created a violent wind, sending scraps of paper, debris, and insect corpses flying in all directions. Li Jushu and Yi Chinru gripped the nearby metal framework desperately, but the wind was still fierce enough to nearly blow them off the rooftop. It was likely a small missile or similar weapon that had exploded in the distance. No one knew exactly how many volcano scorpions it had killed, but the buildings around the blast point had been reduced to rubble. When the wind subsided slightly, both immediately drew their pistols to kill the volcano scorpions that had been blown onto the rooftop. The insects, having just experienced their wind-riding adventure, were dazed and laid docilely on the ground, easy targets. Li Jushu took them down 1 shot per kill, and Yi Chinru didn't miss either. The harvest was unusually easy. However, their brief respite was swallowed by another deafening roar. The city wall in the distance had collapsed again. The entire settlement could feel the ground churning below. The expanding breach meant more volcano scorpions would soon pour in, and the remaining 25 safe zone would quickly fall as well. Back to the hotel. Li Jushu made the decision instantly. Boom. The last grenade exploded, scattering the clustered volcanic scorpions. Li Jushu was left with only his Huben 74 rifle and a handful of bullets. The shattered rooftop had nothing but half a parapet wall remaining. He pressed his back against the corner, muzzle pointed downward, firing bullet after bullet. Sparks and shell fragments flew through the air below, but the volcanic scorpions kept surging forward like a relentless tide, seemingly endless. His unconscious little sister was strapped to his back. 2 hours ago, their refugee convoy had been hit by a stray rocket that exploded less than 5 meters away. His sister had thrown herself in front of the blast to shield him from the shockwave, taking the full impact and getting her leg broken by flying debris. Though the explosion left Li Jushu with ringing ears and a pounding head, survival instinct kicked in. He scrambled to his feet and immediately hoisted his sister onto his shoulders, running for their lives. Half a second slower, and the rolling tide of scorpions would have swallowed them both. After escaping immediate danger, he used his first aid kit to bandage her leg wound. Without daring to rest, he continued fleeing with her on his back. Half an hour ago, she had started talking deliriously. When he felt her forehead, it was burning hot. The prolonged running and extreme temperature changes had finally given her a high fever. Remembering that he hadn't brought any medicine when they left the hotel, Li Jushu felt his heart pierce with guilt. He had thought they'd just make a quick loop and return, that even if something went wrong, they could retreat quickly. Who could have predicted how rapidly the situation would deteriorate? 2 days ago, when another section of the city wall collapsed, he had decided immediately to return to the hotel, only to find every route blocked. Either entire streets were engulfed in flames, or scorpion swarms covered the roads so densely that nothing could pass through. So he had taken his sister on detour after detour for 2 full days and nights. The grade 1 enhancement serum could barely sustain him, but his sister's speed and strength were visibly declining. His chest tightened with anxiety, yet he was powerless to help. He had considered taking turns to rest, but the volcanic scorpions gave them no respite. There were no absolutely safe zones left in the city. They couldn't even hide in the same spot for more than an hour. Their only chance of survival was getting back to the hotel as quickly as possible. But now, forget returning to the hotel, didn't even have an escape route. Trapped on this rooftop, surrounded by tin-roofed shacks on all sides and streets below teeming with scorpions, the nearest brick building was at least 20 meters away. Fight through on ground level. He'd be dead the moment his feet touched down. Jump between rooftops? Without his sister on his back, he might have risked it, but now, unless he took a grade 2 serum, he had zero chance of success. His grappling gun was still there, but the tin roofs couldn't support any weight, making all anchor points useless. He cursed his inadequate preparation while his mind raced through every possible option. Shark was dead. Lin Lu was dead too. He absolutely could not let his little sister fall in the same way. Just as despair was about to overwhelm his reason, his peripheral vision caught some faded but still legible words on a sign below heavy metal record store. This was a music store selling records, speakers, guitars, keyboards, and other instruments. He knew about this shop, but had never stepped inside. These were toys for rich young masters. A guitar alone could cost tens of thousands, and as a poor kid, he simply couldn't afford to spend money on instruments. However, he did love music. The night air in the war zone was choking, thick with gunpowder smoke. Suddenly, an explosive melody sliced through the darkness like a blade, and thunderous sound waves instantly spread across a 2-kilometer radius. The high-powered speaker had been cranked to maximum volume, the sound waves almost tangible. Wolf smoke rises, gazing north at the homeland. Dragon cavalry charges, horses neigh long, sword chi like frost. The lyrics shook the heavens, forcibly drowning out the gunfire. The hunters engaged in close combat with the volcanic scorpions were momentarily stunned. The chaotic gunshots suddenly diminished, leaving only the music's roar. Why fear 100 deaths to protect our nation? Enduring sighs, speechless, tears of blood filling our eyes. The singing pierced through streets and alleys, stirring the blood in people's hearts who would have the leisure to sing loudly on the edge of life and death. Such boldness was simply exemplary. Boldness my ass, that's a speaker, not live singing, someone cursed under their breath. Playing music during battle for atmosphere? Trying to get the scorpions more excited? Complaints aside, the melody was indeed stirring and the effect was astonishing. The thunderous sound attracted tens of thousands of volcanic scorpions, which surged toward the sound source like a tide. The mastermind behind all this was Li Jushu. After turning on the store's most powerful speaker and throwing it across the street, he used the distraction created by the music to quickly cross over at maximum speed, climbing through a window onto another building. He hadn't expected that near where the speaker landed, there was originally a group of hunters who were also trapped. The dense swarm of scorpions instantly surrounded them, making it difficult for them to even fire bullets. They cursed furiously but were powerless to change their situation of being screwed over by the speaker. It wasn't until flames erupted that Li Jushu realized he had accidentally harmed others. But regret came too late now. He could only watch from afar as the speaker was buried layer by layer under scorpions, its volume rapidly weakening. If there had been high-yield bombs or electromagnetic guns at this moment, a few casual shots could have cleared tens of thousands of volcanic scorpions. Unfortunately, after continuous fierce fighting, no one had heavy weapons left, and they could only watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. Should he shoot or not? He hesitated while gripping his rifle, but soon had no choice. For rocket rounds streaked across the night sky, trailing red flames as they fell. Boom. The music stopped abruptly, and the scorpion tide as high as a small mountain was blown apart in a spray of blood and flesh. But the rocket coverage was limited. The scorpions on the periphery were only knocked back by the blast wave, not dead but enraged. They sprayed venom wildly, causing walls, metal sheds, and asphalt roads to emit pungent white smoke as they were rapidly corroded. The building where Li Jushu was located also suffered, with large numbers of volcanic scorpions climbing up the exterior walls. He raised his gun and fired, exploding one carapace after another. Against the surging army, this bit of damage was merely a drop in the bucket, but he had no other choice. When one building was overrun, he immediately jumped to the next. When the next fell, he moved again. Gunshots, falling debris, and the sound of tearing metal intertwined, each step treading on the edge of life and death. Meanwhile, he kept thinking about the hotel direction. His little sister's condition was getting worse, but every time he tried to approach, he was forced to turn back. Just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to force his way through, his gaze swept across a neon sign at a nearby street corner, and his steps suddenly stopped. Happy Pharmacy. Gunfire echoed through the ruins. Brother Yishao, you're a level 2 hunter, right? Red Hair had just emptied his magazine and ducked back behind the broken wall, wiping sweat from his forehead. As he reloaded, he glanced at Li Jushu with admiration in his eyes. They had been weaving through these ruins ravaged by volcanic scorpions for 5 or 6 hours. Li Jushu carried the unconscious girl on his back, running up and down stairs, sprinting and jumping, showing no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, Red Hair, a hunter who only carried ammunition and specialized in close combat shooting, was now panting heavily, his chest heaving. If not for the girl's faint breathing on Li Jushu's back, he would have suspected Li Jushu was carrying an inflatable doll. A level 1 hunter's stamina could never sustain carrying over 100 pounds for this long, let alone while constantly fighting. Though Red Hair hadn't yet reached level 2, he understood this far exceeded a level 1 hunter's limits. A day earlier, Li Jushu had happened to pass by Happy Pharmacy. He had a sudden idea. Why risk returning to the hotel for medicine when the pharmacy had what he needed, even if it cost more? However, the pharmacy had already been overrun by volcanic scorpions. Shelves had collapsed, medicines were scattered across the floor, and whether the staff had died or fled was anyone's guess. Li Jushu spent nothing, grabbed some fever reducers, and picked up a few other potentially useful medications before hurrying away. After giving her the medicine, the girl's fever did break, but she remained unconscious. Li Jushu searched 2 clinics, but found no doctors. They had either fled or met worse fates. Unable to determine the cause, he could only continue carrying his sister through the ruins, searching for medical help. During their journey, he had saved Red Hair's life. Red Hair immediately suggested teaming up, and the two had been fighting volcanic scorpions together ever since. Red Hair called himself Red Hair, though his hair wasn't actually red. Li Jushu didn't bother asking why they were strangers who had met by chance, and if the man wanted to call himself Red Hair, Yellow Hair, Green Hair, or even Curly Hair, that was his business. Red Hair wielded dual pistols, switching between left and right hands with lightning speed. He could reload single-handedly in just 1 second, as gracefully as performing acrobatics. His accuracy was exceptional, rarely missing a shot, which even impressed Li Jushu. For maximum firing rate, he used Mianyang's 75 pistols, 14-round high-capacity magazines, 50-meter effective range, and a theoretical rate of 1 shot per 0.1 seconds. The downside was obvious spore penetration, sufficient against humans and capable of one-shot kills on ordinary volcanic scorpions, but against blue-tailed ones, he could only turn and run. As for silver-tailed fire scorpion, she didn't even bother aiming, since the bullets couldn't penetrate anyway, and there was no point wasting ammunition. Their partnership complemented each other's strengths, which was why Li Jushu had made an exception to team up. He rarely cooperated with strangers. Over the years, there had been countless cases of hunters dying at their teammates' hands, and he had no intention of following that path. Just as Li Jushu was about to speak, intense gunfire suddenly erupted from the alley to their right. A team of over 10 people was fighting and retreating, heading straight toward them. Damn it! Red nearly jumped out of his skin, cursing furiously. With so many places to go, why the hell did they have to retreat here? They're going to get us killed. He and Li Jushu had finally found this ruin where volcanic scorpions were relatively scarce, hoping to catch their breath. They hadn't even lasted half an hour before their peace was shattered. A battered hunter squad came stumbling into the ruins, clearly the remnants of a defeated force, nearly out of ammunition, yet dragging a massive swarm of volcanic scorpions behind them. The scraping sound of sand-covered shells against the ground made their skin crawl. Li Jushu immediately swung his rifle around to provide support. His first bullet shattered the shell of a blue-tailed scorpion, but on the other side, a hunter covering the retreat suddenly collapsed with his hands over his face. White smoke rising between his fingers as he let out an agonizing scream. His face had taken a direct hit from venom. Bang! 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 Li Jushu's trigger finger moved with lightning speed, but the scorpion tide was overwhelming. The fleeing hunters fell one by one into pools of blood as volcanic scorpions covered the ground and broken walls, attacking from both front and flanks. This group of hunters lacked experience, focusing on one threat while ignoring another. Hearing the covering fire, they actually ran faster. Even those who had been covering the rear abandoned their posts to flee. Don't you have any common sense? Red's face flushed with rage as he roared and fired in full auto. The suppressing fire made the scorpions hesitate slightly, but when the barrage paused, the creatures far faster than ordinary humans suddenly accelerated. The hunter squad was already exhausted, and the moment they abandoned their rear guard, their fate was sealed. They had just charged into the alley when they all collapsed before reaching the exit. Dark red venomous blood surged past as their screams cut off instantly. The hunters were dead, but they had left Li Jushu and Red with countless volcanic scorpions. The swarm, having lost their original targets, turned and surged toward the ruins. Those damn idiots. Red had nowhere to vent his fury except by frantically pulling the trigger at the approaching scorpions. After emptying one magazine, he quickly slammed in a second. Time to go. When the nearest scorpions closed to within 20 meters, Li Jushu grabbed the rope he had prepared earlier, kicked off the broken wall, and shot upward like an arrow. With his sniper rifle slung around his neck, he climbed hand over hand, reaching the third-floor rooftop in seconds. Red followed close behind, but by the time he hauled himself onto the platform, Li Jushu had already coiled up his rope and was aiming downward. Bang! A red fire extinguisher positioned conspicuously below was pierced by the bullet, instantly exploding in a cloud of powder. White mist filled a 10-meter radius, blinding the volcanic scorpion's senses and throwing them into chaos. Li Jushu had learned this trick from other hunters, simple but effective. Since then, he had quietly observed his peers' tactics, finding that an open mind often yielded unexpected results. Solo hunting often led to bottlenecks, but what seemed impossible to him might be child's play to others. Son of a... Red coiled up his rope and turned to follow Li Jushu, only to see him suddenly freeze, staring intently ahead. Red followed his gaze and felt his hair stand on end, his face draining of color. They had chosen this building as their escape route because it stood adjacent to an even taller building. Once they climbed up there, they would have the high ground with a clear view, able to choose their direction of retreat at will. However, at this moment, volcanic scorpions were pouring endlessly from the windows of that building. Blue-tailed scorpions and silver-tailed fire scorpions mixed together in a dark mass, their numbers still climbing rapidly with no end in sight. The building had fallen. Trapped with no way forward or back, the redhead grew increasingly anxious and looked toward Li Jushu, his eyes clearly asking, "What do we do?" Li Jushu surveyed their surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the Cuban 74 rifle in his arms. He uttered just one word: "Fight." Before the word had fully left his lips, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly sharp and fierce. Rifle but against his shoulder, he aimed, pulled the trigger. A series of movements executed with crisp precision. Bang! A muzzle flash lit up as a blue-tailed scorpion exploded on the spot. Immediately after, the silver-tailed fire scorpion beside it sprouted a black hole in its chest, dark fluid splattering against the wall. Li Jushu's finger didn't stop, bullets spraying out in succession. In an instant, over a dozen volcanic scorpions were picked off, their corpses crashing to the ground like raindrops. "Let's do this." The redhead suppressed the fear in his chest and drew both guns. His left and right hands fired in almost identical trajectories, his rate of fire 3 times that of Li Jushu's. The two coordinated perfectly. He focused on the ordinary volcanic scorpions while Li Jushu kept his sights locked on the silver-tailed and blue-tailed targets. Behind them, volcanic scorpions from the main street began climbing up the walls. The fire extinguisher smoke had mostly dissipated, revealing rows of swaying tail stingers ready to spray venom at any moment. After all the blue-tailed and silver-tailed scorpions were eliminated, Li Jushu set down the Cuban 74 and switched to his pistol. Though his marksmanship could only be considered average, within 20 meters it was deadly enough. The two worked together to clear the wall surface in front of them, wiping out the volcanic scorpions in an instant. Li Jushu raised his gun and shattered the window glass, shouting, "You go first." The scorpions only occupy up to the 4th floor. Head straight for the 6th. Without hesitation, the redhead holstered his guns and pulled out his waist rope. The grappling hook spun twice in the air before crashing through the glass with a clang, hooking precisely onto the window ledge. Using both hands and feet, he scampered up like an agile monkey. After flipping through the window, he immediately began firing at the 4th floor windows with both pistols. From throwing the rope to opening fire took 8 seconds. He was secretly pleased with himself. His smile froze before it could fully form. Li Jushu had caught up in just 5 seconds. Though Li Jushu climbed the rope directly without needing to throw a hook, he was carrying another person plus that Cuban 74 rifle that weighed as much as a dozen Mynyang 75s, yet his speed was still astonishing. Move! The instant Li Jushu's feet touched the 6th floor ledge, the volcanic scorpions from the street below had climbed to their original position. The redhead coiled his rope and rushed to the top floor with Li Jushu. The rooftop was temporarily quiet and unoccupied, but a new problem presented itself. There were no adjacent buildings to jump to on the other side. The only one had completely collapsed, and the nearest remaining structure was 60 meters away. Their briefly kindled hope was instantly extinguished. The redhead instinctively looked toward Li Jushu again. In previous situations, it had always been Li Jushu who found a solution. Li Jushu remained calm, raising his weapon defensively while his eyes searched for an escape route. The redhead kept glancing back, as if he could already hear the urgent sounds of volcanic scorpions crossing the stairway steps. His face grew increasingly anxious, yet he dared not rush Li Jushu. Dense gunfire and sporadic explosions echoed from the distance, the sound waves rolling into the night. However, it was obvious that no one would come to rescue them. Forget about not knowing them. Even if they did, they wouldn't come and couldn't come. The streets are crawling with volcanic scorpions. Without an armored vehicle, there's no way to break through. 2 options, Li Jushu finally spoke. "What options?" Redhead asked eagerly. He hadn't come up with a single solution, yet Li Jushu had it was like a lifeline. "First, hold our position here." Li Jushu surveyed their surroundings, speaking steadily. This area has the fewest volcanic scorpions nearby. Moving would only make things worse. What's the second option? Redhead instinctively rejected the defensive plan. The power pole. Li Jushu raised his hand, pointing toward the 60 to 70-meter high-voltage pole at the intersection. Adjust our firing angle to bring it down toward us, and we can break through in the chaos. Brilliant, Redhead exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. However, Li Jushu's tone shifted. Redhead's heart sank. He dreaded hearing however. If the power pole goes down, it'll disrupt the electrical grid. The city walls are a priority for power supply. 2 electromagnetic cannons are already damaged, and the remaining 2 are our last hope. A blackout would cost many lives, Li Jushu warned. Can't worry about that now. Other people's lives matter, but mine doesn't. Redhead showed no concern, raising his Mianyang 75 to fire, but realized the rifle couldn't possibly cut through a pole nearly 50 centimeters in diameter. He turned to Li Jushu instead. Don't rush. We still have time. Let's observe first, Li Jushu said. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. A yellow and black armored vehicle burst into view, crushing forward like a heavy tank, flattening volcanic scorpions into pulp beneath its treads. A Gatling gun on the roof spewed metallic ammunition chains, sending scorpion shell fragments flying against the walls. 2 heavy machine guns at the rear sealed off any retreat. Li Jushu immediately recognized it as Pu Xiaoyun's vehicle. The left armor was deformed, the windshield completely gone, the rear dented, and the entire body riddled with corrosion pits. What was once an 8-person crew had been reduced to 4. The roaring of the engine and Gatling gun agitated swarms of volcanic scorpions, which swarmed the vehicle, drastically slowing its progress. Suddenly, the driver grabbed a bundle from the passenger seat and hurled it into the scorpion mass, then floored the accelerator. The vehicle bellowed like an angry bull as it rapidly reversed. Li Jushu instantly understood what was in the package and immediately ducked low. The backpack landed among the scorpions, and a thunderous explosion tore through the air. Dozens of grenades and bombs detonated simultaneously, sending ball bearings, nails, and shrapnel flying in all directions. Entire clusters of volcanic scorpions were instantly vaporized into bloody mist. Smoke and stench filled the air as even the rooftop trembled. The vehicle retreated to the intersection, but suddenly stalled. The driver tried repeatedly to restart it, but to no avail. The Gatling gun also fell silent out of ammunition. The hunter on the roof quickly drew a submachine gun and continued firing, but the firepower was far inferior to the Gatling. From all directions, volcanic scorpions began converging again. At the rear of the vehicle, a hunter in camouflage shouted, "Tabby Cat, what's the situation? How much longer? It must be the same old problem. Damn it, I knew we shouldn't have settled for this piece of junk, but Blind Cat insisted it was fine, and now look where it's gotten us." The Tabby Cat slammed the dashboard furiously, anger seething through his gritted teeth. Won't it start? The water buffalo in camouflage gear leaned over from the passenger seat, his voice still carrying a trace of desperate hope. The engine only gave 2 dry, rasping shudders before falling silent. With the final attempt proving futile, Tabby Cat grabbed his rifle and leaped onto the roof, growling, "We'll have to fight our way out." For men, for guns, bullets spraying like there was no tomorrow. But the volcanic scorpions kept multiplying, their shells surging forward as they swarmed beneath the vehicle. Just as despair crept into everyone's eyes, a thick hemp rope dropped down from the rooftop. "Get up here." Li Juk-sunik, named Night Owl, leaned down to lower the rope, his calm voice cutting through the gunfire. In the end, he couldn't bear to watch these lives be lost. "It's him, Night Owl." Scarface beside the camouflage gear suddenly lit up with joy. His name was Shuaihu, a former professional boxer whose once handsome face now bore dozens of crisscrossing scars, though no one had changed his nickname. All of them were seasoned hunters, moving with practiced efficiency as they climbed the rope one by one. Li Jushu provided covering fire from above, using controlled bursts to keep the volcanic scorpions at bay while protecting their ascent over the parapet. All 4 made it safely to the rooftop without a scratch. "Night Owl, fancy meeting again under these circumstances. Where's Black Wasp?" Shuaihu pulled off his gloves, still managing small talk between heavy breaths. He remembered from their last mission how Li Jushu and Black Wasp had been inseparable. "We got separated." Li Jushu's response was curt. "Strictly speaking, they were barely acquaintances. I never got to thank you for last time, and now you've saved my life again." During that firefight in the forest, Li Jushu had taken out the enemy's fire position, allowing Shuaihu to escape with his life. But Li Jushu had long since put the past behind him. "That's all over now." Shuaihu gestured to introduce his companions one by one. "Tabby Cat, our driver; Water Buffalo, the one in camo; Black Ant, heavy weapons." Black Ant carried a Gatling gun, built like a bear, and with his heavy body armor and weapons combined, he had to weigh at least 400 pounds. Red Hair, the last member, chimed in with easy familiarity, stepping forward to bump fists with Li Jushu. After the introductions, everyone quickly exchanged intelligence, and the atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Li Jushu and Red Hair had fled here and were now trapped on the rooftop. Shuaihu's group wasn't much better off. Their hotel had been overrun by volcanic scorpions, forcing them to break out in their armored vehicle, only to get separated from the rest of their team. When they'd left the hotel, there had been 12 people in the vehicle. Now only 4 remained. Of the entire settlement, probably only a tenth of the area could still be considered safe. The rest had become volcanic scorpion territory. The vehicle breakdown couldn't really be blamed on Blind Cat. With the lack of spare parts, he'd already managed to jury-rig the vehicle to run for another 5 hours. All efforts had ultimately proven futile, and Tabby Cat's harsh words earlier had just been the result of heated frustration. Now they were all in the same boat, and the one consolation was that Shuaihu's team had managed to haul all the usable supplies from the armored vehicle up to the roof. For now, they had plenty of ammunition and could hold out for a while longer. Li Jushu carrying his little sister on his back was quite conspicuous, but Shuaihu and the others were perceptive enough not to ask questions. The 6 of them positioned themselves at the 6 corners of the rooftop, raining bullets down on the volcanic scorpions below, not to annihilate them, but to buy time. Pop-a-pop, the gunshots maintained a steady rhythm like drumbeats. Li Jushu's firing rate wasn't particularly fast, but it was consistent and lethal. Despite the perilous situation, he remained calm and composed, specifically targeting the most dangerous blue-tailed and silver-tailed fire scorpions. Once he locked onto a target, regardless of its color, none could escape a fatal headshot. Since they weren't provoking the scorpion swarm, the creature's movements remained manageable, especially when climbing walls where they moved even slower. The 6 of them achieved nearly 1 shot, 1 kill, conserving ammunition as much as possible. Before they knew it, darkness had fallen. The prolonged warfare had left the power grid in ruins, with over half of the settlement completely without electricity. When night descended, it became pitch black. The others' accuracy plummeted in the dim conditions, but Li Jushu remained as precise as night vision equipment, clearing out all the bluetails and silvertails while also picking off ordinary scorpions. The first half of the night was relatively manageable, and everyone could take turns eating a few bites of the rations Shuaihu had brought. But in the second half of the night, the situation took a sharp turn. The roar of Closian weapon systems echoed from the city walls about 1,500 meters away, particularly clear in the darkness. Those systems could unleash 15,000 rounds per minute and typically fired for a minute before stopping to reload. This time, however, the firing ceased after less than 10 seconds. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, still no restart. Probably ran out of ammunition, said Hei Mai, accustomed to heavy firepower, voicing what everyone dreaded to hear. Malfunctions could be fixed, but no bullets meant they could only pray. Everyone already knew Settlement 11's supplies had always been stretched thin, and it was remarkable the Closian weapons had lasted this long. The city walls had originally acted like a filter, stopping most of the scorpions. Once the gunfire stopped, the pressure immediately transferred to the rooftop. The number of scorpions multiplied several times over, with bluetails and silvertails increasing even more dramatically. Li Jushu's precision sniping began to falter as he struggled to keep up. A full day of intense combat had left everyone exhausted and sluggish. Li Huamao repeatedly poured bottled water over his head just to stay barely alert, but the effect was diminishing. Suddenly, a massive volcanic scorpion climbed up the drainpipe onto the rooftop. Its tail hook lashed out, and venom struck De Shueño squarely in the face. De Shueño screamed and collapsed, his finger stuck on the trigger of his submachine gun, spraying bullets that riddled Li Huamao beside him. Li Huamao De Shueño Hei Mai's eyes instantly turned red with rage. He roared and was about to charge forward when De Shueño's convulsing gun barrel suddenly swiveled toward him. In that instant, Hei Mai felt as if ice water had been poured over him on a freezing day, chilling him to the bone. Bang! In the nick of time, Li Jushu fired a shot that shattered the water buffalo's head, and the submachine gun fell silent. Can't stay with you guys anymore, brothers. I'm going ahead. Blood gushed from the tabby cat's throat, mixed with fragments of internal organs. His gaze swept over the black ant and tiger charging toward him, finally settling on the water buffalo's corpse. He felt regret and helplessness, but no hatred, only reluctance to leave life behind and attachment to the world. His neck tilted to one side, and he breathed his last. In just a few minutes, 2 companions had fallen one after another. Black Ant and Tiger had no time to grieve. Volcano scorpions were crawling onto the rooftop one by one, and the pressure instantly reached its peak. Earlier, even 6 people had barely managed to hold their ground. Now, with only 4 remaining, their defense line could collapse at any moment. Red Hair kept backing away, his bloodshot eyes showing no trace of sleepiness, only terror. He glared at Li Jushu but got no response. The escape route they had prepared during the day was now useless, as the area below the power pole was packed with volcano scorpions, leaving nowhere to land. Think of something fast. Aren't you supposed to be the one with all the ideas? Red Hair's anger surged, his face twisted with rage as he channeled his fear into resentment. He was convinced that if Li Jushu hadn't insisted on rescuing Tiger and the others, they might not have ended up in this desperate situation. Deep down, he knew the real responsibility didn't lie with Li Jushu, but people in despair always need someone to blame. You're an adult, not a child. Li Jushu shot him a cold glance. That look was sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Red Hair's heart and making him shudder, instantly snapping him back to reality. Red Hair shut his mouth and stopped arguing, gritting his teeth as he unleashed firepower on the scorpion swarm. Flares, flash grenades, hand grenades, explosives, all high-powered weapons were deployed in succession, only managing to temporarily ease the assault. Throughout the entire settlement, gunfire and explosions echoed one after another. This night, no one would sleep peacefully. The four defenders held their corners, fighting while retreating, but the volcano scorpions surged onto the rooftop like a black tide that could never be completely cleared. Even with every bullet finding its mark, they couldn't overcome the crushing force of sheer numbers. Only when their backs pressed against each other did they realize they had run out of room to retreat. I'll bring down the power pole. Red Hair, use flares to distract the volcano scorpions. Tiger and Black Ant, clear us a path. Li Jushu's tone brooked no argument as he immediately turned his gun toward the base of the power pole. The angle had to be perfect, otherwise the pole wouldn't fall onto the rooftop, and everything would be for nothing. They had no idea where to go after leaving the rooftop, but they had no other choice. They could only take it one step at a time. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, a strange wave erupted from about 200 meters away. The sound wasn't loud like the buzzing of bee wings, but its power felt like a volcanic eruption, as if the earth was splitting and mountains were crumbling. In an instant, every volcanic scorpion within a half-kilometer radius froze as if struck by lightning, shuddered violently, then went rigid dead. All of them, completely dead. Dense clusters of insect corpses spread like a reddish-brown carpet across rooftops, walls, and streets, their life force utterly extinguished in a single second. On the rooftop, Shuaihu, Black Ant, Red Hair, and Li Jushu stood frozen in place, staring at each other in stunned silence for several seconds before snapping out of what seemed like a hallucination. It's a sonic cannon. Shuaihu was the first to react, his voice rising sharply with excitement. Young Master Li's Golden War Chariot. Black Ant exclaimed immediately after, his extensive knowledge of Pu Xiaoyun's team evident in his recognition. Li Jushu silently sighed, feeling his own ignorance. Shuaihu regained his composure and warned the group, "Get downstairs quickly. The sonic cannon damages building structures." Even though this shell was calibrated to the volcanic scorpion's resonant frequency, nearby buildings have definitely suffered internal damage. The four didn't hesitate, rushing frantically toward the stairwell. The steps were likewise carpeted with scorpion corpses, harmless now, but obstructing passage, forcing them to step on shells as they descended. The moment they reached the street, a four-story building several hundred meters away collapsed with a thunderous crash, dust shooting dozens of meters into the air, the thick cloud punctuated by heart-wrenching screams. Someone hadn't escaped in time. Whether they didn't understand the sonic cannon's kill radius, or were simply too slow to flee, no one would ever know. With the volcanic scorpions cleared out, the area became eerily quiet, no hissing of tails, stingers scraping surfaces, no clatter of colliding shells. Shuaihu, Black Ant, and Red Hair instinctively began walking toward where the Golden War Chariot might be stationed, but Li Jushu stopped. The three turned back in confusion. "What's wrong? It's safe now, why are you stopping?" Li Jushu's tone remained calm. "Other survivors will think the same thing and all rush toward the Golden War Chariot. But young Master Li is extremely selective about recruits. The Golden War Chariot likely won't stop for even a moment. By the time we get there, it'll have already left, leaving crowds of people packed together. That's when the real disaster begins." Red Hair didn't catch on. "What do you mean?" Shuaihu understood immediately, adding grimly, "That many people clustered together would be like a string of light bulbs blazing bright. An undisciplined mob without organization would be sitting ducks for the volcanic scorpions. Then you'd have friendly fire incidents, and people trampling each other. Plenty would die at the hands of their own kind." Remembering the chaos when Big Buffalo got venom sprayed in his face and accidentally killed Tabby Cat, he continued, "Don't forget, only a half-kilometer radius was cleared of scorpions. The ones remaining in the settlement aren't dead. At their speed, this place will be overrun again within an hour." Black Ant nodded, turning his gaze to Li Jushu. "So what do we do?" "Find somewhere safe and rest first." Li Jushu was already surveying the surrounding buildings. Shuaihu and Black Ant immediately agreed. Red Hair hesitated briefly before nodding as well. Though he still harbored a glimmer of hope about the Golden War Chariot, how wonderful it would be if young Master Li recruited him and his twin gun skills could propel him to greatness. But after several near-death experiences, his subconscious trusted Li Jushu's judgment more. Following Li Jushu was never wrong. They selected a five-story building as their temporary shelter, surrounded by tall buildings on all sides for easy escape routes. This would have been the perfect time to return to the Peach Blossom Spring Hotel. But Li Jushu held back, not because the hotel had fallen, but quite the opposite. It remained one of the few safe zones, his and his little sister's last fortress, and he wouldn't expose it unless absolutely necessary. Bodies lay scattered throughout the building, human and volcanic scorpion alike. The scorpions had been torn apart by bullets and explosives, their shells riddled with charred holes. The human corpses were corroded by venom, flesh collapsed and rotting, filling the air with an acrid stench mixed with the smell of burning that made everyone gag. Black Ant worked efficiently, clearing 3 rooms on the 5th floor. Li Jushu and his sister shared one. He bunked with Tiger, and Red Hair took a room alone. They then blew up the stairway to the 5th floor, leaving only ropes for emergency use. In these brief moments, even 20 minutes of sleep felt like a lifeline. They hadn't closed their eyes in far too long. The situation unfolded exactly as Li Jushu had predicted. Survivors in the area swarmed toward the Golden War Chariot, only to watch it roar away without picking up a single person. The vacuum left behind was immediately reoccupied by volcanic scorpions. Areas where hunters had clustered became prime targets for the scorpion swarms, with gunfire, explosions, and screams echoing continuously. Li Jushu's building sat on the periphery, fortunately avoiding the plasma cannon sweeps. 2 hours later, the scorpion swarm finally reached their building, not because they moved slowly, but because they'd been held back by concentrated hunter firepower. By nature, volcanic scorpions preferred racing along streets, only climbing walls when they detected movement above. Without specific targets, they rarely bothered ascending, though occasionally some rebellious juveniles mixed in with the swarms. The building became caught in the crossfire because panicked hunters from elsewhere had sought refuge there, forcing Li Jushu's group into combat. These damn jinxes. Red Hair cursed through gritted teeth, though there was nothing they could do about it. Tiger manned the heavy machine gun while Black Ant wielded his assault rifle, positioning themselves at windows and openings. Their crossfire cut through the volcanic scorpions below like scissors, visibly slowing their advance. Strictly speaking, they owed those 2 extra hours of rest to the fleeing hunters. Without the swarm being distracted, the battle would have reached them much sooner. Before preparing for the next fight, Li Jushu gently secured his little sister to his back with sturdy rope, wrapped her in a thick coat for warmth, then grabbed his Huben 74 rifle and headed out. His sister's temperature had returned to normal, and her breathing was steady. A cold appeared cured, yet she remained unconscious. Throughout their journey, they hadn't encountered a single doctor. If only they could find a medical professional for a proper examination, but for some unknown reason, she still hadn't awakened. Quite a few hunters had retreated into the building, 13 or 14 in total, men and women, young and old. From their formation, the leader appeared to be a well-dressed young woman at the front. Wearing a dress and high heels in these lava-covered ruins showed she was either completely clueless or incredibly capable. Their weapons were decent quality, but they were clearly running low on ammunition. Gunfire suddenly erupted from the rooftop. The group was startled at first, then excited, but when they reached the stairwell, they discovered that the stairs leading to the top floor had been blown apart, leaving only charred steel beams. They had no choice but to stop at the 4th floor. "Why are the stairs gone?" The woman frowned, her voice filled with confusion and irritation. "Someone deliberately destroyed them to block the volcanic scorpions," someone explained. "Block what? Those things can climb walls. They clearly don't want us going up. What do we do now?" The woman's voice rose sharply. As the group hesitated, panicked shouts came from below. "They're catching up. The volcanic scorpions are catching up. Hurry. Blow up the stairs so they can't climb up." An experienced hunter copied the same strategy. Boom. A muffled explosion collapsed all the stairs from the 1st to 3rd floors. Debris mixed with scorpion limbs crashed into the pitch-black lobby below. The scorpions were forced to climb the walls, which slowed them down considerably, but at only 10 meters high, they'd reach the top in just a few minutes. "Don't crowd in the stairwell. Get to the corridor and watch for them climbing in through the outer walls." Someone still kept their cool. Some hunters rushed into the hallway and peered out to see volcanic scorpions already climbing to the 3rd floor window ledges. Terrified, they immediately opened fire, filling the air with gunpowder smoke and shell fragments. At this point, Li Jushu's group held the 5th floor rooftop, while this group defended the 4th floor. Both groups fighting the scorpions together should have worked out fine. But compared to those above, the lower group was clearly at a disadvantage. When the volcanic scorpions leaped up, they'd attack the 4th floor first. Despite having more people, their shooting efficiency was far inferior to Li Jushu's team, and screams soon filled the air. "Hey up there, can you give us a hand? We're all hunters here if you're willing to help. We'll make it worth your while." The group below finally couldn't hold out and called for help. Normally, hunters had rules about helping each other. But in times like these, when everyone was fighting for their lives, whether to help was purely a matter of personal choice. The group below understood this and could only offer payment as incentive. In fact, they could have forced their way up with the hunter's skills. Climbing one floor wasn't particularly difficult, but no one dared try. Since Li Jushu's group had claimed this building first, it was considered their territory. Forcing entry without permission would be tantamount to declaring war, and Li Jushu's team would be perfectly justified in shooting any intruders dead without consequences. Li Jushu's group completely ignored the cries for help. If this group had been stronger, he wouldn't have minded having a few extra guns. But looking at this mixed bag of varying abilities, rescuing them would only be a burden. Even Hong Mao couldn't be bothered to give them a second glance, let alone rescue them. No matter how good the reward, it wasn't worth more than their own lives. Li Jushu had initially decided not to rescue them, figuring those people on the fourth floor could serve as a buffer to keep his group safer. But when he caught sight of the weapon one of them was carrying, he changed his mind. It was a young man dressed in a well-tailored designer suit with a family crest embroidered on the cuffs, clutching tightly to his chest a sniper rifle that looked similar to Li Jushu's Hubin 74, but with sharper, more refined details. Hubin 84. The Hubin 84 was a comprehensive upgrade from the Hubin 74, far from a simple incremental improvement. First, its effective range had been extended by a full 400 meters from the original, reaching 1,200 meters. Second, its maximum rate of fire had increased from 8 rounds per second to 12 a full 4 rounds more, representing a 55% boost in firepower density. What excited Li Jushu most was the mobility advantage from its reduced size. While the Hubin 74 weighed 17.4 kilograms, the Hubin 84 was only 14.4 kilograms, 3 kilograms lighter. In the current high-intensity battlefield where they had to constantly relocate firing positions, those 3 kilograms often meant the difference between ducking into cover half a second faster or not. Increased power and reduced weight weren't everything. The Hubin 84 featured reinforced receiver and rail structures that significantly delayed the need for sight recalibration. Just as a machete needs sharpening when it dulls, sniper rifles need calibration after extended use, but who has time for careful calibration when bullets are flying everywhere? This was why the Hubin 84 became every sniper's dream weapon the moment it hit the market. Though the price was prohibitive, 184 could buy 474s. The settlement had always supplied only the 74s, with not a single 84 in sight, which proved the point. Fortunately, both rifles used the same ammunition, and if he could get his hands on an 84, Li Jushu estimated his survival rate would increase by at least 5 percentage points. So he called out loudly, "Give me the Hubin 84, and I'll use a rope to pull you up." In his view, this wasn't an unreasonable demand. The other party was nearly out of ammunition, and even the finest 84 was just a fire poker without bullets. But the young man's anger flared, and he let out a bitter laugh. "Nice try, dream on. Why don't you give me your sniper rifle instead?" The negotiation collapsed instantly. Li Jushu didn't hesitate to give the order. "Move out." The gunfire had already attracted volcanic scorpions from all directions. Dense clusters of arthropod legs clung to the walls, making the exterior look like it had been instantly covered with a layer of dark red, living bricks. They would soon climb past the fourth floor, and Li Jushu's foreman team simply didn't have enough firepower to clear the scorpion swarm. Retreat was their only chance at survival. As for the team on the fourth floor, they were on their own. Shuaihu and Black Ant dropped their ropes according to plan and smoothly retreated toward the adjacent building. The two crossed over first and had just landed when it was Red Hair's turn. Suddenly, a blue particle beam swept across the street like a massive electric arc, instantly turning countless volcanic scorpions to ash in its path. The beam's momentum carried it straight into a load-bearing column of the adjacent building. Boom! The reinforced steel crumbled to dust, and the entire structure groaned in agony as it began to slowly tilt. Shuaihu and Black Ant's faces went pale as they turned and sprinted down the corridor on the other side, the floor beneath their feet trembling constantly from the shifting structural stress. From his original vantage point, Li Jushu could see everything clearly. At the other end of the street, a woman on a motorcycle was racing toward them with the engine roaring. While the engine's rumble still echoed in the distance, she had already pulled the trigger 3 times. This wasn't an electromagnetic gun, this was a particle gun. He couldn't determine the grade of the particle gun in the woman's hands, but it was definitely high-level. Ordinary particle guns couldn't reach a range of 280 meters. She wore no helmet, only a pair of sunglasses. Her oval face appeared even more porcelain white under the gunfire's glow, her slender waist and straight long legs fully visible, with black thigh-high boots making her exposed thighs particularly striking. Sensing Li Jushu's gaze, she looked up and met his eyes across the distance, a cold and confident smile curving her lips. The next second, the motorcycle performed a graceful drift at the intersection, and the gun barrel flashed. Half the street's volcanic scorpions instantly vaporized. Amid the roaring sound, the motorcycle accelerated to its limit and disappeared at the end of the street within seconds, leaving only the echoing rumble of its engine. The woman's charge cleared 2 entire streets of volcanic scorpions, displaying the overwhelming power of high technology. The survivors by the fourth-floor windows rejoiced, and some immediately climbed out to jump down, but what followed were heart-wrenching screams. Venom poured down the walls like rain from the volcanic scorpions still clinging to the building's exterior. The motorcyclist had only cleared the street level, leaving the wall-crawling predators completely unharmed. The motorcycle came and went like the wind, too fast for the scorpions to react and attack, but they took out their frustration on the people who landed on the ground. Li Jushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How naive could they be? Did they really think the volcanic scorpions climbed walls to admire the moon? Forget about them, himself wouldn't dare jump down at this moment. Though the street was clear, this was actually the most dangerous time they had stayed on the rooftop too long, and the entire building's exterior was already crawling with volcanic scorpions. If even a portion of them sprayed venom, it would be catastrophic. He peered down to investigate and finally understood why the fourth floor group was fleeing in panic. Large numbers of volcanic scorpions had already climbed through the exterior windows into the corridors. The original team of 14 or 15 people was now reduced to just 7, nearly cut in half. They couldn't come up, and going down meant certain death. They were trapped. What do we do? Red Hair asked nervously. The optimal escape route had been blasted to pieces by the woman's particle cannon, leaving the remaining paths blocked by scattered debris. Worse still, without Tiger and Black Ant to hold them back, scorpions were already climbing onto the rooftop from behind. East side. Li Jushu decided without hesitation. Switching from his sniper rifle to a handgun, he charged while firing, each bullet finding its mark with headshots, clearing a bloody path for Red Hair. Level 2 Strength Serum. Just get us up there. Just as Red Hair was about to throw down a rope, an urgent shout came from the fourth floor. He hesitated, looking at Li Jushu. Li Jushu leaned out and saw a woman in a long dress and high heels holding up a test tube, its label gleaming with 4 golden characters. Level 2 Strength. Save them. Li Jushu made the decision after only a split second of hesitation. Forget level 2. Even a level 1 strength serum would be worth risking their lives for. If I'm going to die, none of you get to live either. A sudden roar erupted from the street below. A hunter, drenched in scorpion venom and dying, screamed as he pulled the pin on a device. Boom. The terrifying explosion was like a volcanic eruption. Glass from buildings on both sides shattered instantly, flames shot skyward, and the shockwaves swept in all directions. Li Jushu immediately dropped flat, but his chest still felt like it had been slammed by a truck. His entire body was thrown over 10 meters through the air, rolling from one end of the rooftop to the other, nearly falling off the building. Before he could steady himself, he felt the building tilting. The explosion had torn the load-bearing walls to shreds. Damn! Shock and panic surged through him simultaneously. What grade of explosives had that fourth-floor team been carrying? It was like a small missile. No time to think further. The building's tilt was accelerating, and the steel and concrete groaned in distress. Li Jushu took a deep breath to force himself calm, scanned his surroundings, and instantly made his decision. Just as the building beneath his feet crashed into the opposite building, he leaped with all his might, jumping over 4 meters high. The two buildings collided with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble as debris, smoke, and various chaotic sounds filled the air in a terrifying spectacle. The volcanic scorpions clinging to the exterior walls were either crushed to pieces or shaken loose, plummeting to the ground as scorching shockwaves unleashed their devastating power. Li Jushu flipped through the air, his gaze remaining calm and focused. At the precise moment his body reached its peak and began to fall, he cast out his rope, expertly hooking the loop around the exposed steel framework of the rooftop across from him. On ordinary days, the building's owner enjoyed decorating the rooftop framework with flowers, chairs, and even glass enclosures, but now all the glass lay shattered while the steel frame remained sturdy. The rope snapped taut with a sharp twang, and he used the momentum to swing clear of the aftershocks, reaching a broken window and rolling inside the building. The interior revealed a pink-themed bedroom. Plush pillows, a full-length mirror, and soft carpeting created a cozy yet empty atmosphere. Li Jushu swept through quickly, spotting some liqueur chocolates on the vanity table and pocketing them without hesitation. The explosion would attract more volcanic scorpions, so he dared not linger, turning to head downstairs with his gun drawn. The stairwell was nearly devoid of life until he reached the first-floor lobby, where he discovered numerous volcanic scorpions sprawled across the ground, their shells trembling slightly, as if they had been shocked into a dazed state. Li Jushu methodically eliminated each threatening target with precise shots before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a section of dress hem trapped beneath rubble caught his eye. High heels, a thin dress, a woman. The collapsed walls surrounding her suggested her chances of survival were slim. Li Jushu hesitated for only half a second before crouching down to move the stones. The first leg was pale and slender, but the second was crushed and grotesquely twisted, and the woman remained completely motionless. As expected, when he fully extracted the body, she had stopped breathing, her skull deformed in a tragic sight. She carried only a small purse, exactly what Li Jushu was looking for. He bent down and reached out. Bang! The gunshot exploded through the air, making his hair stand on end. Dozens of meters away, a red-haired man collapsed with a bullet hole in his forehead, blood streaming out as his eyes remained wide open in death. Before falling, the red-haired man's gun had been aimed directly at Li Jushu, clearly intending to double-cross him, but someone had struck first. Li Jushu's heart tightened, then filled with delighted surprise as he turned around. A pair of bright, expressive eyes gazed at him affectionately. Xiaomei was awake. Xiaomei, you're awake. Put me down. Smoke still curled from the gun in her hand. Li Jushu set her down on the ground, and they looked at each other as if reuniting after a long separation. Footsteps approached from the distance, and he urged her in a low voice. This isn't the place for conversation. We need to leave. Can your body handle it? I'm fine. Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with clarity. Li Jushu wasted no more time, grabbing the woman's purse and quickly departing, with Xiaomei following close behind. Without having to carry anyone, Li Jushu felt incredibly light on his feet. As he stepped over the redhead's still warm corpse, he casually grabbed the man's twin pistols and all his ammunition, feeling only a twinge of regret that their brief partnership had ended so tragically. His little sister had gotten plenty of rest on his back and was no longer weak from her recent recovery. In fact, her energy levels were completely restored. Following their backup plan, the two quietly slipped into a nearby building. The entire structure had been crawling with volcanic scorpions, but the earlier explosions had drawn the creatures elsewhere. Li Jushu and his sister seized the opportunity to infiltrate the building and barricade themselves inside. As long as they kept quiet, the volcanic scorpions wouldn't conduct a thorough search. This would serve as their temporary safe haven. The moment they secured the door, they instinctively embraced each other. Li Jushu couldn't understand why he had felt nothing while carrying her, but after just a few minutes apart, he felt as though his heart and lungs had been hollowed out. It took a while before they finally let go. He pulled out some rations and handed them over, asking about her physical condition. I'm completely fine now. Thank you for carrying me all this time, his sister said, looking up at him with large, bright eyes full of affection. Since when do we need to be formal with each other? Li Jushu smiled. With her recovery, his confidence in their future skyrockets had felt like they could handle even twice as many volcanic scorpions. The redhead had never trusted him from the start. Tiger and Black Ant were familiar faces from past collaborations, but he wouldn't stake everything on trusting them either. His little sister, however, was the only person he could completely trust to watch his back together. They were far more than the sum of their parts. Next, he opened the bag left behind by the woman in the long dress. The moment he lifted the flap, Li Jushu's breath nearly stopped. 1 level 2 strength serum. 1 level 2 bone enhancement serum. 1 level 2 skin reinforcement serum. 3 level 2 nutrition supplements. 6 vials packed the bag to bursting. Level 2 serums had once been beyond his wildest dreams, and now 6 had appeared all at once. The shock almost overshadowed his joy. Clearly, the woman in the long dress was no ordinary person. Regular people simply couldn't get their hands on resources of this caliber. Li Jushu wanted to share one of the vials with his sister, but she shook her head in refusal. You're the one who got the serums. I can't accept something I didn't earn. Besides, under the same conditions, your survival rate is higher than mine. If you get stronger, you can protect mites like I used the serum myself. And I just recovered, so it's not the right time anyway. He could tell most of her reasoning was just excuses, but one point was undeniably true. The stronger he became, the safer she would be. Volcanic scorpions could return at any moment, making this a risky time to take the serums, but Li Jushu didn't hesitate for a second. He tilted his head back and downed the bone enhancement serum first. Whether it was because his body had already been strengthened or because the little snake that had protected the burning incense grass was still working its magic inside him, the reaction wasn't severe. The pain was far less intense than when he'd first taken level 1 serums, and the duration was compressed to just 20 minutes. Even his sister was surprised by how quickly he recovered, was somewhat taken aback himself. He followed up with a nutrition supplement, rested for 10 minutes, then swallowed the strength serum. The pain diminished further, lasting only 15 minutes. After another nutrition supplement, he unhesitatingly grabbed the final level 2 skin reinforcement serum. His sister opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. The vial was already empty. 10 minutes later, the intense pain completely faded. Li Jushu lifted his hand and drained the last nutrition supplement, his eyes gradually brightening. The second-tier potion's effects far exceeded those of the first-tier version. While Li Jushu's appearance remained unchanged, his body cells had undergone a revolutionary transformation. The most notable improvement was his strength. Previously, when using the Huban 74, he had to rely on a support point, and without one, firing was laborious with poor accuracy. Now, however, he felt confident he could achieve the same precision even without support. He had no candles on hand, or he would have tested this immediately. With his current strength, slicing through 6 candles in one breath would be effortless. A deep, thunderous engine roar approached from the distance, coming to an abrupt halt downstairs from the apartment building, followed by intensive gunfire. Li Jushu and his younger sister exchanged glances. Was this coincidence, or were they the target? The two quietly cracked open their door and peered down. They immediately recognized young Master Li's golden war chariot. They weren't the target. The vehicle had been forced to stop due to blown tires. The chariot's exterior bore a crosshatch of bullet marks and welding patches. Though battered, it remained structurally intact, except for the 2 front wheels, which had been corroded by strong acid until only half circles of tire remained, exposing even the alloy rims. The roof-mounted heavy machine gun sat silent, but the vehicle bristled with heavy weaponry. Gatling guns, rocket launchers, Thunder 88 machine guns, Storm 77 machine guns, with the weakest being Brown Bear 121 machine guns. The bullet chains they fired could stop not just ordinary volcanic scorpions, but even silver-tailed fire scorpions. Can't drive anymore? A distinguished young man wearing custom sunglasses jumped down from the vehicle. His bulletproof vest outlined his lean, athletic 180-centimeter frame as he wielded a Dragon Power 55 heavy machine gun, with an electromagnetic gun and a particle gun holstered at his waist. This equipment alone was worth more than 200 million and couldn't be bought with money alone. Even his seemingly ordinary sunglasses were worth 11 million, being an all-weather multifunctional model. This was young Master Li, owner of the Golden War Chariot. His younger sister whispered introductions in Li Jushu's ear, though he had already connected the dots. We need to find spare tires. The short mechanic responsible for inspection shook his head with a sigh. If only one tire were damaged, they could still move slowly. But with both front wheels completely destroyed, the chariot's weight was beyond what ordinary tires could bear. This is troublesome, the mechanic muttered. Leave the vehicle here and retreat first. We'll come back when we find suitable spare tires. Young Master Li's expression was stern as he looked up and asked, how much longer for the wave cannon? 30 minutes, replied the driver, also jumping down with his weapon ready. Give them hell for 30 minutes. Young Master Li's uncompromising tone prompted everyone to silently raise their weapons and open fire, muzzle flashes instantly illuminating the night. Li Jushu's gaze fell upon the sniper. The man was about 35 years old, built like a black bear, with cold eyes beneath his night vision scope. The Skyfire's Z01 sniper rifle in his arms was Tiangong Corporation's top-tier model. Each time, from raising his weapon to firing took no more than 2 seconds, with every shot finding its mark and every hit a headshot. This was the most terrifying sniper Li Jushu had ever witnessed. If not for the brief delay when changing magazines, he would almost suspect the man could fire indefinitely. Whether with or without a support, he could achieve perfect accuracy every single time, showing no sign of difficulty or hesitation. During Li Jushu's years as a hunter, he had encountered numerous snipers, some even more skilled than himself, but he always believed that with enough time and practice, he could catch up. Only this sniper before him made him truly understand what a real gap meant for the first time. At this moment, 8 people held their ground on a street less than 100 meters wide. More precisely, 7 were fighting while the young leader had yet to make a move. The volcanic scorpions, surging forward like a tide, could not advance a single step beyond 20 meters from the Golden War Chariot. Time ticked by second until the 25th minute, when a side wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, breaking the stalemate. A group of hunter survivors emerged from behind the collapsed wall, and both sides stared at each other in surprise, momentarily stunned. The survivors soon erupted in cheers as they recognized the Golden War Chariot that represented safety and supplies. However, young Master Li's team looked grim. What had originally required defending only 2 directions now had a third breach. This group of survivors had been chased all the way here. Their bodies bore still wet bloodstains, their magazines held only scattered bullets, and they were all gasping for breath, ready to collapse at any moment. Clearly, expecting them to hold back the massive swarm of volcanic scorpions behind them was completely unrealistic. If the war chariot could still start, young Master Li would have turned around and left long ago, but now he could only pick up his Longway 55 and step forward. Rat-a-tat-a-ta, muzzle spat brilliant golden light, and wherever the golden streams reached, volcanic scorpions fell like weeds cut by a scythe, instantly shredded into pieces of flesh as black-red fluid splattered everywhere. Though classified as a machine gun, the Longway 55's firepower rivaled that of a Gatling gun, its devastating killing power striking fear into everyone's hearts. However, in less than half a minute, the ammunition ran out. Young Master Li casually tossed the gun aside and drew the particle gun from his waist. Huosha blue particle beams swept across, instantly clearing a large area of half the street, covering it with dusty white scorpion powder. After completing this move, he holstered the particle gun and drew a Huanghe 94 pistol from his thigh holster, far more powerful than a Desert Eagle, yet with only 1/10 the recoil, also manufactured by Tiangong Corporation. Despite his luxurious attire and leisurely demeanor, when he actually pulled the trigger, he barely needed to aim. Bang! A volcanic scorpion climbing the wall had its head explode and tumbled down. Bang! Bang! The second and third followed suit. His rate of fire even exceeded that of the sniper, with every shot hitting its mark. Are all rich people this formidable? Li Jushu stared in amazement, while the survivors on the ground were equally dumbfounded. Good equipment could be explained by money, but this kind of marksmanship could only be honed through thousands upon thousands of real battles. The excitement lasted only a few dozen seconds. One of the heavy machine guns in young Master Li's team suddenly jammed, and shortly after, the other fell silent within 10+ seconds out of ammunition. Without the suppressive fire from 2 heavy machine guns, The volcanic scorpions in front quickly closed the distance. Several blue-tailed fire scorpions nearly sprayed their venom onto the golden war chariot, and young Master Li's team relied on the vehicle for combat. Don't just stand there watching. Help us out. Young Master Li shouted from atop the war chariot. The surviving soldiers each gripped their nearly empty magazines. Their faces grim. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they truly had no ammunition left, needing to save a couple of rounds to stay alive. Watch out, the short mechanic suddenly screamed. Before he finished speaking, the first machine gunner whose weapon had jammed lunged toward young Master Li, the 6'3" burly man flying through the air like a cannonball. Bang! A sniper rifle thundered from the rooftop. The silver-tailed fire scorpion's body slid down the wall, its scalding venom splashing to the ground just a fist's width from young Master Li. He broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively stepped back half a pace, nearly colliding with the machine gunner. Though the machine gunner was massive, he twisted his waist midair to level himself, landing steadily before looking up. On the rooftop, Li Jushu braved the heat waves, his sniper rifle muzzle flashing repeatedly over a dozen silver-tailed and blue-tailed fire scorpions were consecutively blown apart, falling like raindrops. Had Li Jushu not killed them in time, the silver-tailed fire scorpion's venom trajectory wouldn't have changed direction, and young Master Li would have faced certain doom. If he had fallen, none of them would have escaped. The second machine gunner rushed over. Young Master Li, why don't you go upstairs and rest for a while? Leave this to us. He and his companion understood perfectly their deaths were a small matter, but young Master Li's death would be catastrophic. Young Master Li glanced at the two men, guessing their thoughts but saying nothing more. He stepped back 2 paces for a running start, then planted his foot on the machine gunner's crossed palms. The burly man thrust his arms upward forcefully, launching young Master Li 27 to 30 feet into the air. His body traced an arc through the night wind, and while his momentum lasted, he reached out to grab the window ledge, flipped himself over, and slipped into the 4th floor with clean efficiency. 1, 2. Li Jushu counted silently in his mind. In a flash, young Master Li had already reached the rooftop. From the 4th floor room straight up to the 6th floor in just 2 seconds, he wasn't even breathing hard. Removing his sunglasses, his bright eyes carried a carefree confidence. Brother, thanks for earlier. Bang! In the opposite wall, a silver-tailed fire scorpion's head exploded, green fluid trickling down the surface. Li Jushu withdrew his gaze, met his eyes for a second, and said flatly, "You saved me. I saved you. We just happened to cross paths." Well said, I like that. Young Master Li's smile was hearty. What should I call you, brother? Night Owl. Li Jushu's voice was calm, though he secretly admired the man's handsome features. Rich people really do have superior genes. Night Owl? Hey! Young Master Li leaned over and shouted down to the street. Viper, you still have those 2 backup sniper rifles? Toss up the Cuban 84, I'll pay you back later. The sniper called Viper behind the armored vehicle said nothing, opened the trunk, and with precise aim threw a long case toward the rooftop. The box landed steadily at young Master Li's feet. A meeting gift, just a small token. Don't refuse it, or you'd be looking down on me. Young Master Li handed over the case. Li Jushu opened it without hesitation, took out the pristine Cuban 84, and assembled it in moments. He placed his old Cuban 74 back in the case and strapped it to his back as backup. Young Master Li looked puzzled. What's that about? Bullets. Li Jushu skillfully calibrated the new rifle. The moment his palm touched the cold metal, he felt the difference. Perfect weight and balanced distribution, trigger resistance just right. Every detail optimized to perfection. This was truly top-tier equipment. Bang, bang, bang. 3 quick shots, and 3 blue-tailed fire scorpions were blown to pieces. The ease of it made it seem like he was holding nothing more than a handgun. Li Jushu knew that even if someone offered to trade an Exploder 002B, he wouldn't let go. Young Master Li chuckled and spread his hands apologetically. Even landlords run out of grain sometimes. Once we get through this, I'll definitely make it up to you. Apart from scattered stragglers and panic, young Master Li's team remained solid as a rock. As volcanic scorpions charged at them with venom spraying everywhere, their gazes stayed resolute. On the rooftop, young Master Li, Li Jushu, and little sister unleashed their full firepower. 30 minutes later, the volcanic scorpions had formed a complete circle, leaving only a fingernail-sized patch of empty space around the golden armored vehicle. The stragglers had long since retreated into the building, floor by floor, holding off the pursuing volcanic scorpions. Just as the Viper was about to throw his last bomb, the driver leaned his upper body into the cockpit and hit the button in a flash, accompanied by a visible ripple spreading outward. A deep rumble exploded in everyone's eardrums as the shockwaves swept across the ground, instantly engulfing the dark red street ahead. Hundreds of thousands of volcanic scorpions shattered like they'd been struck by lightning, crumbling to pieces on the spot. Li Jushu, standing on the rooftop, had the clearest view. The entire street was swept clean like autumn leaves in the wind, becoming empty in an instant, with even the scorpions densely crawling on the walls completely cleared away. The power was far beyond what particle guns could achieve. From pressing the button to the dust settling took just over a second, creating a clean vacuum zone within half a kilometer with not a single living volcanic scorpion in sight. A wave cannon built with money is truly terrifying, Li Jushu thought to himself, though he felt regret. Too bad it can't fire continuously. He turned to look at young Master Li. If we had another battle tank to take turns firing, we wouldn't be in such a mess today. A hint of regret flickered in young Master Li's eyes. He had initially thought one wave cannon would be enough to handle any dangerous situation, but only when facing life and death did he understand you can never have too many weapons. After the crisis was resolved, he invited Li Jushu to return with him to the temporary headquarters. Li Jushu politely declined. Life-saving favors lasted longer when kept at a distance. If they spent time together daily, this gratitude would eventually sour into chains. Moreover, the headquarters was full of strong fighters. She would immediately become just another face in the crowd there, and he didn't want to go from benefactor to subordinate. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to leave with his little sister. Interesting, young Master Li said, watching the siblings' retreating figures. He didn't try to persuade them further, turned around, went downstairs, and returned to his command post. His subordinates would handle the golden battle tanks aftermath, didn't need to waste time on it. Settlement number 11 had no shortage of capable people. They each wielded powerful weapons and intervened at crucial moments to save the day, which was how the settlement had survived until now. Young Master Li was among the elite, and his golden battle tank served as a banner. Unfortunately, the wave cannon couldn't fire continuously, or clearing out the volcanic scorpions wouldn't be just a pipe dream. After parting ways with young Master Li, the Li siblings found a relatively safe three-story building to rest. He knew clearly that the settlement alone could never completely annihilate the volcanic scorpions. Conserving strength was the key. It would come down to who could outlast the other, waiting for base number 9 and settlement number 12 to discover the anomaly and send reinforcements. The vacuum zone created by the wave cannon would provide 2 hours of peace, but he still didn't dare let his guard down. Set up simple warning devices at the stairway and doorway before huddling against the wall corner with his sister to doze off. They slept for a full 3 hours until earth-shaking explosions woke the siblings. They rushed out of the room and looked up to see daylight had come. With dust clouds rising 100 meters high at the settlement entrance, another section of the city wall had collapsed. Judging by the direction, the city gate had probably fallen too, and the pair of electromagnetic cannons on either side of the gate were likely destroyed as well. The siblings looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness and fear. The city wall was now useless. Immediately after, gunfire and explosions became suddenly intense, clearly indicating that large numbers of volcanic scorpions had swarmed in, and many previously safe buildings had instantly fallen. Hunters like them who had been lying low had no choice but to fight while retreating, struggling to survive. Let's go to the hotel, Li Jushu said. He had originally wanted to rely on their skills to move around the battlefield and pick up some good guns. She didn't dare hope for medicine, but now he had to change his plan. Survival came first. The entrance to the Peach Blossom Spring Hotel was packed with hunters, with shouting, crying, and angry voices rising and falling. Please, we won't go in ourselves. Just let the wounded go in, okay? Please, I can pay you, however much you want. Li Jushu was willing to spend a fortune to book a room at Peach Blossom, and precisely because of its solid defenses. In its promotional materials, the hotel emphasized just 2 words: safety. Its main structure was built to withstand missile strikes, with reinforced concrete and alloy walls nearly half a meter thick, featuring multiple layers of internal shock absorption. While volcanic scorpions were indeed terrifying, they couldn't match the destructive power of missiles. Ordinary city walls were nothing compared to Peach Blossom Inn. If not for the scorpion's ability to climb straight up, they would never breach this fortress of steel. In normal times, people didn't have such a direct appreciation for this sense of security, but when volcanic scorpions appeared en masse, everyone desperately wanted to become a guest at Peach Blossom Inn. Some wealthy young men were even willing to pay 10 times the room rate just for a single room. Unfortunately, all rooms were sold out unless someone voluntarily checked out. There wasn't even a crack to squeeze through. Please stop crowding, everyone. Peach Blossom Inn is fully booked and cannot accommodate any more guests. The beautiful receptionist held a megaphone, tirelessly repeating the announcement. Waiting here is just a waste of time. You'd be better off trying your luck elsewhere. You might find some unexpected surprises. The hunters refused to disperse. Some tried to buy room cards from existing guests at high prices. Others pleaded with the front desk for mercy, while most waited by the entrance, hoping for a miracle. Li Jushu and his younger sister felt worried seeing the bustling crowd outside. However, the moment he produced his room card, all concerns became unnecessary. The security guards recognized the card and immediately opened the heavy alloy doors to let them through. The lobby staff smiles were perfect, and their greetings comprehensive. Peach Blossom Inn's reputation and service were equally impeccable. In that instant, the siblings made a decision. Wherever they went in the future, whenever they needed accommodation, Peach Blossom Inn would be their first choice. Even spending extra money was worth it. Any company that could maintain integrity and provide timely service under such circumstances couldn't be too bad. For the first 2 days, their lives were quite pleasant, sleeping when tired, eating when hungry. Li Jushu had already stuffed a 10-style storage box into their room, packed with dried food, canned goods, water, and daily necessities enough to last a month. Peach Blossom maintained its own high-quality security team of over 50 people, divided into 3 squads. Though small in number, they were all second-tier hunters, with the captain and 2 deputy captains being third-tier hunters since settlement number 11. Third-tier hunters were at the very top of the pyramid. Chao Gang had been working the hunting grounds for years, but remained a first-tier hunter. Though he believed his skills were second-tier level, he had failed the assessment twice and had only one chance left. Beyond elite personnel, their weapons and equipment rivaled young Master Li's private arsenal. No seismic cannons, but electromagnetic guns and particle weapons were all available. With such a force, volcanic scorpions could barely breach the hotel's outer walls, and guests slept soundly. However, the good times didn't last. On the 3rd day, the security team suffered its first casualties. On the 4th day, persistent volcanic scorpions breached a section of the outer wall. That night, the entire wall completely fell, and the defense system was declared ineffective. The settlement instantly became like a girl without clothes, completely exposed. The administrators retreated with their trusted associates into underground bunkers, leaving the settlement's hunters to fend for themselves. In an instant, the hunters were crying out in desperation, frantically seeking protection from powerful organizations. Major hotels and corporations like Peach Blossom Spring had their own offices or branch companies, and these institutional buildings were typically constructed to high-level standards. During crises, these places became the safest havens. Large corporations and enterprises, with their abundant financial resources, always prioritized safety. In contrast, rookie hunters who had just arrived at settlement number 11 faced the most miserable fate, lacking connections, common sense, money, and strength. Their survival depended purely on their ancestors desperately burning money in the underworld, but now that spiritual currency had clearly run dry. The settlement administrator's ammunition was nearly exhausted, and ordinary people's stockpiles were even more depleted. As maneuvering space rapidly compressed, death seemed to be the ultimate destination. Li Jushu didn't care about others' lives. He only cared about his own survival. At this moment, volcanic scorpions were climbing up the exterior walls of the Peach Blossom Spring Hotel one after another. As the swarm density increased dramatically, the security team could no longer maintain their previous airtight defense. In the corridors, beautiful service staff knocked on doors one by one. First to remind guests to stay safe, and second to recruit capable people to join the defensino. One knew how long the volcanic scorpion's attack would last, so they could only unite to defend the Peach Blossom Spring and protect themselves. In fact, the guests understood the situation, especially since the hotel would provide additional weapons and ammunition. Li Jushu was the most enthusiastic participant. Snipers were naturally suited for this kind of precision work. He pushed open the window, extending the barrel of his Huban 84 rifle. The moment the muzzle steadied, flames erupted from the chamber. Bang! Dozens of meters away, a silver-tailed fire scorpion exploded into fragments, with shell debris and dark red bodily fluid falling to the ground, leaving a sticky stain on the wall. Li Jushu concentrated intently as he pulled the trigger, destroying one volcanic scorpion after another through his scope. The Huban 84's excellent performance, combined with his 2 days of rest and peak condition, resulted in nearly one shot, one kill almost never missing. Other floors also began opening windows to shoot. With strength in numbers, the wall-climbing volcanic scorpions were quickly eliminated. Li Jushu then lowered his aim to clear the ground swarms. But as a sniper, he only targeted blue-tailed and silver-tailed fire scorpions. Bullets were precious, and he would only trade one bullet for one elite, never wasting ammunition. The ground was soon covered with dark red liquid, and the number of blue-tailed and silver-tailed fire scorpions dropped dramatically, greatly reducing pressure on the security team. The captain seized the opportunity and instructed a team member behind him. Go give that guest more ammunition. I have a few packs of cigarettes in my room, bring those up too. Soon after, a service staff member arrived pushing a cart. Li Jushu was naturally pleased to see the ammunition supplies. Who would complain about having too much ammunition? However, when he saw 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes and 1 pack of Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only wave his hand at the staff member. I don't smoke. This is a token of appreciation from our security captain. You must accept it. The young lady seemed afraid he would refuse, so she simply left the cart with a quick, I need to visit other guests, and hurried away. Since it's a gift, I'll keep it for now. These cigarettes aren't cheap. Even if I don't smoke, I can give them to others. Li Jushu muttered to himself as he stuffed the cigarettes into a drawer. At that moment, his younger sister emerged from the bedroom wearing pajamas. She wasn't participating in the defense. This was Li Jushu's arrangement, as they needed to keep some strength in reserve. Catching sight of her in his peripheral vision, he immediately looked away and blurted out hastily. They might as well have sent 2 boxes of chocolate instead, white and delicious. People tend to be more relaxed around those they're familiar with, dropping their guard and vigilance because they trust that person won't harm them, leading to more casual behavior. When Xiaomei followed the shark team, she always roomed with Lin Lu, which led her to develop the habit of not wearing undergarments after bathing. Lin Lu told her that wearing clothes during the day was a constraint of society and morality, but at night the body should return to its natural state. Prolonged restriction was like the old practice of foot binding and could harm the body. After trying it once, Xiaomei fell in love with this sense of freedom. At this moment, she forgot she was no longer in the team dormitory and forgot that Li Jushu wasn't Lin Lu. After her shower, she simply threw on a light nightgown and walked out. Her face and figure were textbook perfect, like a young girl from an illustration. When she was fully dressed, Li Jushu unconsciously saw her as a little sister. However, once she put on the nightgown, the unique warmth and fragrance of a young woman filled the room, her snow-white skin so dazzling he could barely look away. A lotus bud just emerging from the water was no longer adequate to describe her. She was more like a flower in full bloom, ready to be picked. Li Jushu was at the age when hormones were surging, and he nearly got a nosebleed. Poets love the night only because of the moon and stars. If it were pitch black with nothing visible, poets probably wouldn't look forward to nightfall. Hunters are the opposite. Limited vision means multiplied danger. The settlement's power system was nearly paralyzed, and the Peach Blossom Spring Hotel now relied entirely on a large diesel generator in the basement for internal lighting, leaving little power for external use. After nightfall, everyone's expression grew grave. The security team's previous casualties had almost all occurred during the night. The darkness didn't affect Li Jushu much, but it would weaken the volcanic scorpions. They lived year-round in the depths of Lingyun Cave, where an active volcano below maintained constant high temperatures. The night's chill noticeably reduced the scorpion's perception and speed, making it easier for him to aim. Gunfire erupted sporadically. Hearing gunshots meant there were still survivors. Truly silent areas were the most terrifying, as they likely meant no one remained alive. Li Jushu kept chocolate in his mouth, not primarily to replenish energy, but to ease his tension. Prolonged mental concentration was extremely draining, and he needed to maintain at least half his strength at all times to handle emergencies. He wasn't young Master Li with subordinates to shield him from danger. When danger came, he could only rely on himself. If he could hold on, he'd live. If not, he'd die. Each tremor from the muzzle of the Hubin 84 machine gun meant another volcanic scorpion torn apart 100 meters away. Against this weapon, only the silver-tailed fire scorpion's corpses remained mostly intact, while ordinary scorpions and blue-tailed fire scorpions were blown to pieces. Li Jushu's ability to see through the night as clearly as day made him invaluable to the team. With a complete view of the security squad's defensive positions, he provided the most precise support, single-handedly eliminating nearly all the blue-tailed and silver-tailed fire scorpions, allowing the security team to focus on the ordinary scorpions and save time on reloading and switching weapons. Regular pistols and submachine guns were utterly useless against silver-tailed fire scorpions. Whenever these creatures appeared, the security team would break into nervous sweats. Now with Li Jushu at their side, they had effectively eliminated a major threat. "Who's that?" Li Jushu suddenly called out. The dark street suddenly blazed with light, as makeshift spotlights cut cone-shaped beams through the dust and smoke. A group of strangers was advancing toward them, their gunfire sparse but rhythmic like drumbeats. At the front, a young man wielded a curved blade, cutting a path forward. The young man was tall and powerfully built with well-defined muscles. His left arm bore a black round shield while his right hand gripped an 80-centimeter curved blade that gleamed with cold light. Through the darkness, Li Jushu could see clearly with each flash of the blade. Approaching volcanic scorpions instantly shattered into fragments. The young man moved with steady steps, each one precisely calculated, his blade erupting in clusters of silver sparks under the lights like fireworks blooming consecutively in the night. The volcanic scorpions were sliced in half before they could even get close. This group moved with incredible speed, and the street full of volcanic scorpions couldn't slow them down even half a step. Li Jushu's night vision allowed him to catch finer details. The blade light seemed to curve around corners. The volcanic scorpions charged chaotically from all directions, different sizes, speeds, and angles, but under that cold blade light, they were all the same, souls claimed by the sword. Though Li Jushu knew nothing of martial arts, he understood this was no coincidence, but the terrifying mastery of the young man's blade technique. Even more astonishing was that he barely used his shield. When volcanic scorpions wanted to spray poison, they had to build up power, raising their tails high and aiming carefully. But in that brief instant, the cold gleam had already swept across their bodies, clean cuts in half. No hesitation whatsoever. If it were Li Jushu himself, hitting 2 scorpions simultaneously would require pure luck, yet the young man made it look effortless, as if casually painting with his blade. At the rear of the group, a woman in tight-fitting clothes wielded a sword as she covered their retreat. Li Jushu couldn't make out her face clearly, but her graceful figure suggested she was undoubtedly a beauty. Her swordplay was just as fierce as the young man's no matter which angle the volcanic scorpions attacked from. A flash of cold light would pass, and their bodies would split cleanly apart. It's him. He's actually here at settlement number 11. Little sister exclaimed. The distance was too great, so she put on night vision goggles, and upon seeing clearly, she gasped. Who is he? Li Jushu asked curiously, seeing worship gleaming in little sister's bright eyes. A legend among hunters level 4 hunter Xiao Suiguan. So it was him. Li Jushu couldn't hide his surprise. Xiao Suiguan was famous throughout the entire beast planet. Rumors said he came from a powerful family, had studied under masters since childhood, and was wealthy enough to drink enhancement serums like water. At a young age, he had already reached level 4 hunter status. While others risked their lives for prize money, he hunted purely for entertainment. Tasks that others struggled desperately to complete, he often accomplished with ease. When hunting blood wolves, while others carried submachine guns and pistols, he would set up a Gatling gun. There was simply no comparison. Li Jushu had always thought Xiao Suiguan's reputation was bought with money, but seeing him in action, he now understood the man had real skill. The Peach Blossom Spring is about to gain new members, little sister suddenly said. Li Jushu quickly grasped the meaning behind his younger sister's words. As the second largest individual shareholder of Peach Blossom Spring Inn, with no other shareholders present in the lobby, Xiao Suiguan had every right to modify the hotel regulations such as implementing emergency refugee relief. The guests were naturally displeased, but Xiao Suiguan's voice remained calm yet firm. Anyone with objections is free to check out. Peach Blossom Spring Inn will provide an additional twofold compensation on top of the existing triple compensation. This single statement left everyone seething with anger. I will definitely file a complaint with headquarters. A slightly plump woman's face flushed red. Filing a complaint is your right and freedom. Xiao Suiguan smiled slightly, showing no irritation. However, you'd better return to your rooms now, as this place will soon become crowded. Realizing they couldn't fight against overwhelming odds, the guests angrily crowded into the elevators. Li Jushu and his younger sister were also pushed upstairs by the crowd. Reason told him that saving people was morally right, but the influx of refugees would inevitably erode their own interests. More people meant more complications. This was an eternal truth. Xiao Suiguan's capabilities were beyond question, leading nearly 100 refugees through an encirclement of volcanic scorpions, breaking into Peach Blossom Spring Inn with only a handful of casualties. Li Jushu knew 10 of himself couldn't accomplish such a feat, but this was merely the prologue. The real trouble was just beginning. The refugees, more accurately hunters, erupted in cheers upon seeing Xiao Suiguan take control of the situation after being rescued. Their very survival now depended on him. If Xiao Suiguan succeeded, they would have a chance to live. Treat the wounded first. Those exhausted should rest. Those capable of fighting, collect weapons and ammunition and join the security team. Xiao Suiguan's series of commands rang with authority, and no one dared disobey. Having the courage to save people, he naturally had a well-thought-out plan and was far from being a bleeding heart. The hotel rooms were already full, but there were still staff dormitories, spare rooms, storage areas, and even shareholder suites. All were now cleared out. The moment Xiao Suiguan stepped into the hotel, he had become the supreme commander. Under his coordination, the overall combat effectiveness surged dramatically. He himself always charged at the front, and whenever large groups of volcanic scorpions approached, he was always the first to strike. The sword-wielding woman followed closely behind, clearing his rear flanks. The two fought their way in and out 7 times, managing to stabilize the dangerous situation, and the guests' dissatisfaction diminished considerably. Word spread from some hunter that Peach Blossom Spring Inn was accepting refugees and reached all corners, drawing other hunters in groups of 3 to 5. Xiao Suiguan welcomed them all. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were housed in rooms, while those with combat ability were given ammunition to fight alongside the security team. The hotel's logistics were comprehensive, with ample medical supplies, and even a doctor on staff, capable of treating external injuries. Every rescued hunter felt deeply grateful to Xiao Suiguan. Inside the room, a flash of white light swept through, cutting 6 candles clean in half. The playing card sliced 2/3 into the 7th candle before stopping. Li Jushu shook his head, slipped the last card back between his fingers, and continued practicing. Ever since Xiao Suiguan had brought his men to secure the Peach Blossom Spring Hotel and stabilize the outer defenses, Li Jushu hadn't taken action again, pouring all his energy into card throwing, aiming for 8 candles. For this purpose, he had the hotel staff bring all their playing cards and candles to his room. The manager remembered how Li Jushu had previously protected the hotel from volcanic scorpions, so when he heard the request, he readily agreed. After all, these were just small items with minimal cost. The candles, 2 fingers wide, were arranged in a row. Xiaomei tried her hand at throwing cards, but after several attempts, she couldn't even hit the candles, barely managing to slice 1/5 into them before making no further progress. You can't rush this. Practice accuracy first, then power. Li Jushu said, stepping aside to dodge a returning card. He explained that direction was the hardest to control. Chao Gang had praised his natural talent, but even he had practiced for a full 6 months just to achieve basic accuracy and stability, only beginning to work on power after that. If we used metal pieces instead, cutting through fingers would be no problem, Xiaomei said, making the cards flutter, half joking. Once I can slice through 10 candles in one go, I'll order a batch of high-polymer alloy thin sheets with sharpened edges, Li Jushu said, his eyes gleaming. His target was never fingers, but arms. Sharp, thin sheets combined with finger strength would be harder to predict than guns in these narrow rooms. Enemies will be in for a world of hurt. Xiaomei added, what about making the edges serrated? His eyes lit up as he mentally noted the suggestion. Overnight, news that Peach Blossom Spring accepts refugees spread throughout settlement number 11. Li Jushu wondered how hunters managed to get information in an age when phones were useless bricks, but his confusion was brief. What really mattered was the flood of people arriving. The hotel had 120 rooms with a maximum capacity of 260 people based on beds, plus staff, security, chefs, logistics, and management 350 people at most. But in just one day and night, occupancy exceeded 3,000, overloaded like a stuffed emergency pod, and the numbers kept skyrocketing. On the third day, the delivered meals suddenly decreased by a quarter. Li Jushu immediately became alert there was a food problem. In the darkness, gunshots mixed with explosions, making the windows buzz. They're probably running low on ammunition, Xiaomei analyzed quietly. Normally, if bullets were available, bombs wouldn't be used, since bombs were much scarcer than bullets. The frequent explosions indicated both an increase in volcanic scorpions and a critical ammunition shortage. Li Jushu lay on his bed without responding, his sniper rifle positioned at the headboard within easy reach. At dawn, a fierce argument erupted next door. The Peach Blossom Spring soundproofing had always been excellent, so for the noise to penetrate the walls showed how intense it was. Li Jushu rolled out of bed and opened his door just as Xiaomei poked her head out, her long hair disheveled. Her black camisole made her skin look like white jade, and she was barefoot, yawning and complaining about the explosions keeping her awake. The doorbell suddenly rang. Both froze mid-step, their eyes instantly alert. Li Jushu gestured for Xiaomei to go back and change clothes, then walked to the door and peered through the peephole. The younger sister suddenly realized she was practically half naked. Although she was wearing pajamas, they were semi-transparent, and under the bright lights, there was hardly any difference between wearing them and not wearing them at all. Her face immediately flushed red, her heart pounded like a startled deer, and she quickly ran back to her room, slamming the door shut with a bang. What's the matter? Li Jushu opened the door. 3 people stood at the entrance. A hotel staff member with a humble expression, the deputy captain of the security team, and a woman wearing heavy makeup and provocative clothing. Just as the staff member was about to speak, the deputy captain cut in first. The hotel is running out of rooms. The management's decision is to add a few more people to each suite. During these difficult times, we hope everyone can be understanding. The management's decision? Li Jushu, hearing the arguing sounds from next door, immediately realized the problem was about cramming people in. How many people have actually been squeezed into this hotel now? I'm not entirely sure either. The staff member smoothed things over for the deputy captain. It is indeed quite crowded downstairs. Please bear with us. I'm sure this crisis will pass soon. Although he used a consultative tone, both men's expressions made it clear the matter was already decided. Every room has to accommodate more people. 1 person for now, but if needed later, we might add more. The deputy captain's tone was ambiguous, yet he made the future direction quite clear. Li Jushu calmly reminded them. You'd better tell your management that gathering everyone here will attract the volcanic scorpion's attention, and they'll swarm to Peach Blossom Spring when that happens. This statement made both the deputy captain and staff members' faces change simultaneously. Clearly they hadn't considered this possibility. Since the hotel has made this decision, I won't object, as long as there's no discriminatory treatment. Li Jushu stepped aside, clearing the doorway. Thank you for your understanding, sir. We apologize for the inconvenience. The staff member bowed to him, then turned to the woman and said, Miss Han, please. Miss Han snorted, lifted her chin, and swayed her hips as she entered the suite. The staff member followed with her luggage, while the deputy captain remained at the door. Li Jushu had originally booked a small suite with 1 living room and 2 bedrooms, plus a sofa in the living room, which was more than adequate for 3 people. Logically, the newcomer should sleep in the living room, but Miss Han clearly had no such intention. Standing in the entrance hall, she first looked around with a disdainful expression, then pointed directly at the door the younger sister had just closed. I want this room. Her tone wasn't a request, but a command. The staff member looked troubled and glanced toward Li Jushu. Is this also the management's decision? Li Jushu looked at the deputy captain. The deputy captain didn't answer directly, only dropping this line. Miss Han's brother is the general manager of Tiangong Group's procurement department. I don't know him. Li Jushu replied flatly. The deputy captain handed over a silver card. The management said that as long as guests don't obstruct Miss Han's accommodation, in addition to refunding the full fee, they'll compensate 10 times the room rate and present a VIP silver card. Future stays at Peach Blossom Spring will have a 20% discount. Li Jushu took the card, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I won't be responsible for this Miss Han's safety, will I? Peach Blossom Spring will protect the safety of all guests. The deputy security captain replied. Li Jushu knocked and entered his younger sister's room. 5 minutes later, his sister packed her belongings and vacated the room. Miss Han, who had been waiting impatiently, rushed into the room eagerly. Suddenly remembering something, she turned back and shouted at Li Jushu and his sister, "You'd better behave yourselves and stay away from my room, or don't blame me for being rude." Li Jushu pretended not to hear and silently took his sister's luggage. The mountain of suitcases and bags was carried away piece by hotel staff. The uniformed bellhop, drenched in sweat, still respectfully arranged the items in the room according to Miss Han's instructions. When finished, he bowed deeply to Li Jushu and his sister, saying, "We're terribly sorry for the inconvenience." At the doorway, the deputy captain of the security team stood with arms crossed, his shoe tips tapping the floor repeatedly, clearly impatient. Yet he forcibly suppressed his anger not because of Miss Han, but because of the powerful Tiangong group behind her. With an extra person in the room, daily activities and retrieving items became inevitably awkward. Li Jushu felt annoyed but understood he had no choice in the matter. The Peach Blossom Resort was filled with influential figures, and he didn't want to make himself a target. He believed there were plenty of others more impatient than himself. That day, almost every guest room erupted in arguments, but all were eventually suppressed. The next morning, meal service was delayed by a full hour, and portions were reduced to only 1/3 of the usual amount. Li Jushu and his sister exchanged glances and ate in silence. In contrast, Miss Han slammed the table and roared, "What's the meaning of this? Is the Peach Blossom Resort treating us like beggars? Where's my tomahawk steak? Where's my foie gras? Bring them immediately, or I'll go find Xiao Suiguan." The server fled in terror and never dared to appear again. In the afternoon, several more people were crammed into the neighboring room, and arguments from both sides continued for a long time before stopping. Li Jushu had expected his suite to be temporarily reassigned as well, but by evening, no one had disturbed them. He realized that Miss Han's presence had likely kept others away. Dinner portions shrank further to 1/4 of normal. Not only was Li Jushu, with his large appetite, unsatisfied, but even his sister didn't get enough to eat. Miss Han threw her usual tantrum while the siblings simply locked their door to avoid the commotion. As night fell, scattered gunfire throughout the settlement concentrated in 7 or 8 locations, while other areas remained dark and silent. The Peach Blossom Resort direction had the most intense firepower, but compared to the previous night, gunshots had decreased by at least half, definitely not a good sign. The number of volcano scorpions had more than doubled, yet firepower had weakened. Miss Han remained busy complaining about meals, completely oblivious to how close they were to life and death. With Xiao Suiguan's shrewdness, he must have recognized the crisis. Yet he continued taking in stranded hunters, perhaps believing that those who survived were elite fighters, and each new arrival would strengthen the Peach Blossom Resort's defenses. However, he couldn't spare attention for the hotel's capacity limits. Even the sturdiest ship would sink if overloaded, or at least become sluggish and unwieldy. Li Jushu slept with his gun that night. Since no one came knocking for help, the situation hadn't reached its worst point yet. Little did he know that trouble would strike suddenly. At midnight, dozens of volcano scorpions burst through windows into the 6th floor, including 2 silvertails, 6 bluetails, and the rest of ordinary varieties. They rampaged through the corridors, their shrieks mixing with human screams, awakening the entire hotel until the security captain rushed up and killed the volcano scorpions. When the final count was tallied, over 130 people had died, with more than 20 injured. Those 20+ injuries weren't sustained while fighting the volcanic scorpions, but rather during the chaotic escape. Some crashed into doors, others slammed into walls, and still others simply fell down. It was utterly humiliating that so many people could suffer such devastating casualties against just a few dozen scorpions. In terms of combatability, volcanic scorpions weren't particularly frightening. In unknown encounters, even ordinary people could kill them. A single volcanic scorpion was comparable to a common venomous snake or centipede. Though slightly stronger, it was nowhere near the level of lions or tigers, couldn't even match dogs or wolves, and could even be killed by a full-grown cat. Their true terror lay in being endless, their sheer numbers. Ants could kill a person through numbers alone. If the 6th-floor guests had just remained slightly calm and worked together, eliminating a few dozen volcanic scorpions wouldn't have been difficult. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by incompetent teammates. Most people who could afford the Peach Blossom Spring Suites were wealthy and influential, primarily business people with virtually no combat experience. A few days ago, the building had few residents, so even when trouble arose, casualties were minimal and scattered. But recently, They kept cramming more people in. Brothers of various corporate general managers, sisters of various department heads, all connections, and nepotism hires. These people had never been in fights either. When a bunch of rookies gathered together and danger struck, their instinct wasn't to solve the problem, but to turn tail and run. Everyone wanted to run faster than the person next to them. But in the end, no one escaped. They were all torn apart by the swarming volcanic scorpions. After it was over, the security captain led his team to search every room on the 6th floor, looking for the passage the volcanic scorpions had used to get in. The walls and windows were intact, and he checked the drainage pipes too. The pipes were only as thick as a thigh. While the volcanic scorpions were larger than human heads, they simply couldn't fit through. The entry point remained a mystery. All the scorpions were eliminated, but the 6th floor guests no longer dared stay there and strongly demanded room changes. With vacant rooms now scarce, the security captain tried every persuasion tactic to no avail and finally had to seek out Xiao Suiguan. At that moment, Xiao Suiguan was too busy to be bothered and only had the security relay one message. Anyone unwilling to stay on the 6th floor is free to leave Peach Blossom Spring. When this message was delivered, the crowd fell instantly silent. No one dared argue to his face, but everyone mentally directed their fury at Xiao Suiguan, especially the injured guests, whose faces turned ashen with rage. Seeing this, the security captain quietly led his team away. Li Jushu waited until the commotion died down before returning to his suite. The moment he closed the door, the living room light clicked on. Miss Han sat on the sofa wearing an expensive nightgown, her slender waist perfectly proportioned, the high slit revealing her long, snow-white legs. "What level hunter are you?" she asked, looking up. Her makeup was removed, making her 10 times more beautiful than when heavily made up, though her gaze remained calm as still water. She sat perfectly upright like a refined young lady from a distinguished family, dignified and demure. "What do you want?" Li Jushu silently cursed his own carelessness. If someone sitting on the sofa wasn't Miss Han, but an enemy or a volcanic scorpion, he would likely already be a corpse. What was even more unexpected was that Miss Han's previous fierce and unreasonable behavior had been nothing but an act. This was her true face. As she spoke, her sharp gaze fixed on Li Jushu, as if trying to pin him in place. "By tomorrow night at the latest, the 1st floor won't hold," she declared in a low voice. "I want to hire you and your sister to protect me. The payment won't disappoint you. Don't worry too much. Peach Blossom Spring Hotel will protect everyone." Li Jushu replied reluctantly, though he was secretly alarmed. His own estimate for when the 1st floor would fall was also tomorrow night. Miss Han stepped closer and lowered her voice. "We're all smart people here. That bundle in the corner of your room, it's either food or ammunition, right?" When choosing rooms earlier, she had only glanced inside briefly but had already figured out most of Li Jushu's secrets. That's why she had deliberately chosen the younger sister's room, clearly a calculated move. "You're an evolved human yourself. Why would you need my protection? Besides, my abilities are limited. I really can't keep you safe. If you're willing to pay, there are plenty of people in this hotel who'd be happy to be your bodyguard." Li Jushu politely declined. Miss Han frowned, still unwilling to give up. "We're all in the same boat here. There's no need to keep people at arm's length, is there?" "Don't waste your time on us," Li Jushu said, retreating into his room and clicking the door lock shut. Behind the door, his younger sister had been eavesdropping and looked embarrassed at being caught. The difficult night passed. Difficult in a physical sense for the hunters and security teams battling on the ground, and difficult mentally for the guests on the 6th floor, though the carefree ones actually had pleasant dreams. At dawn, another large group of hunters poured into Peach Blossom Spring Hotel. The lower floors couldn't accommodate them, so they had to be crammed into the higher floors, sparking a wave of complaints. Many of the complainers had themselves cut in line to get in, yet couldn't stand seeing others do the same, though they ultimately couldn't argue with the powerful connections behind the newcomers. Then breakfast was suddenly canceled. Lunch portions were pitifully small, leaving everyone grumbling. In the evening, the hotel management simply announced insufficient food supplies from now on. Only one meal per day would be served. How is one meal a day enough? The earliest batch of upper floor guests were the first to explode. Previously, they had enjoyed the comfort of individual rooms, but now they not only had to share space, but also ration food. This was truly hard to swallow. They surrounded Xiao Suiguan, demanding an explanation. Xiao Suiguan raised both hands and spoke in a deep, calming voice. "Everyone, please don't get angry. These difficulties are temporary. Base number 9 is already on its way. They'll arrive in 3 days at the earliest, 5 at the latest. I, Xiao, personally guarantee that once this crisis passes, there will be compensation. Please give me some face here, alright?" His voice rang with authority, and no one dared to truly burn bridges, so they dispersed reluctantly. Just when everyone thought Peach Blossom Spring Hotel was already beset by troubles both inside and out, the nearby Long-Eared Rabbit Hotel was breached by volcanic scorpions. Piercing screams carried on the wind, and guests rushed to their windows to watch. In terms of specifications, the Long-Eared Rabbit Hotel actually ranked half a tier higher than the Peach Blossom Spring Inn, primarily due to their different positioning. The long-eared rabbit hotel catered exclusively to the powerful elite, while the Peach Blossom Spring Inn served wealthy merchants and tycoons. No matter how much money one had, it couldn't outweigh connections with real power. The elite valued their lives highly and never traveled without 3 to 5 professional bodyguards, so theoretically, the long-eared rabbit hotel's overall security was inevitably stronger than the Peach Blossom Spring Inn's. By logical reasoning, the Peach Blossom Spring Inn would likely be the first to fall to the volcanic scorpions, and even if the long-eared rabbit hotel were breached, it should have held out much longer. The strength in numbers advantage at the Peach Blossom Spring Inn came with a crucial prerequisite: the numbers had to be qualified hunters, not a mixed bag of ordinary people. Take 1,000 bullets as an example. Professional hunters could kill over 900 volcanic scorpions. Amateur hunters could only take down about 600, and in ordinary people's hands, perhaps only 200 would die. When ammunition was plentiful, waste didn't matter, but now with ammunition scarce, the large number of hunters that Xiao Suiguan had taken in only showed their numerical advantage for the first 2 days. By the third day, that advantage became a disadvantage. Xiao Suiguan knew this all too well, but he was already riding the tiger and couldn't dismount. In contrast, the long-eared rabbit hotel had no ammunition shortage problem, so no one expected it to fall to the volcanic scorpions so quickly. Yet it did fall, and when people couldn't understand why, they could only accept reality. The intense firefight that erupted in the hotel completely drew the volcanic scorpions' attention, and logically, the best strategy for the Peach Blossom Spring Inn would have been to stand aside and watch, but Xiao Suiguan decided to send troops for rescue. "Are you insane?" was most people's first reaction. Not only the guests at the Peach Blossom Spring Inn, but even the hunters who had joined the security team couldn't understand. Barely able to protect themselves, yet going to rescue others? If not for their wariness of Xiao Suiguan's status, someone would have already cursed him for having his head caught in a door. However, one sentence, "The long-eared rabbit hotel has food, and possibly plenty of ammunition," instantly silenced everyone. Xiao Suiguan's decision was far from reckless. Opposition voices vanished immediately. He controlled the security team, which meant he controlled the Peach Blossom Spring Inn, and he had long since automatically filtered out the guests' opinions. At this moment, the long-eared rabbit hotel's firepower was fierce, consisting entirely of heavy weapons, with various bombs pouring down as if money were no object. The most spectacular among them were the starbursts. This conventional wide-area weapon packed nearly 100 small bombs into a single shell, which would scatter after launching skyward, raining down like fireworks and exploding upon ground contact. Due to their excessive kill radius, they were rarely seen in peacetime and only deployed during warfare. This was sufficient proof of the hotel's ammunition depot's wealth. If the enemy weren't volcanic scorpions, 10 or so starbursts could have ended the battle. Unfortunately, the enemy was an inexhaustible swarm of volcanic scorpions. While the continuous explosions did kill batches of scorpions, more black insect tides quickly filled the gaps. No matter how many they killed, there were always more. Li Jushu and his younger sister stood side by side at the window, their room facing directly toward the long-eared rabbit hotel. His sister held binoculars while Li Jushu needed Nani could see clearly. The situation at the long-eared rabbit hotel was the complete opposite of Peach Blossom Spring. While Peach Blossom Spring was overcrowded, the long-eared rabbit hotel was severely understaffed. Everyone was scattered in small groups of 2 or 3, fighting independently. Even their escape attempts were disorganized. Some fled eastward, others headed west, and some hesitated indecisively, like scattered sand. Each hunter was battle-hardened and elite when taken individually, but they lacked coordination and were being beaten back by the volcanic scorpions. Learning from the long-eared rabbit hotel's painful lesson, Xiao Suiguan's response proved absolutely correct. "Hold on, everyone. We're coming to rescue you." Xiao Suiguan raised his portable megaphone, his deep voice cutting through the smoke and chaos. When his words reached the guests at the long-eared rabbit hotel, those teams that had been planning to scatter immediately had their morale boosted and turned toward Peach Blossom Spring. Xiao Suiguan led the charge with his curved blade in one hand, the steel flashing like lightning. Any volcanic scorpion that blocked his path was cleaved in two before it could even spray its venom. He deliberately chose main roads without tall buildings, cutting off the scorpion's ability to climb walls for sneak attacks. The woman with the long sword stayed close to protect his flanks, clearing any blind spots his blade couldn't reach with precise strikes. The other hunters brought up the rear, their gunfire sparse but accurate, each bullet claiming a life. This scene stunned Li Jushu. Do martial arts really exist? He couldn't help but whisper to himself. In the past, he had thought martial arts were nothing more than fighting techniques at the limits of human capability, relying on strength and speed to dominate. But Xiao Suiguan's lethality came not only from explosive power, but also from his terrifying perception, coordination, reflexes, and overall battlefield control. It was a complete legendary system. Yes, little sister replied decisively. Li Jushu glanced at her and clarified. I'm not talking about military combat training. but advanced martial arts with internal energy cultivation methods. Very few complete martial arts systems have been passed down, and they're all held by ancient families. Ordinary people can hardly access them, little sister said calmly. I've never seen any. Li Jushu shook his head. Neither have I, but Boss Shark has, little sister added. Through a wooden board, he shattered red bricks into pieces. External hard qigong? Li Jushu's eyes lit up. Internal energy, little sister confirmed. Which master was it? Boss Shark didn't say. What a pity, Li Jushu sighed. If he could witness it firsthand, it would be worth bragging about for a lifetime. Boss Shark also said it's better not to see it. Otherwise it would be too damaging to one's confidence. Little sister shrugged. Really? Li Jushu smiled bitterly. Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed dramatically. Boom. A nearby skyscraper collapsed in flames and tremors, the sound of snapping steel beams piercing the air. From the billowing dust, volcanic scorpions surged out like a tide, instantly cutting off Xiao Suiguan's group's retreat route. The guests watching from Peach Blossom Spring were all stunned by this scene. Xiao Suiguan had taken away half of Peach Blossom Spring's fighting force, and if they couldn't return, Peach Blossom Spring would be in grave danger. It's a silvertail fire scorpion. Through the drifting smoke, Li Jushu immediately spotted that gleaming silver tail. Behind the thick fog, the building's load-bearing walls looked as if they'd been burned through by acid. Steel reinforcement bars were exposed, concrete crumbling, and the silvertail fire scorpion was clawing and gnawing at the wall's foundation. No one had expected it to target the load-bearing walls. The entire building had now become a nest for volcanic scorpions. Xiaomei held up her binoculars, constantly adjusting the focus, her expression growing increasingly grave. The collapsed structure was crammed with scorpion carcasses scattered everywhere, and scorpions were still writhing and struggling in the cracks between rubble. Logically, volcanic scorpions wouldn't occupy an entire building without reason unless there was prey inside. She watched for a long time, but saw no one escaping from the ruins. Perhaps they had gone in another direction, or maybe they were already buried beneath the debris. Li Jushu turned his gaze toward the city gate. It was completely dark now, not a single streetlight working, visibility extremely low, but he could still make out a dark red tide, rushing toward them at alarming speed. Xiaomei also raised her binoculars but could only see a blur of shadows, unable to distinguish what it was. After reuniting with the people from the long-eared rabbit hotel, Xiao Suiguan keenly sensed the crisis. Without saying another word, he turned and left, barely pausing. Some guests were still scattered elsewhere, but he didn't insist on leaving no one behind. His movements were decisive as he led the main force in a sprint. When people shouted, "Wait for us!" from behind, he paid no attention, swinging his blade and taking a detour around the collapsed building, continuing to lead the charge. That curved sword gleamed coldly, clearing the path more efficiently than a Gatling gun. Taking the shortcut over the ruins could save half the time, but no one dared try it. Even without the volcanic scorpions, those broken walls and debris were deadly enough. Now every crack could potentially shoot out venomous stingers, and even Xiao Suiguan wouldn't gamble with his team's lives. Li Jushu pulled out a flare, hesitated for several seconds, then put it back. Too much light would only expose everyone to more scorpions. 3 minutes later, Xiao Suiguan's team collided with that tide. The tide wasn't water, but a dense mass of volcanic scorpions, stacked nearly a meter high. Even Xiao Suiguan was forced to retreat repeatedly. He and the woman fought with blade and sword in perfect coordination, barely able to protect just the two of them, with no capacity to help the others. The team had no choice but to use everything they had: particle guns, laser guns, and various bombs all at once. The continuous explosions lit up half the night sky, allowing the guests inside Peach Blossom Spring to see the carnage outside. Many who usually complained about Xiao Suiguan couldn't help but worry for them now. In the first second of contact, over a dozen team members were knocked down, their desperate screams piercing the night. Xiao Suiguan had originally wanted to retreat to Peach Blossom Spring, but that route was now blocked by the Scorpion Tide, forcing him to lead his remaining team in a diagonal escape toward another direction. The Locust 21 machine gun hadn't stopped firing since it started, bullets spraying like a torrential downpour, the barrel quickly glowing red hot, yet it couldn't even slow them down. The volcanic scorpions kept surging forward. The Thunder 88 heavy machine gun could only fire in bursts, and while its caliber was larger than the Locust 21, it consumed ammunition even more voraciously, requiring frequent magazine changes. Flares burst one after another in continuous explosions, yet the volcanic scorpions kept multiplying instead of diminishing. Despite Xiao Suiguan's best efforts, his companions continued falling one by one. At this critical moment, the team's lack of coordination became glaringly apparent. Many of his orders went unheeded, or if acknowledged, were executed half-heartedly. The rearguard position required skilled fighters, with heavy machine gunners being ideal candidates. After several heavy machine gunners from the security team were killed in succession, no one else was willing to stay behind. "Why don't you cover the rear?" one machine gunner challenged, his voice trembling with fear. Veins bulged on Xiao Suiwan's temples. If he weren't clearing the path ahead, the entire team would have nowhere to retreat. We can only survive by working together, he said, suppressing his anger. If everyone looks out for themselves, the volcanic scorpions may not trap us, but our fallen comrades will be left to die. The sword-wielding woman's gaze turned sharp as she fixed her eyes on the six-foot machine gunner. Under her stare, he felt a chill run through his body and fell silent as a cicada in winter. Those who fear death often die faster, she reminded coldly. Xiao Suiguan wasted no more time, waving his hand to lead the team in continuing their breakout. Our turn now. From the street corner, Li Jushu watched Xiao Suiguan's group disappear and lowered his binoculars. Most of the volcanic scorpion tide had been drawn away. This was why he hadn't fired the flare. However, a tributary still surged toward the Peach Blossom Spring. A small portion was only relative. If one were to count, there were likely tens of millions. Gunfire erupted on the first floor as the security team desperately defended key passages, struggling to suppress the volcanic scorpion's advance. With Xiao Suiguan's departure, it felt as though a mountain pressing down on everyone's heads had been removed. The guests' feelings were mixed. They no longer had to endure his shouting, but they had also lost a top-tier fighter, leaving them uncertain how much longer the Peach Blossom Spring could hold out. Everyone with ability, come out and help. A sharp-eyed man emerged from the crowd, rallying people floor by floor. Li Jushu recognized him, Xing Liren, a high-level executive from a major corporation. Before Xiao Suiguan's appearance, when the security team was recruiting fire support, he had been there. He operated a Locust 31 machine gun, an upgraded version of the Locust 21. While the range and power remained largely unchanged, the firing rate and accuracy had improved significantly, making it more user-friendly. Some responded, others remained silent. Li Jushu didn't go downstairs. As a sniper, he could shoot from his window position. Most people still maintained an optimistic attitude. The Peach Blossom Spring had remained safe for so many days, and last night was merely an accident. However, no one anticipated that the underground parking garage had already been overrun by volcanic scorpions. Though they hadn't discovered the elevators, they were climbing up the stairwells from all directions. The surveillance room had failed in its duty, but there was no time to assign blame now. The security team was forced to deploy personnel to block the stairwells, immediately leaving the ground-level defenses vulnerable. Xing Liren rushed back to the corridor, breathless, and called out loudly once more. Once the volcanic scorpions break in, none of us will survive. We still have a chance to stop them. Now how you choose is up to each of you. With those words, he hoisted an entire case of ammunition belts onto his shoulder and thundered down the stairs. At this moment, no one dared use the elevators, fearing they might alert the volcanic scorpions in the basement. The gun barrel shifted slightly, pausing for a split second before a tongue of flame erupted. Bang! The silver-tailed fire scorpion's head, with its tail raised high, was blown clean off, dark red fluid splattering across the charred ground. Li Jushu immediately squeezed the trigger twice more, and the two blue-tailed fire scorpions nearby exploded in succession, their shattered shells scattering everywhere. From his elevated position, he surveyed the entire battlefield with cold eyes, each shot precise and ruthless. Within 3 seconds he could search, aim, and fire, leaving the charging silver-tailed scorpions barely enough time to raise their tails and spray venom. But there were simply too many of them. The chocolate in his mouth had been chewed to nothing, yet he couldn't spare a hand to unwrap another piece. At this stage, he could only focus on the most venomous silver-tailed fire scorpions, occasionally picking off blue-tailed ones when possible, while ordinary scorpions were left to swarm toward the base of the wall. Screams echoed continuously from below, each cry marking another life lost, including both security team members and guests who had voluntarily joined the fight. Suddenly, blinding white light exploded through the darkness as a flash grenade tore through the night, with almost cruel intensity. Li Jushu instinctively squinted, his shooting rhythm forcibly interrupted. By the time his vision readjusted, 7 or 8 seconds had passed, and 2 more hunter corpses lay on the ground. Others, lacking night vision, relied on flash grenades for illumination, but his naturally superior eyesight made him severely vulnerable to such interference. Help! The fire scorpions are breaking through. An urgent shout came from the other side. Li Jushu's heart tightened as he heard a mass of footsteps rushing toward the north. The hotel was arranged in north and south wings. While he held the southern position, another group defended the north, and it was the northern line that had just been breached. He listened carefully to the gunfire but remained motionless. If he left, the southern defense would immediately collapse. He alone had eliminated nearly a third of the wall-climbing scorpions. The northern situation grew increasingly desperate, screams and roars intertwining. His younger sister glanced up from nearby, signaling for him to provide assistance, but he slowly shook his head. The woman in the adjacent room remained quiet, whether sleeping or wearing headphones, he couldn't tell. Just then, a heavy machine gun roared to life, dramatically strengthening the northern firepower. Clearly, Some expert hidden among the crowd could no longer remain passive and had decided to act. Strictly speaking, this wasn't assistance but self-preservation. If the defense line completely collapsed, all guests would have to take up arms, making it impossible to maintain their cover. Time wore on relentlessly. The building walls were riddled with holes, and several guest room windows had been shattered. During the most intense moments, fire scorpions actually broke into the rooms multiple times. Li Jushu had to exhaust nearly every technique to drive them out, but the pressure continued mounting. Of the original 7 or 8 snipers, only 3 remained by late night. The others had either run out of stamina or ammunition. Without high ground fire support, the ground battle became increasingly grim. Explosions never seemed to cease. At the most critical moment, the security team simply drove their armored vehicle straight into the fire scorpion army, the beast-like vehicle roaring forward packed full of explosives. The tank plunged deep into the heart of the volcanic scorpion swarm, and the driver used a rope readied around his waist to leap clear just as the vehicle erupted in a thunderous explosion. Every volcanic scorpion within a 100-meter radius was obliterated, and it began to rain a grotesque downpour of scorpion corpses, chunks of flesh, and blood. Peach Blossom Spring had plenty of vehicles, but most were parked in the underground garage. Only a handful of VIP escort cars remained on the surface armored with bulletproof glass and reinforced shells. They looked more like luxury limousines for dignitaries than combat vehicles, with virtually no offensive capability. With these cars and the surface security forces, the defenders barely managed to hold the perimeter. After a long and bloody night, as dawn broke, everyone felt as though they had been pulled back from the brink of hell and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. A sudden violent tremor erupted from beneath their feet. The entire building dropped sharply by 1 floor, throwing everyone to the ground, followed by a powerful rebound that shook the earth with a thunderous crash. Something had gone wrong in the basement. During the night, volcanic scorpions had gathered in increasing numbers at the stairwell entrance, and in the chaos, some had found their way to the elevator shaft. Their venom easily corroded the metal doors, and once they climbed up through the shaft, the entire building would become indefensible. Worse still, some restless scorpions began spraying their corrosive venom on the load-bearing walls. With the situation spiraling out of control, the security team was forced to make a desperate decision: detonate the basement. Peach Blossom Spring used a frame structure design. The rocky terrain of Beast Planet was extremely hard, and lacking heavy construction equipment made foundation work exceptionally difficult. So the architects simply designed the entire building as a Rubik's Cube, supported by dozens of massive pillars. The security team blew up the pillars, causing the giant cube to sink down 1 level. Before the dust from the impact had even settled, Li Jushu marveled at this unexpected application of frame architecture. The building's own weight would have crushed the volcanic scorpions below into pulp, instantly eliminating tens of thousands of them. The only piece of good news. However, new problems arose immediately. The fire safety and emergency escape routes for large buildings were typically located underground, and now with the basement reduced to a hollow void, if Peach Blossom Spring were completely overrun, there would be no escape route. Little sister reminded him, "It doesn't affect us much if it really comes to the point of evacuation. It probably won't be our turn anyway." Li Jushu nodded with a bitter smile. With the basement gone, the original first floor had become the basement level, and the second floor was now the new ground level. But all the defensive installations had been positioned on the first floor, leaving the second floor virtually defenseless. Little sister frowned. Didn't the designer consider this scenario? This was precisely the part Li Jushu had been responsible for, and his face turned pale. "I'm not sure. Maybe it was to cut costs. Let's hope the security team can step up," he said, though he wasn't optimistic. More than 20 security personnel had died the previous night, and even with temporary reinforcements from hunters and residents, their overall combat effectiveness was rapidly declining. Daylight brought some clarity, but the shadow of the basement collapse weighed heavily on everyone's minds once again. The only comfort was that breakfast portions were doubled, and the variety was rich, though it gave people the melancholy feeling of a Last Supper. The sleepless crowd was exhausted and weary, yet they could only force themselves to stay alert at their defensive positions. At 10 in the morning, a team emerged through the dust and smoke into everyone's view. It was unmistakably Xiao Suiguan's squad, missing for an entire night, and they were still alive. I have to say, Officer Xiao was incredibly lucky to survive wandering around in the darkness all night. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't optimistic. They had started with 100 or 200 men, but now only 50 or 60 battered soldiers remained, all wounded, their clothes torn and faces ashen. Inside the hotel, the lighting was dim. "Don't let them get close." Zheng Liren's voice suddenly boomed through the loudspeaker. "Why not?" someone muttered in confusion. "Isn't it good that Officer Xiao is back? He's incredibly powerful in combat. With him guarding the hotel, our safety would increase several times over." "Look behind them." Zheng Liren's face turned ashen as he pointed toward the street corner. Everyone looked in that direction and saw a dark red torrent pouring out from around the corner, rushing toward them like floodwater from a burst dam. Countless volcanic scorpions wrapped in blazing dust rolled forward menacingly, with an alarming number of blue-tailed fire scorpions among them. Teo Wanji felt his scalp tingle. If this wave crashed in, the entire hotel would be submerged in an instant. We can't let them in. Absolutely not. It's not about not letting them in. It's about not letting them get close. Officer Xiao is trying to drive us all to our deaths. Chaotic voices rose and fell, yet no one dared to truly offend Officer Xiao. Zheng Liren frowned deeply, grabbed the loudspeaker, climbed onto the second-floor windowsill, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Officer Xiao, leading the volcanic scorpions here isn't appropriate, is it? Who are you? Officer Xiao looked up, his blood-red pupils glowing like two flames in the darkness. A guest at the hotel. Zheng Liren replied. You want to stop us? Do you want to get everyone killed? Zheng Liren stood his ground. After a few seconds of silence, Officer Zhao's voice softened. I came to help everyone, with no intention of harming anyone. You think we'll believe that? Zheng Liren shot back coldly. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from behind Officer Xiao. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible composure. Only by working together do we have a chance to get through this crisis. If we keep fighting among ourselves, we'll all die sooner or later. Under that gaze, Zheng Liren's throat tightened, and he couldn't speak. After several moments, he said quietly, I'm only speaking for myself. If everyone else has no objections, I won't say more. Suddenly, a shrill voice came from the first floor. I think only young Master Xiao can get us through this. Welcome back, young Master Xiao. Li Jushu's ears perked up, recognizing the voice of Officer Zhao's right-hand man subordinate who had stayed behind to guard the hotel, whose strength exceeded even that of the security captain. With his identity exposed, Zheng Liren put down the loudspeaker, his face turning gray. Li Jushu quietly studied the middle-aged man behind Officer Xiao. Average height, wearing an immaculate dark blue suit, with a calm expression and two tall bodyguards following closely behind. He bore no injuries and carried no weapons, yet had managed to escape unscathed. His importance was self-evident. He's definitely some kind of official, Xiaomei said. The guests in Peach Blossom Spring were torn with conflicting emotions. On one hand, they feared the volcanic scorpions trailing behind Officer Xiao Suguan. On the other, they hoped he might work a miracle, given how reassuring his previous defensive efforts had been. While they hesitated, Officer Xiao Suiguan was already approaching the hotel. The security team launched dozens of grenades to clear the path, followed by the thunderous roar of anti-aircraft guns that had been silent for so long. Fire and shrapnel tore through the scorpion's shells. Amid the sounds of cracking carapaces, four guards fell, and Officer Xiao Suiguan seized the opportunity to rush through the entrance before the heavy iron doors slammed shut. Muffled cheers echoed from the lobby, though some remained silent, and many wore complicated expressions. No one knew whether this decision meant life or death. 3 minutes later, the roar of massive waves crashed like a charging beast, and the entire hotel seemed to be lifted and slammed back down. Li Jushu, on the 11th floor, could still feel the tremors beneath his feet. Just as he pressed against the wall to steady himself, 3 knocks came at the door. The door opened to reveal Miss Han, standing in the hallway. She had traded her sexy nightgown for a camouflage tank top, her hair pulled up, giving her a crisp, efficient appearance. Her bare shoulders and collarbones gleamed softly under the corridor lights. I'd like to have a word with you, she said, her gaze sweeping past the young woman behind Li Jushu before settling on his face. We're all in the same boat whether we talk or not. There's no way back. Li Jushu understood her purpose, but deliberately didn't acknowledge it. That middle-aged man, you saw him, right? Do you know who he is? Miss Han asked. Never seen him before. Li Jushu shook his head. Left supervisory censor of the 10,000 Beasts Path, Kai Zirwei. Her expression grew unconsciously solemn as she announced the title. When she finished speaking, Li Jushu and his younger sister exchanged equally bewildered glances. You don't know? What kind of official is a supervisory censor? Li Jushu asked in return. You know the head of base number 1, right? A third-rank official. Kai Zirwei has the authority to supervise him if he breaks the law or acts improperly. Kai Zirwei will report everything directly to the emperor. Does that make it clear? Miss Han's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Oh, so he's a tattletale, Li Jushu nodded. Miss Han nearly short-circuited on the spot. A distinguished supervisory censor, a 5th-rank official, reduced to being called a tattletale. But on second thought, that was indeed what he did. What does this have to do with us? Li Jushu shrugged. He knew he was worlds away from officialdom and had no interest in such matters. If Kai Zirwei reveals his identity, Peach Blossom Spring will serve him alone. In extreme danger, anyone can be sacrificed, you, me, everyone. If it really comes to total annihilation, Kai Zirwei would be the last to die. Understand? Miss Han spoke at a steady pace. Why? The younger sister couldn't help but interject. Because he's a supervisory censor. Zheng Liren must have recognized him. That's why his attitude suddenly changed. Li Jushu dropped his casual demeanor, feeling pressure for the first time. So you're coming to us because? You're a sniper, she's a pistol shooter, and I'm good with heavy machine guns. If we can work together properly, we might last longer than the others. Don't harbor false hopes, Officer Xiao Suiguan won't care about our lives. Miss Han extended her hand. Happy cooperation. After a few seconds of silence, Li Jushu reached out and shook her hand. Miss Han's prediction proved accurate. Kai Zirwei was assigned to the 11th floor, directly across from Li Jushu's room. Li Jushu remembered that the room across the hall had previously housed a pot-bellied man, supposedly a director of some listed company who had always refused to share his quarters. Yet the moment he heard Kai Zirwei was moving in, he immediately packed his bags and relocated to a lower floor to squeeze in with others. In that instant, Li Jushu truly grasped the weight of Kai Zirwei's influence. At noon, while no one else in the hotel received meal service, Kai Zirwei enjoyed a hot meal without any trouble. Miss Han hurried out and returned to whisper to Li Jushu. The hotel's food supplies were exhausted. Officer Xiao Sui had gone out on a rescue mission, but returned with neither provisions nor ammunition. The situation at Peach Blossom Spring was becoming increasingly perilous, with their only hope being the swift arrival of rescue teams from Settlement Number 9. Does that mean we might not hold out even today? Little sister's face was filled with worry. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll be tonight. Miss Han had lost all traces of her initial arrogance, her brow furrowed with deep anxiety. Though she had secured Li Jushu and little sister's support, she still couldn't find peace of mind. Let's conserve our strength for now. Li Jushu returned to his room, leaned his sniper rifle against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. From last night until this morning, he had barely stopped. While other snipers worked in shifts, he had maintained his post continuously. Snipers differed from other soldiers. Once their energy flagged, their accuracy declined accordingly. Missing targets would only waste ammunition, so when he set down his rifle, no one objected. Moreover, he was on the 11th floor of the hotel's highest level, so if the building truly fell, he would at least die a few minutes later than the others. His initial choice of room had been driven by a sniper's instinct to occupy high ground. Now it had become his final retreat. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, dinner time arrived, but not even a shadow of a server appeared. Hungry guests began complaining. Having missed lunch and now facing the prospect of no dinner, resentment spread rapidly. A sudden cry of alarm cut through all complaints. We've lost it. The second floor has fallen. Panicked shouts echoed throughout the building. Strictly speaking, it should now be called the first floor. The original ground level had been breached and collapsed. The volcanic scorpions need only climb the stairs or elevator shafts to assault any floor at will. When the second floor held, they only needed to defend the ground level. Now the defensive perimeter had expanded several times over, with stairwells, elevator shafts, and exterior walls all becoming potential breach points. The very thought was despairing. Officer Xiao Sui led the security team and willing hunters in a retreat to the third floor, while third-floor guests fled in panic to the fourth and fifth floors. Even more people simply continued upward, creating chaos in the corridors. Everyone stay calm and maintain order. Officer Xiao Sui called through a megaphone. Rest assured, we will be the last to leave. As long as we're still alive, you're all safe. Before he could finish, a spray of sticky, foul-smelling venom splashed down from the ceiling. 7 or 8 guests screamed and collapsed on the spot, white smoke rising from their faces. Looking up, they saw a volcanic scorpion clinging menacingly to a crack in the ceiling. Somehow, it had slipped inside undetected. Bang! The security guard drew his gun and killed the volcanic scorpion in one shot. The creature's corpse fell from the ceiling, but it couldn't calm the panicked guests who were already in complete chaos, frantically rushing upward. A beautiful woman slipped and fell on the stairs, then was mercilessly trampled by those behind her. Her face scraped against the ground as she let out agonizing screams. Crack! A nearly 200-pound fat man then stepped on her neck. The crisp sound of breaking bones mixed with screams, and the woman convulsed twice before going still. The woman beside Xiao Suiguan witnessed this horrific scene, fury blazing in her eyes as her hand moved toward her weapon, but Xiao Suiguan grabbed her arm to stop her. Save your bullets. Don't fight Heaton. Delay as long as possible. The longer we hold out, the better our chances of survival. Xiao Suiguan spoke rapidly, and as his words fell, the security team responded in unison. Yes, sir. Most of the security personnel were military veterans, well-trained and disciplined. Despite the screams echoing around them, none retreated. However, the situation on the third floor was worse than Xiao Suiguan had anticipated. Unlike the ground level where they only needed to guard a few main passages, nearly every room on the third floor was a potential breach point. Despite their extreme vigilance, they were constantly attacked by volcanic scorpions that suddenly emerged from ceilings and ventilation ducts. In less than an hour, 8 people had died, 3 security guards, and 5 hunters. After 2 more guards fell, Xiao Suiguan was forced to declare the third floor lost. Over the next several hours, he led his team in a floor-by-floor retreat. His earlier promise to protect everyone had become a joke. The security team could barely protect themselves. When they retreated to the 8th floor, a new problem emerged. The large number of guests they had rescued earlier could be accommodated when spread across more than 10 floors. But now the entire 11-story hotel had only 3 safe floors left, and the corridors were packed solid with people. Don't just stand there. Keep moving up. Stop pushing. The people in front aren't moving. Pushing me won't help. There's nowhere to go. Above this is just the rooftop. Shouting, cursing, and crying merged into chaos, like jammed gears that completely froze the entire escape route. Xiao Suiguan gritted his teeth and persisted. Hold the line. Don't give up. But he knew he was out of options, his face ashen, seemingly regretting having saved so many people in the first place. The 9th floor corridor was the most crowded, the 10th floor slightly better, and the 11th floor had the fewest people. Those who had rushed upstairs first intentionally or unintentionally blocked the passages, preventing others from squeezing up. Human selfishness was laid bare in this life-or-death moment. If Xiao Suiguan and his team died below, they might live a few minutes longer. As for the specific conditions on the 9th and 10th floors, Li Jushu had no mind to observe. The guest room doors on the 11th floor were all tightly shut, with guests inside desperately defending their last private spaces. The corridor was packed with terrified people unable to fight, and the real conflict finally erupted. News came that the 8th floor had fallen, and more desperate guests frantically pushed upward. The narrow corridor couldn't accommodate so many bodies, so they began kicking down doors. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact struck like a weapon against the hearts of the guests behind the doors. Their faces turned pale as they watched the severely deformed doors, filled with unbearable tension. With a deafening crash, the solid oak door flew into the room, triggering a chorus of screams and cheers. The screams came from the guests inside the room, while the cheers echoed through the corridors. Though the two groups felt completely opposite emotions, both desperately pushed toward any available space. Someone shouted a warning. Don't push. One room can't hold this many people. There are other rooms. If the volcanic scorpions break in, we'll all die. Those who had secured spots grudgingly agreed. Right, spread out, spread out. But those still outside continued charging forward with bloodshot eyes. Only when the outermost layer confirmed it was hopeless did they reluctantly turn elsewhere. The Peach Blossom Spring Hotel spared no expense on materials. Each solid oak door weighed over 200 pounds, as thick as a wall. It took more than a dozen people working together to break one down. Door after door was smashed open, and the original occupants, unable to defend their rooms, could only watch helplessly as strangers took over their spaces. The 9th and 10th floors were already packed to capacity, and soon the thunderous banging echoed from the 11th floor. Miss Han gripped her gun, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. If they dare break down our door, I'll take them out. It's useless. There are only 3 of us, Li Jushu said after a moment's thought, then suggested. Let's just open the door and let them into the living room. Are you insane? Miss Han asked in disbelief. We can't hold the living room anyway. We'll just defend the bedroom. A smaller space is actually easier to defend, Li Jushu said calmly. Miss Han gritted her teeth. That makes sense. I'm sleeping in the same room as you two. She couldn't bring herself to shoot into a crowd, and she understood that one door couldn't stop the swarm of desperate survivors. The two quickly moved their luggage. Just as they finished, a tremendous force slammed against the guest room door, making the entire wall hum with vibration. The door panel began to warp on the 3rd impact, and before the 4th blow could land, Li Jushu yanked the door open. 2 burly men, carried by their momentum, tumbled through the doorway and face-planted spectacularly. Ow! Their cries of pain mixed with embarrassment. Li Jushu didn't give them a chance to get up, announcing loudly. Everyone, the living room is yours, and feel free to use that bedroom over there. But this bedroom is off limits. Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to make demands? One of the men scrambled to his feet, ready to explode with anger, only to meet a heavy punch to the face. Thud! He groaned and collapsed, knocked unconscious. The crowd recoiled in shock as Li Jushu raised his hand to reveal his pistol, his gaze sharp. It's best if we stay out of each other's way and work together against the volcanic scorpions. Cramming more people in here won't benefit anyone. The other burly man forced a nervous smile and nodded. All right. We have just enough people here. Any more, and we really wouldn't be able to move around. Glad we could reach an agreement. Li Jushu surveyed the crowd. You'd better close the main door. I think there are still others eyeing this place. With that, he walked into the small room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Someone was tiptoeing with their ear pressed against the door when a deafening gunshot erupted from inside the room, startling them so badly they jumped back instantly, their face turning pale. Sniper rifle. The living room fell silent immediately, as everyone knew that anyone wielding a heavy sniper rifle was typically a ruthless killer who wouldn't hesitate to take a life. By the window, Li Jushu leaned half his body out, the dark sniper rifle slowly sweeping back and forth as muzzle flashes erupted from the barrel. The volcanic scorpions covering the wall were blown away by bullets, exploding one by one as their dark red bodily fluids splattered across the wall in a mottled crimson pattern. Li Jushu glanced at his watch. 22:49, not even midnight yet. Given the current situation, whether they could survive the night remained uncertain. Blessed with exceptional eyesight, every volcanic scorpion on the wall was within range of his scope. However, to conserve ammunition, he only targeted those crawling along the wall toward his position, ignoring all other directions. With over 1,000 people in this hotel, self-rescue isn't impossible, he cursed silently. If everyone could overcome their fear and fight back together, they could surely eliminate quite a few scorpions. Yet most people just waited for others to save them, never even considering taking action themselves. What kind of mentality was that? Before long, agonizing screams and chaotic crashes echoed from below. The ninth floor had fallen, with volcanic scorpions breaking through the windows. Women's shrieks pierced the eardrums painfully, yet failed to deter a single scorpion. Li Jushu called out from his position, "Don't be afraid. Use towels and blankets to block the venom, grab sticks and clubs to smash them. Take initiative. Don't wait for rescue. There's no way to save everyone." But in the chaos, no one heard him, or if they did, they were held back by the panicking crowd. He shook his head with a sigh. Xiao Suiguan had brought these people back to the hotel, and now they served no positive purpose except consuming supplies. He knew that ordinary glass had better corrosion resistance than metal. As long as they sealed the windows and kept lights off and noise down, the volcanic scorpions wouldn't necessarily attack proactively. They weren't dogs with keen senses of smell, after all. The ninth floor fell so quickly only because the window glass had been shattered by gunfire. With over a dozen men in the room, working together to block a single window opening should have been no challenge. Yet the opposite occurred. The breach became a pathway for scorpions to swarm in. Xiao Suiguan reacted quickly enough, immediately dispatching reinforcements. However, just as the backup forces reached the doorway, they collided with people desperately trying to escape from inside. Those inside wanted out, those outside wanted in, instantly creating a deadly bottleneck. Volcanic scorpions thrived on such chaos. They raised their tails, dark venomous stingers swaying as they sprayed their toxins with abandon. A drop of venom slipped through a gap and landed squarely in a reinforcement soldier's left eye. Pain and terror drove him to lose control. He instinctively pulled the trigger, his submachine gun roaring as it emptied an entire magazine. After the bullet storm subsided, the screaming died down considerably. Bodies lay scattered throughout the room and corridor, with a few people still twitching and moaning in pools of blood. When Xiao Suiguan rushed over and witnessed this scene, his expression turned extremely grim. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood. Volcanic scorpions crawled out from the corpses scattered across the room, while several bodies near the wall still hissed with white smoke. Those who had been splashed with venom in their eyes weren't dead, yet their eye sockets and half their faces had been stripped down to white bone. A blade flashed, and Xiao Suiguan severed the man's head. Without breaking stride, he charged into the room. His single blade cut through the air, cold light flashing like lightning as he cleaved an approaching volcanic scorpion in half with one swift strike. Scalding venom sprayed in all directions, instantly corroding black holes in the wooden floor, yet not a drop touched even the hem of his clothes. In the narrow corridor, he advanced step by step, cutting down scorpions from the doorway to the window, leaving behind only charred shells and smoking remains. The survivors still standing in the hallway stared in stunned silence at this bloody yet precise display. Their pain and terror were momentarily suppressed. Xiao Suiguan's effortless skill gave them the absurd illusion that perhaps they too could accomplish such feats. Two security guards who had rushed to the scene burst into the room, taking over his defensive line. As Xiao Suiguan withdrew, his gaze swept over the corpses littering the floor, and his mood suddenly darkened. Are you leaving?" came a trembling female voice. The speaker was a young woman dressed in designer clothing. "What?" Xiao Suiguan cast her only a cold glance. "I feel like the volcanic scorpions will break in again." "You need to protect us," the woman declared matter-of-factly. "There are plenty of people here, and many of you have guns. If you work together, killing a few volcanic scorpions shouldn't be difficult. Don't just expect to be protected. You promised when you saved us. You said you'd protect us and keep us from harm." The woman raised her voice. "The situation is different now. You can only rely on yourselves," Xiao Suiguan replied, suppressing his anger. "That's not what you said before." The woman pressed aggressively. "Everything changes. There are things even I can't foresee." Xiao Suiguan's brow furrowed as he struggled to contain his emotions. "Then don't leave. Stay here and protect us." The woman's tone became demanding. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? You need to rely on yourselves now. Stop depending on others. I'm not your parents. I have no obligation to take responsibility for you. The only one who can save your life is yourself." Xiao Suiguan finally lost his patience, his voice turning harsh. "If you couldn't follow through, you shouldn't have made promises. You lured us to this peach blossom spring, and now you're abandoning us. What kind of behavior is that?" Before the woman could finish, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses interjected. A vein throbbed at Xiao Suiguan's temple. He almost rushed forward to slap the man twice, but ultimately suppressed his rage and coldly spat out. "Are you a pig? You just do whatever anyone tells you to do? Don't you have any judgment of your own?" His gaze swept over the crowd. I'm warning all of you, if you maintain this attitude, when the volcanic scorpions break in again, I absolutely will not come to your rescue. With those words, he turned and left without looking back. The people in the hallway exchanged uncertain glances. After a moment, a clearly out-of-shape man in his 50s couldn't help but complain to the woman. Why did you have to provoke Xiao Suguan at a time like this? We're still counting on him to deal with the volcanic scorpions. Didn't you see his attitude? He's already planning to abandon us. He can barely protect himself. How could he spare any thought for us? The woman retorted sarcastically. If you don't believe me, go grovel to him and see if he'll protect you. But we shouldn't escalate the conflict. Maintaining some goodwill can't hurt. The fat man's face flushed red. How good was their relationship with Xiao Suiguan? The woman pointed at the bleeding corpse on the ground. The blood isn't even dry yet. She let out a cold laugh. The crowd in the hallway immediately fell silent, and those who had been about to join the fat man in criticizing the woman also held their tongues. Everyone needs to understand one thing clearly. Xiao Suiguan never had good intentions when he rescued us. Perhaps from the very beginning, he planned to use us as cannon fodder. If things hadn't gone so badly, and we'd been saved in the end, we'd have felt grateful to him. But if things went terribly wrong, we'd become his human shields. The moment we were tricked onto this ship, we became his pawns. Whether our relationship with him is good or bad won't change the final outcome one bit. Don't be so naive. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses stood in the center of the dim corridor, his tone as cold as a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. When his words fell silent, only a buzzing quiet remained in the air. Only then did they realize that from the moment they boarded the ship, Xiao Suwan had them trapped between his fingers. The volcanic scorpions were climbing up the exterior walls. The higher they went, the slower their movement became a godsend for snipers. Sluggish targets made ballistic corrections much simpler. But the night was too thick, leaving only firelight and shadows dancing outside the windows. For most people, visibility was nearly zero. The volcanic scorpions often went unnoticed until they reached the window ledges. Then with a swift flick of their stingers, scorching venom burst through the glass, corroding even the air with its acrid stench. The people in the building quickly split into two camps. 1. Those without weapons hid in rooms, sealing doors and windows tight with bedboards and blankets, turning off lights, suppressing sounds, holding their breath, desperately trying to create the illusion of empty rooms. Most volcanic scorpions would be fooled by this charade. 2. Armed hunters positioned themselves in hallways, by windows, or at stairway corners, claiming every possible shooting angle. Each gunshot and muzzle flash acted like a lighthouse, drawing nearby volcanic scorpions and indirectly relieving pressure on the room occupants. However, sheer numbers eventually overwhelmed firepower. There were always hot-tempered scorpions that would suddenly lash their tails, spraying venom like high-pressure hoses, instantly corroding wooden doors, glass, and human skin. Some rooms were breached this way. Compared to the exterior walls, the elevator shaft was the real nightmare, a vertical highway running through the entire building, with scorpions surging up like a black tide. Each muffled explosion from stuffed dynamite made the floors tremble and hearts skip a beat. If everyone stopped shooting and just hid in their rooms with doors locked tight, wouldn't that fool the volcanic scorpions? They'd think the building was empty and maybe just disperse. Someone suddenly voiced this naive idea. Others shot him looks that screamed, "Are you an idiot? Did I say something wrong?" The guest scratched his head, looking defiant. An older guest sneered, "Don't underestimate insect perception. How do mosquitoes bite you so precisely in the dark? 1 or 2 people might work, but this many? Forget it. Lingyun Cave is dozens of kilometers from settlement number 11. How do you think the volcanic scorpions found this place?" The man sheepishly fell silent, managing only a week. Oh, time trickled down like sand through an hourglass, but the situation only slid toward the worst possible outcome. The volcanic scorpions could fail 1,000 times. Humans only needed to slip up once to be utterly destroyed. Every few minutes, another hunter would be splashed with venom, screaming as they collapsed, only to be put out of their misery by a comrade's bullet. Each breach in their defenses cracked another piece of morale. Finally, the 9th floor became like a torn mosquito net, holes everywhere. Volcanic scorpions poured in through window gaps, ventilation ducts, and floor cracks. Xiao Suiguan and the sword-wielding woman rushed around like firefighters, responding to every cry for help. But 2 fists couldn't hold back a tide of enemies. Screams echoed through every room, growing more intense by the minute. With 2 minutes to midnight, Xiao Suiguan declared the 9th floor lost and retreated to the 10th level. At 3 a.m., the temperature dropped to an abnormal low. The volcanic scorpions, affected by the cold, moved significantly slower but remained relentless in their attacks on humans. Xiao Suiguan stared at the dark shadows with shells crawling throughout the stairwell and gritted his teeth as he gave the order blow up the stairs. The thunderous explosion shook the entire building like a withered tree torn from its roots. Concrete debris and broken railings crashed down together as countless volcanic scorpions were torn to shreds by the blast in midair. The 10th floor was completely overrun by the scorpion swarm, and the rooftop was occupied as well. All survivors were forced back to the 11th floor corridor with their escape route cut off, and despair seemed to freeze the very air. After the explosion, many people collapsed to the ground, but no one truly relaxed. Ammunition was nearly depleted, and everyone was exhausted and starving. The bloody gash on Xiao Suiguan's face, carved by a stray bullet, had curled into a menacing dark line. Kai Zirwei stayed close by his side, and his two personal bodyguards had no choice but to leave their cover and join the defense. All who could fight rushed to the front lines, while the rest were either unarmed or had their souls drained by fear, cowering in corners and trembling. Inside Li Jushu's room, the three took turns shooting. Since the scorpion swarm was more attracted to other floors, their pressure wasn't too intense for now, but their ammunition shortage was equally critical. Li Jushu had stockpiled as much ammunition as possible when the Black Wasps gave their warning, but he still underestimated how long the battle would last. As a sniper, his consumption was naturally lower than rifles and submachine guns otherwise. He would have run out long ago. Xiaomei used her pistol with almost 1 bullet per kill efficiency, while Miss Han's heavy machine gun had gone silent the previous night, forcing her to switch to a pistol as well. Previously, both Li Jushu and Xiaomei thought Miss Han had average physical capabilities, but now they discovered her endurance matched theirs, and her pistol accuracy was equally impressive. Li Jushu secretly assessed that if conflict truly arose, even he and Xiaomei working together might not be able to suppress Miss Han. Her initiative to seek cooperation might have ulterior motives. The living room remained silent most of the time, with only the soft clicks of magazine changes audible. Occasional exclamations and whispers could be heard, but no one dared to push open Li Jushu's door. The thunderous roars left by the sniper rifle and heavy machine gun had placed him on everyone's absolutely untouchable list. After the stairs were destroyed, the security team concentrated their firepower on the elevator shaft. Xiao Suiguan and the sword-wielding woman seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the rooftop. There were no gunshots between floors, only the spine-chilling screech of the long sword cutting through air. Half an hour later, the two returned covered in dust and grime, nodding silently. Everyone instantly understood. The rooftop threat had also been eliminated, and they burst into brief but genuine cheers. With the dual shadows of the stairwell and rooftop temporarily cleared, the oppressive feeling weighing on the survivors seemed to crack open, and breathing became a bit easier. The night retreated amid sporadic gunfire, and dawnlight crept through shattered windows into the corridor. With improved visibility, the security team's accuracy increased dramatically. Almost every shot brought down a volcanic scorpion. The dark red figures that had densely covered the exterior walls began to thin out, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. However, those who had participated in the battle felt nothing but heavy hearts. The walls were pitted and scarred, resembling weathered desert rock that seemed ready to crumble at the slightest touch. These were the mottled traces left by volcanic scorpion venom corrosion, so potent that even walls several meters thick couldn't withstand it, let alone the concrete of the Peach Blossom Spring Hotel. For now, everyone pushed their terror of the volcanic scorpions to the back of their minds, focusing on the more immediate problem at hand: food. Most people hadn't eaten since yesterday morning's breakfast. After a full day and night, hunger twisted their guts like iron pincers. Worse still, the water pipes had been severed by scorpion bites, leaving them without a single drop. In theory, one could survive 7 days without food if water was available, but without water, dehydration would claim them within 3 days at most. The survivors turned the 11th floor inside out, scavenging anything remotely edible or swallowable. A brutal fight erupted in the hallway over a single packet of instant noodles, leaving several people bleeding on the floor, never to rise again. The guest rooms had limited emergency food supplies to begin with, and with over 1,500 people still alive, these meager rations were a drop in the bucket. To make matters worse, the security team still had adequate dried food and bottled water, instantly igniting everyone's resentment. At a time like this, you're still playing favorites? We haven't had anything to eat for 2 days. Don't you have any conscience? Conscience? What's conscience worth? They're the ones holding all the cards. Bitter murmurs spread through the crowd. Every man for himself, weary, just cannon fodder. The complaints started as whispers, which Xiao Suiguan initially ignored. But as the pointed remarks grew more frequent, his expression finally darkened. Anyone willing to join the security team can receive food rations. Faced with the choice between hunger and survival, people quickly made their decision. The sarcastic grumbling stopped abruptly as they spontaneously formed a long queue. The Peach Blossom Spring had once employed over 50 official security guards, now only 5 remained. The new security team members were recruited from the strongest among the hunters, with the roster changing 3 times in just a few days. From the 2nd floor all the way up to the 11th, Xiao Suiguan had barely managed to hold his ground by stepping over bodies at every turn. Whatever Xiao Suiguan's motives for saving people might be, his actions spoke for themselves. Without him, the Peach Blossom Spring would have fallen long ago. Even the perpetually critical Li Jushu had to admit that without Xiao Suwan holding the front line, he, his sister, and Miss Han wouldn't have had the luxury of taking turns resting. Since the moment he began the rescue operations, Xiao Suiguan hadn't closed his eyes once. His sheer tenacity alone deserved a word of thanks. During the day, people gritted their teeth and endured both hunger and attacks. Though there were losses, they managed to maintain some semblance of control. But as night fell, already frayed nerves stretched even tighter and their worst fears materialized. The power suddenly failed, plunging the 11th floor from bright illumination into deathly darkness. Immediately after, a guest room door was torn open by volcanic scorpion claws, their shrieks slicing through the silence like daggers. It took only 1 second for everything to spiral out of control. Screams, roars, and sobs merged into a torrential wave. Panicked people burst through doors, scattering like headless flies. Some rushed toward the rooftop, others slipped and tumbled down the stairs in a bloody heap, while still others were trampled flat in the crush. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond control, Xiao Suiguan drew his gun and fired 3 shots into the air, then turned to shoot down 7 or 8 people who were causing chaos. But the pandemonium didn't subside. Instead, it blazed higher like oil thrown on a fire. He was pushed and shoved by the tide of people, taking several punches to the face and nearly falling. Even more horrific screams erupted from the direction of the rooftop. The volcanic scorpions had already silently claimed that territory. In an instant, everyone found themselves like rats trapped in a bellows, unable to advance or retreat. The woman beside Xiao Suiguan thought quickly and set the curtains ablaze. The return of light gradually restored reason to the panicked crowd. As flames leaped upward, the orange glow cast flickering shadows down the corridor, making everyone realize that continuing to run blindly would only hasten their deaths. Some grabbed flashlights, others tore down lamp cords to use as torches. When no proper lighting could be found, they ripped clothing and bed sheets, stuffing them into water bottles and setting them alight as long as they could see light. They felt there was still hope for survival. By the firelight, the crowd spontaneously lined up against the walls, clearing a path for Xiao Suiguan's group to eliminate the volcanic scorpions in the corridor. Xiao Suiguan spoke with a lisp. Blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth had lost a front tooth when someone knocked into him while he was trying to prevent a stampede, leaving a prominent gap in what had once been a handsome face. Maintaining formation was never easy, especially during this combination of human disaster and insect plague. The volcanic scorpions showed no mercy to those who followed rules, and those who were stung writhed on the ground in agony, barely conscious enough to avoid knocking others down. Xiao Suiguan struggled with tremendous effort to squeeze into the nearest room, but screams from the rooftops spread downward like cracks across water. The security team had just cleared the volcanic scorpions from the roof that very morning. In theory, with the rooftop door sealed tight and the walls guarded, the scorpions shouldn't have been able to appear in such numbers again. But now someone had burst through that door in their desperate escape and couldn't close it again, allowing the volcanic scorpions to pour down like a tide with no end in sight. The corridor's barely established order collapsed instantly. At that moment, a graceful figure leaped through the air, stepping on people's shoulders, her sword flashing as she sliced more than a dozen volcanic scorpions in half. It was the woman who had been following Xiao Suiguan. She fought her way forward, forcibly reaching the rooftop entrance and blocking the dense swarm of scorpions. Just as everyone caught their breath, screams suddenly erupted from the elevator area. Almost simultaneously, cries of alarm came from the other end of the corridor, followed by bone-chilling sounds of cracking that made everyone's skin crawl. Run! Get out! The volcanic scorpions are inside. Breaches seemed to appear everywhere at once. Countless shells glinting coldly in the corridor where firelight alternated with darkness. Wails pierced their eardrums. No one knew where safety lay, and perhaps there was no safe zone at all. Some rooms burst into flames while others lost power completely, becoming black holes. People scattered like startled birds. Anyone who fell had almost no chance of getting back up, as shoes trampled over them with dull crunching sounds, though the pain never lessened. Bang! Bang! Doors were repeatedly struck by people or creatures. Inside a 2-bedroom apartment, Li Jushu, Xiaomei, and Miss Han nervously gripped their triggers. They feared the crowd that had lost all reason even more than the volcanic scorpions. Li Jushu was somewhat puzzled. Using his night vision, he had shot and killed all the volcanic scorpions on the exterior walls and around the windows, giving them no chance to crawl inside. Since the windows weren't broken and the people inside weren't foolish enough to open the door themselves, it must have been others who had forced the door open. Could their luck really be this terrible? Of all the doors they could have barged into, they had to pick this one. The moment the living room door burst open, a dark mass of people surged in, and then they set their sights on this cramped room barely 10 square meters in size. Bang bang, door shook violently, but it was too crowded outside for anyone to build up enough momentum for a proper charge. Otherwise 3 hits would have been enough to break it down. Miss Han had already chambered around, her finger resting on the trigger. Li Jushu suddenly moved to the window. leaning half his body out and firing 2 shots at the windows of the living room and the room directly across. Crack, crack, glass shattered everywhere. The volcanic scorpions circling outside caught the sound and dove through the openings without hesitation. The next second, the living room erupted in screams of agony, one after another. Bang! The pounding on the door noticeably weakened. Though the door had been battered out of shape, no one continued trying to force their way and everyone was dodging scorpions, desperately trying to escape. Miss Han glanced sideways at Li Jushu, her expression complicated. Li Jushu pretended not to notice and simply pulled the window shut. As long as the scorpions had other openings to crawl through, they wouldn't attack this window for now. The screaming lasted only 2 or 3 minutes before falling silent, leaving only the rustling sound of volcanic scorpions crawling about. Li Jushu casually drew the thick curtains and lit the playing card candles he'd requested from the hotel earlier. Light flickered on the wall. She didn't need illumination himself, but he had to conceal his night vision ability and consider Miss Han and little sister. Their cooperation was only temporary. No one could say whether they might turn on each other later, so it was best to keep his cards hidden. All three stared at the door, which had bulged outward. This brief peace wouldn't last long. Either their companions would break through, or the volcanic scorpion's venom would corrode it. Li Jushu pulled out crackers and sakama to share with little sister. Miss Han also retrieved vacuum-packed pig's trotters and grilled fish from her luggage. Li Jushu glanced at his own dry rations and quietly swallowed, but didn't ask for any. Miss Han likewise showed no intention of sharing. Cooperation was cooperation, but wariness never relaxed. The commotion outside alternated between intense screams, gunshots, footsteps, and crying, all mixed together and suddenly cutting off. The occasional exploding grenade felt like a punch to everyone's chest. When wisps of white smoke began seeping in from under the door, all three stood up simultaneously, their faces instantly grim. The air carried a burnt smell, not the fishy stench of scorpion venom, but uncontrolled fire. Clearly someone had carelessly started fires for light, and with no one to put them out, the flames had spread with the wind. If smoke could penetrate this small room, the outside must already be a sea of fire. Well, this is just perfect. We won't die from scorpion bites, we'll be roasted alive instead, Li Jushu said with a bitter smile, then lowered his voice. I'll handle the window, you two guard the living room. Miss Han lifted the heavy machine gun beside her and replied grimly, the volcanic scorpions mainly crawl in along the walls. If we don't block the source, shooting however many in the living room is just a waste. The heavy machine gun was undoubtedly the best choice for clearing swarms, but bullets were also bought with blood money. Try to conserve ammo, Li Jushu reminded her. Miss Han said nothing more, only nodded. She'd already done the math. She yanked open the curtains and pushed the window open, just as Li Jushu jerked the room door wide. The roar of the machine gun and the crack of pistol shots erupted almost simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. In the living room, corpses covered the floor, each body rotted beyond recognition. Streams of volcanic scorpions squeezed through window cracks and poured out from the doorway, their chittering shells sounding like a bustling marketplace crowd. Suddenly, the small room's door burst open, and the scorpion-tied Fro Xiaomei gripped her gun with both hands, firing rapid bursts as muzzle flashes tore through the first wave of enemies along the doorframe. Li Jushu charged out right behind her, covering another firing angle. At close range, most were just ordinary volcanic scorpions. He barely needed to aim deliberately as bullets pierced their backs for instant kills. Those on the ceiling raising their stingers were lit up before they could dive, dark red fluid splattering across the ceiling, walls, and floor. As the blood mist cleared, Li Jushu had already shouldered his rifle, the Hubin 84 sniper rifle, chambered and ready. 2 blue-tailed fire scorpions and 1 silver-tailed fire scorpion were charging forward when armor-piercing rounds exploded thunderously, blasting them into fragments of shell and flesh. Volcanic scorpions were always fierce, especially the silvertails with their thick shells who loved single combat. Yet now they were blown to smithereens. When the heavy machine gun's roar outside the window ceased, all scorpions in the living room lay dead. Li Jushu and Xiaomei rolled into the opposite small room, bullets sweeping out storm-like barges that tore the remaining scorpions into sticky chunks. After a quick cleanup, they slammed shut the door panel, slightly warped from the heat. In the hallway, Miss Han dropped her emptied heavy machine gun and switched to a pistol to finish off stragglers, a micro-submachine gun hanging ready around her neck. Li Jushu's room was located in the hotel's middle section. Now the left side of the corridor blazed with roaring flames and billowing smoke, while the right side surged with scorpion hordes among scattered corpses with no living souls in sight. Some doors remained tightly shut, indicating survivors inside. The open rooms had mostly fallen completely. Sparse gunfire echoed from the rooftop. Most guests had fled to the roof for refuge. The fire hose had no water pressure. The main pipes below were either broken or burned through, rendering the upper floor's fire suppression system completely useless. Seeing Li Jushu charging forward with his sniper rifle, Miss Han stepped aside without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. With each brief pause of the muzzle, a blue-tailed fire scorpion exploded into scattered shell fragments. In less than a minute, over 20 crawling monsters became minced meat. Li Jushu retreated to reload, while Xiaomei took over. The narrow corridor gave pistols ample firepower at short range. As long as they didn't encounter bluetails or silvertails, ordinary scorpions fell with almost one shot each. By the time she emptied 2 magazines, the floor had been cleared for over 5 meters of safe zone, and Miss Han immediately moved forward to take her place. As the gunfire paused, Li Jushu returned to the small room, tore up bed sheets, dampened them with mineral water, and divided them into 3 strips. He covered himself with one and handed the other 2 to Miss Han, and Xiaomei could at least filter some smoke and dust. I don't need it. Miss Han pulled a fist-sized metal sphere from her backpack, lightly touched a switch, and the sphere instantly expanded into a tight-fitting helmet with both filtering and purification functions. Li Jushu's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly feeling the vast gap between them being rich was truly wonderful. Humans had no way to fight against the raging flames, so the 3 could only steel themselves and charge at the volcanic scorpions compared to the blazing tongues of fire. These armored creatures seemed far less terrifying. The trio worked in perfect coordination, and though they couldn't clear all the volcanic scorpions, they managed to carve out a relatively safe passage through the corridor. In theory, they had both the stamina and skill to clear the area room by room, but every bullet was precious, and they couldn't afford to waste any. Miss Han was still eager for more action, continuing to fire at the volcanic scorpions. After a few minutes, with only the last few rounds left in her magazine and the bolt clicking empty, she was forced to stop. The flames were now racing along the ceiling, less than 20 meters from their room, with the wallpaper crackling like fuel leaving became their only option. But where could they go? Li Jushu observed silently. The blown staircase was crumbling, the elevator shaft had become a blazing chimney, and the hotel's exterior walls glowed red from the licking flames. Without the sea of fire, they might have been able to hold out longer using the terrain, but the flames gave no respite. The 3 quickly retreated to their room, where the fire had already spread to the room next to the neighboring one. In 5 more minutes, it would consume this place too. To the rooftop, Li Jushu decided. The 3 packed their belongings, cramming all supplies into their backpacks. This departure would leave no path for return. Just as they burst from their room, heart-wrenching screams suddenly erupted from deep within the flames. It was someone who had kept their door locked tight, lucky enough not to have been breached by the volcanic scorpions. Only when surrounded by the inferno did they stumble out. The living bodies collapsed on the floor after just a few steps, rolling and wailing, the air thick with the smell of charred flesh. Li Jushu and his companions remained stone-faced. A single bullet could end the suffering, but ammunition was scarce. They couldn't afford such luxury. They returned to their room for supplies and emerged again. In just 3 minutes, the corridor had been reoccupied by volcanic scorpions. The 3 advanced in triangular formation. Miss Han and Xiaomei flanked left and right, their pistols firing in rapid succession, while Li Jushu wielded his sniper rifle, targeting the elite blue-tailed and silver-tailed scorpions. Shell casings clinked to the ground as carbonized insect corpses soon littered the walkway. They passed several tightly shut doors, ignoring the cries for help from within, their steps never faltering. After clearing the last dozen meters of creatures, the 3 reached the iron door leading to the rooftop, only to find it securely locked. Li Jushu raised his hand and knocked. "Who's there?" came a gruff, wary voice from behind the door. Li Jushu raised an eyebrow. "Since when did volcanic scorpions knock?" "Don't come up, it's full up here," the voice called out impatiently. "Open the door quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite." Miss Han's voice turned ice cold. She'd bet her life that with the heavy casualties here, the rooftop couldn't possibly be full. "Who do you think you are?" The gruff voice was cut short by a deafening gunshot that shattered the iron door. A bull's-eyed bullet hole tore through the lock mechanism, and with a loud clang, the door was blown open, sending the people on the rooftop scattering with cries of alarm. The camouflaged hunter roared as he swung his blade down, the tip stopping just an inch from Miss Han's helmet. Her Desert Eagle was already pressed against his temple. Xiaomei's twin pistols and Li Jushu's sniper rifle simultaneously locked onto the hunter's companions, freezing the air instantly. "It's all a misunderstanding." Xiao Suiguan stepped forward quickly, using his gaze to restrain the camouflaged hunter. "Miss Han." He actually recognized her. Miss Han snorted coldly, lowering her gun barrel slightly, but not holstering it. Xiaomei and Li Jushu also maintained half-alert positions, fingers ready on their triggers. "You're a sniper? How's your accuracy?" Xiao Suiguan ignored the trio's wariness, his sharp eyes fixed on Li Jushu. Li Jushu and his 2 companions quickly grasped the intent behind Officer Zhao's inquiry. Buried atop the Yaoding Tower, 2,400 meters away, lay a bomb of terrifying power. A single sniper bullet hitting its mark would unleash a shockwave capable of instantly clearing half the volcanic scorpions from the settlement, giving everyone a chance at survival. However, The bomb required external detonation. A sniper rifle was the only option, and their 4 snipers had each fired 1 shot, all missing their target. Now only 1 bullet remained. As Officer Shao finished speaking in one breath, even the wind on the rooftop seemed to freeze. My Huban 84 only has an effective range of 1,200 meters, Li Jushu quickly clarified, as all eyes turned to him. Don't worry about the rifle. We have the Longya 01, Officer Shao said, nodding toward a corner of the rooftop. Following his gaze, Li Jushu spotted a light, gray sniper rifle resting silently on a tripod. Its receiver and barrel bore sharp, angular lines, and the cold metallic gleam flickered like a blade's edge in the dim light. The entire weapon seemed like a death god waiting to devour its prey. Longya 01 heavy sniper rifle. Weight 26.22 kilograms. Overall length 188.55 millimeters. Barrel length 893.2 millimeters. Caliber 14.7 millimeters. Magazine capacity 12 rounds. Equipped with K2 optical scope. Effective range 2,500 meters. Familiar specifications flashed through Li Jushu's mind. As a professional sniper, he knew that only firearms with ranges exceeding 2,000 meters deserved the title heavy sniper. Anything under 1,000 meters was merely a rifle. He had been fortunate enough to handle a heavy sniper once, and that overwhelming sense of raw power remained unforgettable. Ordinary bullets won't detonate that bomb, Officer Shao said, producing a golden-bodied cartridge armor-piercing incendiary round nearly 20 centimeters long, their last remaining hope. As Li Jushu reached out to take it, the burning desire in his eyes was unmistakable. A marksman's craving for the ultimate weapon could never be concealed. Just then, Xiaomei suddenly asked, "What kind of bomb is it exactly?" Her question sent a chill through Li Jushu's heart, his rationality instantly overriding his boiling battle fervor. Indeed, if they possessed such a devastating weapon, why hadn't they used it earlier? Had they detonated it sooner, so many lives could have been spared, and they wouldn't be trapped in this desperate situation. Given Officer Zhao's intelligence, he would never make such an elementary oversight. Officer Shao offered no explanation, merely turning his gaze toward Inspector Kai Zirwei. The survivors trapped by the volcanic scorpions also looked toward Kai Zirwei. From the moment they had reached the rooftop, their fate had rested in Officer Zhao's hands, and none dared speak out of turn. But now, with death closing in and red-armored, black-clawed monsters crawling over every wall, even the most stubborn knew it was time to bow their heads and beg for survival, forcing their doubts deep down. Kai Zirwei said nothing, only nodding slightly. Biochemical warhead. Officer Shao uttered 3 words, and the rooftop fell so silent that the sound of wind striking metal could be heard. Even the security guards firing at the volcanic scorpions from the corners froze for several seconds. Everyone's faces turned to Sheena biochemical weapon. The reason for not using it earlier became crystal clear. After the Great War a century ago, their home planet was nearly destroyed, with 99% of its surface rendered uninhabitable. The survivors had signed a treaty, one clause of which prohibited the use of biochemical weapons due to their devastating environmental impact. Anyone who dares to break this rule will face the wrath of both gods and men. In the past 100 years, there have only been 2 reported cases of using biochemical bombs, and both ended with the perpetrators being executed. It's worth noting that 80 years ago, the home planet abolished the death penalty. That alone shows humanity's hatred for biochemical weapons. On the rooftop, people looked at Officer Shao with a mix of respect, fear, and even a touch of disgust. No wonder he had been acting so suspiciously since he arrived. It was because of the biochemical bomb. No wonder he hadn't dared to reveal it until now. Don't worry, everyone, Officer Shao explained. This is just a small-scale biochemical bomb. Its effective range is only 10 kilometers. It poses some risk to humans, but nothing serious. As long as we stay here for less than 10 hours, we'll recover quickly. Some people with strong immune systems might not even suffer any lasting effects. Not a single person believed him. The destructive power of biochemical weapons might not match that of nuclear bombs, but they're more insidious, like boiling a frog slowly. The end is even more tragic. Why has humanity avoided the old battlefields for the past century? Is it because of nuclear radiation? Not protective suits are more than enough for that. It's the viruses left behind by biochemical weapons that are truly terrifying, and even with today's technology, they can't be eradicated. I know everyone's concerns, and am hesitant too. Now that it's out in the open, let's decide together. If you're against using the biochemical bomb, raise your hand, Officer Shao said, looking around. Not a single hand went up. Flames were already creeping out of the rooftop entrance, forcing those near the door to back away in fear. They'll take full responsibility for the consequences. Go ahead and shoot. Do you have a clear shot? Officer Shao remained calm in the face of the fire, eyes fixed on Li Jushu. Li Jushu stayed silent. The decision was Officer Shao's, but whoever pulled the trigger would share the blame. If things went wrong, he'd never be able to escape responsibility. His younger sister stared at him, worry written all over her face. Miss Han almost spoke, but held back. Don't hesitate. If you do, we're all dead. came a voice from the crowd, impatient. Someone's nerves were starting to fray. Almost everyone in the settlement is already dead. There won't be any fallout. Don't worry. Take the shot. Hope only exists if we live through this. Don't let it weigh on you if anything happens. We'll face it together. You're saving us. Well, all be grateful. One after another, people spoke up. Officer Xiao's expression softened. Even Kai Zierwei, flanked by bodyguards, allowed a trace of relief to show in his otherwise cold eyes. They'll give it a try, Li Jushu finally said. There was no more time to waste. Everyone was right, pull the trigger, and there's a chance to survive, maybe 50-50. Do nothing, and death is certain. On the balcony of the 7th floor, someone had painted the spot with yellow fluorescent material. A sniper handed Li Jushu a pair of night vision goggles. He didn't refuse, putting them on and quickly spotting the yellow mark. It was so far away it looked like a faint, firefly-like glow, nearly out of sight and threatening to disappear at any moment. Blurry vision is a sniper's worst enemy, but Li Jushu had no choice. He didn't aim right away, instead running his hand over the cold surface of the Longya 01 sniper rifle. The chill sent a shiver through him, goosebumps rising on his skin. The feeling was even more intense than touching the skin of a legendary beauty. Li Jushu didn't rush. He focused on steadying his breathing. Suddenly, a scream came from the right. A security guard had been splashed with venom, tumbling off the rooftop as his cries echoed into the night. The gunfire became scattered and frantic. On the left, chaos broke out as people realized their shoes were melting. The floor was glowing a faint red, and the flames below were about to burn through the rooftop. Everyone had been so focused on the volcano scorpions, no one had noticed. As the crowd shifted, a deafening gunshot shattered the night. Bang! Everyone turned to look 2 kilometers away. Even those with their feet on fire forgot about the burning pain and stared intently into the darkness. The distance was too great to see anything clearly, but about 2 seconds later, the sound of an explosion rumbled faintly through the air. The crowd suddenly perked up, then erupted in long-suppressed cheers. Through his scope, Li Jushu captured the clearest view. The moment the armor-piercing incendiary round struck the glowing mass, a sharp flame was torn free, but before it could fully bloom, it was instantly flattened by the terrifying blast wave. Immediately after, the green light scattered and rapidly faded in the air, dissolving into ripples barely visible to the naked eye. Everything happened in less than a second. As Li Jushu stood up, something strange hit him immediately. The volcanic scorpions froze as if someone had pressed pause, stopping in clusters throughout the ruins like cattle that had suddenly gone still while chewing grass. Not just one, but tens of thousands of them. In the silence, the security guards' gunfire sounded particularly jarring. They're retreating. A guest staring at the ground suddenly shouted. Everyone followed the direction of the binoculars to see the volcanic scorpions turning around in unison, fleeing toward the distance like a tide, their speed resembling the retreat of the Qiantang River. Within just a few minutes, not a single swarm of giant scorpions remained in sight. The streets were eerily clean, littered only with gnawed and rotting human corpses. The occasional straggling scorpion paid no attention to foraging, desperately chasing after the main group. They've retreated, all of them. We're saved. Get down first. The fire is about to reach the rooftop. The cheers had barely begun when everyone's attention was drawn to the flames overhead. The solution wasn't complicated. The security guard's rope and steel spikes immediately came in handy, driving stakes, lowering rope, all in one smooth motion. The Peach Blossom Spring Complex was massive and built with fire-resistant materials, so the flames spread much slower than in ordinary buildings, buying them precious time. Had it been a building with cut corners and cheap materials, everyone on the rooftop would have been charcoal by now. When the last person descended the rope to safety, shouts of relief pierced the sky. However, one sentence from Xiao Suiguan cut through all the joy. Don't celebrate too early, leave the settlement immediately. 10 kilometers out, and we'll be safe. The words, biochemical weapon, instantly weighed on everyone's minds. Whether it was psychological or not, no one could say for sure, but coughing could already be heard here and there. No one lingered over the smoking ruins. Everyone ran frantically toward the exit. Spread out. Crossing paths will cause problems. Xiao Suiguan reminded them again. In their terror, the crowd dispersed like a tide. Li Jushu led his younger sister into an empty alley, their footsteps echoing off the walls. Suddenly, Miss Han, who had separated from the group, turned and darted into the same alley, moving like the wind and reaching their side within a few breaths. Her expression was stern as she stared at Li Jushu and said in a low voice, "You'd better be careful. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to be made a scapegoat." His sister's heart tightened. "By whom? That's all I'll say. I hope we meet again. Farewell." The moment a fork appeared ahead, Miss Han veered off without hesitation, melting into the darkness and disappearing more decisively than a sprinter. Was she referring to Xiao Suiguan? His sister looked at the empty intersection, an inexplicable unease rising in her heart, not doubting Miss Han's words in the slightest. "This road leads closer to the vehicle, right?" Li Jushu didn't respond, simply raising his hand to point toward the right. Little sister had spent more time in settlement number 11 and knew every path by heart. The two of them sprinted at full speed down the right side alley. The pickup truck sat quietly in its original spot, neither stolen nor overturned by volcanic scorpions, which was incredibly fortunate. You drive? Load up everything useful. Li Jushu slung the Huban 84 rifle over his shoulder and climbed onto the roof rack without safety ropes, showing no concern about being thrown off. With the accelerator floored, the pickup charged onto the main street like a raging bull. The street was empty except for scattered corpses, and the volcanic scorpions were nowhere to be seen. Their retreat had been astonishingly swift. Li Jushu's gaze lingered for several seconds on the Peach Blossom Spring hotel being consumed by flames. Fire shot skyward, bathing the entire settlement in crimson light. Pulling his eyes away, he fixed them on the surrounding shadows. Darkness was where the real danger lurked. In fact, quite a few survivors were still hiding in corners throughout the settlement. With the volcanic scorpion's sudden withdrawal, they couldn't understand why. So after cautiously observing for a moment, they emerged onto the streets in small groups. Some saw the evacuating crowds and followed suit. Others saw nothing at all, while many more remained stubbornly in their shelters. By all rights, Xiao Suiguan should have ordered an organized evacuation, but he had remained silent. Remembering Miss Han's earlier words, Li Jushu felt a chill creep into his heart. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from another street, desperate and ear-splitting. Li Jushu's nerves instantly tensed as he chambered around and scanned the darkness. 200 meters away, a gun barrel protruded from behind an abandoned vehicle, with half a head hidden in the shadows. A Tianhua Z01 sniper rifle. As a qualified sniper, Li Jushu could identify the model just from the barrel's thickness and coating. He had only seen this top-tier sniper rifle from Tiangong Group in the hands of young Master Li's subordinates, and on the rooftop with the settlement's security team. The shooter was indeed one of those guards. Superior vision meant the difference between life and death. Just as the guard's scope locked onto the truck roof, Li Jushu had already pulled the trigger. He clearly saw the man's pupils dilate in terror, but before fear could spread, the entire head exploded into a bloody mist, the body flying backward half a meter. Slow down. As the pickup swept past the abandoned vehicle, he leaped down, efficiently stripped all the guard's equipment, then returned to the roof carrying the Tianhua Z01. For any sniper, this rifle was an irresistible work of art, especially with its nearly flawless performance within 2,000 meters. Sporadic gunfire and piercing screams continued echoing around them, but Li Jushu seemed to exist in a vacuum. As the pickup reached the exit of settlement number 11, he suddenly barked, "Turn! Exit through the gap in the collapsed wall." The exit was within reach, yet he abandoned it without hesitation. Little sister asked no questions, first slowing down, then yanking the steering wheel hard, swinging the truck's nose south as the engine roared. The previously quiet exit suddenly erupted with 7 or 8 figures. Heavy machine guns, submachine guns, Gatling guns, firepower of every kind. Without a word, the muzzles blazed in unison, their thunderous roar shattering the night as golden bullets chased the pickup's rear, skimming along the ground. The man wielding the Gatling gun was none other than the security team captain. Just as Li Jushu was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly shifted his aim. In that split second of hesitation, the sniper rifle trembled, a tongue of flame erupted, and the next instant, the burly man carrying the rocket launcher's head exploded. The rocket changed direction, trailing a fiery red tail as it tore through the night, detonating 10 meters away from the pickup truck. The thunderous shockwave hit like a sledgehammer, instantly collapsing an entire building nearby as debris and rubble scattered in all directions. Fist-sized chunks of stone struck Li Jushu's back, yet he remained motionless on the vehicle's roof, seizing that brief window to squeeze the trigger. Bang! The Gatling gun fell silent, its metal storm that had pierced the night coming to an abrupt halt. The remaining bullets struck the pickup's exterior, sparking against the metal as Xiao Mei gripped the steering wheel, dodging frantically, but the chain of bullets pursued them like a rabid dog. Bang! The heavy machine gunner's head exploded, immediately having the rain of bullets hammering the vehicle. A bullet grazed past Li Jushu's scalp, the searing air causing goosebumps to erupt across his body. Without even blinking, he adjusted his aim slightly, targeting the enemy operating the Locust 21 machine gun. The Locust 21's operator was highly alert, ducking behind cover at the first opportunity, but ultimately a step too slow. The sniper round, over 10 centimeters long, grazed past his skull, sending bone fragments and brain matter flying through the air. The pickup truck sharply turned and drifted into another street, its headlight beam flashing briefly before disappearing. Li Jushu kept his eyes fixed on the darkness, never relaxing his vigilance. The road remained clear until the vehicle burst through a gap in the city wall, and only then did he suddenly look up. Several hundred meters away, atop a five-story building, Xiao Suiguan watched him coldly. Their gazes collided in the air, all pretense of their former cooperation vanishing, leaving only crystallized killing intent. In that moment, Li Jushu fully understood he had become a discarded pawn. burning bridges swift and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. He recalled the expressions on everyone's faces on the rooftop when he agreed to take the shot. At the time, he thought it was gratitude, but now he realized it had been pity. Outside the city, the volcanic scorpions had completely retreated, their corpses piled like mountains across the ground. The pickup slowed its pace as Li Jushu turned to watch their rear. The pursuing soldiers who dared show their heads were immediately shot, their bodies tumbling over a meter before hitting the ground. Seconds later, 7 or 8 men charged out simultaneously, all armed with submachine guns, unleashing a vicious spray of bullets. Li Jushu's expression remained ice cold as he squeezed the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. 4 men dropped instantly. Immediately after, another 7 or 8 fighters rushed out, their bullets denting and deforming the truck's tailgate. In just the time it took to retrieve a vehicle, Xiao Suiguan had somehow assembled this many gunmen, clearly not remnants of the security team. Li Jushu swept his rifle across the targets, his superior vision once again giving him the advantage. In the darkness, normal people's vision became a blur beyond 30 meters, and at 50 meters, they could barely make out anything. These were all skilled fighters who could roughly pinpoint their location by tracking the pickup truck's tire marks and engine sounds, but they ultimately couldn't see clearly who was on the roof. Their bullets only sparked off the vehicle's body, never even grazing Li Jushu's clothing. In contrast, Li Jushu could see every enemy clearly. Each muzzle flash claimed a life, with not a single shot wasted. Only when the pickup rounded a corner and buildings blocked his line of sight did he cease firing. The enemies continued their pursuit, but gunfire suddenly became sparse as the sounds gradually faded into the distance. As the vehicle left the perimeter of settlement number 11, the volcanic scorpion corpses along the roadside became fewer and fewer. Without the obstruction of carcasses, their speed suddenly increased. Li Jushu was pondering their next destination when a sea of headlights suddenly appeared, a Hida massive convoy, so bright it nearly banished the darkness. A rough count revealed at least 100 vehicles. This was the reinforcement force from base number 9. Li Jushu immediately recalled what Officer Xiao Sui had said, initially thinking it was merely a delaying tactic, but now realizing it was all true. Where are we going? Little sister asked while easing off the accelerator, the vehicle gradually slowing amid the bumps. The reinforcements had been summoned by Xiao Sui, meaning that convoy was on his side. Base number 9 was certainly off limits, and settlement number 12 also meant a dead end. Xiao Sui's network of connections was sufficient to have them shut out there. The gray-spotted crown spider forest flashed through Li Jushu's mind. His first thought was Bloodwolf Canyon, but he immediately dismissed that blood wolves were ferocious, and they might become food before they could leverage anything. His second thought was the desert where Shark had disappeared. Equally rejected, the desert was too treacherous, with victory or defeat entirely left to fate. After weighing the options, the forest became the optimal choice. The shadowy trees would amplify his visual advantage, and Xiao Sui would never let them go easily. Little sister hadn't seen the look Xiao Sui cast their way, yet she reached the same conclusion as Li Jushu. Someone wanted them dead. She nearly floored the accelerator, the pickup racing wildly along the pothole-riddled dark road, the vehicle bouncing violently, yet never overturning. Moments later, deafening engine roars pressed in from behind, high beams cutting through the night sky like sharp blades. So fast, both felt their hearts tighten simultaneously. The pickup was already pushed to its limit and couldn't go any faster. Li Jushu ducked back into the truck bed, soon emerging again with a Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle in his hands. He treasured this weapon during the rooftop evacuation. Everyone had discarded burdens, as weapons without ammunition were useless, but life was irreplaceable. The Dragon Fong 01 had been abandoned in a corner, which he immediately claimed as his own without objection. No one could have imagined that Shark's warehouse actually contained ammunition matching its caliber. This unexpected windfall had escaped even little sister's notice. Unpacking, assembling, securing, bullets clicked into the chamber, the muzzle slightly raised, waiting. In terms of power, the Dragon Fong 01 surpassed the Skyfire ZZ-01. The Skyfire pursued comprehensive performance and stability at 2,000 meters, while the Dragon Fong 01 traded weight for greater destructive force, though it wasn't suitable for prolonged mobility. The headlights behind closed to within 1,000 meters, a distance that snipers would be reluctant to risk in the darkness. Yet Li Jushu lowered his body and began taking aim. When his attention focused to a single point, the scene seemed to zoom in closer. Li Jushu could clearly see the driver's face through the windshield, a dark complexion, marked by a coin's eye scar, eyes filled with savage intent. From his expression, it was obvious he was flooring the gas pedal with everything he had. Bang! The first bullet punched through the windshield, striking the dark face square in the chest. Blood erupted in a crimson mist as the driver's seat jerked violently backward. The second bullet immediately tore a black hole through the hood, sending thick black smoke billowing out. The out-of-control vehicle careened left for dozens of meters before crashing to a stop by the roadside, falling deathly still. The hunters inside tumbled out of the vehicle just as the second armored car lost control and flipped over, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact as the hunters rolled out in disarray. The method was identical: driver headshot, engine destroyed. The third vehicle's driver slammed on the brakes, tires screaming against asphalt in violent friction. The acrid smell of burning rubber and ear-piercing shrieks filled the air simultaneously, carving deep tire marks into the road. The hunters immediately took cover behind the vehicle's rear while snipers set up their weapons. The first sniper had barely fitted his night vision scope when his head exploded like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, brain matter and bone fragments splattering everywhere, coating the nearby hunter in crimson gore. The second sniper followed immediately after, everything above his nose bridge cleanly sheared away. The third sniper met the most gruesome fate while still assembling his rifle behind the vehicle. A single bullet first pierced through his front companion's chest before drilling into his abdomen. He clutched the bloody wound, howling in agony, but not yet dead. Range 1100 meters. The spotter with binoculars never finished his sentence before his skull exploded, sending him crashing to the ground. By the time Li Jushu had taken down the sixth hunter, his own pickup had been hit 3 times. The enemy snipers were terrifyingly, almost pathologically accurate. The darkness couldn't obscure their aim, with each shot landing within 10 centimeters of him. Bang! A brilliant spark erupted from the roof of the first disabled vehicle by the roadside. An enemy sniper rolled up from the ground and raised his weapon, but in less than 2 seconds, his head was cleanly blown off, his body flung aside. Almost simultaneously, the pickup's tailgate shuddered violently as a slightly deformed bullet embedded halfway into the alloy steel plate, its tip protruding about half a centimeter through the other side. A chill ran down Li Jushu's spine. The spacecraft-grade alloy armor plating that Shark had installed on this pickup had just saved his life. Otherwise, he'd already be a corpse. He abandoned any trace of contempt, his mind now completely focused. While his night vision certainly gave him an advantage, the enemy was no pushover either, whether through instinct, luck, or high technology. As long as his opponents could lock onto him, they remained lethal. On the battlefield, only results mattered, not methods. Plenty of generals had died from stray bullets. Dead was dead, and no one could demand a do-over. Li Jushu's gaze fixed on the third vehicle. The sniper who had nearly killed him was hiding behind it. As if sensing his attention, the enemy refused to show himself again. Time ticked by as he waited patiently for 5 or 6 seconds with no movement. So he ejected his current round and loaded an incendiary bullet. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the darkness as the third armored vehicle was instantly engulfed in flames, the blazing light tearing through the night like daybreak. The hunters inside scrambled out, tumbling headfirst through the hatch doors, while their comrades who had been using the vehicle for cover scattered in panic. Through his scope, Li Jushu tracked each fleeting figure one by one, finally locking onto the most inconspicuous target: a lean, wiry man. While body weight didn't always equal strength, generally speaking, the bigger the frame, the greater the power and almost ironclad rule among hunters. Yet this thin man moved with precision, rolling and dodging behind other hunters like their shadow. Without Li Jushu's exceptional eyesight, this level 3 hunter's positioning would have remained completely hidden. The barrel tilted slightly upward. The bullet first pierced through a burly hunter before drilling into the thin man's chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a cup. Crack! The sniper rifle hit the ground first, then the thin man slowly collapsed, his face frozen in shock and regret. By now, the distance between both sides had stretched to 1,500 meters. Enemy bullets sprayed wildly around the pickup truck without even scratching the paint, while Li Jushu's shots found their mark every time, all hitting the vehicle bodies. Bang, bang, bang. From front to rear, smoking black holes appeared in succession across the pursuers' engine hoods. Complete immobilization might be impossible, but their power was certainly compromised. Only when the distance expanded to 2,000 meters did he lower his rifle any farther, would require moving target shooting. Too ammunition intensive for precise aiming. His original plan was to pick off all the enemies under cover of darkness, but the faint line of lights 4 kilometers away served as a warning. The second wave of pursuers had arrived. Any convoy appearing at this time and place couldn't possibly be innocent bystanders. The first wave consisted of 12 armored vehicles. She had disabled 7, leaving 5 trailing 3,000 meters behind. Then, mortar shells began landing on both sides of the pickup, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Portable mortars. Each impact landed within 10 meters of their vehicle, making both Li Jushu and Little Sister's hearts race. A direct hit would likely destroy the pickup and certainly kill them both. Fortunately, the enemy initially had only 1 mortar. Li Jushu forced himself to stay calm, judging the impact points from explosion sounds and trajectory arcs, managing to guide Little Sister through a series of desperate evasive maneuvers. The cost was a forced reduction in speed. Half an hour later, the 2 waves of pursuers merged, increasing the mortars to 3 and dramatically boosting their vehicle speed as they closed in menacingly. Little Sister gripped the steering wheel, clearly feeling the invisible pressure bearing down on them. Though both sides had armored vehicles, the pursuers were funded by a large squadron of over 100 people, with Xiao Suiguan backing them as a patron on par with young master Litaire Hardware completely outclassed the Shark Squad. Li Jushu had considered directing Little Sister into side roads to lose their pursuers in complex terrain, but quickly abandoned the idea the pickup would be the first to break down, leaving them no choice but to continue racing along the main road. Their only remaining advantage was the darkness. With about an hour and a half until dawn, every minute was crucial. Li Jushu flattened himself on the truck bed again, holding his breath and focusing all his attention through the scope. The enemy vehicles charged forward like a pack of maddened bulls, ignoring potholes and roaring as they closed the distance. Just as one vehicle flew over a large crater, the entire machine airborne by half a meter, Li Jushu squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated through the darkness. The armored vehicle lost power upon impact with the ground, and the one behind it nearly crashed into it heated. Li Jushu crouched behind the pickup truck's tailgate, his gaze locked firmly on the third vehicle. The moment that vehicle slammed on its brakes and its front end dipped slightly, he pulled the trigger. Crack! The sniper round struck the mortar shell in the hunter's hands with deadly precision. Had it not been for the delay caused by braking, that shell would have already been loaded into the barrel, but now this hesitation delivered it straight into death's embrace. The violent explosion instantly tore the three hunters on the roof to shreds. The heavy roof collapsed with a thunderous crash, and whether anyone inside the cabin survived remained unknown. Either way, that vehicle never moved again. Only one armor-piercing incendiary round remained. Otherwise, a few more shots would have turned who knows how many more vehicles in the convoy into torches. Li Jushu's nerves were stretched taut, but the distance was too great, making precise aiming extremely difficult, with each trigger pull requiring more than 10 seconds between shots. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as another sniper atop a vehicle was headshot. Flying fragments of weaponry pierced the neck of a nearby hunter, who screamed while pressing his hands against the bleeding wound. In fact, this shot had initially gone off target. The bullet first grazed an existing bullet hole in the barrier, changing its angle, then collided with the target's sniper rifle before finally taking that unlucky soul's head to collisions. Absolutely rotten luck. Bang! Li Jushu seized the opening when the vehicle turned, exposing its flank, and shot through the tire of the vehicle attempting to flank them. The massive chassis lost balance completely, rolling twice before ending up wheels up. Vehicles were called war machines not only for their powerful engines, but also for their fierce defensive capabilities. The modification crews had poured their hearts into the wheels. Solid rubber tires were practically standard, and the suspension was specially tuned to maintain balance even after losing one or two wheels. This was precisely why Li Jushu hadn't targeted the tires before, but this time the angle was perfect, wouldn't let it slip. Bang! Bang! Two bullets consecutively drilled into another vehicle's chassis, but failed to ignite the fuel tank. Had they missed, or was the tank specially reinforced? Li Jushu had no time to ponder, steadied his breathing again, and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! The fuel ignited instantly, and the vehicle was consumed by flames. Hunters who couldn't escape in time let out blood-curdling screams from within the inferno. Just as Li Jushu's lips began to curl into a smile, his expression suddenly darkened. From the rear of the convoy, over a dozen battlefield motorcycles suddenly burst forth. The rough wasteland was like flat ground to them, each bike carrying two riders, one controlling the vehicle, the other handling weapons. Small, fast, and difficult to target, Li Jushu could clearly see several rear passengers cradling heavy machine guns. Those things had an effective range of over 1,500 meters, reaching as far as 5,000 meters, requiring no precision-only suppression. A burst of rat-a-tat-tat could turn any area into a killing field. A hail of bullets poured down, instantly riddling the pickup's bed with holes, sparks flying from the tailgate as metal was scraped like butter under a hot knife. The dense gunfire created suffocating pressure. Bunga bullet passed through the windshield, drilling a gaping hole in the driver's chest. The armored vehicles were equipped with bulletproof glass, but unless it was bank-grade bulletproof glass, it couldn't withstand the Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle. Banks could resist bullets not because of superior materials, but due to their 30mm thickness. Buildings didn't need to consider weight and could even stop artillery shells. In contrast, vehicles had to account for weight and transparency. Windshields were typically only 512mm thick, while other windows were slightly thicker at 1,218mm. Targeting motorcycles was challenging, but locking onto clunky armored vehicles was effortless. Li Jushu raised the Dragon Fong 01, the laser sight flashing briefly in the darkness as he fired over a dozen consecutive shots, killing more than 10 drivers on the spot. Seeing the motorcycle squad closing to within 1,000 meters, he dropped the sniper rifle and grabbed the Hubin 84 semi-automatic rifle. Combat motorcycles racing across the desert tested a shooter's ability to predict movement above all else. By understanding the terrain, one could always find some pattern. The lead motorcycle suddenly launched over a dirt mound. This was the only point of steady descent. Li Jushu pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through both riders, and the motorcycle crashed into the dust with its afterimage. Ground maneuvers offered countless variations: acceleration, deceleration, turns, lane changes. But in the air, there was only one path: falling. Li Jushu focused on the next bike and fired 3 more shots, but they all whizzed past the exhaust flames. The motorcycle riders' morale surged as submachine guns and rifles blazed alternately, with some even shouldering rocket launchers. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Li Jushu's forehead. A streak of fire tore through the night sky, exploding 8 meters from the pickup truck. Stone fragments pelted the vehicle like rain, the impact making everyone's scalp tingle. Li Jushu squinted and locked onto a decelerating motorcycle. As the passenger raised his rocket launcher again, Li Jushu decisively fired. Bang! The bullet first drilled through the driver's skull, then pierced the second rider's neck. The out-of-control motorcycle tumbled, its rocket veering off course and striking a nearby combat bike. Boom! Flames erupted, instantly engulfing several motorcycles as screams rolled through the inferno. Taking advantage of the explosion forcing the rear riders to halt, Li Jushu fired 4 precise shots, claiming 4 more lives. In straight pursuit, once the driver was shot, the passenger rarely escaped. The chase continued with Li Jushu unscathed while his pursuers suffered constant losses. But as dawn approached, his anxiety only grew. Daylight offered him no advantage. Instead, it helped his enemies aim. His mindset shifted, causing several misses and wasted ammunition until he forced himself to calm down with a deep breath. Left or right? Came Xiaomei's voice from the driver's seat. The road ahead forked. Right. Li Jushu instantly recalled Black Wasp's intelligence. Both roads led to the gray-spotted crown spider forest, but the left path was smooth yet 3 times longer, while the right was rugged but cut straight through. Young Master Li's massive convoy would be stuck on the right path and forced to take the left, but their light pickup could squeeze through. Choosing right would trap their pursuers behind them. Xiaomei immediately yanked the wheel, steering the pickup into the right fork. Initially smooth, after 2 hours the road suddenly narrowed by nearly half, with potholes and sharp turns appearing one after another. It was now broad daylight with high visibility. Otherwise, she suspected they would have crashed long ago. Even so, she had to grip the steering wheel tightly, slow down, and proceed with extreme caution. The road grew narrower and bumpier. Xiaomei was forced to reduce speed again, while Li Jushu remained vigilantly watching behind them. Only when he saw the pursuing vehicles come to a stop did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Just then, a sudden wave of discomfort hit Li Jushu, sending him into violent coughing fits. The coughing came fierce and rapid, as if his lungs might tear apart, lasting a full 2 minutes before finally subsiding. What's wrong? The girl in the driver's seat poked her head out. Nothing, just choked on something. Li Jushu waved dismissively. Your face is so pale. The girl looked worried. Nearly choked to death on my own spit. That's probably the most pathetic way to die. He forced a smile. Good thing you're okay. The girl turned her attention back to the steering wheel. The vehicle resumed its rumbling hum. The moment the girl's head disappeared back into the cab, Li Jushu's smile vanished instantly. He looked down and saw crimson blood in his palm, feeling tearing pain in his chest and inexplicable weakness in his limbs. A terrifying word flashed through his mind: biochemical weapon. Half a night of intense combat had clearly accelerated the spread of the biochemical virus in his body, or perhaps his constitution was simply weaker. Whatever the reason, the situation was worse than he'd imagined. Xiao Suiguan had probably lied. The biochemical weapon's power far exceeded his description. Were their pursuers so eager to kill precisely to prevent the virus from spreading? At this thought, a chill ran down Li Jushu's spine. A fork in the road suddenly appeared ahead, and his decision crystallized like lightning. Stop the car. The pickup truck screeched to a halt. He flipped down from the roof, landing as he shouted. Throw me the mines and pack all the gear I can use. We're splitting up. Why split up? The girl was startled. Up ahead is the gray-spotted crown spider forest. You drive to draw the pursuers while I ambush from behind, then take a shortcut to set traps in the forest. Only if we divide our forces will they divide theirs. If they don't split up, we can't shake them. You drive, I'll do the ambush. The girl insisted. You don't know the shortcut, and you can't maintain sniper distance. My marksmanship has better range. Li Jushu was already digging 3 holes by the roadside, preparing a chain of mines. But, no buts. He caught the mines the girl tossed him, working without pause. The enemy is only 200 meters away. When they see the vehicle, they'll definitely chase you first. Be careful, stay alive. If you don't show up at the forest, I'll come back for you. You be careful too. I'll definitely stay alive. The girl wasn't weak. She stuffed the pack full and threw it by the roadside, then floored the accelerator. The pickup roared away like a wild beast. Stay alive, little sister. You have to stay alive. Li Jushu looked up, watching the taillights disappear into the distance. His face was deathly pale, sweat dripping continuously from his jaw. His temperature was spiking, yet he felt bone-deep cold. The girl probably wasn't infected or had temporarily suppressed the virus. Either way, she was safe for now, and he had to separate from her absolutely couldn't pass the infection to her. After quickly burying the 3 mines, he opened his backpack. Fever reducers and antibiotics were all there. He knew their effect would be limited, but still grabbed a handful of pills and shoved them in his mouth, a desperate attempt. Then he tilted his head back and drank half a bottle of water, pouring the remaining half over his head. The ice-cold water provided brief clarity to his mind. Having done all this, he shouldered his pack and leaped into the night along the side road, disappearing into the darkness. About 3 minutes later, an explosion thundered through the air. Li Jushu, who had climbed to higher ground, spun around abruptly, ignoring the pain racking his body. He crouched low, aiming his sniper rifle toward the explosion. A figure entered his scope, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The figure's left shoulder erupted, the massive impact hurling him a full meter. Though not fatal, the shot instantly eliminated his combat capability. Li Jushu bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain clearing his mind momentarily had aimed for the heart, but at barely 300 meters, he had missed. He knew the problem wasn't the rifle, it was him. With his second shot, he decisively took out a hunter with a headshot. Immediately, enemy fire returned in kind, dense bullets kicking up rows of white puffs in the dirt around him. Waves of dizziness surged from the back of his skull, but he clenched his molars and kept pulling the trigger. The Huban 84 recoiled with a jolt, and the enemy's heavy machine gun fell silent. The towering 2-meter gunner now had a fist-sized hole torn through his chest, his body armor as useless as paper. After that shot, he turned and sprinted away. Bullets whistled past his legs, several times tearing through his clothing, the searing pain making his hair stand on end. What should have been an easy climb now loomed like an insurmountable wall. Behind him, a second explosion roared his second minion, the gunfire immediately thinned by more than half. He turned to aim and fired 4 consecutive shots. Bang, 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 bang. Only 2 pursuers fell, the other 2 shots missed their mark. He immediately dove into a roll, sliding down to the other side of the slope to continue firing from prone position. Enemy bullets swept across the ridge, sending chips of stone flying with sharp cracks. He could only rely on luck to hold out. By now he was certain the abnormality in his body came from biochemical weapons, not a common cold. His muscles felt as if they were being torn apart, his bones alternately felt like they were being hammered and pierced with needles. Torture couldn't be worse. Through sheer willpower, he forced down the dizziness and picked off his pursuers one by one. The more enemies that fell, the safer his little sister would be. His only wish was that she remain unharmed by the biochemical agents. Just as his eyelids began to droop, a sudden pain in his shoulder yanked him back from the haze he'd been hit. Looking down, blood had already soaked through his clothing, though fortunately it was only a graze. He returned fire immediately. Bang, and the opposing sniper with his own Huban 84 dropped with an exploded head. The enemy had hidden in shadow, using the changing light to find an excellent shooting position, but hadn't counted on Li Jushu's night vision being as clear as day. Boom! 80 meters away, the third and final landmine detonated. The remaining pursuers immediately spread out, advancing cautiously. This blast only killed one and severely wounded another. Li Jushu didn't waste a shot finishing off the wounded man, instead targeting a hunter who had slipped into the grass. Using the contrast of light and shadow, he pinpointed the target's position. Bang! Grass flew in all directions as blood mist traced an arc through the air, and the hunter fell silent. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger enveloped him. It was the woman who stayed close to Officer Xiao Sui. Li Jushu immediately swung his rifle toward her. Her perception was remarkable. She dodged continuously, and despite 8 attempts to line up a shot, he couldn't find a killing angle. The other pursuers had closed to within 50 meters. Gritting his teeth, he put on his helmet and rolled down the mountainside. The face is the most vulnerable part, so it must be well protected. He had equipped himself comprehensively with leg guards, knee pads, wrist guards, and the like, all prepared for the volcanic scorpions, though they went unused. On the mountainside, Li Jushu calculated as he climbed. This spot served as both an excellent sniper position and the fastest route down the mountain. His strength was rapidly depleting, and at normal retreat speed, the enemy would surely catch up. So he decided to roll. During his tumbling descent, his luck was absurdly good. His body crashed violently through a wasp nest the size of a tabletop. Moving too fast, the swarm only managed to circle in midair before angrily expanding their search radius, directly colliding with the relentless hunting party. The female swordsman bore the brunt of it, screaming in agony. In the spinning chaos, he felt the world suddenly pull the ground away from beneath him, landing with a splash in a water pool. The icy water shocked his brain into instant clarity. The pool's depth was perfect, absorbing the impact. With his modest swimming skills, he flailed to shore, feeling as though his entire body had been dismantled, even his hair seeming to throb with pain. Hunters' screams echoed from above, but dense canopy and undergrowth blocked their view. He couldn't spare time to investigate, stumbling frantically in what he hoped was the right direction. His soaked clothes clung to his skin, making each step heavy. Fortunately, his waterproof backpack had kept the spare clothes dry, though he had no time to change. After running for who knows how long, he collapsed to the ground, startled to realize he had been sleeping while running. Looking up, towering trees surrounded him on all sides, leaving him disoriented. Behind him, that clear trail of footprints seemed to mock his fate. He pulled out a landmine, carefully rigging it as a booby trap, roughly determined his direction by the filtered light, and set off again. Each step felt like carrying 200 pounds on his back, his breathing labored and harsh. Hunger struck, and he fumbled for rations from his pack, stuffing them in his mouth while running. Mid-chew, warmth suddenly trickled from his noseblood. The nosebleed wasn't heavy and stopped quickly, but it chilled his heart, giving him an ominous feeling that disaster was closing in. The food's calories briefly bolstered his strength, but wave after wave of drowsiness continued washing over him like a tide. Finally, his legs gave out, and he buried himself in thick fallen leaves, as if sinking into a soft bed. Reason screamed, "Get up!" and he gritted his teeth, forcing his aching limbs upright to continue his stumbling flight. Suddenly, a muffled explosion echoed behind him. He knew his pursuers had arrived. Escape seemed impossible now. He dropped his backpack and quickly laid mines, burying his last few explosives before choosing a sturdy old tree to hide behind. Hastily camouflaging himself with leaves and branches, he left only the muzzle of his Cuban 84 rifle exposed, holding his breath as he waited for the enemy. Boom, accompanied by a close-range explosion and a scream. The tremendous shockwave made the ground tremble slightly. Li Jushu's eyes snapped open, had fallen asleep again. A broken figure tumbled 180 degrees through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. 5 or 6 meters away, a burly hunter lay prone on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Further in the distance, shadowy figures lurked among the leaves and undergrowth, making it impossible to determine their exact numbers. The burly hunter's serpentine gaze swept through the forest. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he began to roll, but a bullet struck his forehead. His head exploded into a bloody mist. Only then did the muffled gunshot from the silenced weapon reach them, still piercing in the silent woods. Immediately after, a barrage of bullets swept forward in formation, causing thick tree trunks to creak and groan as dead leaves scattered everywhere. Li Jushu lay prone beneath a tree, motionless as stone. His sniper rifle adjusted slightly, muzzle flash flickered, and the machine gun across from him fell silent. Bang! Half an arm spun through the air as the wounded hunter hit the ground, rolling, his screams tearing through the forest. Missed! Li Jushu's mouth twitched, blood seeping from his bitten tongue, yet it couldn't dispel the fog clouding his mind. Bullets grazed his clothing, but his numb muscles couldn't even register the cold. Bang, bang, bang. He continued firing with only a 50% hit rate. Logic urged him to flee, but his weakened body made even standing seem impossible. The enemies advanced in alternating patterns, using trees for cover as they flanked him in a fan formation, while he remained trapped, pressure mounting. Another gunshot rang out. A hunter dashed from one tree toward another, but just as he sought cover, a bullet severed his right leg. He collapsed screaming as blood gushed forth. Simultaneously, Li Jushu's position was exposed as enemy bullets hammered the front of his tree trunk like raindrops, bark exploding in all directions. He crouched behind the tree, silently counting their footsteps. Boom! A pre-plant explosive detonated underfoot. He seized the brief opportunity to emerge, pulling the trigger 5 times in rapid succession, downing 2 hunters, 1 dead, 1 wounded, while the other 3 shots missed their mark. As the gunfire ceased, he gasped heavily, his entire arm hanging like lead. His mine-laying technique wasn't particularly sophisticated, but rich battlefield experience allowed him to use sniper pressure to draw attention while relying on the forest's dappled light to conceal the explosives. The enemies were forced into the kill zone, dramatically increasing their chances of triggering the mines. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. When the nearest hunter closed to 50 meters, he knew this battle would likely be his last. Because he hadn't fired for a moment, the enemy's speed suddenly increased 30 meters. Li Jushu yanked the cord beside him, and 2 submachine guns tied to trees on his left and right immediately unleashed golden streams of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The enemies had focused all their attention on his tree, never expecting crossfire from both flanks. The intersecting fire immediately dropped 3 men, with 2 more hit and rolling. Li Jushu squeezed out his last reserves of strength to expose himself, abandoning evasion and embracing certain death as he frantically squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Like a final burst of energy before death, all 6 rounds in this volley found their marks, and the hunters fell without a sound. Fresh blood stained the fallen leaves. Enraged, the enemies hurled 7 or 8 grenades through the air. Further back, a large man emerged halfway with a rocket launcher. Li Jushu spotted the target but couldn't pull the trigger in time, only able to watch helplessly as the rocket, trailing a long red streak, grew infinitely larger in his vision. Explosions erupted nearby. The massive shockwave hit Li Jiushu like an invisible wall, his pupils dilating sharply behind the pursuing enemies. A familiar petite figure suddenly appeared, the submachine gun in her hands spitting fire as shell casings scattered across the muddy ground. She moved through the dense shadows of trees with light, swift steps, like a black spot cheetah. Little sister, how did she get here? As Li Jiushu was thrown into the air by the blast, confusion churned in his mind. Before he could distinguish whether this was hallucination or reality, he crashed heavily into a thick tree trunk, the impact numbing his bones to the core, his vision going black as he lost consciousness. He didn't know how long he'd been unconscious when his awareness cracked open like a door, and in his half-awake state, he dimly felt himself being carried in someone's arms. A rush of wind swept past his ears, accompanied by footsteps, and leaping the gate was light, yet powerful, inexplicably reassuring. He sensed that it was little sister who held him. Stop! These words echoed in his mind, but he couldn't voice them. He knew little sister's capabilities, but carrying him at such speed couldn't possibly last. As time dragged on, he worried that her small frame would be forced to exhaust her very life force. Sporadic gunfire continued pursuing from behind. In his daze, he felt his body suddenly soar through the air, then plummet abruptly as icy river water crashed around his limbs, his final memory nothing but the sound of rushing water. When he awoke again, he lay on the wet sand and stones of the riverbank, his entire body aching as if crushed by wheels. Little sister, he tried to speak, but his voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz, met with no response from the surroundings. After gathering strength for a full 10 minutes, he barely managed to prop up his upper body. When his gaze fell to his feet, he felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. Little sister. He threw himself onto that small, frail body, his hands gripping her shoulders, wanting to shake her awake, yet not daring to use force. The girl's face was as pale as faded paper, lying face down and motionless on the ground. 5 bullet holes in her back still seeped blood, the crimson mixing with river water into pale pink, soaking through her clothes. Little sister. Li Jiushu screamed hoarsely. The girl's skin was ice cold, devoid of any warmth. Her soaked clothes still dripped water. Ignoring his own wounds, he turned her body over, pressing his ear to her chest, desperately searching for signs of life. After what felt like an eternity, he caught an extremely faint heartbeat. Little sister, little sister, little sister. He was nearly overcome with joy, clutching that cold body tightly, using his own broken form to warm her, repeatedly calling her name. The pain in his body, the blood from his wounds, all of it was forgotten in that moment. The girl still didn't respond. The cold pressed down on his heart like a sinking stone. Just as he teetered on the edge of despair, little sister's long lashes finally trembled slightly, then slowly lifted. Little sister. Li Jiushu wept with joy. Her eyes were filled with relief and reluctance as she looked straight at him, as if she couldn't bear to even blink. Little sister, don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital right away. After the initial joy, he suddenly remembered the wounds on little sister's back. Even without examining them closely, he knew the situation was dire. I want so badly to stay by your side, forever. Promise me. Little sister began to speak, her voice barely a whisper, almost inaudible. Her words suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and the infinite longing in her eyes slowly dimmed until all light faded completely. On her pale face, relief, memories, attachment, and reluctance intertwined before finally freezing in place. Li Jiushu's body suddenly went rigid. He could clearly feel something rising from little sister's chest, sweeping across the cold night sky. It was her soul. His throat felt blocked by something invisible. He desperately tried to force out a single word, but could only open his mouth soundlessly. He stood there motionless for a long time, a full 5 or 6 minutes, before suddenly erupting in a beast-like roar that tore through the mountains and forests. Little sister. Deep in the night, about 100 meters from the riverbank on the grassland, a fresh grave stood starkly. Firelight flickered as Li Jiushu knelt before the tomb, picking up dry leaves and lighting them one by one. At his feet, 2 daggers, one large, one small, were thrust straight into the earth. Using these remaining weapons, he had carved wood into planks and assembled a crude coffin, then dug out the burial pit with his bare hands. Guns, ammunition, backpack, everything useful was lost. Searching his entire body, only his own dagger remained. The small dagger belonged to little sister and should have been buried with her, but he ultimately pulled it out and gripped it tightly. This blade would be saved for slaying his enemies. A true man knows what to do and what not to do. Little sister, rest assured, I will not die before I eliminate our enemies. He spoke these words both to his sister in the grave and to himself. Whether the biochemical weapon's effects were beginning to fade or hatred was forcing him to endure, his whole body still ached. Yet he had regained some strength, otherwise this grave could never have been completed. Xiao Suiguan, you better stay alive. Don't die at someone else's hands. Your life belongs to me alone. He stripped naked and repeatedly scrubbed his bloodstained clothes in the river water, then hung them by the fire to dry. The night wind was bitter, and the surrounding temperature had dropped to -20 degrees, yet he remained bare-chested, seemingly oblivious to the cold. After the last piece of clothing dried, he didn't put it on immediately, but turned toward the pitch-black river surface. Using his night vision ability, he dove underwater and in the blink of an eye knocked out two fish, one about 5 pounds, the other about 8 pounds. To seek revenge, he first had to maintain peak condition. To survive, he first had to fill his stomach. He wasn't sure how long the biochemical weapon's residual toxins would continue tormenting him, nor did he know how much longer he could hold out. But as long as he had 1 minute of breath left, he would use that minute to its fullest. The campfire crackled as the two fish were skinned and roasted, their oil sizzling fragrantly. Without salt, the fish meat was still rich and delicious. After cooking, he swallowed it bite by bite. All 8 pounds of meat went into his stomach. After eating, he looked up at the grave mound and bowed deeply, then extinguished the fire, shouldered his dagger, and headed upstream along the river. The pursuing troops had not yet arrived, so he decided to take the initiative and meet the enemy. While staying here to rest and recover would certainly be safer, if anyone discovered and desecrated little sister's grave, he would never forgive himself, even in death. In the dark night, large forces would likely make camp and rest, while his night vision ability made darkness as clear as daylight. Without a moon, the forest was pitch black, yet Li Jushu could see everything clearly, moving swiftly across the uneven mountain slopes, as if on level ground. The young woman held him tightly as they plunged into the river, swept nearly 15 kilometers downstream by the raging current before finally managing to drag their soaked bodies onto the shore. Li Jushu didn't catch sight of his pursuers again until noon the following day. With the sun blazing overhead and clear sight lines through the forest, he dared not make any sudden moves. He quietly retreated into the shadows and lay down among the tangled roots of a massive, vine-covered tree to rest. At dusk, the moment darkness fell, Li Jushu's eyes snapped open. His cold, merciless gaze seemed to drop the temperature of the surrounding air by several degrees. Meanwhile, 3 hunters tracked through the dense forest following scattered clues. The lead hunter carried a Locust 31 machine gun, his steps measured and steady, a veteran hunter's instinctive reverence for survival. What's the deal with that woman? Took several bullets and still managed to carry someone while running that fast. Dozens of kilometers through mountain terrain, even most wild beasts couldn't pull that off, he muttered under his breath. Don't know her. The burly man on the right replied curtly, a Thunder 88 heavy machine gun slung across his broad shoulders, his sharp eyes constantly scanning the gaps between trees. The lean-faced hunter on the left wore body armor with a Yellow River 94 pistol holstered at his thigh. He added quietly, willpower. I've heard that human willpower can unleash strength beyond physical limits in extreme moments. The three maintained a triangular formation as they advanced, covering nearly every angle. Amid the rustling of leaves, the machine gunner in the center frowned. All this commotion over just 2 people, what the hell did they do? The thought made him instinctively tighten his grip on the Locust 31 stock as he shook his head. That guy's a freak too. That night he took out 30 or 40 people, including several level 3 hunters. That kind of sniper skill is rare, even at base 1. If he'd had machine gun support and other units backing him up, casualties would have been at least double. The burly man chimed in. Think those 2 are still alive? Falling from that high a cliff, with those rapids below. The center hunter's tone was casual, clearly convinced their targets were likely dead. Dead or alive, we need bodies. Orders were crystal clear. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the canopy, the lean-faced hunter looked up to gauge the light, his brow furrowed with concern. Keep searching? Still no signal? Once it's completely dark, we won't be able to find our way back to camp. They're probably getting fed up too, the center hunter grumbled. 3 days without a trace of movement. This damn forest gives me the creeps, feels like countless eyes watching from the shadows. Rain's coming. The burly man suddenly lifted his head to sniff the air, unease flickering in his eyes. On Beast Planet, getting caught in the rain was never a pleasant experience. A sharp bird cry echoed from the distance, and all 3 hunters stopped simultaneously. The center hunter exhaled deeply and grinned. Finally, time to rest. I'll go cut some branches. The burly man and lean-faced hunter began surveying the surrounding terrain. Choosing the right spot to spend the night in this forest was a matter of life and death. Even battle-hardened hunters couldn't afford to be careless with such details. Beast Planet was no human paradise. One moment of inattention could be fatal. As an experienced hunter, quickly distinguishing between poisonous and non-poisonous plants in the shortest time possible is a fundamental skill. Observing trees is simple, but selecting the right type of wood is crucial. Some plants are extremely toxic. A single drop of their sap can kill a person. On the Beast Planet, most plants are poisonous, though severely toxic varieties are rare. Most have mild toxicity, but even that shouldn't be underestimated. Skin redness, swelling, and hours of itching can be quite torturous. Li Jushu crouched low as he moved through the dense forest, searching for a small tree about the thickness of a wrist. Once he found suitable wood, his subsequent actions could unfold. Soon, he selected a small tree with gray-black bark and hard texture. He scored a shallow mark on the trunk with his blade, tested the wood quality, and nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, the burly hunter and his lean-faced companion were each watching opposite directions, neither noticing the shadowy figure lurking behind the tree. Li Jushu's hands shot out, one clamped over the hunter's mouth and nose, the other slashed across his throat. The entire process was clean and efficient. The first body dropped silently to the ground. As the scent of blood began to spread, two daggers, one large, one small, suddenly sliced through the air. The burly hunter looked up alertly, drawing his military knife to block. The crisp clash of metal rang out as the dagger embedded itself in a nearby tree. The lean-faced hunter reacted even faster, dodging to the side as the blade grazed past his clothing. He had barely regained his footing when a dark shadow lunged at him. A flash of cold steel appeared, and he raised his hand to strike, but hit nothing. The next second, tremendous force gripped his head. Crack, the sharp sound of his neck snapping echoed clearly in the night. As consciousness faded, he glanced toward his burly companion, puzzled why no help was coming, only to see the man standing rigid like a statue, a thin red line slowly seeping blood at his throat. That red line was left by a wood chip as thin as paper. Li Jushu dropped the lean-faced hunter's corpse, and the burly man immediately toppled over, his 200-plus pounds crushing the fallen leaves beneath him. A dozen meters away, Li Jushu bent down to retrieve the square wood chip. The chip was deep black with edges shaved extremely thin, its hardness comparable to sheet metal. He had originally used playing cards, but cards became useless once soaked in water, so he had switched to these wooden cards. After half a day of surveillance, he had figured out each man's characteristics. 1. The middle hunter had balanced strength, speed, reflexes, and awareness, but no outstanding advantages. With his guard slightly lowered, Li Jushu killed him with a single throat slash. 2. The burly man had great strength and endurance, and would certainly guard against gleaming daggers. Li Jushu deliberately used the dagger to draw attention, allowing his real killing weapon, the black, wood chipto, strike silently. 3. The lean-faced hunter had the fastest reflexes. Li Jushu engaged him personally, using the dagger to distract his vision, then suddenly struck with accumulated force to snap his neck. As a precaution, he had padded his bulletproof vest with 3 centimeters of wood planking, prepared to take a knife or even a gunshot if necessary. The hunt went more smoothly than he had anticipated. As long as there were no gunshots, nearby pursuers wouldn't be alerted. Li Jushu dragged the 3 bodies into the shadows where the undergrowth was thickest, efficiently looting their equipment: submachine guns, pistols, grenades, food, medicine, military knives, daggers, adult magazines, gold coins. Everything was there. The lean-faced hunter also carried an anonymous bank card. If he could crack the password, the money inside would be his. Though he couldn't break it himself, there were people who specialized in purchasing such cards and had their own methods. Unfortunately, there was no sniper rifle. He took everything useful and found another safe location to bury the remaining equipment, marking the spot. After completing all this, he followed the forest shadows and quietly crept toward the edge. 3 men formed a squad, and the pursuers' deployment was flawless. Each team consisted of seasoned hunters who had weathered countless battles, maintaining a state of sleeping with one eye open, even during rest. For Li Jushu, his night vision talent reduced his chances of being detected in darkness by 90%. The sound of stepping on dry leaves differed drastically from stepping on rotting or fresh ones. One wrong step would be equivalent to loudly announcing to enemies, "Here I come." The pursuers hadn't lit any torches, leaving the entire forest pitch black. The dense canopy and rolling dark clouds prevented even the bright moon from penetrating through. Such conditions were exactly what Li Jushu desired. Beneath a large tree, a helmeted hunter crouched with his body curled up, his golden pupils gleaming alertly in the darkness, unaware that Li Jushu had been lurking just one step away behind the tree. Li Jushu waited for half an hour without moving a muscle, until, caw, a piercing bird cry shattered the silent night, echoing far into the distance. Li Jushu struck instantly. His left palm sealed the hunter's mouth and nose while his right hand drove the dagger across the throat like lightning. The hunter's entire body convulsed before falling silent on the spot. His dagger, which had been raised halfway, lost its grip and began to fall, only to be caught by Li Jushu in that instant. The corpse was gently laid flat without a sound, leaving the 2 companions in their sleeping bags completely unaware. Li Jushu crept close to the nearest sleeping bag, judging the position of the head from the bulging shape, and held his breath in wait. When the second caw sounded, he plunged his dagger down, accurately piercing through the hunter's throat. The sleeping bag shook violently for a moment before falling still. The other sleeping bag began to twist in response, and Li Jushu raised his hand to hurl the dagger straight at the head. Whether it would hit the face, back of the skull, or ear bone, he couldn't be certain, but it would definitely strike the head. A muffled groan came through the sleeping bag as he flashed forward. Thud! The second dagger sank deep, also piercing the skull, and the sleeping bag immediately fell into deathly silence. Unzipping it, he found the first dagger had struck the cerebellum. No wonder it hadn't killed instantly. The second had penetrated through the temple, ending the life immediately. The brief scream had been muffled by the sleeping bag without escaping. Li Jushu still didn't dare to slack off, quickly cleaning up the scene before moving toward the third group of enemies. As he approached, an almost transparent nylon wire appeared near his feet, less than a centimeter from his shoe tip, making him break out in cold sweat. He slowly withdrew his foot and carefully surveyed the surroundings. This campsite was positioned brilliantly, with nothing but thorns and massive trees except for 3 narrow passages. Each passage had 2 landmines buried, with another suspended in midair, barely visible in the darkness. The height had been precisely calculated. Low creatures like snakes and rats couldn't reach them. Only human footsteps would trigger the traps. Perhaps overly relying on their traps, the 3 hunters hadn't arranged for night watch duty and were all curled up in their sleeping bags, snoring away. Li Jushu easily eliminated all 3 before rushing toward the 4th squad. This group had also deployed mine defenses supplemented with traps. Without his night vision goggles, Li Jushu would have definitely fallen victim to these expertly laid snares. Through the green glow of his night vision, he spotted the barely visible tripwires and shallow-buried bouncing mines scattered across the ground. Holding his breath, he glided forward with cat-like stealth, his feet barely touching the earth as he navigated around every explosive point, finally stopping before 3 sleeping bags arranged side by side. No one was assigned to keep watch. Days of relentless pursuit had pushed these 3 hunters to their physical limits. When his dagger's tip hovered less than an inch from the sleeping bag, he suddenly froze. The bag was unnaturally rigid and straight, as if stuffed with wooden planks. People sleep either curled up or slightly arched, never perfectly straight like this. His hair stood on end, but he forced himself to suppress the instinctive urge to retreat, remaining motionless for several seconds while the surroundings stayed eerily silent. The next moment, steady breathing drifted down from above. He slowly looked up to see 3 hunters bound to thick branches with safety ropes, cocooned like sleeping caterpillars, their breathing even and expressions peaceful, clearly confident that no one could breach their trap network. Cunning. Should he climb or shoot? After long deliberation, he pulled out 3 finger-length wooden slivers. He had only practiced single shots with these before, but tonight he needed to launch all 3 in rapid succession with perfect accuracy. Failure meant certain death. Li Jushu forced himself to remain calm, his heartbeat and breathing instantly steadying. His right arm tensed, and 3 cold flashes flew out in an almost continuous arc. The whistling sound awakened the most alert hunter, who had just opened his eyes when the wooden sliver sliced across his throat. With a blood-choked gasp of ugh, his pupils dilated rapidly, shock turning to despair before dimming forever. The other 2 were less vigilant and died, without even understanding what killed them. After eliminating his targets, Li Jushu gripped his silencer-equipped pistol, breathing heavily even with the suppressor muffling the gunshots. Experienced hunters could still detect danger, so he avoided firearms whenever possible. Under cover of darkness, he moved through the forest like a ghost, specifically targeting the separated 3-man teams. His limit was firing 3 wooden slivers simultaneously. Only when facing more than 3 enemies would he resort to his gun. Boom! Thunder shattered the night sky as lightning split the world into stark white. He instantly froze while the startled hunter on the branch instinctively looked up at the sky. As the electric light faded and darkness returned, a cold blade sliced through the man's carotid artery. When the remaining 2 pairs of sharp eyes turned toward him, he raised his hand. Pop! Pop! 2 point-blank shots, bullets piercing through their foreheads. Thunder rolled again, perfectly masking the gunfire. Without bothering to scavenge supplies, he pressed forward. The approaching rain was both blessing and curse. The downpour would muffle sounds, but by now all enemies would be fully alert, and awake hunters were far more dangerous than sleeping ones. When he reached the next 3-man team, fat raindrops began falling, the gentle pattering quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. The entire forest filled with nothing but the sound of rushing water. The 3 hunters frantically pulled rain gear from their packs, and he seized this brief opportunity. 3 bullets consecutively drilled into the backs of their skulls, each a killing blow. The heavy rain was so loud that nothing could be heard beyond 10 meters, while the pursuing teams maintained distances of 50 to 100 meters between groups. Just as he prepared to withdraw, Li Jushu suddenly stopped, a smile playing at his lips. Beside the corpses lay a pristine sniper rifle NC-22, also known as the Red Guard individual sniper rifle. The continuous ambushes had drained most of his strength. He was barely holding on now, fueled only by hatred that kept him going. Once that drive gave out, he'd probably have trouble even walking. The appearance of the sniper rifle could greatly alleviate his physical exhaustion. Sniper rifles cost far more than other firearms, not just for their power, but for their quality. After heavy rain, most guns would jam or rust, and cold temperatures would slow their firing rate. High-quality sniper rifles were barely affected by such conditions, and even if their performance dropped slightly, it remained within acceptable limits. He didn't strip the enemy's raincoat to wear it. First, raincoats where waterproof raindrops would bounce and splash off them, creating sounds completely different from the muffled noise of rain hitting fabric. Though this subtle difference would be hard to detect in the rainforest, it could still expose his position. The pursuers traveled in groups, able to quickly compensate for any mistakes, while he had no second chances. Second, his clothes were already soaked through. Adding a non-breathable raincoat would trap his body heat, and the resulting stuffiness would create bigger problems. She was already dealing with an infection and unstable condition. If he caught a cold on top of that, he'd probably collapse before the enemy even got to him. The torrential rain first hammered the branches and leaves, then seeped down layer by layer. The dense forest was like being under a leaky curtain, with the sound of rain thundering and echoing in the enclosed space. Li Jushu moved through it, feeling his eardrums nearly useless, though fortunately his vision remained clear. The ground alternated between deep and shallow rotted leaves soaked with water became as soft as mud, and occasionally he'd step down and his calf would sink straight into the mire. He felt both joy and worry. As a sniper, this complex terrain limited the mobility of close combat hunters, but it also made retreat extremely difficult. Once surrounded, he'd be unable to move an inch. Fortunately, a makeshift camp appeared not far ahead, with 3 hunters sheltering in place. 2 wore raincoats, while another stood under a tree holding up a large leaf for cover. Looking around, there were only tall trees everywhere with thunder and lightning. Standing under trees was the only option. Li Jushu chose a gentle slope with a clear view, resting his NC-22 sniper rifle on a thick branch and holding his breath to lock onto his targets. The moment thunder crashed, he pulled the trigger. The first bullet tore through the air, striking the unprotected hunter right between the eyes. Brain matter mixed with rainwater in a pool that immediately flowed down. The 2 hunters on the other side of the tree remained completely unaware. He made a slight adjustment to his aim. As the second hunter looked up, the bullet silently cut through the rain curtain and pierced his temple. The third man rolled sideways and drew his gun to return fire. Li Jushu's third shot almost followed the man's movement, blasting open his chest and leaving a hole the size of a cup. Almost simultaneously, the enemy's gun muzzle flashed. Thud! The incoming bullet shattered the branch in front of him, sending wood fragments flying. His cheek stung from the scrape, missing him by barely 4 inches. Li Jushu's mouth twitched as alarm shot through him. That last hunter's reflexes were unnaturally fast, instantly pinpointing his hiding spot through the rain. If not for the slippery mud that made the man's footing unstable during his dodge, that shot would have blown his head off. He quickly regained his composure. The advantage brought by the storm had made him careless, causing him to underestimate the enemy's capabilities. Among the pursuers were level 3 hunters, possibly even level 4 hunters. He approached the third hunter's corpse and searched it thoroughly, finding nothing. Disappointment washed over him. Skilled hunters usually carried plenty of valuable items constantly on the move. They kept their most precious potions, parts, and weapons close at hand, fearing they'd return home one day to find their stored equipment completely stolen. Li Jushu removed the Yellow River 94 pistol from the hunter's waist and slipped it into his tactical harness. This weapon couldn't be bought even with money at settlement number 11, and he wouldn't pass it up. Rain poured down like a waterfall. Using the downpour as cover, he picked off squad after squad with his rifle. A fine mechanical watch now adorned his wrist, its face unmarked, hands moving with perfect precision, clearly worth a fortune. He'd taken it from a hunter barely 5 feet tall whose corpse lay nearby. The guy had moved like a monkey, dodging 3 shots while leaping through the trees. If he hadn't suddenly snapped that branch, the outcome would have been uncertain. It was already 7:30 in the morning. By all rights, daylight should have broken, but overhead remained black as the bottom of a pothe couldn't even see his fingertips when he raised his hand. Li Jushu lay prone in the muddy water, the sour stench of rotting leaves constantly invading his nostrils. The thin synthetic gloves clung to his skin, and he could imagine his fingers had turned as pale and wrinkled as the rest of his waterlogged flesh. The rain had dragged his body temperature into the danger zone. Though he kept chewing rations for energy, muscle stiffness continued spreading, and his backside had gone completely numb. The enemy had sensed something was wrong. 2 squads had merged. They appeared to be organized in groups of 4, possibly 3 groups total, with one group having only 2 members. Their camp was positioned cleverly. He couldn't find an ideal sniper position. From his current angle, he could only target 6 people. Moving closer would improve his accuracy, but the risk would skyrocket proportionally. Half an hour passed without opportunity. Several leeches thicker than fingers crawled down his neck and onto his back. Though his back had long since gone numb, the psychological revulsion made his entire body uncomfortable. Lightning split the sky again, and inspiration struck. When the flash faded, he belly crawled forward, the continuous thunder perfectly masking his footsteps. When the next lightning bolt tore through the darkness, a hunter in his 40s looked down to discover 7 or 8 grenades at his feet. Overwhelming terror flooded his mind as he threw himself forward with all his strength. but the grenades detonated before he could escape. Boom! The explosion echoed through the cramped forest, drowning out even the thunder above. Li Jushu emerged from behind a tree trunk and immediately opened fire with the Yellow River 94, pulling the trigger at every shadow, regardless of whether targets were alive or dead. After 8 shots, silence returned to the scene. As it turned out, throwing grenades at close range was more efficient than sniping, though it was a gamble with death. 8 corpses lay mangled beyond recognition, missing arms and legs, disemboweled, faces obliterated. At this distance, body armor had been utterly useless. Holstering his weapon, he began looting. Every backpack and belt pouch was torn open, all usable medicine and ammunition stuffed into his own pockets. When he opened the most luxurious pack, he froze completely. His breathing stopped for several seconds before becoming rapid and shallow, his expression one of shock. Potions. The backpack was crammed full of potions. 5 vials, each of second-tier strength, speed, agility, skin, and bone enhancement potions, plus 30 nutrition supplements. The glass bottles were packed so tightly there wasn't a sliver of space left. Li Jushu had never seen such a quantity of potions before. He took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and carefully counted each vial before zipping up the backpack. While examining the corpses, one man caught his attention, clearly well-dressed in expensive designer clothing. Searching through the man's jacket, he found an employee ID from Baichao Corporation, Zhang Linda. Baichao Corporation was one of the 3 major conglomerates capable of mass-producing potions. When settlement number 11 was contaminated by biochemical bombs, corporate employees naturally had to evacuate immediately. Other supplies could be abandoned, but the potions had to be transported out in separate shipments. Zhang Linda should have left with his team, yet somehow he had ended up among those hunting Li Jushu. On the surface, settlement number 11 appeared to be overrun by volcanic scorpions, leaving only the scattered remnants from the Peach Blossom Spring Hotel. But Li Jushu knew better. The real survivors numbered far more than these few. Young Master Li was almost certainly alive, and that woman on the combat motorcycle had likely survived as well. As for the well-established Baichao Corporation, they certainly had no shortage of means to preserve their people. Zhang Linda was dead now, and the truth could no longer be questioned. Li Jushu searched the corpse thoroughly, finding 10 purple gold coins hidden in the clothing's inner lining, each worth 1,000 gold coins, a staggering sum. Zhang Linda's position within the corporation was clearly significant. Originally, Li Jushu had planned to throw everything into revenge. Kill the pursuers first, as many as possible. If he could eliminate them all, he'd go after Xiao Suguan. If he died by their blades, so be it. But with the potions and purple gold coins before him, he reconsidered and decisively abandoned his original plan. After clearing the battlefield, he shouldered all the useful supplies and vanished into the torrential rain. This last-minute change saved his life. On the other side of the rain curtain, a 3-person squad was stationed in the dense forest. A woman sat cross-legged beneath a large tree with her sword across her knees, meditating as wisps of white vapor rose from her head. 2 hunters, one tall and one short, stood guard on either side, their gazes sharp as blades. Both were unmistakably 3rd-tier hunters. At 10 in the morning, the rain stopped. The swordswoman raised a whistle to her lips, sending a sharp bird-like call several kilometers out, but received less than a third of the expected responses. What's going on? The tall hunter frowned. Are the others asleep? Something feels wrong. The short hunter sensed danger. Don't overthink it. Maybe the thunder made everyone temporarily deaf, the tall hunter insisted stubbornly. The swordswoman whistled again, but the responses remained sparse. 1 or 2 people being temporarily deaf was understandable, but 50 or 60 people showing no response was definitely abnormal. The 3 exchanged glances and sprinted along their predetermined route to the nearest camp. The scene that greeted them made their faces turn ashen white, and they immediately went into combat readiness. After carefully observing their surroundings and confirming no immediate danger, they thoroughly examined the scene. Soon, the 3 had swept through the entire area. Now, with their suspicions forming, they remained silent and continued searching for the next campsite. When the last squad's bodies were discovered, the trio's worst fears were confirmed, and their theory proved correct. It's him. The tall hunter's face darkened as he stomped heavily into the muddy water. Little sister doesn't use sniper rifles. Only Li Jushu would handle a sniper like that. That bastard really didn't die? Tough as nails. The short hunter spat out muddy water mixed with rain, his gaze shifting to the female swordsman. He's definitely nearby. Can't have gotten far. The female swordsman raised her head, wet strands of hair sliding down her cheeks, her eyes sharper than a blade's edge. Send the signal. Search. Dig 3 feet deep if you have to find him. Last night's torrential downpour made travel difficult even for wild beasts, let alone Li Jushu, who was infected and in unstable condition. The 3 were certain their target was trapped in the quagmire, so they quickened their pace. When all the pursuers saw their comrades' bloodied corpses scattered across the camp, fear was consumed by rage. No one had expected Li Jushu to strike back in the rain if they had been the chosen targets. they would be nothing but cold corpses too. At this thought, murderous intent surged through the group. Someone so skilled at seizing opportunities could never be given a second chance. However, the storm had washed away all traces. Over 100 people spent 3 full days searching within a 10-kilometer radius of the camp, leaving behind only footprints of varying depths and trampled shrubs. Li Jushu had vanished like vapor, not leaving a single shadow behind. The overlapping footprints were tangled like hemp rope. Even the most skilled tracker couldn't distinguish one from another. The female swordsman stared at the muddy ground, darkness clouding her eyes. Li Jushu was lurking nearby, waiting for them to show weakness. 3 kilometers away, a dead tree stood in silent vigil, its trunk over 1.5 meters in diameter. The heartwood had been hollowed out, and Li Jushu was curled inside, needle-thin rays of light filtering through cracks onto his pale face. He jolted awake, his first instinct reaching for the cloth gag, pulling the dry fabric from his mouth. Another day had passed. The medicine pouch was empty. He sighed. To push his abilities to the absolute limit, he had consumed all the medication like water, expecting excruciating pain and convulsions. Instead, aside from the surging power within his body, there was no agony. A dosage that would normally take 3 months to process, he had consumed completely in less than 3 days. The drug's effects roared through his limbs and organs while the biochemical bullet's residual damage pressed closer, the two forces tearing at each other, leaving him restless and irritable. As long as he held his breath, he could maintain consciousness. Once he exhaled, he would unknowingly slip into slumber. Fearing he might cry out in nightmares, he could only seal his throat with cloth strips. Now the food was gone too, leaving only his labored breathing echoing in the hollow wooden chamber. Li Jushu leaned against the tree wall, slowly closing his eyes, sliding once more into unconsciousness. Night fell, and Li Jushu awakened. His eyes snapped open in an instant, 2 cold gleams shooting forth. In the shadowy forest, the hunter sidestepped to avoid a puddle, but the moment he approached the tree trunk, a cold gleam flashed through the air. His pupils dilated instantly, then quickly dimmed. Behind the trunk, Li Jushu sheathed his blade and tore off a thick vine, binding the corpse to the tree to make it appear as if the man was merely resting against it, preventing the body from falling and alerting his companions. Not far away, another hunter carrying a heavy machine gun set down his weapon and tilted his head back to drink water. Just as he raised the bottle, a hand suddenly clamped down on the back of his neck, and a dagger sliced precisely across his windpipe, blood spraying in an arc. The third hunter, Walking Point, heard the disturbance and spun around. A cold light flashed as a wood shaving, sharp and thin as paper, sliced across his throat and embedded itself in a tree trunk 6 feet away with a thud. Ugh, ugh. He tried to call for help, but could only produce muffled, raspy gasps. As he collapsed, Li Jushu stepped forward to catch him, stuffing the body into the thick undergrowth. In the deep night, he moved like a ghost, harvesting lives one after another. After days of fruitless pursuit, the hunter's nerves had finally relaxed, while Li Jushu had spent this time gathering his strength. When the signal flare pierced the night sky and the female swordsman took roll call and ordered them to make camp, she discovered that half her men weren't responding. He's here. Her face darkened. This kid actually dares to show his physique's got some nerve, the tall hunter growled, clenching his fists. The short one drew his pistol. I'll go. Don't fall for his trap. The female swordsman pressed down his gun barrel. If he's revealing himself, he must have a backup plan. We need to force him to come out on his own. The camp lights converged as personnel concentrated. Li Jushu sneered in the darkness, sliding his dagger back into his ankle sheath and quickly assembling the sniper rifle from his back. He chose a 3-pronged old tree, not the best vantage point, but it provided natural cover. For him, ensuring his own safety was more important than simple killing. Though he disliked using silencers, he had no choice now. In the distance, a sniper with night vision goggles was searching for targets. Uft. The sniper positioned high above had his head explode into a bloody mist, his body tumbling down from the tree. Uft. Another took a hit to the waist, rolling and screaming in agony. The sniper, camouflaged head toto in grass, considered himself perfectly hidden, even concealing his barrel behind leaves. But Li Jushu had already locked onto his position. While the enemy could only estimate location from gunshots and bullet trajectories, he could see through the night. The green glow of night vision goggles had just caught the outline of the 3-pronged tree when Li Jushu pulled the trigger. Muzzle flash erupted, and even as the sniper's mind registered the need to dodge, his head had already burst open, consciousness fading into nothingness. One by one, the snipers fell. In this moment, whether first-rate or third-rate, all were equal. Terror spread as the pursuers couldn't pinpoint his location, only raising their machine guns to spray bullets aimlessly. Dense streams of fire tore through the surroundings, sending branches and leaves flying, tree trunks exploding, and in the darkness, countless trees suffered the devastation. Not only did they fail to hit Li Jushu, but the gunfire masked the sound of the sniper rifle, distracting those who were focused on searching for Li Jushu. and making any surprise attack even less likely. Northwest direction, 120 to 150 meters. The female swordsman's sharp warning rang out, and all gun barrels immediately turned toward Li Jushu's hiding spot, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The thick branches of the forked tree blocked most of the bullets, leaves crackling as they fell, yet he didn't even flinch. Each time the NC-22 sniper rifle recoiled, another life fell in the forest. When the last sniper was killed, Li Jushu's gaze grew even colder. Snipers were what he feared most. Now, with no more long-range threats, the remaining hunters, even if they guessed his direction, were limited by distance and darkness, unable to see clearly beyond 100 meters. Someone threw bombs and grenades, but they were deflected by the dense branches, unable to land at his feet. Throwing grenades in a forest was inherently dangerous. The slightest miscalculation could cause them to bounce back and explode. A hunter reached into his backpack for a flash grenade, but just as he raised his arm, the entire limb was torn off by a bullet. The severed arm flew high with the flash grenade, exploding into a blinding white light in midair. Li Jushu had already closed his eyes and put on sunglasses adjusted to the darkest setting, but when he reopened them, he still felt the sting, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Nevertheless, he forced himself to aim at the female swordsman. Bang. The female swordsman twisted her body in an eerie manner, and the bullet that should have pierced her heart only grazed her chest. She was thrown 2 meters by the tremendous force and fell into the darkness. Li Jushu was slightly surprised and wanted to search for the tall and short hunter pair, but found they had already vanished without a trace. He didn't linger in battle, sweeping his gun barrel directly toward the other targets exposed in the bright light. For more than 10 seconds, the hunter's vision was impaired, and they were picked off one by one like targets. Over 30 people fell in succession, each with a headshot or fatal wound. When the light faded and the forest returned to darkness, the smell of blood was sickeningly thick, and intermittent groans pierced the silence. In the darkness, his gaze prowled like a blade. The gun barrel locked on target, a flash of light, and a hunter hiding behind a tree with only the back of his head exposed was grazed by a bullet. A piercing scream tore through the night sky. The body convulsed for a moment, then fell silent. Boom. Someone accidentally triggered a landmine, was thrown 2 meters into the air by the blast, and became debris upon landing. This was a death trap Li Jushu had set in advance. The grenades he had collected would only be burdens if carried, so he simply buried them as explosive points. Soon, another thunderous explosion killed one hunter and severely wounded another. The survivor had a bull's-eyed hole torn in his abdomen, his intestines spilling out as he writhed on the ground in agony. Despite this, some hunters still refused to give up. Li Jushu chewed on candy to maintain his blood sugar and composure, the sniper shots coming one after another, claiming several more lives. The remaining enemies became increasingly cautious. Some curled motionless behind trees, others crawled on their bellies, trying not to expose any weakness. Just then, Li Jushu's fingers suddenly paused on the trigger. He slowly released it. His expression darkening had spotted a familiar face, Chao Gang. If anyone had spent the most time with him on the Beast Planet, it would undoubtedly be Chao Gang. Though the two had teamed up purely for mutual benefit, they had fought side by side for nearly 2 years and had developed some genuine bond. Li Jushu never imagined that among those hunting him down would be Chao Gang himself. He quickly scanned the enemy formation and spotted the familiar figures of Mantis and Wang Xiaoxinth, couple who had miraculously survived the volcanic scorpion's jaws. Wang Xiaoxin crouched behind a thick tree, bandaging a hunter's severed arm. Mantis lay prone at the base of another large tree, only the barrel of his Hubin 74 rifle visible. Chao Gang had painted his entire body gray-white to mimic a corpse, hiding behind an actual dead body, while secretly surveying the battlefield through night vision equipment. The night was thick with darkness, and the metallic scent of blood permeated the forest. Li Jushu remained silent for 10 seconds, then expressionlessly raised his rifle and aimed at the corpse in front of Chao Gang. Just before pulling the trigger, he adjusted his aim upward by half a finger's width. Thud. The bullet pierced through the corpse and struck the night vision device behind it. Glass fragments scattered, metal shattered, and Chao Gang screamed as he rolled away, his right palm mangled with exposed bone and blood gushing forth. Chao Gang. Wang Xiaoxin recognized her boyfriend's voice and gasped softly. Thud. The large tree where Mantis was hiding shuddered violently. Before he could react, 2 more bullets struck the trunk. Amid the flying wood chips, one bullet penetrated the tree and entered his abdomen through his back, the massive kinetic energy instantly pulverizing his internal organs. Overwhelming pain struck, darkness consumed Mantis's vision, and he collapsed unconscious. With that, dozens of hunters in the forest found themselves completely suppressed by Li Jushu alone. The darkness had disoriented them, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. They could only endure his attacks passively. Every attempt to close in was precisely thwarted, only adding more corpses to the count. Time ticked by relentlessly until the intense gunfire suddenly ceased. The forest fell dead silent. neither side daring to move rashly. Only heavy breathing and the stench of blood remained in the air. Whoever made the first move might seize the initiative, but was also most likely to make a fatal mistake. Experienced hunters understood this well, preferring a standoff to reckless action. Soon, the hunters became aware of a more deadly threat, swarms of mosquitoes rolling in like black fog. While repellent could handle surface attacks, the real menace came from leeches, blood-sucking flies, and other tiny insects that could penetrate any defense. The scent of blood had spread across a kilometer radius, attracting virtually every blood-feeding creature in the area. Without a swift retreat, even a full-grown bull would be drained to a husk. No matter how thorough their protection, they couldn't prevent the maddening bites and stings. Once certain insects latched on, the itch penetrated to the bone marrow, making victims desperate to claw off their own skin. The more they scratched, the worse it became, an endless cycle of torment. Crack! A hunter had barely poked his head out 10 centimeters when a bullet blew off the top of his skull, spraying brain matter everywhere. Mosquitoes swarmed toward the blood mist with a deafening buzz. Li Jushu's hiding spot remained completely blood-free, so virtually no insects bothered him. Under normal circumstances, mosquitoes would target everyone indiscriminately, but with fresh blood available, they naturally prioritized those areas, leaving other locations relatively safe. While the hunter's attention was scattered, Li Jushu quietly slipped away from the forked tree and circled around to the other side. He climbed up a sturdy eucalyptus tree and securely strapped the first captured rocket launcher to the trunk, carefully adjusting the elevation angle. Then he moved to a second tree and repeated the process. The third launcher was positioned on a tree at slightly lower ground. All 3 barrels were aimed at the hunter's hiding spot, creating perfect crossfire coverage with pinpoint accuracy. He connected the triggers with 3 thin strings and took position at his pre-selected firing point. With a sharp pull of 3 fingers, the cord snapped taut. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rockets streaked through the night from different directions, their red trails tearing 3 blazing wounds across the darkness. Rockets! The hunters screamed in terror, scrambling from their cover in desperate attempts to scatter. But 50 meters was far too close. The projectiles detonated before even hitting the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous explosions erupted simultaneously. Over a dozen hunters were instantly consumed by the flames, while several others on the periphery were hurled meters away by the shockwave. Fewer than 10 managed to escape unscathed. Before the flames had even died down, Li Jushu had already raised his NC-22 sniper rifle, the barrel trembling with each shot, every recoil claiming another life. Within mere breaths, most of the hunters lay dead. As the blazing light faded, only disturbed mosquitoes buzzed in the darkness. Li Jushu silently moved to his second shooting position, the black muzzle swinging back to cover the first location. A tongue of flame shot out, and a hunter who had just reached that spot didn't even have time to cry out before his head exploded. Clang! A bullet struck his rifle's receiver, sending sparks flying. Li Jushu rolled away like he'd been electrocuted, dodging the second shot that followed immediately after, curling into a ball behind the shadow of tree roots. Before his pistol was fully drawn, a flash of cold steel split the gun barrel clean in half with a military knife. The enemy had dropped from the treetops. This guy had somehow endured swarms of insects in the dense forest, lying in wait without revealing the slightest flaw. In the instant the steel blade sliced through air, Li Jushu lightning fast grabbed his opponent's wrist. The impact echoed dully as their combined force shook bark from the massive tree. Both men were startled. Their strength was perfectly matched. This hunter stood over 7 feet tall, a third-tier fighter who had completely focused on the strength path, considering himself invincible among his peers. Li Jushu was only average height, but after consuming massive amounts of strength enhancers, his muscle power had more than doubled. The military knife hung frozen in midair as if welded in place. After a moment's deadlock, the opponent's other hand suddenly lunged for Li Jushu's throat. Li Jushu sank down with the motion, using his core strength to execute a perfect shoulder throw that sent the giant flying sideways. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the distance, the bullet instantly piercing the hunter's chest as blood immediately poured from his mouth and nose. Li Jushu pried away the choking hand, pulled the pistol from the corpse's belt, and held the body upright as a shield while emptying the entire magazine. Bullet holes and sparks danced together as the remaining targets all fell, not one left standing. He didn't let his guard down, retrieving the NC-22 and circling the battlefield's perimeter. After confirming no ambushes remained, he still kept himself concealed. Then he found 2 fist-sized fire ant nests, scooped them out completely, and tossed them into the center of the corpse pile, waiting quietly. Soon, intermittent groaning arose. Fire ants were thumbnail-sized with pale red bodies. Their bites felt like burning coals against skin. Even the toughest men couldn't endure the pain of a dozen or more bites. Li Jushu methodically fired finishing shots. Anyone still breathing was a potential threat in his eyes. Finally, only 2 people remained, Wang Xiaoxin and Chao Gang. Chao Gang emerged from the darkness, leaning against a thick old tree with his chest heaving violently. His right arm was completely gone below the shoulder, blood trickling from the stump into the soil, and the once white bandages were now thoroughly soaked in crimson. Though the rocket had landed several meters away, the blast had still thrown him to the ground. Surviving this long was nothing short of miraculous. Under the moonlight, the two men faced each other through the charred branches and leaves, one lying wounded on the ground, the other standing calmly with his weapon raised. Li Jushu's NC-22 sniper rifle rested against his shoulder, its dark muzzle pointed directly at Chao Gang, his gaze cold as steel. Chao Gang opened his mouth, but only a hoarse whisper escaped his throat, his expression unreadable. Don't kill him. We were forced into this. Wang Xiaoxin suddenly rushed out from behind another tree, spreading her arms wide to shield Chao Gang from Li Jushu, her eyes filled with desperation. Li Jushu didn't respond, merely lowering his rifle slightly to aim at her heart. The NC-22's special steel core rounds could easily penetrate her body armor. One pull of the trigger, and she would be dead. Officer Xiao Sui forced all the survivors from Settlement 11 to choose. Wait to die, or hunt you down. Wang Xiaoxin spoke rapidly, terrified that the next second would bring a bullet. Chao Gang stayed at the back of the group the whole way. He knew you were the target and refused to shoot. The smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air. Chao Gang pulled Wang Xiaoxin back and managed a weak smile. I never imagined we'd meet again under these circumstances. Your skills have already surpassed mine. Seeing you like this brings me comfort. Li Jushu remained silent, his fingers slowly tightening on the trigger. Regardless, I've ended up on the opposite side from you. If you want to kill me, that's only fair. Chao Gang raised his remaining arm, opening his palm to reveal a yellow pill the size of a longan fruit lying quietly there. This is the antidote for the biochemical weapon. Consider it my atonement. The pill reflected a dim gleam in the moonlight. Li Jushu's pupils contracted slightly, his heartbeat unconsciously quickening. Officer Xiao Sui is cunning. Only those completely loyal to him can obtain the antidote. Chao Gang continued. You know my constitution is special. The virus barely affects me. This pill was always meant for you. I left markers in several places, but unfortunately you didn't see them. The killing intent in Li Jushu's eyes gradually faded. But this is only half a dose. It can only temporarily suppress the virus. Chao Gang's voice was low and hoarse. To completely neutralize the poison, you need the other half. Officer Xiao Sui promised that if we return with news of your death, he'll give us the complete antidote. After a moment of silence, Li Jushu spoke for the first time. Why is Officer Xiao Sui so determined to kill me? I don't know all the reasons, but I can guess. Chao Gang caught his breath. With you dead, all responsibility for the biochemical weapon can be pinned on you. Settlement 11 still has 5,000 or 6,000 people scattered in hiding. Except for the few who escaped immediately, almost everyone else is dead. With so many casualties, Officer Xiao Sui doesn't want to bear responsibility, but someone has to take the blame. Your shot makes you the perfect scapegoat. Only with your death will all voices be silenced. Doesn't Officer Xiao Sui pride himself on being righteous? Isn't he afraid of becoming a laughingstock? A flash of anger flickered in Li Jushu's eyes. The survivors all remember his life-saving grace. Why would they mock him? As for the dead, they don't even have a chance to speak. Chao Gang smiled bitterly. Once you're dead, the truth will be buried forever. No one will risk offending Officer Xiao Sui for your sake. Wind swept through the charred tree trunks, stirring up gunpowder ash from the ground. Li Jushu remained silent for a long time. After you kill me, I hope you'll spare Xiaoxin. Chao Gang looked up, his gaze frank and open. You know she doesn't kill. She poses no threat to you. With that, he tossed the pill toward Li Jushu and slowly closed his eyes. No. Wang Xiaoxin lunged toward Chao Gang, her voice breaking with tears. We stayed at the back of the group the whole way and never caused you any harm. Chao Gang has been thinking about you this entire time. From now on, we're even. Li Jushu disappeared into the forest, his heart ultimately too soft. Dawn finally broke. Stop. In the pitch-black forest, Chao Gang stumbled and gave a low command. Wang Xiaoxin, who had been supporting him, finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked back. Nothing behind them, but faint morning light filtering through the branches. She crouched down and opened her backpack, wanting to redress Chao Gang's wounds. But Chao Gang raised his hand to stop her. No need. It's about time we head back. Head back. Wang Xiaoxin was stunned. Did we forget something? Night Owl is probably unconscious by now. We need to find him. Chao Gang's voice was low. What? Wang Xiaoxin looked completely confused. The pill I gave him wasn't an antidote for the biochemical bomb. Chao Gang explained. Wang Xiaoxin suddenly understood. No wonder I saw you swallow one and then hand another to Night Owl. What was it exactly? Something Mantis gave me. Chao Gang said. Mantis? Why would he carry pills? Wang Xiaoxin suddenly thought of something, her face instantly flushing red as she glared at Chao Gang. You're really not a good person. Mantis frequented red light districts and carried stimulant pills, popping one whenever his stamina flagged. Now that Chao Gang was taking them too, her imagination ran wild. I've never used them. Chao Gang quickly defended himself. Mantis forced them on me, told me to try them. You have to believe me. But is it really okay to deceive Night Owl like this? Wang Xiaoxin still had reservations. What else could I do? If I didn't deceive him, he would have killed us both. You saw the murderous intent in his eyes, already written me off as dead weight. Chao Gang's voice was filled with the fury of betrayal. Being held at gunpoint by his own team member was the ultimate humiliation for someone with his pride. If that's the case, why go back to find him? We don't have the real antidote. So even if we find him, we can't save him. Have you thought about the consequences of going back directly? Chao Gang stared at her intently. Wang Xiaoxin's heart lurched, her face turning pale instantly. Li Jushu wasn't dead, so Xiao Suiguan would never give them a second biochemical antidote. One life for two lives. Besides, Chao Gang continued, if we return with Night Owl's head, we can leave the beast planet and return to our home planet to live normal lives. It sounds immoral, but do we have any other choice? Wang Xiaoxin opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. Last night, I watched Night Owl very carefully. Chao Gang lowered his voice. His skin was deathly pale, like a corpse, but his eyes were red cold on the outside, burning within. Even through his gloves, I could see his fingernails had turned completely black. The virus is almost beyond control. In another day or two, he'll completely collapse. When the virus erupts, none of us can stop it. Not to mention leaving a contaminated corpse behind and the damage it would do to this forest. Have you considered those consequences? After a long silence, Wang Xiaoxin finally relented. So what do we do now? Find him, kill him, and bring back his head. Chao Gang's tone was as calm as if he were reciting a procedure. I know you're soft-hearted, but we can't wait for him to die from the poison. The virus will be even more virulent then, and we won't even be able to get close. Night Owl has always been cautious. After all this time, he might be hard to find. Wang Xiaoxin still worried. I know him. Chao Gang's gaze was determined. I'm confident I can find him. What a wonderful captain you are. A cold voice suddenly cut through their conversation. Chao Gang's left hand was severed clean by the bullet, his dismembered arm flying over 10 feet away along with the dagger he'd been gripping. Before the gunshot had even faded, Wang Xiaoxin barely touched the pistol when two sharp bangs rang out. Her arms were instantly blown off, her screams choked by the blood flooding her throat. Leaves rustled as Li Jushu pushed through the branches, emerging with cold indifference. You? How did you? Chao Gang's face turned ashen, whether from pain or terror. Night Owl. Wang Xiaoxin stared blankly at the smoking sniper rifle, forgetting to continue screaming. Li Jushu's expression remained emotionless, the dark barrel of his gun trained on both of them. Captain, people change, he said in a steady voice that carried deadly intent. Night Owl, let me explain. I never meant to harm you. I had no choice. Chao Gang's eyes darted around desperately, scrambling for excuses. That time at Bloodwolf Canyon, when you abandoned me, I didn't blame you. Everyone has choices, Li Jushu said calmly. Now, I don't blame you either. Really? Night Owl, I knew you valued loyalty. This time I was wrong, but from now on I'll stand by your side. If I ever betray you again, may lightning strike me down and tear me apart. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chao Gang was overjoyed. Li Jushu said flatly, if people can't find fault within themselves, they'll never grow up. Only through reflection can mistakes be avoided. Yes, exactly. Night Owl, you've really matured. Chao Gang forced a fawning smile. Before he could finish speaking, his head exploded into a bloody mist. Li Jushu shifted his aim and the muzzle flashed again. Wang Xiaoxin's mouth, just beginning to open, shattered as well, her scream dying before it could be born. If little sister hadn't died, I might have spared you for old time's sake. But she's gone. No, what's the point of you living? Li Jushu murmured to himself, retrieving the throwing knife from Chao Gang's belt. The blade was thin as a cicada's wing and sharp enough to cut hair, deadly enough to slice through necks at close range. It was Chao Gang's prized weapon, forged at great expense, and the very thing that had sparked Li Jushu's obsession with throwing cards years ago. He pocketed the 2 bank cards from Chao Gang's body, one personal, one for the team. He'd overheard Chao Gang telling Wang Xiaoxin the passwords earlier. The dead had no use for money. He also stripped Wang Xiaoxin of all her medical supplies. After confirming nothing was left behind, he oriented himself and sprinted southwest. Moonlight filtered through the forest in patches as he varied his pace, staying alert. After about 2 hours, he spotted faint footprints in the fallen leaves. While all the other chaotic tracks in the forest pointed in the same direction, this set went the opposite way. The night was thick around him as he squinted, hearing only his own rapid heartbeat. Suddenly, he froze. A thread-thin white line stretched across his path. One careless touch would kill him, or at least cost him half his life. Li Jushu stepped around the white line, but just as he was about to set his foot down, he suddenly stopped. He pulled his foot back, crouched down, and brushed away the fallen leaves, revealing a pressure-activated landmine in plain sight. He held his breath and scanned the surroundings. Near the edge of some mottled weeds not far away, he spotted the outline of another concealed trap. The enemy had calculated that anyone discovering the first mine would inevitably take a detour, So they planted another deadly surprise along the safest route, exploiting exactly this kind of psychological relaxation of guard. After confirming there were no more traps around, he carefully sidestepped along the tree roots to leave the area. At the edge of the forest, the terrain opened up with no trees for cover. The moment he stepped into that clearing, a bullet whistled past his scalp. Li Jushu's expression remained unchanged as he charged forward several steps and dove behind a thick, dead tree. Two more bullets followed immediately, embedding into the muddy ground with dull thuds and sending up wisps of white smoke. In the darkness, the hidden short hunter was also trembling. The next second, a bullet pierced through the tree trunk in front of him and drilled into his chest. Excruciating pain spread instantly as he collapsed to the ground, his Devastator 002B sniper rifle sliding from his hands. The hunter tried to draw his pistol, but before he could even release the safety, two more gunshots rang out. Bang! Bang! Each of his arms took a bullet. Li Jushu, who should have been 50 meters away, had somehow closed the distance and now loomed over him. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The hunter screamed hoarsely, sweat and tears streaming down his filthy cheeks. Give me one reason not to kill you. Li Jushu had never seen a grown man cry so pathetically, his brow furrowed with disgust. You're infected with a biochemical virus. Without the antidote, you won't survive. I can get it for you. The hunter shouted frantically. How? Li Jushu had spared this man's life precisely for the biochemical virus antidote. I'm the young master's confidant. I know exactly where he hides his things. What does he mean by hiding biochemical bombs in settlement number 1? What's he planning? Li Jushu pressed. We subordinates wouldn't dare question the young master's intentions, but he's placed biochemical bombs in many locations. The hunter hesitated but still told the truth. Many locations? Li Jushu frowned. Biochemical bombs were forbidden weapons, difficult to obtain even one. No matter how high Xiao Suiguan's position, he wouldn't easily get his hands on them. The young master seized 7 of them in one go, the hunter quickly added. When he wiped out a group of interstellar pirates, he found 7 biochemical bombs in their ship. He didn't report them and secretly kept them. 2 were transported to Beast Planet. What about the other 5? I really don't know. But the young master always thinks ahead. He must have distributed them at key locations. If I let you go, will you come back? Li Jushu pressed further. I have 2 billion copper coins saved in my account. That's everything I've accumulated over the years. I definitely have to come back for it. The hunter answered without hesitation. But I don't believe you. Before Li Jushu finished speaking, he suddenly spun around and pulled the trigger only to see a flash of cold light as his NC-22 sniper rifle was sliced in half. He instinctively retreated while drawing his pistol and firing rapidly. Clang! Sparks flew as the bullets were deflected by that streak of cold light. At less than 3 meters distance, the female swordsman's form twisted unnaturally, dodging all 9 bullets while being forced to halt her attack. Li Jushu spun around and plunged into the dense forest, with the female swordsman in hot pursuit, her long sword radiating deadly killing intent. In the darkness, Li Jushu touched his chest with his hand, and his fingers froze. They came away covered in blood. Looking down, he saw that his bulletproof vest had been slashed open with a large gash. The female swordsman's strike had not only severed his NC-22 sniper rifle, but also torn through his vest, leaving a sword wound across his abdomen. After a brief moment of shock, he grabbed onto a vine and flipped up into the tree, leaving a trail of blood droplets in his wake. Below, the female swordsman barely paused in her pursuit, her eyes sharp as needles, scanning left and right through the night. In the next instant, she lightly touched the tree trunk with her toes and shot upward like a rocket. Her sword flashed silver in the darkness, slicing through thick branches as if they were tofu. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jushu pulled the trigger repeatedly, bullets piercing the night air, but they only shattered afterimages. The female swordsman spiraled upward, reaching halfway to the canopy in the blink of an eye. Just then, a muffled explosion tore through the silence, and scorching shockwaves mixed with wood fragments swept through the air. The female swordsman grunted, her body flying several meters before crashing heavily into the fallen leaves. Li Jushu didn't dare delay. He slid down the trunk, but before his feet could touch the ground, a cold gleam thrust toward his face. His heart pounded wildly. With no time to raise his gun, his left hand clamped down desperately on the female swordsman's wrist. At the same time, she grabbed hold of his pistol. Both their arms bulged with veins, muscles tensed to the point of trembling. In this direct clash of strength, Li Jushu's vision darkened in waves, his bones feeling as if they were being crushed by iron hammers. Just as he was about to lose his grip, he noticed blood trickling from the corner of the female swordsman's mouth and immediately realized the bomb's impact had severely injured her. Gritting his teeth, he held on with renewed determination. The sword pressed against his abdomen, its tip piercing through the bulletproof vest until the cold metal touched his skin, but it could advance no further. His finger was likewise locked in place, unable to move the trigger even a fraction. The two were less than half a meter apart, their heavy breathing intertwined. each able to hear the other's heartbeat clearly. Li Jushu's gaze fixed on the bullet hole in her chest, a mark left by the NC-22 sniper rifle. To maintain such an offensive after taking a sniper shot, the female swordsman's physical constitution was almost inhuman. Had it not been for the limited night vision that prevented her from dodging the bomb he'd thrown in time, the situation would have already been completely reversed. Any normal person caught in a close-range explosion would be knocked unconscious even while wearing body armor, and their internal organs would hardly escape unscathed. The blood at the corner of the female swordsman's mouth indicated serious internal injuries, yet her grip remained like a steel vice. Li Jushu clenched his molars, using nearly all his physical strength just to barely maintain this stalemate. He had originally thought that with his advantages in gender and physical strength, the outcome would be decided quickly. With her injuries, she surely couldn't hold out for long. But unexpectedly, he was the first to lose strength. Tearing pain shot through his limbs and body, as if he'd been hollowed out. Wave after wave of dizziness crashed against his brain, his eyelids fighting beyond his control, only to be jolted awake each time by the stabbing pain in his chest. Regret washed over him. If only he had fired that finishing shot earlier. His greed for the female swordsman's martial arts had led him to this perilous situation. He had considered risky tactical changes, but every scenario he envisioned ended with his own death. His close combat abilities were no match for the female swordsman's. Swarms of mosquitoes buzzed through the air, so thick they seemed capable of carrying a person away. Strangely, the insects only bit the female swordsman, leaving Li Jushu completely untouched. The night wind carried their droning hum. Li Jushu should have felt grateful for this reprieve, yet he felt no relief whatsoever. A bloodthirsty mosquitoes dared not approach him because the poisoned blood in his veins had long since revealed its nature. Initially, he hadn't known, not until a leech that had fed on his blood convulsed and died on the spot, making him suddenly understand the reason. The female swordsman's willpower was remarkable. Despite the dense swarm of bites covering her pale skin, her expression remained unchanged, as if the stinging pain had nothing to do with her. Li Jushu's gaze wandered through the darkness before suddenly brightening. 2 meters away, an ant hill the size of a fist lay quietly hidden in a nest of flame ants with their distinctive light red shells. He took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and spat forcefully. The remaining half of his chocolate candy struck the top of the ant hill precisely, punching a small hole. In the next moment, crimson flame ants poured out like a spring, their antennae frantically sweeping as they searched for the intruder. The ant hill was about 2.5 meters from them. Worried the ants might not venture so far, Li Jushu had a sudden inspiration and spat several times toward the female swordsman. Having just eaten candy, his saliva was extremely high in sugar content, and sweetness was an irresistible lure for ants. Warm saliva splashed onto her clothing and cheek. The female swordsman's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, displaying disgust, revulsion, and even a trace of terror. Unable to see the ant nest, she assumed Li Jushu was deliberately humiliating her. If he did it again, she would rather die together than endure such insult. Fortunately, Li Jushu made no further moves and stood quietly still. In the darkness, across several meters, the barely detectable sweetness that human eyes could never perceive was precisely locked onto by the flame ants. They followed the trail, then returned to summon their companions. In less than half an hour, countless red ants had climbed up the female swordsman's boot edges and sleeves, covering her entire body. The female swordsman finally understood Li Jushu's intention, her expression darkening. Sharp pain flashed briefly across her brow, but she gritted her teeth and endured. Maintaining her full strength, their arms remained locked in deadly struggle. The flame ants could smell the biochemical weapon scent in Li Jushu's blood and only attacked the female swordsman, leaving him completely unharmed. Though Li Jushu had summoned help, he grew even more tense, wary of the female swordsman's desperate final gambit. When facing death, people either surrender or explode with fury. He had no intention of failing at the final step. More ant swarms crawled through sleeves, collars, and even hair strands, some climbing onto her face, others exploring her ears. Li Jushu watched with his scalp tingling, yet the female swordsman endured it all. The flame ant's venom carried a paralyzing effect. They needed to carry their prey back to the nest, requiring unconsciousness for easier transport. When the female swordsman's gaze grew slightly unfocused and her breathing became irregular, Li Jushu suddenly struck first, seizing the long sword, then violently swinging away the Yellow River 94 pistol. Without mercy, he delivered a full-force punch to her shoulder. Bones cracked, and her arm dislocated completely. As she staggered, he twisted her left arm and pressed his full body weight down, moving so quickly that even the ant swarm couldn't scatter in time, crushing countless flame ants into pulp. The female swordsman still attempted to resist desperately. Li Jushu simply dislocated her other arm as well, then picked up the Yellow River 94, pointing its dark muzzle at her. "Let's see what's faster, your feet or my gun." The female swordsman's tense legs gradually relaxed. The ant swarm continued crawling over her, but she could only helplessly lower her eyes. Though unwilling, the female swordsman had no choice but to surrender. Li Jushu caught up with the fleeing short hunter and fired a warning shot beside him. The man immediately froze, his entire body rigid as he screamed, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll do whatever you want. What could someone like you possibly do?" Li Jushu cast him a cold glance. In his hands, he now held the Devastator 002B sniper rifle, the very weapon the short man had once relied on for survival. The hunter's arms were already shattered, blood dripping from his dangling sleeves onto the fallen leaves below. Gripping a gun was now nothing but a pipe dream for him, leaving only terror etched across his face. The short hunter was speechless, only able to hang his head and gasp for breath. Li Jushu raised the rifle toward the jagged mountain peak in the distance. "Go back and tell Xiao Suiguan if he wants to save this woman. He needs to deliver the biochemical antidote before I die. If she's no longer valuable to him, then he can treat my words as hot air. The exchange point is at that highest peak, though you see it? Time is of the essence. I can't guarantee how much longer I'll last." With those words, he didn't trouble the short man further. The female swordsman's arms had been dislocated and remained bound behind her back to prevent any surprises. Her face was deathly pale, yet she stubbornly pressed her lips together in silence. The short hunter endured his excruciating pain and quickly responded, "I'll definitely deliver the message." Even his speech carried the metallic taste of blood, yet he managed to use bandages to bind his wounds and stop the bleeding. Such survival instincts were remarkable enough to make others take notice. Li Jushu said flatly, "Good luck." The short man's mouth twitched. He was confident he could make it out of this dense forest, but he couldn't guarantee that Xiao Suiguan would send the antidote. Those who achieve great things rarely allow themselves to be constrained by emotions. Miss Luo was certainly exceptional, but she lacked family background and connections. Compared to grand ambitions, she was merely an accessory. Xiao Suiguan would very likely abandon her outright. Therefore, the one who truly needed good luck was probably Li Jushu, not himself. The short hunter stumbled away and disappeared among the shadows of the trees. Li Jushu then led the female swordsman through the undergrowth to a secluded clearing hidden by thorns, where he drew the long sword that had originally belonged to her. The blade gleamed like autumn water reflecting moonlight, sharp enough to cut through iron as if it were mud. Though he didn't know its name, its precious aura was unmistakable. "What did I do wrong?" he asked, looking at the female swordsman with unexpectedly gentle tone, devoid of any anger. The swordsman seemed not to hear him, her gaze fixed on the distant treetops. Li Jushu shrugged. "Let's stick to facts. I am essentially a lifesaver to both you and Xiao Suiguan, aren't I?" His voice carried a hint of mockery, but the female swordsman remained silent. "It's just a matter of different positions," he continued, talking to himself. "I don't hate Xiao Suiguan, but I look down on him. They say those who achieve great things don't worry about minor details. But if one's vision isn't far-reaching enough, how can they accomplish anything significant?" He theorized, "If I were Xiao Suiguan, I'd take full responsibility for everything. That way, the survivors of Settlement 11 would all be grateful for his life-saving grace, and he'd earn Xiao Zirwei's appreciation too. Why wouldn't he do that? The cost of concealment is too high. Can thousands upon thousands of survivors all be silenced? Paying an even greater price to cover up one mistake is something I cannot agree with." Moreover, a cold smile appeared on Li Jushu's face. "Young Master Li from Shintangwen is also at Gathering Point 11. I wonder if you're aware of this news. I can say with absolute certainty that young Master Li won't die. Even if Xiao Suiguan can control everyone else's mouths, he definitely can't silence young Master Li. Perhaps young Master Li won't openly offend Xiao Suiguan, but he remains a massive hidden threat. If Xiao Suiguan wants to climb to high positions in the future, this incident will forever be his weakness, a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment and destroy his reputation completely. Yet he still chose to act this way. Can you tell me why?" Li Jushu tilted his head slightly, waiting for the female swordsman's response. "You came from a village, entered a small town, and standing at the town's edge, you think the county seat represents the entire world." The female swordsman finally spoke, her voice calm, yet laced with mockery. "In other words, you refuse to admit your wrongdoing, while everything I've done is wrong. Is that what you mean?" Li Jushu chuckled softly, gently shaking the blade of grass in his hand. The female swordsman fell silent again. Given their opposing positions, she indeed couldn't twist black into white. "I heard you practice internal martial arts. Could you teach me?" Li Jushu suddenly changed the subject. The female swordsman stared at him like he was an idiot, her eyes clearly conveying, "How dare an ordinary person ask about such things? Do you know why I chose this place as my hideout?" Li Jushu asked quietly. The female swordsman looked around, her expression suddenly changing. Scattered below the slope were 3 enormous ant nests, each containing at least 1,000,000 fire ants. "The most dangerous place is the safest place," Li Jushu answered with wisdom passed down from his ancestors. He drew his dagger, its blade gleaming coldly as it flashed before the female swordsman's eyes, meticulously cutting through her clothing. Before long, She was completely bare. The female swordsman forced herself to remain calm, but the unease in her eyes still betrayed her. You've tasted the fire ants before. Do you want to experience it again, or will you confess voluntarily? The choice is yours. Li Jushu took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, slowly unwrapped it, and chewed it with audible crunches. The female swordsman gritted her teeth and remained silent. My apologies. As his words fell, Li Jushu suddenly spat the chewed chocolate fragments all over her body. The sweet scent spread rapidly, and the ants immediately became agitated. Within 10 minutes, countless fire ants swarmed over her like a tide, covering her in a light red, constantly writhing coat. To prevent her from resisting, Li Jushu also bound her feet. The female swordsman could only struggle slowly on the ground, suppressing her moans, not daring to open her mouth for fear the ants would crawl inside. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After 20 minutes, her struggles visibly weakened and her consciousness began to blur. Li Jushu immediately lifted her and threw her into the nearby pond, creating a splash of murky water that drowned all the fire ants. The female swordsman couldn't die yet. When she awoke, Li Jushu had already made a fire and cooked food. He ate his fill first, then patiently fed her. The female swordsman cooperated, swallowing all the food. Without saying a word, Li Jushu threw her back to the ant nest. The enraged fire ants quickly swarmed over her skin again. This continued with Li Jushu subjecting her to the ants' torment 3 times daily. Each time, just as she neared unconsciousness, he would throw her into the water to wash them off. After 3 days without respite, not an inch of the female swordsman's skin remained unharmed. It seems Xiao Suiguan has abandoned you. Li Jushu withdrew his gaze from the distant mountain peak. Since yesterday, he had been watching that mountain designated for exchanges, but no one had appeared. His own condition was becoming increasingly precarious. The female swordsman lacked even the strength to speak, only casting him a cold glance. Li Jushu took out the ointment he had found on Wang Xiaoxin's body and carefully applied it to her wounds. The medicine was remarkably effective. Within half an hour, the redness and swelling on the female swordsman's body rapidly subsided. Chao Gang never asked about prices when buying things for Wang Xiaoxin. He only sought the best. As the discoloration faded, the female swordsman's breathing gradually steadied and color returned to her face. We'll wait 2 more days. If Li Jushu didn't finish his sentence, but the female swordsman already understood his intention, a deep worry flashing in her eyes. 2 days passed in a flash, and Li Jushu's condition had worsened considerably. The biochemical toxin was taking its toll. Compounded by psychological despair, Xiao Suiguan had sent no one to rescue the female swordsman. 5 days had elapsed, and given a hunter's speed, it was impossible they couldn't have arrived or gotten lost. There was only one explanation. Xiao Suiguan had abandoned the female swordsman. The female swordsman, however, remained in good spirits. Over the past 2 days, Li Jushu had inflicted no torture upon her, providing her with good food and drink. Apart from being unclothed, it was almost like a vacation. The wounds from the flame ants had completely healed, leaving her skin smooth and snow-white, her figure perfectly proportioned. Surrounded by trees, she possessed an undeniable allure. Do you have anything else to say? Li Jushu asked, looking at her. The female swordsman bit her lower lip tightly and remained silent. When you do wrong, there's always a price to pay. You should have known this day would come. Li Jushu stripped off his clothes and pressed down toward the female swordsman. 2 hours later, Li Jushu jumped into the water to wash himself. To his surprise, while his mental state remained poor, the redness in his eyes had faded considerably, and the burning sensation in his bones had eased somewhat. He had acted purely out of frustration, never expecting such an effect. A man lives only once and shouldn't depart with regret. She was still a young man, after all. It was also his revenge against the female swordsman. He had saved so many people, only to be hunted down mercilessly. His little sister was dead. Facing this heartless female swordsman, how could he not harbor resentment? The female swordsman seemed to have understood his psychology and didn't struggle, allowing him to vent his fury. Only the 2 streams of tears flowing down her face revealed that her heart was far from calm. Returning to their makeshift camp, Li Jushu saw the bloodstained flower on the clothes beneath the female swordsman's body. Though inexperienced, he understood what it meant. He paused for a moment, then took a cotton garment, dampened it, and carefully cleaned her body. Afterward, he built a fire to cook. After days of dried rations, Li Jushu had grown tired of them. There were fish in the water, rather stupid ones that were easy to catch. He effortlessly caught 2 large fish weighing 7 or 8 pounds each. The salt, cumin, and other seasonings found on the hunters' bodies came in handy. From that day forward, Li Jushu demanded satisfaction from the female swordsman 3 times daily. She progressed from initial numbness to gradually showing slight cooperation. On the 5th day, Li Jushu awoke to find blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his entire body racked with pain, his mind foggy as if he'd been struck with a club. The simple act of sitting up required all his strength to accomplish. He knew his end was near. While washing his face, he accidentally scraped a fingernail, which simply fell off without him feeling any pain. He laughed bitterly at himself and walked over to the female swordsman, staring at her. The female swordsman had awakened early and clearly noticed something was wrong with Li Jushu's condition. Seeing him approach, she squeezed her eyes shut tightly, refusing to look at him. Finally, Li Jushu sighed and untied the ropes binding the female swordsman. Using his last remaining strength, he reset her dislocated arms. Go, he said. The female swordsman opened her eyes to look at him, but Li Jushu had already closed his, sitting beneath a tree and breathing heavily, as if he lacked even the strength to speak. After a long moment, the female swordsman silently dressed herself. She said, "Take care," to Li Jushu, then departed. Half an hour later, Li Jushu recovered some strength. He staggered to his feet and stumbled toward the river. He wanted to return to the gravesite, wanted to die alongside his little sister. Wait, the female swordsman suddenly emerged from the forest. Looking at Li Jushu's puzzled expression, she said calmly, "Internal energy cultivation can suppress the biochemical virus, but whether it can be completely neutralized depends on your constitution and level of cultivation. I cannot guarantee anything. I will now teach you the internal arts. Whether you survive depends on fate." With that, she simply sat cross-legged, verbally instructing him in the mental techniques while using her finger to trace meridian points on Li Jushu's arms and back. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, making her fingertips gleam like beams of cold light. Li Jushu suppressed his inner shock and tried to mobilize the faint trace of true energy within his body as instructed. The true energy flowed along his meridians like a gentle stream, alternating waves of burning heat and icy cold exploding through his limbs and bones. Several times he wanted to stop, only to be called back by the female swordsman's sharp command. Endure it. Time passed quietly with each breath, and 3 days flew by. On the morning of the third day, in the mist-shrouded forest, Li Jushu finally sat steadily with breath as fine as silk, successfully entering the beginner's realm. The female swordsman silently watched him for a long time, her eyes mixing relief and pity. In the end, she left only a complex gaze, turned, and disappeared into the tree shadows, never looking back. 3 months later, at the gates of settlement number 12, the sun blazed down on the flowing crowds. Since settlement number 11 had been declared a forbidden zone, large numbers of hunters were forced to seek refuge at base number 9 or settlement number 12. Base number 9 had strict rules, so more people chose the relatively friendlier settlement number 12. 3 kilometers outside the city gates stood a marketplace cobbled together from temporary canvas tents and discarded shipping containers, specifically for hunters who couldn't or didn't want to enter the city to trade supplies. Along the dusty roadside, one Fugue's stall occupied the most prominent position, a modified truck bed converted into a display rack, with ammunition, potions, and dried food neatly arranged. As the most senior merchant here, his motto had always been, "Give me money, and I can get you anything." A list written in white ink on his stallboard read, 14.7mm caliber sniper rifle bullets, Cuban sniper rifle bullets, oxygen enhancement potion 1, level 2 strength potion 1, level 2 bone enhancement potion 1, level 2 nutrition supplement 10, various food items. Total, 100 million copper coins. He squinted with a smile as he sized up the young man before him. The youth had disheveled stubble and a weary expression, yet time had left only a trace of innocence around his eyes. Juan Fugue immediately determined the man was no older than 20. "Did you manage to get the antidote for the biochemical virus?" the young man asked, his voice hoarse but cutting straight to the point. This was Li Jushu. After leaving the mountain forest, he had searched through all the major bases on Beast Planet and determined that settlement number 12 was the safest, so he had returned. He had long heard of Juan Fugue's reputation. Previously, his companion Chao Gang had always handled dealings with him, so this was his first face-to-face encounter. "Ahem, brother, you understand that's a controlled substance." Juan Fugue put on a troubled expression. "Do you have it or not?" Li Jushu cut off his excuses. "To completely eliminate the virus requires 2 doses, 100 million copper coins per dose." Juan Fugue spread his hands. "Standard price. I'll pay by card." Li Jushu pulled out a black bank card. The signal here was poor, but bank cards had built-in chips that could complete transactions with a simple tap against a portable card reader. After a crisp beep, Juan Fugue's smile grew even broader as he respectfully handed over 2 pale blue potions housed in alloy cases. After the transaction, Li Jushu turned to leave, but Juan Fugue called after him. "Brother, do you have any more of those untraceable bank cards from yesterday? I'll add another 5 to the price." "No more." Li Jushu didn't even turn his head. If he hadn't needed to gain trust yesterday, he wouldn't have sold the card at all. Juan Fugue had only paid 50% of the card's value, brutally cutting the standard market rate of 80%. He wouldn't let himself be fleeced a second time. In fact, he still had several cards, but he was saving them for future use. Juan Fugue called out persistently, "If you get any good merchandise, come find me anytime, I'll be right here." Watching the young man's figure disappear at the far end of the marketplace, he calculated silently. Someone who could produce untraceable bank cards but didn't dare enter the city was likely either a wanted criminal or someone with dangerous enemies, exactly his type of premium customer. Legitimate business might net a 10% profit if he was lucky, but selling weapons to people like this could rake in 90% profit. While others avoided wanted criminals, he wished there were more of them. The more guns, ammunition, and potions he sold, the fatter his wallet grew. Li Jushu had acted very coldly, but Wan Fuguei was confident that in another month, Li Jushu would have to come back to him if Li Jushu was still alive, that is. The beast planet has 68 less oxygen than the home planet, making humans feel as if they're moving through the thin air of high altitudes. The first explorers could only trudge along in bulky spacesuits until scientists developed oxygen enhancement injections based on human physiological limits and local climate conditions. These injections continuously release oxygen within the body. The medication typically lasts 30 days, though those with strong constitutions can endure 35 to 40 days, while those with weaker constitutions need another injection after just 25 or even 20 days. Therefore, everyone surviving in the wilderness considers these oxygen injections their lifeline. Li Jushu never had to worry about this before, as his team had ample supplies. Over the past 3 months, he had been hiding in the mountains, focusing on his cultivation, carrying only 3 injections he had scavenged from a hunter's corpse. Hunters typically don't carry extra medication when venturing out. With his 3 injections depleted, he had no choice but to interrupt his training and descend the mountain to search for supplies. Having changed his cultivation location, he had no idea whether Xiao Suiguan had continued sending people to hunt him down during these 3 months. He had lived in complete isolation, with all news from the outside world blocked by the mountain forests. The marketplace remained bustling. Zhang Matzi, a middleman dealer, spotted Li Jushu in the crowd and immediately recognized him as a potential gold mine, trailing him from a distance. The two moved one after the other through stone paths, shrubs, and protruding rock faces. Just as they rounded a hillside, Li Jushu's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Zhang Matzi's heart skipped a beat, but before he could turn around, a cold gun barrel was already pressed against the back of his head. "Why are you following me?" Li Jushu's voice was flat, yet carried a murderous intent. "Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. I just wanted to get to know you." Zhang Matzi raised his hands and slowly turned around. "We don't know each other." Li Jushu's tone was indifferent. "You want to buy things, and I happen to sell things, plus intelligence." Zhang Matzi maintained his smile. "You know what I want. Anyone wandering out here needs intelligence." Zhang Matzi replied. Li Jushu slightly raised the gun barrel. "Compared to Wan Fuguei, what's your advantage?" "Price." Zhang Matzi said. "I charge less than Wan Fuguei." Li Jushu sized him up, an ordinary face that would disappear in a crowd, completely unremarkable, the kind that wouldn't even inspire an artist. "How can I trust you?" Zhang Matzi calmly reached into his jacket and pulled out a silver vial, level 2 strength enhancement serum, market price 25 million copper coins. "Wan Fuguei would charge you 35 million. I'm offering 33 million. Li Jushu sneered. "I'd take such a big risk just to save 2 million? In the marketplace, once you dealt with Wan Fuguei, you couldn't approach anyone else. That was the rule, unless Wan Fuguei refused the transaction. Break the rules, and no one could survive here." 32 million. Zhang Matzi's voice remained calm. "For you, even at 30 million, it's still profitable. For me, the risk is too great." Li Jushu said that although Wan Fuguei's prices are steep, his reputation is solid, and the quality of his products is reliable. There's no need to worry about being betrayed by Wan Fuguei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built such a large business. Many people know they are being overcharged, but still seek him out. With that, he shook his trench coat and turned to walk deeper into the dim alley. "Do you know what happened at Gathering Point 11? A low voice suddenly came from behind him, belonging to Zhang Matzi. Li Jushu stopped in his tracks on the gravel path and turned his head, asking, "What do you mean?" Zhang Matzi gently pushed up his goggles, saying, "At Gathering Point 11, a hunter named Li Jushu detonated a biochemical bomb, turning the place into a dead zone. A warrant has been issued for him, 200 million copper coins for capturing him alive, 50 million for his corpse. I have his basic information." Upon hearing this, Li Jushu raised an eyebrow, his gaze narrowing slightly in the shadows. "Go on." Zhang Matzi unfolded a wrinkled piece of leather paper. "Li Jushu, height 1 meter 70, weight 65 kilograms, a sniper. Although he hasn't been tested for a level in the guild, combat assessments indicate he has reached the level of a second-tier hunter. He can hit a target accurately from 2,000 meters away." Li Jushu replied nonchalantly. "Why are you telling me this? If you have the chance to encounter him and complete the task, I can offer you 90% of the reward," Zhang Matzi said, his expression calm, but with an underlying hint of testing. "Do you have a photo?" If there were a photo, Li Jushu would probably be dead by now. "At least 1,000 hunters have their eyes on his head," Zhang Matzi shrugged. "Why did he detonate the biochemical bomb? Who was he getting revenge on?" Li Jushu suddenly pressed. Zhang Matsi raised his hands in a shrug. According to rumors, that guy has mental issues and a penchant for killing. People like that act without logic. Who issued the task? The managers of all the bases jointly issued it. Zhang Matsi answered straightforwardly. Li Jushu pondered for a moment before changing the subject. Are there any other tasks? Ones with higher rewards. I'm not interested in bounties of hundreds of thousands, or 1 to 2 million. Zhang Matsi smiled and pulled out another stack of documents from his pocket. There are indeed 3 more: finding the golden Bodhi, with a reward of 100 million copper coins; hunting the great evil Zudita, with a bounty of 30 million; capturing 2 live minks, for 50 million. Additionally, there's a task for 12 million providing clues related to Bauta Wood. Li Jushu took the documents, browsed through them carefully, and then handed them back to Zhang Matsi. Although the first 2 bounties were high, the risks were even greater, and he didn't dare to venture into them. Only the golden Bodhi caught his attention. That was the spiritual item the female swordsman had mentioned. To speed up cultivation, there are only 2 paths. One is through medicinal baths, which require vast amounts of money and time. The other is through rare treasures. The Zhu fruit can add 60 years of hard training, while the golden Bodhi can enhance internal strength for 10 years. However, such spiritual items are rare and hard to come by. 99% of people in the world would struggle their entire lives without ever seeing one. Yet, he desperately needed the golden Bodhi at this moment. I am Zhang Matsi, he introduced himself. Li Jushu said in a deep voice. I want all the potions you have. Also, here are 5 unclaimed bank cards. He revealed the cards, his tone calm but firm. Zhang Matsi nodded slightly. Understanding the implication, had been secretly following Li Jushu to avoid alarming Wan Fuguei. Since Li Jushu was willing to develop on 2 fronts, he was more than happy to go along with it. As the old saying goes, you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. Under the soft yellow emergency lights, the smile on Zhang Matsi's face gradually widened. As long as the cooperation began, he was confident he could cultivate Li Jushu into a long-term client. Customers who buy potions are big clients. 1 potion customer is worth 100 customers who buy ammunition. Li Jushu never expected that right after hearing about the notorious criminal Zhutada from Zhang Matsi, he would encounter him so soon. With a bounty of 30 million hanging over Zhutada's head, this windfall from heaven made Li Jushu decide without hesitation. He would claim it. Before him stood a cold pyramid made of 9 bloody human heads, dark red blood slowly seeping from the severed necks. Zhutada had always cut off his enemies' heads and stacked them into pyramids to intimidate others, which was how his infamy had grown. Otherwise, the bounty could never have reached 30 million. This had originally been a 10-person squad, but only 9 heads remained. The missing head belonged to the team's female medic. Zhutada was notoriously lustful, so he had most likely abducted her for unspeakable acts. If Zhutada had left alone, Li Jushu wouldn't have acted rashly, but carrying a living person would certainly slow him down, creating an opportunity. Li Jushu crouched down and touched the blood that hadn't completely coagulated with his fingertip, determining that Zhutada had left less than an hour ago. In another hour, it would be completely dark, and hunters typically became less vigilant after walking for an hour, the perfect time for an ambush. He surveyed the scene and found that Zhutada had cleaned up extremely thoroughly. Guns, ammunition, food, and medicine had all been looted. Even the bullet casings were gone. However, the meticulous Li Jushu still made a discovery. The soil under a rock showed signs of being dug up and refilled. He had seen this kind of burial many times before. He kicked away the stone and brushed aside the dirt, indeed uncovering 2 bank cards and 3 purple gold coins. This squad was quite well off, he thought, remembering how his good friend Chao Gang had spent years in this business without saving even 1 purple gold coin. Next, he examined the footprints around the area. 1 set of tracks extending southwest was obviously too clean for the experienced Zhutada. It looked too much like bait. Li Jushu did the opposite and headed northwest. He maintained a steady pace, and after an hour the sun set, quickly darkening the forest. Night provided him with perfect cover, so he quickened his steps. Suddenly, he stopped and brushed away some dead leaves, revealing a triggered landmine. Though Li Jushu wasn't an explosives expert, he knew this thing had a kill radius of about 3.5 meters. Step on it, and you're dead. Finding the landmine didn't alarm him. Instead, it confirmed he was going in the right direction. After another hour of walking, a faint firelight appeared deep in the forest. He crouched low, avoiding the white nylon tripwires, then climbed a sturdy oak tree and moved stealthily through the branches. 30 meters away, at the edge of the firelight, he stopped and took out his Exploder 002B sniper rifle, assembling it skillfully and silently. By the campfire, the tall, ugly Zhutada was on top of the female medic, his heavy breathing mixed with excited grunts. The woman trembled beneath him, moaning pitifully with tears streaming down her face. Their clothes were scattered around as the campfire licked at the air. The moment the gun barrel aimed at Zhutada, his animal instincts made his whole body tense. He suddenly sprang up from the woman and rolled while grabbing the assault rifle from the ground. As he pulled the trigger, he didn't even have time to turn around and confirm the enemy's position. Bullets sprayed wildly with muzzle flashes. The bullets hit the tree where Li Jushu was hiding, making rapid thudding sounds. Li Jushu remained expressionless, his gaze cold and sharp, letting bullets whistle past his clothes without so much as a twitch of his eyebrows. Just as Jutada was about to dart behind a thick tree, his body inevitably paused for half a beat during the rolling maneuver. It was this almost imperceptible hesitation that Li Jushu seized upon as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gaping wound the size of a bowl exploded in Jutada's chest, the bullet's impact hurling his entire body over a meter away before he crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. Li Jushu holstered his Devastator 002B sniper rifle and had just secured the strap over his shoulder when a sharp whistle pierced the air beside his ear. His body twisted violently, sliding down the other side of the tree trunk like a python. The next second, a thunderous explosion erupted, flames illuminating the entire tree. He slid rapidly down the charred bark as a line of bullets pursued relentlessly overhead, carving a straight chain of bullet holes into the trunk. His feet hit the ground with his pistol already in hand. He spun around and fired 3 quick shots, then rolled back into the tree's shadow. As the explosion's flames died out, the pursuing gunfire ceased abruptly, leaving the surroundings in deathly silence. Careless, he muttered, sliding the pistol back into his leg holster. All intelligence had indicated Jutada operated alone. He hadn't expected the man to have accomplices. He silently climbed into the canopy, his eyes searching through the branches and leaves. Moments later, a slight smile played at the corner of his mouth. The enemy was also perched in a tree but couldn't pinpoint his location. The opponent gripped a flash grenade, hesitating over which direction to throw it. Li Jushu initially considered raising the Devastator 002B again, but remembered Jutada's extraordinary sensing abilities. Masters could smell gunpowder and sense the cold, killing intent of a gun barrel. At such close range, the sniper rifle's aggressive aura would be completely exposed. His hand moved to his waist, and with a flash of cold steel, a throwing knife cut through the air. The enemy was equally skilled, spinning away at the last moment as the blade approached his heart, the knife grazing his chest and drawing a line of blood. As the flash grenade was hurled into the air, gunfire exploded. Bang! The bullet pierced through the enemy's chest, his corpse tumbling from the branches and crashing heavily into the underbrush. Li Jushu closed his eyes, waiting for the flash grenade's afterglow to fade before retrieving his throwing knife. He bent down to sever the heads of both Jutada and his accomplice, efficiently searched their bodies, stuffed all valuable items into his pack, then quickly withdrew. The woman who had been assaulted never received so much as a glance from him. Now a wanted man. Traveling with others would be irresponsible to both himself and them. Moreover, they were complete strangers, and he maintained an instinctive wariness toward unfamiliar people. He understood that he would likely never again encounter a woman worth trusting like his little sister. All other women were untrustworthy, best avoided when possible. As for whether the woman might face further danger alone in the forest, what concern was that of his? Adults must learn to take responsibility for themselves. The next day, Li Jushu found Zhang Matzi. Zhang Matzi had assumed he was merely purchasing supplies temporarily, but when he pulled back the bundle to reveal 2 bloody heads, his face immediately lit up with delight. The second was also a wanted criminal, though with a lower bounty, 9 million copper coins. The 2 heads totaled 35 million, and Zhang Matzi had earned a clean 4 million with virtually no effort. Brother, don't think the distribution is unfair, Zhang Matzi said with a grin, spreading his hands. This world has different divisions of labor, so naturally different compensation. Factory workers do the hardest labor but receive the thinnest wages, while bosses do nothing yet take the lion's share. It's all about information and resource asymmetry. Are there more killing assignments? Li Jushu asked. After you look at it, burn it. Zhang Matzi hesitated for a moment before producing a photograph. Nie Renbao, male, 58 years old, 178 centimeters tall, weighing 88 kilograms, level 4 hunter, specializes in close combat. Runner-up in the 2023 F22 Racing Championship. Climbed Devil's Peak barehanded without safety gear in 8 hours. Station commander of base number 9. Among all these introductions, Li Jushu paid no attention to anything except the 6 words, station commander of base number 9, which made his heart skip a beat. On Beast Planet, only the highest-ranking official of a base could be called station commander. Assassinating the top boss of base number 9 for a bounty of 5 billion, could he really take on this job? Zhang Matzi certainly had the audacity to offer him this contract. Returning to his temporary tree house, he climbed up the vine ladder. It was a giant tree that had been hollowed out, with bark half a meter thick on the outer layer, impervious to venomous snakes and insects, and if there was any disturbance, he could escape by sliding down the trunk. After injecting an oxygen-enhancing serum, his chest felt like a valve had been opened, air rushed in, and color quickly returned to his cheeks. He then took out the antidote for the biochemical bullets from his backpack. 2 syringes lay side by side in his palm, gleaming coldly. 3 months ago, the cultivation method taught to him by the female swordsman had actually worked, successfully suppressing the biochemical virus in his body, though it couldn't completely eliminate it. If the virus remained too long, it would erode his genes and turn him into a monster, forcing him to leave the jungle in search of an antidote. He had originally thought the antidote was as rare as legend, but unexpectedly, settlement number 11 had already become a gold rush for adventurers. That city was shrouded in biochemical virus. Humans would be infected immediately upon entering, but as long as they didn't stay too long and took the antidote, they could neutralize it. So weapons, ammunition, bank cards, gold coins, vast amounts of leftover resources attracted hunters swarming in. With demand surging, the antidote transformed from a forbidden substance into common hard currency on the market. When Li Jushu specifically requested the antidote, Merchant Wan Fugue delivered without hesitation. Now, the needle pierced his skin. Initially there was no reaction, but after 10 minutes, it felt like a dormant volcano had awakened inside his body, with lava-like heat sweeping through him. His skin flushed angry red, so he simply stripped off all his clothes, letting the heat waves roll through his blood vessels. His 7 orifices and pores began seeping blood black and reeking. Though the pain was intense, it wasn't unbearable, so he endured it motionlessly. For a full 2 hours, the fever gradually subsided and his temperature dropped. In that moment, the heavy restraints that had bound him for days snapped like broken chains, and his whole body felt so light, he could almost float. He stepped out of the tree house and plunged into the nearby river, thoroughly washing away the black blood clinging to his skin. On the shore, a tree as thick as a thigh blocked his path. He suddenly sank into a horse stance, his chest swelling as he gathered power in his right fist. The next instant, his fist slammed into the trunk. Bang! A tremendous shock spread out. The 20-meter tree shook violently, and leaves rustled down. He withdrew his fist and stepped back, exhaling a long breath. Crack! The trunk snapped in half at the point of impact. Li Jushu looked at the fallen tree, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That punch had at least 800 pounds of force. Most importantly, he felt no pain in his fist. The bone serum and skin serum had taken effect. Back at the treehouse, he wasted no time and consumed all the potions he had purchased from Wan Fugue and Zhang Matzi. Though uncertain about his body's condition, he knew these remedies were always gentle. No pain, vomiting, or fainting, tasting no different from plain water. After composing himself, he sat cross-legged and followed the secret manual passed down by the female swordsman, circulating his inner energy as warm currents slowly flowed through his body while the night quietly faded away. Base number 9. Deep in the night at -23°C, fierce winds whipped snow against the steel walls as a convoy quietly departed through the side gate. Given the base's massive scale, vehicles coming and going day and night was nothing unusual. Yet this time people still looked up. The convoy belonged to Station Commander Nie Rinbao. Nie Rinbao rarely left the base, and any movement of his could stir up waves. But this time, he was clearly being secretive. On a certain floor of a high-rise building, in a pitch-black room, a man's voice cut through the silence. Is he trying to cover up by making it obvious? Or is this a diversionary tactic? What is Nie Rinbao really planning? An aged voice responded. Given his arrogant nature, he's probably trying to draw out the snakes. The man snorted coldly. After years of lying low, he suddenly makes a move. He must be well prepared. We might as well wait and let others test the waters first. If everyone holds back, his performance will be for nothing. The old man shook his head. Those people are quite shrewd. The man's laughter was sinister. That's exactly why we need to be high profile. The hunters we've been nurturing for half a year, it's time they stretch their muscles. Young master is wise. The man's tone was flat yet chilling. Whether Nie Rinbao is actually in that convoy or not, spread the word. A 5 billion bounty will drive the hunters mad. Yes. When Li Jushu opened his eyes, daylight had already broken. After meditating all night, he rubbed his slightly numb legs, casually cooked some dried rations and beast meat to fill his stomach, then dragged out the combat motorcycle hidden beneath the roots of the manipulation tree. The bike was fuel-hungry and noisy, but in the wasteland, it remained the most agile form of transportation. With enough courage and skill, it could go anywhere. This motorcycle was a relic from hunters sent out by Xiao Suiguan 3 months ago. After the hunters were wiped out and their equipment scattered, he had picked this one as his ride. After 10 hours of racing, he reached the outskirts of base number 9. He had intended to gather intelligence first, but found a crowd of hunters gathered outside the city gates, their discussions rising and falling. He squeezed in and quickly caught wind of explosive news. Last night, Station Commander Nie Rinbao had left the base with his convoy, only to be ambushed by mysterious forces along the way. His fate unknown. Who had made the move and why remained unclear as people chattered away. But one thing was certain: the base's official forces were in crisis and might hire hunters at any moment, with bounties generous enough to let someone rest for half a year. Having gathered the information, Li Jushu wasted no more time and roared away on his combat motorcycle. The hunters remaining at the gate watched his retreating figure with mocking laughter. Another one going to his death. Does he really dare meddle in this level of conflict? If you want to make money, you need to live long enough to spend it. The explosions nearly tore the earth apart. Rocket launchers and mortars pounded in relentless waves while anti-aircraft machine guns sprayed the hilltop like torrential rain. Trees were shredded to pieces, their branches scattered in all directions as charred wood chips filled the air. The ground was riddled with craters of varying depths, resembling wounds torn by wild beasts. At the foot of the mountain, gunfire never ceased as hundreds of hunters closed in tighter, sealing off the entire mountain. 3 kilometers away, atop an ancient tree nearly 50 meters tall with dense branches, Li Jushu crouched deep within the canopy. The thunderous roar made the trunk tremble slightly, and he finally understood why those hunters had lingered motionless at the city gates. This was no ordinary conflict, but warfare waged by a small army. He squinted toward the smoke-shrouded hilltop where numbers were impossible to discern, but at the more open mountain base, the situation was crystal clear. 1. Over 500 enemy combatants had assembled. 2. Approximately 200 were launching a siege assault on the summit. 3. An artillery unit provided continuous fire support. 4. Another 200 rotated in shifts, ready for immediate replacement. 5. A 50-man mobile unit remained on standby to handle any emergencies. In this deadly web of firepower, forget the 5 billion bounty, you couldn't even catch a glimpse of the target. Scanning the battlefield's perimeter, he counted at least 20 hunters hiding behind trenches, rock crevices, and dead wood, skulking and spying just like himself. Finding this place hadn't been difficult. The convoy had left tire tracks as deep as ditches. But claiming that money was absurdly challenging, which explained the outrageous bounty. Li Jushu unwrapped a white rabbit candy, its milky sweetness mixing with the acrid smoke, creating a strange blend of sweetness and gunpowder. The only drawback was how it melted in high temperatures, but his mind wasn't on that now. Last night's journey had consumed half the night, and now with daylight blazing, he felt no urgency. Darkness was his cover. If the target survived until nightfall, he'd find a way. If not, he'd simply leave. Throughout his time as a fugitive, he'd discovered his obsession with money had greatly diminished. Gain it, and unfortunate. Lose it, and it's fate. Lost in thought, his gaze suddenly turned ice cold. From the row of armored vehicles at the mountain's base, the largest and most luxurious compartment slowly opened, and several figures emerged. The uniformed man leading them was none other than Xiao Suiguan. If there was anyone Li Jushu most wanted to kill right now, it was him. Xiao Suiguan strode forward with his head held high, his expression arrogant. The young man beside him was his complete opposite, young yet composed, his tailored suit outlining a cold, sharp silhouette. The expressions of Xiao Suiguan and the surrounding guards made it clear, this person ranked even higher than Xiao. The group stood beside the armored vehicle, pointing toward the hilltop in discussion. The distance was too great, their words swallowed by explosions, but this didn't prevent Li Jushu from making his assessment. He put away the Exploder 002B and switched to the Dragon Fong 01. This rifle had once belonged to one of Xiao Suiguan's subordinates, which he'd stolen during the chaos and carried throughout his flight. After exhausting its ammunition, he'd hidden the weapon, only to dig it up again now. The Dragon Fong 01 was rare on the market, and he knew better than ever. At this moment, it might be his only means of settling accounts with Xiao Suiguan. Li Jushu treasured it greatly. Considering Zatada's sensing abilities, Li Jushu refrained from acting rashly. He merely observed Xiao Suiguan from the corner of his eye, silently calculating. A daytime assassination would be too risky. It would be better to wait for nightfall. However, it was only noon now, and there were still 8 or 9 hours until dark. Would Xiao Suiguan remain at the foot of the mountain for that long? Could the people on the slope hold out that much longer? Judging from the counterattack from the mountaintop, the situation didn't look promising. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dust cloud rising in the distance as a blue armored vehicle raced along the mountain road. The vehicle's commotion quickly alerted Xiao Suiguan's forces. While they were still trying to identify friend from foe, the vehicle opened fire first. 4 rocket rounds trailing crimson flames whistled down into their position. Thunderous explosions erupted in succession, immediately throwing their formation into chaos. In the panic, mortars swiveled around. The sound of shells cutting through air mixed with explosions, but the vehicle zigzagged continuously, dodging every shot as shells burst harmlessly around its edges. When the distance closed to 500 meters, a hunter stood up on the vehicle's roof, and an anti-aircraft gun roared to life. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions bloomed among the crowd, screams rising one after another. Immediately after, a thick barrel extended from the rear compartment, dense streams of fire forming ribbons of light as they swept across. Bunga Hunter beside the mortar fell with his head blown apart. That single gunshot was like a signature, and Li Jushu instantly identified the position of the Skyfire Z01 sniper rifle about a kilometer away, in the crevice of a massive boulder. The armored vehicle charged to within 400 meters before stopping. The crew used the vehicle as cover while unleashing devastating firepower, and Xiao Suiwan's side suffered over 100 casualties in the blink of an eye. When the anti-aircraft gun's ammunition belt ran empty, the operator hurriedly made adjustments. The barrel drooped down as a twin-barreled heavy machine gun rose to take its place. Though its fire density couldn't match the anti-aircraft gun, it was sufficient to pepper the vehicle's exterior with dents. Bullets from Xiao Suiwan's forces converged from all directions, sparks flying off the shield plating. Without that steel plate, the machine gunner would have been riddled with holes long ago. The blue armored vehicle had penetrated deep as a lone force, but it had chosen the perfect timing and angle to completely disrupt Xiao Suiwan's offensive rhythm, then used fierce firepower to tear open a breach. By the time Xiao Suiwan regained his composure and deployed his forces, it took considerable effort to gradually push the vehicle back. Just as the situation was stabilizing, the long silent mountaintop suddenly erupted with increased firepower. Rocket launchers fired in volleys as if ammunition cost nothing, explosions thundering continuously. Xiao Suiwan's side found themselves caught between two fires, having to watch the front while guarding against the rear, their pressure multiplying exponentially. The blue armored vehicle's side had only 8 people, but each was battle-hardened. They could hear the sound of shells cutting through air and judge the impact point in an instant, their running, diving, and rolling movements flowing like water as they repeatedly escaped death before explosions hit. Li Jushu admitted that while he might barely manage such discernment in a quiet setting, he was nowhere near capable of matching such rapid battlefield rhythm. Among them, a youth of about 6 feet stood out particularly. He carried a Thunder 88 heavy machine gun nearly 90 pounds including the ammunition belt, yet handled it like a toy. Most of the time he stayed far from the vehicle, weaving between rocks, slopes, and low ground, firing continuous bursts while running at full speed, single-handedly suppressing a large swath of Xiao Suiwan's hunters. Even more terrifying was his explosive speed. He could suddenly spring up and dash 5 or 6 meters, then stop instantly, as if inertia had no effect on him whatsoever. Li Jushu gazed at that almost ethereal figure, feeling intense envy rise in his heart. Just as this youth was providing covering fire for his companions, the machine gunner on the vehicle roof suddenly had his left arm explode, and the twin-barreled heavy machine gun fell silent. Li Jushu's heart clenched. Sniper. Li Jushu immediately assessed the situation below. He knew every sniper position under Xiao Suiwan's command by heart, but this sudden gunshot was completely beyond his expectations. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Following the angle of the machine gunner's wound, he quickly identified a spot behind a large boulder where the grass grew in chaotic directions, clearly indicating someone had crawled in and hastily tried to restore its appearance. The heavy machine gun was the core of fire suppression, but it was also the easiest target for snipers. Once the gunfire stopped, the blue tank side was instantly pinned down by enemy fire, unable to lift their heads. Even the most skilled young fighter pressed tightly against the trench, not daring to move. Li Jushu aimed at the sniper rifle behind the rocks, but hesitated to pull the trigger. The blue tank wouldn't dare charge head-on against 500 or 600 men unless they had a solid plan. They couldn't be reckless fools. If they were indeed fools, following them would only lead him into danger. Once he fired, his position would be immediately exposed, so he decided to wait and see how the blue tank would break the deadlock. The strange magnetic field of Beast Planet rendered high-end weapons like laser guns and electromagnetic cannons nearly unusable outside the base. While the base could simulate their home planet's environment, its coverage was limited. Without these powerful weapons, reversing the battlefield seemed to rely solely on numbers, yet the blue tank held only 8 people, hardly enough to shift the tide. Just as he puzzled over this, the blue tank suddenly roared to life, charging toward Xiao Suiwan's position. "Stop that tank!" Xiao Suiwan's face turned pale. Bullets and artillery fire poured down like rain, explosions and flames forming a continuous line. The blue tank endured the bombardment head-on. When it reached within 100 meters of Xiao Suiwan's tank, its front wheel was blown off, followed by the rear wheel on the same side. The massive vehicle toppled over, revealing a giant bomb strapped to its undercarriage. It looked like a missile, though whether it was surface-to-air, air-to-ground, or air-to-air remained unclear. Li Jushu was just a small hunter who had never encountered such heavy weaponry, but he immediately recognized its terrifying potential. The moment the missile was exposed, not only Xiao Suiwan's men, but even Li Jushu turned pale. Abandoning all concealment, he rolled over and slid rapidly down the tree trunk. Xiao Suiwan's forces likewise abandoned their shooting positions and scattered in panic. Li Jushu's feet had barely touched the ground when a thunderous boom shattered the air. His eardrums went instantly deaf as he pressed his hands tightly over his ears and crouched behind the thick tree. A violent wind carrying flying sand roared past like the apocalypse itself. At that moment, even if someone had fired point-blank, he would have been powerless to resist. Dust clouds blocked his vision, but the violent tremors in the ground clearly told him that this explosion's force could destroy everything. A full 15 seconds passed before the howling wind gradually subsided. He opened his eyes and cautiously poked his head out. The first thing that met his gaze was the dust hanging in the air, slowly settling down. Next came a massive circular crater. Due to the angle, he couldn't see how deep it was, so he climbed back up the large tree, which had half its branches snapped off, resembling a brutalized young girl. From the canopy, his expanded view revealed the devastation at the mountain's base in full detail. The crater was at least 5 meters deep, with a diameter exceeding 30 meters, its blasted earth edges looking as if torn by some giant beast. The blue armored vehicle had been hurled nearly 100 meters away, reduced to a twisted metal skeleton. Within 80 meters of the crater's rim, not a soul remained. Only scattered remnants of a few vehicles from Xiao Suwan's faction lay about, shells shattered, parts strewn everywhere, completely destroyed. 120 meters out, hunters lay sprawled in all directions, their fate uncertain. Li Jushu had no interest in these casualties as he searched the treetops for Xiao Suiguan. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, the largest armored vehicle's hatch opened, and Xiao Suiguan, that distinguished young man, plus 5 or 6 hunters emerged in single file, all with pristine clothing and not a hair out of place. Yet the vehicle's exterior looked like it had been pummeled by a mudslide. Severely deformed body, armor glass covered in cracks, but still maintaining its overall structure, had actually withstood the distant missile impact. Without missiles, even emptying entire magazines of conventional firearms wouldn't budge it an inch. Money really is wonderful. Li Jushu thought of young Master Li's golden armored vehicle and sighed inwardly. Top-tier combat vehicles were built purely with cash. The stronger they were, the more outrageous their cost, with some people even using track chassis for explosive off-road performance. At that moment, the previously interrupted gunfire erupted again. That 8-man squad had managed to take down half of Xiao Suiguan's hunters with just one vehicle, but the numerical disparity still made the outcome uncertain. Someone on the mountaintop launched another breakout attempt, drawing away Xiao Suiguan's firepower and forcing his team to fight on 2 fronts. Li Jushu, who had originally planned to remain a bystander, changed his mind. He steadily raised his sniper rifle, first targeting Xiao Suiguan through the scope, but at the last moment before pulling the trigger, he shifted aim to the young man beside Xiao Suiguan. The trigger depressed. In a flash, Xiao Suiguan drew his blade and stepped forward, bringing his two-handed sword down in a swift chop. Clang! The bullet was precisely deflected, but the steel blade snapped in two. He staggered back 3 steps, pain evident on his face, yet he had successfully blocked the fatal shot meant for the young man. The hunters immediately escorted the young man behind the massive vehicle. Li Jushu took a deep breath to steady his heartbeat, sliding the barrel toward a boulder. Bang! Blood splattered from the Grashi. Didn't need to look to know his target was dead. The muzzle swung again, muzzle flash erupting. Behind the yellow vehicle's tire, the prone sniper's body convulsed, his head exploding into scattered red and white matter like a dropped watermelon. Bang! Dust rose from the earthen slope as a bullseyed black hole appeared in another sniper's chest. He screamed and twisted his head, staring intently toward the large tree 2 kilometers away, his gaze quickly dimming. A return shot pierced through the leaves, passing less than 10 centimeters from Li Jushu's shoulder. His expression unchanged, he instantly traced the bullet's trajectory, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. The enemy sniper's forehead sprouted a hole, his final expression of shock captured in Li Jushu's scope. The opponent was still adjusting his angle when Li Jushu had already fired. The last sniper was hidden atop an armored vehicle, using a shield plate for cover. Li Jushu had to repeatedly change positions to find a shooting angle, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, something felt wrong. His face changed abruptly as he quickly shifted his aim and fired. Everyone thinks snipers are impressive, engaging targets from miles away, but in reality, snipers have many natural enemies. Drones, other snipers, heavy machine guns, mortars. Being targeted by any of these predators spells certain doom. A mortar slowly adjusted its angle, the metal barrel gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Li Jushu could see everything clearly through his scope. The muzzle was aimed directly at his position. Before choosing this tree, he had deliberately scouted the area within a 500-meter radius. He was alone. No comrades nearby. Only by keeping his distance from everyone could he survive. Now that the barrel was turning toward him, it meant the enemy had locked onto him specifically. Bang! The moment the shell left the barrel, Li Jushu's bullet pierced the gunner's forehead first. Immediately after, he listened intently to the shell's whistling as it cut through the air, quickly calculating its trajectory. The impact point would be 30 meters from the tree. Boom! Earth erupted, wood fragments flew everywhere, and the shock traveled through the trunk to his chest. Though uninjured, his alertness spiked. One man against hundreds of enemies, any focused attention could spell his complete destruction. The second mortar operator looked up, but had no time to react before his head exploded in a spray of blood. Li Jushu's rifle moved like a shuttle, muzzle flashes erupting in succession. Once ordinary hunters entered his crosshairs, there was no escape. The eight-man squad quickly detected his presence and realized the sniper on Xiao Suiguan's side had been eliminated, so they unleashed full firepower. Though they'd lost the blue armored vehicle's protection, their crossfire remained fierce, trapping Xiao Suiguan's forces in a stalemate. Another hunter fell. Li Jushu locked onto a heavy machine gunner nearly 2 meters tall. Just as his finger pressed the trigger, a chill suddenly crawled up his spine, like being washed by a venomous snake. As the machine gunner's temple exploded, a 16.72-centimeter bullet slammed hard into the branch where he lay. The bark grew hot, vibrating violently, and goosebumps instantly covered his skin. Without hesitation, he pulled back his rifle, contracted his body, and rolled to the second branch he'd selected earlier. Before his body had even stabilized, the branch shuddered violently as a bullet entered from one side and exited the other. Every muscle in his body tensed as he pressed himself against the trunk, grabbed the prettied rope, and silently slid down 5 meters into the thick fork of the tree. Here the wood was solid and less likely to be penetrated by bullets. Through the dense foliage, he stared toward the battlefield. The shot had come from straight ahead, but his gaze swept every inch of terrain without spotting the sniper. The mortar adjusted its aim again. The first shell landed 20 meters from the tree, and the explosion sent debris and dirt splashing onto his face, making his breathing quicken. With the gunner's experience, 3 shots at most would blast him and the tree into fragments. Boom. The second shell exploded less than 5 meters away, debris stinging his face painfully. His time was suddenly compressed. Should he continue hiding, or risk taking out the gunner? The deliberation lasted only half a second. The moment the mortar operator grabbed a shell and raised it overhead, Li Jushu squeezed the trigger, and the gunner's head shattered as if struck by an invisible hammer. Almost simultaneously, a flash of fire appeared inside the armored vehicle. No wonder he couldn't find anyone. They were hiding inside the vehicle. Li Jushu released his grip on the tree branch and let himself fall freely, clutching the Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle tightly in his hands. Every muscle in his body tensed. As the sniper in the vehicle fired his second shot, Li Jushu suddenly suspended himself midair and simultaneously pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle flashed, and the bullet grazed past his drawn-up feet. The next second, a deafening thud echoed from inside the armored vehicle, and blood immediately splattered across the bulletproof glass on the interior walls, a shocking crimson red. Li Jushu released the rope around his waist, pressed his back against the tree trunk, and slid to the ground in just 2 seconds. He then swiftly cut the rope and dove into the nearby bushes. He had always been cautious. A single tree offered too little cover. Once exposed, there would be nowhere to escape, making the rope his most reliable exit strategy. He knew that the moment he stopped abruptly in midair, the sniper in the vehicle must have figured this out, but it was already too late. This risky exposure was precisely what he had prepared for that fatal shot. Sniper duels show no mercy. It's either you die, or I do. Within mere moments, the enemy no longer had time to focus on him. The troops on the hillside were charging down to rendezvous with the 8-man squad before hastily retreating. With Xiao Suiguan's main firepower being drawn away by this enemy force, their attention on Li Jushu naturally relaxed. He was content not to fire again, simply lying low and patiently waiting for the next opportunity. He didn't care about anyone else's fate, but Xiao Suiguan had to die. Unfortunately, after Xiao Suiguan and that distinguished young man detected the sniper's presence, they immediately took cover in the largest armored vehicle, issuing all subsequent orders from within. Li Jushu had calculated the vehicle's defenses. Penetrating it with a single bullet was virtually impossible, and attempting a reckless shot would only expose his position. Was his brain squeezed by a door? He cursed silently and decided to tail the armored vehicle, confident that Xiao Suiguan would eventually have to get out. But just as Nia Renbao's group was gradually moving away, they suddenly turned and charged toward him. He needed quiet, needed to follow in the darkness, but this squad's intrusion shattered the silence completely. Soon, he understood why. Another group of heavily armed enemies had emerged ahead, forcing Nia Renbao's men into steady retreat. Xiao Suiguan's massive armored vehicle remained completely motionless, clearly having prepared in advance, which explained their composed demeanor. What had initially been Nia Renbao and the 8-man squad attacking Xiao Suiguan from both sides had now reversed. Xiao Suiguan was encircling Nia Renbao from 2 directions. While the 2 sides still maintained some distance, Li Jushu retreated with his rifle. Assassinating Xiao Suiguan today was no longer possible. He would have to seek another opportunity later. Beyond the sparse kilometer of woodland lay dense forest, where fugitives would have the advantage. He knew this, and Nia Renbao understood it even better, which is why when their escape route was blocked, their first choice was to break through toward the dense forest. Reaching the edge of the dense forest, Li Jushu set up the Dragon Fong 01 once more. Nia Renbao's men fled continuously, with people constantly falling to gunfire. In this battlefield, falling meant death. Xiao Suiguan's blocking forces caught up, and when the 2 groups converged, firepower instantly escalated. Rocket after rocket forced Nia Renbao's men to keep changing positions, leaving them no opportunity to fight back. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, a mortar unit appeared from nowhere, full 20 cannons spread in a fan formation on the other side, raining shells frantically on Nie Renbao's formation. The explosion points fell between Nie Renbao and the dense forest, blasting out a barrier of fire and light. With such concentrated firepower, it was nearly impossible for Nie Renbao to cross the fire line into the dense forest. Li Jiushu's eyes flickered as he considered for a few seconds, then aimed at one of the mortar operators. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted as flames instantly expanded into a blazing mushroom cloud, swallowing every hunter within a 50-foot radius. Li Jiushu's shot had struck the mortar shell directly in the barrel, triggering the fuse on impact. One after another, shells detonated in a chain reaction, and the entire mortar squad simply vaporized. Nie Renbao roared a command and seized the moment to lead his men into the dense forest. Though retreating, their firepower remained undiminished, pairs covering each other in alternating suppression, their movements flawlessly executed. Li Jiushu's rifle tracked the battlefield's rhythm as he entered full harvest mode. Bang! The hunter carrying a rocket launcher collapsed instantly, his weapon spinning away and sending a rocket streaking toward the rear with a fiery tail, nearly flipping their own massive war vehicle and sending chills down everyone's spine. Bang! The anti-aircraft gun fell silent, its operator still gripping the handles even as half his head exploded in a crimson mist. Bang! The hulking man wielding the Gatling gun was hurled over 3 feet by the bullet's impact. When he hit the ground, the massive weapon went quiet with him, its roar cutting off abruptly and leaving the battlefield eerily silent for several beats. With the mortar threat eliminated, Li Jiushu had no more concerns and unleashed his full sniping prowess. Leveraging his superhuman vision, he maintained a perfect hit rate. Anyone he targeted was as good as dead. The enemy relied on sheer numbers to press their assault. In a smaller engagement, losing 30-plus men would have sent them cowering, but they continued their relentless advance. Recognizing Li Jiushu's terrifying capability, over a dozen hunters approached in a fan formation, their overlapping fire raining down like a torrential storm, shredding leaves that fell in sheets and cutting grass down to stubble. Li Jiushu remained expressionless, pressing his body to the ground until he nearly merged with the earth. His rifle paused briefly, then erupted in a blazing white tongue of flame. Bang! Another Thunder 88 heavy machine gun went silent. Its operator wore double body armor, 110 pounds of gear, plus a full body shield, essentially a walking bunker. But in Li Jiushu's eyes, the man's broad chest was just a waste of ammunition. He aimed for the head instead, punching through the skull with a single shot. Long-range headshots typically reduced accuracy, but he was supremely confident. While the chest offered a larger target, body armor limited effectiveness. If the heart was blocked by dual composite layers, a kill wasn't guaranteed. Only the head penetrated, and it was over. After consecutively eliminating 3 heavy machine gunners, he slung the Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle across his back and drew the Huban 84. Most people could barely move carrying 2 sniper rifles with full ammunition, but Li Jiushu had once sprinted while carrying his sister before taking any enhancement drugs. Now, with strength and bone enhancement pushed to the limit, the extra weight felt like carrying a couple of sticks. Bang, 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 bang. The Huban 84 thundered like war drums, its controlled bursts creating a rapid-fire effect. 12 shots, yet 13 hunters lay dead. He literally achieved a killing 2 birds with 1 stone spectacle. Completing this feat, he quickly shouldered his weapon and retreated 3 meters at ground level, then sprang up and dashed deeper into the forest in a crouch. Just 20 meters into his escape, dense explosions erupted behind him. Bullets tore through the air like a torrential downpour, instantly shredding grass into fragments while bushes and several small trees were blasted skyward. The bullets seemed to have eyes of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. Li Jiushu darted between the massive trees, using each trunk as cover while moving swiftly through the dense forest. When the barrage behind him finally thinned, he suddenly spun around, dropped to one knee, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. Bang! Through his scope, the upturned-eyed man's face froze in shock, magnified in the center of his vision. From the moment Li Jiushu stopped and turned to pulling the trigger took less than a second. Most people would struggle just to locate their target in that time. The man's chest exploded instantly, the impact hurling his body over 3 feet away as his machine gun went flying. Blood poured from his mouth, his eyes rapidly dimming as the regret of death froze on his face. Li Jiushu didn't pause, bursting into a sprint while using tree trunks for cover as he ran. Suddenly, he made another sharp stop and spun around, firing 3 consecutive shots that precisely dropped 3 more hunters. In mere moments, he had killed 4 men, drastically reducing his pursuers. The remaining hunters realized they were outmatched, their pace instinctively slowing as they no longer dared pursue blindly. Meanwhile, Nie Renbao and his men had also retreated into the forest, drawing away most of the firepower. Just as he was about to stop and observe, a piercing whistle tore through the air. Li Jushu's face went pale as he turned and sprinted at full speed. He had barely covered a dozen meters when a series of massive explosions ripped through the earth. Boom boom boom. The shockwaves swept through like wild beasts, flames blooming into scorching flowers among the trees as the air temperature instantly soared. In his peripheral vision, he saw artillery shells raining down like hailstones, followed by deafening explosions. This wasn't mortar fire, these were genuine heavy artillery cannons. Xiao Suiguan had clearly prepared such extensive firepower in advance, obviously anticipating that Nie Renbao would flee into the forest. Though the artillery was primarily targeting Nie Renbao's group, the slight margin of error across 5 or even 10 kilometers nearly buried Li Jushu in the inferno. Leaves whipped across his face, leaving tiny cuts he had no time to notice. His breathing burned as if his throat were on fire, but he dared not stop as shells seemed to land right at his heels. Fortunately, he was at the edge of the bombardment zone. After desperately running for over half a mile, the sound of shells finally fell behind him. He turned to look back. An entire section of the forest had been completely consumed by flames, with explosions still continuing. Each thunderous blast seemed to send hunters' silhouettes flying through the air, severed limbs tumbling in the chaos. Under such intense bombardment, survival was purely a matter of luck. On the battlefield, snipers were powerless against artillery. The cannons were positioned at least 3 miles away, possibly farther, well beyond the reach of any sniper scope, yet they could easily blanket the entire forest. Nie Renbao's forces could only flee in panic, many abandoning their weapons, yet still unable to escape being blown to pieces. A chill of fear crept over Li Jushu as he remembered when he first entered a major base with Chao Gang years ago, how cautious Chao had been, like a country bumpkin entering the city. At the time, he had dismissed it, but now he truly understood the meaning of respect in the face of real high-level power. Individual strength was laughably insignificant. His prized sniping skills were nothing but a joke against artillery. With a single command, Xiao Suiguan could level mountains and incinerate forests. Thoughts churned in his mind, but none could solve his current predicament. He could only watch helplessly as Nie Renbao's forces continued to fall, powerless to intervene. Well, he could make things worse. Had the opportunity to snipe Nie Renbao and claim the 5 billion copper coin bounty. The bombardment lasted a full hour, leaving the dense forest in shambles. Countless towering ancient trees were snapped in half, with fires still smoldering in some areas. Though Nie Renbao and his men couldn't see the devastation, they knew it was catastrophic. The moment the explosions ceased, the air still reeked of smoke and gunpowder. Hunters under Xiao Suiguan's command, wearing specialized protective goggles, swept into the forest in formation. They hurled flash grenades one after another, their brilliant beams casting harsh shadows on the broken trees. Sensing danger, Li Jushu immediately retreated in silence. Darkness was his domain. Flash grenades hurt him even more than ordinary people, and staying would only be a burden. The forest was vast, and he sprinted for a full half hour before reaching the opposite edge. Just as he was about to break through the tree line, he stopped alertly and climbed up a thick maple tree. Night wind carried the smell of burning as his sharp gaze swept the surroundings. The insect chirping in several areas had suddenly ceased. 2 meters away, someone lay hidden beneath the leaves. Without the sound of breathing, humans would hardly detect each other, but to tiny insects, any human presence was a threat, causing them to instinctively curl up and fall silent. A light breeze revealed a slender piece of metal protruding through the foliage. The unnatural, circular muzzle betrayed deadly intent. Following sniper positioning patterns, Li Jushu identified 3 more ambush points, one of which was undoubtedly a sniper's nest. Had he charged out of the forest unprepared, he would have become an instant target. It turned out that trapping Nie Renbao on the mountaintop was merely a decoy. The real killing field had been set up on the perimeter. The mountain was steep and easily defended, and Xiao Suiguan clearly had no intention of sacrificing lives in a frontal assault. He deliberately slowed his offensive to lure Nie Renbao down the mountain before unleashing artillery fire. Realizing this, Li Jushu sighed inwardly. With such tactical coordination, Nie Renbao's defeat wasn't undeserved. As this thought flashed through his mind, urgent gunfire and the sharp crack of breaking branches erupted from the forest behind him. Now, Renbao's men had finally been driven to this side. A tall, dignified middle-aged man emerged from the tree shadows. Even in flight, his clothes remained neat, and his demeanor composited dark gray Zhongshan suit, exuding steady authority. Li Jushu recognized him, Nie Renbao, the leader of base number 9. Those following him were all wounded survivors, some clutching blood-soaked bandages, others with arms and slings, barely able to walk without support from their comrades. Pain was etched across every face. Hurry, Brother Gua and the others can't hold them off much longer. The speaker was a hunter with his head wrapped in gauze. His left hand gripped a roaring yellow River 84 automatic pistol, while his right wielded a gleaming Lushan 002. The former delivered fierce rapid fire for close-range suppression, While the latter could penetrate steel plates at 250 meters together, they provided seamless fire coverage at all ranges. Hearing this, the hesitant Nie Renbao quickened his pace. But just as he was about to burst from the forest, he suddenly stopped, his gaze cutting like a blade toward a tall tree on the left. His yellow rivet 99 snapped up, aimed at the dark shadow in the canopy. The next second, a spinning leaf drifted down before him, its momentum spent, falling silently to the ground. Who are you? After a moment of silence, as the other hunters raised their guns, Nirenbao spoke up, his voice gentle and soothing to the ears. If you charge out like this, you'll be riddled with bullets instantly. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to stay put, his tone calm and steady. A figure swayed slightly in the tree atop it was Li Jushu. In the span of a few breaths, he weighed the pros and cons before ultimately deciding to reveal himself and save them. Who are you? What's your purpose hiding here? The hunter with bandages wrapped around his head raised both guns, his sharp gaze locked onto the tree. Someone here to kill Nie Renbao, Li Jushu replied flatly. The air instantly grew tense. Nie Renbao's men all tensed their muscles, but Nie Renbao raised his hand to stop them. Lower your weapons. If he really wanted to kill me, I'd already be dead. As the men hesitated, Li Jushu had already slid down the thick branch, landing silently. He looked at Nie Renbao. I took a contract killing you would net me 5 billion copper coins. It seems you've had a change of heart. Nie Renbao raised an eyebrow slightly. What would the reward be for saving you? Li Jushu pressed. 10 billion copper coins. Nie Renbao answered casually, yet with an unmistakable tone of promise. The risk matches the reward. Looks like I made the right choice. Li Jushu nodded. There's an ambush outside? Nie Renbao asked. Yes, they've been positioned for quite some time, Li Jushu replied. The bandaged hunter remained wary. Who exactly are you? Why should I trust you? Chief, this man's background is unknown. We should leave as soon as possible. Before he could finish, from the rear guard, a spirited young man turned back and called out loudly. Lao Chi, remember the sniper who assisted us at the foot of the mountain? That's him. He's trustworthy. Li Jushu glanced at the young man. At closer distance, he noticed the youth's well-proportioned muscles and smooth lines that concealed tremendous power. Standing behind the tree, he gave the impression that he could flash to any position at any moment. Only then did Lao Chi holster his guns and cup his fists. So you're our savior. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. What should we call you, brother? Nie Renbao also added calmly, his presence steady. Brother Yishao, what suggestions do you have for our current situation? Your plan to head north 20 kilometers, that's intentional, isn't it? Li Jushu didn't answer directly, but asked instead. Nie Renbao laid out the truth. There's a magnetic mountain there. The underground magnetic field is active, and once we reach it, all firearms will be useless. It'll come down to hand-to-hand combat. Li Jushu looked up to gauge the sky. About an hour until dark. Nightfall might give us a chance to break through. Lao Chi scoffed. What kind of plan is that? Will the pursuers give us that much time? I'm merely suggesting. The decision is yours, Li Jushu responded calmly. Nie Renbao adopted the plan without hesitation. Find cover and hold out until dark. With the order given, all the hunters, whether lightly or severely wounded, quickly found thick tree trunks for cover and began returning fire against their pursuers. Though reluctant, Lao Chi still chose a tree closest to Li Jushu, keeping him in his peripheral vision at all times. Li Jushu merely glanced up in acknowledgement, then nimbly climbed a massive tree. The suppressed gunshot rang out briefly, and the loudest heavy machine gun several hundred meters away immediately fell silent. The young man's spirits lifted as he leaned out from cover. Two sharp cracks rang out, and among the pursuers, two hunters fell straight down. Bang! The hunter who had just stood up was flung backward before he could even aim his rocket launcher. The rocket fired wildly, exploding dozens of meters away and taking out several of his own men. The others were exposed in the firelight, but Li Jushu abandoned this perfect opportunity for a killing spree. These men would naturally be dealt with by Nie Renbao's forces. He shifted his rifle, paused for an instant, and a tongue of flame erupted. Among the enemy ranks, another heavy machine gun fell silent. The firelight illuminated the enemy clearly, exposing their chaotic formation. Li Jushu didn't linger in battle, sliding his rifle again. Whether the enemy hid in the grass or crouched behind trees, anyone who dared to show their head was immediately followed by a muffled crack and a 7.62 mm bullet. The forest darkness had no effect on him. Through his night vision scope, every target looked like a stationary bullseye. He particularly enjoyed this kind of coordination. Nie Renbao's main force drew all the attention while he lurked in the rear with his silenced sniper rifle, virtually undetected. Occasionally someone would spot his position, only to be eliminated the next second. This was worlds apart from solo combat, where exposure meant a hail of bullets with no chance to escape. Now the enemy's firepower was forced to spread thin, and he remained far from the main battlefield, less conspicuous than the heavy machine gun positions, making him one of the safest members of the entire team. The pursuers had originally pressed Nie Renbao's squad into steady retreat, but suddenly faced with an elusive sniper, they found themselves unable to advance an inch. As darkness deepened, they repeatedly attempted to throw flash grenades, only to have Li Jushu shoot them down with precise fire. The blinding white light ended up trapped within their own formation, barely affecting Niarenbao's team. Niarenbao glanced his way, and Li Jushu immediately turned his rifle towards several concealed sniper positions outside the dense forest. Based on his predictions, there were 3 locations, and sure enough, 2 had ambushers put a bullet through each of their foreheads before they could fire a shot. Next, he locked onto 4 perimeter gunners. For a full hour, those 4 men foolishly remained motionless, and he naturally showed no mercy, patiently sending out bullets one by one, clearing all 4 with 4 shots. At that moment, Lao Chi threw a flash grenade, and the young man charged first, his figure darting through the hail of gunfire as bullets missed him by mere inches. Simultaneously, a newly deployed heavy machine gun had just opened fire when it abruptly stopped. Li Jushu had caught that glint of muzzle flash in the dim light and taken it down with one shot. The ambushers' morale collapsed. They hadn't expected Niarenbao's team to harbor such a deadly marksman, and worse still, their own snipers seemed to be asleep, not returning a single shot. But they couldn't believe all 3 of their snipers were dead. Snipers were always the best at concealment. How could they all be discovered simultaneously? Whoosh! A sharp whistle cut through the air. 2 leaves were simultaneously torn to shreds by the air current, and searing heat grazed Li Jushu's temple. His muscles tensed instantly as he dropped without hesitation. Sure enough, the enemy sniper's second shot precisely shredded his former hiding spot. Without that dive, he would already be a cold corpse. The rope tied to his waist reached its limit, leaving him suspended in midair. Using the momentum to steady his rifle, he aligned the crosshairs with his eye. A muzzle flash erupted, and the bullet pierced through his opponent's forehead. The enemy sniper had just completed his aim. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. Li Jushu switched to a different tree, as his previous position had been compromised, and he wasn't sure if there were still snipers among the ambushers. He repositioned his Longya 01 sniper rifle, and this time, no one noticed his location. Ahead, the young man charged out of the line of fire first, his Leiting 88 spitting bright flames that kept the ambushers pinned down. What should have been an ambush now looked more like the ambushers were the ones being ambushed. The other hunters followed closely behind, unleashing a torrent of firepower that forced the ambushers into steady retreat. Li Jushu took advantage of the chaos to pick off targets with precision. One shot, one kill. In just a few dozen seconds, he had taken down over 20 ambushers. After the last member of Niarenbao's team broke through the forest, Li Jushu leaped down from the tree trunk. The pursuers would catch up soon, and he had to keep up with the team or risk being trapped in the encirclement. After taking just a few steps, his heart tightened with unease. He suddenly turned back, his eyes scanning the darkness before finally settling on a massive tree that would take 2 people to wrap their arms around. He nimbly climbed up to the high branches, hanging his extra equipment and Cuban 84 light machine gun on the thick branches, keeping only his Longya 01 sniper rifle, 2 pistols, and a dagger. Moments later, the pursuers swept past beneath the tree. In the darkness, no one looked up as he controlled his breathing, his body becoming one with the bark. Even after the last pursuer disappeared, he remained motionless, staying hidden for a full 10 minutes before sliding down the trunk. He headed toward the other end of the forest, moving through the night like a shadow. Occasionally, venomous snakes and centipedes blocked his path, but before they could react, he had flung them several meters away. A few large predators poked their heads out, but after instinctively assessing the situation, they abandoned any thought of pursuit. As the altitude increased, the temperature plummeted. White mist formed from his breath, wreathing his face. Yet he felt no cold. His boiling blood made him more exhilarated with each step. When faint lights appeared ahead, he immediately slowed his pace. 3 minutes later, he crept behind a large tree that had been charred by lightning and peered out. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Suiwan's convoy had been reduced to a third of its original size, with only 5 or 6 vehicles scattered about. The largest one remained in its original position, completely motionless. At the sheltered rear of the vehicle, young Master Zheng and Xiao Suiguan had stepped out for some fresh air. With gunfire echoing throughout the day, neither had dared open the door, and the cabin had become thick with smoke from young Master Zheng's cigarettes. Even the exhaust fan, at maximum, couldn't clear it. As night brought some respite, he habitually lit a fresh cigarette. Xiao Suiguan felt obliged to join him and lit one too, though he merely held it between his fingers. I don't know what it is, but I just feel uneasy. Young Master Zheng exhaled a cloud of stale smoke, worry creasing his brow. Everything's going too smoothly. It's suspicious. His reminder made Xiao Suiguan frown as well. It is strange. Niarenbao is too shrewd not to have noticed we planted a mole. Even if he figured it out, he didn't take countermeasures. There's got to be a trap here. And why did he suddenly evacuate the base overnight? I still can't figure it out. Young Master Zheng gazed toward the forest, lowering his voice. There's something I never told you. Niarenbao has an illegitimate daughter, and she's also on Beast Planet. What? Xiao Suiguan's heart lurched violently. Such crucial intelligence, and he hadn't caught even a whisper of it. He took a sharp drag of his cigar, the harsh smoke flooding his lungs and burning his throat, causing him to double over in violent coughing. In the instant he lowered his head, young Master Zhang's head exploded like a watermelon dropped from the 10th floor, splattering brain matter and gore all over him. Li Jushu most wanted to kill Xiao Suiguan, but remembering that blade strike from earlier in the day, he hesitated. He knew he only had one chance, yet he didn't want to make this trip for nothing. After pondering for a moment, he switched targets. The distinguished young man held a higher position than Xiao Suiguan, but his combat prowess was inferior, a fact proven by how Li Jushu could aim at him without triggering any instinctive response. Once decided, the crosshairs in his scope locked on instantly. The first show pulled the trigger without hesitation. A small tongue of flame erupted, the bullet cutting through the night wind. The young man's forehead seemed struck by an invisible hammer, his entire body falling backward as a spray of blood exploded from the back of his head. The second shot immediately swung toward Xiao Suiguan. The gunshot almost merged with the first, but Xiao Suiguan seemed to sense it in advance, his figure ghosting behind the armored vehicle. When he reappeared, he was already sprinting with a dragon's might 55, muzzle flashing wildly. Li Jushu squeezed the trigger 3 times in succession, all misses. Xiao Suiguan's speed was absurd, his running pattern perfectly exploiting the sniper rifle's blind spots. The vehicle's hatch burst open, and over 30 hunters poured out, their footsteps making the dead leaves dance. They charged straight toward Li Jushu. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, yet he maintained his rhythm, firing shot by shot to suppress them, managing to kill only one. The remaining hunters possessed shocking speed and strength, closing to within 1,000 meters in mere breaths. Meanwhile, Xiao Suiguan had already broken through the 1,000-meter line, his bullets chattering against the large tree where Li Jushu was hidden, bark flying, and with chips filling the air. Xiao Suiguan's charge was no less fierce than that young man under Nierenbao's command, perhaps even more ferocious. Theoretically, closer targets should be easier to hit, yet Li Jushu's fourth bullet only grazed the man's clothing. By now Xiao Suiguan had closed to within 500 meters, and all the other hunters had crossed into the 1,000-meter circle. Their concentrated firepower riddled the tree with holes, the trunk beginning to groan and sway. If this drags on, I'll be surrounded. Li Jushu's heart tightened. He decisively abandoned targeting Xiao Suiguan, sliding his muzzle toward the hunter formation. In the next instant, flame erupted again, the hunter raising his shoulder to fire a rocket launcher bloomed red between the eyes. His convulsing corpse pulled the trigger, sending the rocket spiraling off course to explode in the distance, the blast illuminating the forest like daylight. Bang! The tree roots finally gave way, hundreds of pounds of timber crashing down. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Suiguan swooped in like a hunting eagle, his blade-sharp gaze sweeping the area as dirt flew, but he found no trace of his target. Pursue. His voice was ice-cold, spitting out just one word. Rage churned in his heart for the Zheng family. He had poured out his blood and sweat, even staking his entire fortune, yet still couldn't earn their trust. The scandal involving Nie Renbao's illegitimate daughter had only deepened the Zheng family's suspicions of him. Despite all this, he absolutely would not allow young Master Zheng to die before his eyes. If young Master Zheng perished, he would face severe consequences within the Zheng family, so the assassin had to be caught, preferably alive. Meanwhile, Li Jushu had plunged deep into the dense forest. The pressure from a true expert's pursuit nearly made him abandon the Dragon Fang 01 just to gain speed. Despite his utmost effort, he couldn't open up the distance. Instead, he could feel that murderous intent closing in step by step. He could see in the darkness refused to believe Xiao Suiguan possessed the same ability. Xiao Suiguan was pursuing him so relentlessly that he had no time to set up landmines or other traps. Only now did Li Jushu realize that if he had planted the mines on his way in, he would never have ended up in such a miserable state. The dramatic power surge from days of heavy drug consumption had made him overconfident. At this moment, he could only strain his ears, relying on the faint rustling of branches behind him to determine Xiao Suiguan's position and strike back when the opportunity arose. His pistol magazine was quickly emptied, yet he hadn't even grazed Xiao Suiguan's clothing. Meanwhile, Xiao Suiguan's bullets whizzed past his skin several times, the searing air currents making his heart race with increasing panic. The pitch-black forest was his only cover. Once he broke through the tree line, he'd be dead within 500 meters. Therefore, he had to shake off Xiao Suiguan before leaving the dense woods. Suddenly, he remembered the massive hornet's nest he'd spotted along the way and gritted his teeth as he changed direction. While finding the right position in the darkness would be nearly impossible for others, he easily located his target by mentally counting his steps. Beneath the nest, he raised his hand and hurled 4 grenades in succession, 2 into the air above, 2 toward his rear. The latter 2 weren't meant to kill, but to force Xiao Suiguan to pursue along the path beneath the trees. Boom! The explosion lit up the forest, the brief flash splitting the night. Xiao Suiguan reacted swiftly, seeing that the left and right impacts were off target. but the two airburst grenades overhead made him instinctively slow his pace. However, driven by his thirst for revenge, he didn't stop completely, and this short distance of mere dozens of meters became his new nightmare. A buzzing sound suddenly exploded in his ears, and his face went pale. It was too late to force his way through. He could only turn and flee as hornets as thick as an adult's thumb poured out from the shattered nest. If Li Jushu had raised his rifle to snipe at this moment, he would have had a 9/19 chance of killing Xiao Suiguan. However, he was equally afraid of the stings and ran faster than a rabbit. A single hornet sting might not kill him, but it would certainly leave him half dead, and he had no desire to test the venom. As the buzzing grew closer, he simply hurled his heavy, Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle onto the thick branch of a nearby tree. After shedding dozens of pounds of weight, his speed surged dramatically. He crashed through grass and thorns alike. Ignoring the blood drawn by sharp spines compared to hornet stings, these superficial wounds were nothing. The swarm gradually retreated after pursuing him for about 500 meters, but he dared not stop. He sprinted to the tree where he'd hidden his equipment, grabbed the backpack he'd buried earlier, and circled back to the convoy from the other side of the forest. At this moment, Xiao Suiguan was still on his way back, and the other hunters hadn't returned either. Only 2 hunters remained to guard the convoy. They never imagined that Li Jushu would double back and were efficiently dispatched with headshots. Li Jushu inspected each vehicle. The 6 war machines were packed with various firearms and ammunition, enough to arm 50 elite soldiers. The largest one was even stocked with fine wine, cigarettes, delicacies, and an entire chest of purple gold coins that made his eyes gleam. He quickly transferred all the supplies to the least damaged vehicle. The missile explosion in the blue war machine during the day had caused varying degrees of damage to the other vehicles, but this one was still operational. Starting the engine, he drove the war machine 100 meters away before remotely detonating the pre-plant explosives. The remaining 5 vehicles erupted in flames, their towering pillars of fire illuminating the surrounding night. Xiao Suiguan, who had just emerged from the dense forest, witnessed this scene. His fists clenched with audible cracks, his teeth nearly grinding to powder. Never in his entire life had he felt so humiliated and frustrated. Logically, Li Jushu should have rushed to Mount Ci to help Nie Renbao, but a strange feeling made him abandon this idea. He had an intuitive sense that Mount Ci was a trap, and going there would mean uncertain life or death. Both Nie Renbao and the young man who had been killed held ridiculously high positions like 2 oncoming trains, while he was just a leisurely bicycle. If he got caught in between, he wouldn't even understand how he died. After careful consideration, he felt that the conflicts around Nie Renbao were mostly related to power struggles. Given this, Base 9 was best avoided. After weighing his options repeatedly, he turned the steering wheel and decided to head to the safer, relatively hunter-friendly Base 8. Among all the major bases, Base 8 was widely recognized by hunters as the most lenient refuge because it used human eye detection for entry screening. More importantly, the current station commander Su Jian was a former prisoner who had climbed from the lowest status to controlling an entire city. His capabilities were unquestionable. Due to his special background, his relationships with other bases were tense, making him particularly independent in his actions. Su Jian often turned a deaf ear to wanted notices issued by Base 9, feeling those people posed little threat to him. As a result, in the chaotic mix of Base 8, anyone who followed the rules could live quite well. Hunters were also happy to protect this supply paradise. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't need this safety net in the future. Li Jushu drove his war vehicle for a day and night straight. When his fuel tank was nearly empty, the massive gates of Base 8 finally appeared in his sight. After 3 months of rough living outdoors, he was scruffy with disheveled hair like a bird's nest, but the guards weren't surprised. Taking the gold coin he handed over, the guard's sharp gaze instantly relaxed, and he waved to the soldiers preparing to inspect the vehicle, signaling them to let him pass. Go on in. Li Jushu gunned the engine and rushed into the city. The overwhelming prosperity struck him like a wave. Compared to Settlement 11, this place was 10 times more prosperous. Hunters on the streets wore excellent armor and carried an intense aura of battle, far beyond what Settlement 11 could match. On both sides of the city gates stood mighty cannons, each with a barrel 13 meters long, like 2 giant guardians of the city. With a maximum range of 20 kilometers, they could level half a mountain with a single shot. Anyone causing trouble would instinctively lighten their steps upon seeing them. He parked his vehicle by the roadside and had just pulled out the keys when commotion and exclamations suddenly erupted from the city gate. Curious, Li Jushu nimbly jumped onto his vehicle's roof to get a better view, and his eyes immediately lit up. A large transport truck was slowly entering, dragging a creature of terrifying size. Lion's head, horse's neck, bull's body, snake's tail, and 6 legs. It was a Cheongju, unique to Beast Planet. This creature possessed immense strength and a relatively gentle nature, making it one of the most prized mounts. Of course, gentle was only relative to other fierce beasts. Compared to cattle or horses, it was like a pig during New Year that couldn't be held down no matter how hard you tried. This adult Xiongju stood 6 meters at the shoulder, with a body length exceeding 15 meters not including the tail, and a full 23 meters when counting its swishing tail. It was bound by chains as thick as bowls and lay quietly in the truck bed clearly injected with sedatives, or it wouldn't be so docile. The Blazing Fire Guild is incredible. This is the second Xiongju they've captured this month, right? Each Xiongju is worth 3 billion, so they've made 6 billion in just 1 month. Too bad my skills are too weak. IVE applied to join the Blazing Fire Guild twice and got rejected both times. Sigh. Exactly. The missions we take on are practically worthless. Who barely scraped together enough to survive, someone in the crowd chimed in. If you really want to make money, you've got to hunt these massive beasts. Rich people have such strange hobbies though. Wouldn't war vehicles make perfectly good mounts? But no, they insist on having wild beasts, throwing away billions without batting an eye. The cacophony of chatter rose and fell. The transport convoy rumbled past, and even in its slumber, the Xiongju in the cargo hold radiated a bone-chilling aura. With each breath the giant beast took, scorching waves of air mixed with a putrid stench hit them in the face, making everyone's skin crawl. Li Jushu stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze following the moving vehicles. The creature's mountain-sized form was overwhelmingly imposing even with its eyes closed. It looked like it could trample the entire base into rubble at any moment. The beast planet earned its name for good reason, not as some marketing gimmick. This world housed countless species beyond counting, with the largest specimens exceeding 100 meters in length. Because of this, all the major bases kept their distance from the deep forests, choosing their locations with extreme caution. Otherwise, with attacks every few days, no one would survive. Settlements 10 and 11 had learned this lesson the hard way when they ignored the nearby volcanic scorpions. When Li Jushu first arrived, he too had been full of ambition. But during a raid against a Yanggu, he nearly became cannon fodder, and that brutal reality doused his enthusiasm like ice water. Back then, the Blue Fox Mercenary Company was recruiting at high wages. They paid each person 200 copper coins up front before the mission even began. Being completely broke, he was so grateful. If he'd been a woman, he probably would have offered himself in marriage on the spot. After half a month of pursuit, they finally engaged the Yanggu in close combat. Gatling gun fire only tickled the massive beast. Rocket launchers merely singed its fur. Even landmines couldn't penetrate its hardened hide. The Blue Fox Mercenary Company was nearly wiped out. Li Jushu only survived because he was too weak to keep up with the main force, so the Yanggu turned to chase the others instead. After that battle, he finally faced reality. Large wild beasts were beyond his capabilities. So he set himself a practical goal. Join small teams first, focus on survival, accumulate experience and resources, and never approach large groups until he reached level 3 hunter status. Under normal circumstances, major teams didn't want rookies anyway. When they did recruit, 9 times out of 10 it was to use them as cannon fodder. 200 copper coins could buy a life, and if you died, there wasn't even compensation. Every time he remembered this, he shuddered. Blue Fox had recruited 580 people in one go back then, and fewer than 20 survived. In the end, a number he would never forget. Now, as the Xiongju completely disappeared from view, the chatter continued unabated. Many newcomers seeing such a giant beast for the first time wore expressions of amazement, but few paid attention to the hunters and the vehicles. Most were covered in blood and wounds, with empty seats scattered throughout the convoy. As the vehicles passed, the air lingered with the mixed smell of blood and disinfectant. Li Jushu jumped down lightly from the roof of a low building, found paper and pen, and quickly scrawled a sign, holding it up to his chest. High-quality weapons and ammunition, selling cheap, limited quantities, buy now while supplies last. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.